Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 83, CH-83, War. Hokage Tower Conference Room. The leaders of Konoha Village finally had the chance to meet the rarely seen Orochimaru. However, as soon as the meeting began, he dropped a bombshell. Shimura Danzo, the head of the Root organization, was accused of colluding with Hanzo of the Salamander from Omegakure in an attempt to usurp power. He had now been purged. Orochimaru even presented a series of evidence. Beyond his alleged coup attempt, Danzo had committed numerous shady deeds. Although most of those present hadn't had much direct interaction with Danzo, they knew he was a key figure in the village, someone who had once followed the second Hokage. Some suspected there might be more to the story, but they kept their doubts to themselves, not daring to voice them. Fugaku, having already anticipated this outcome, showed little reaction upon hearing the news. It was Jiraiya and Tsunade who looked utterly incredulous. Orochimaru didn't give them long to dwell on their shock before revealing another major issue. Just now, a border patrol ninja returned with an urgent report. Kumogakure has stationed troops at the border. The situation is critical. These words caused an even greater stir than the previous revelation, leaving the room in an uproar. What? Kumogakure? The group immediately set aside the matter of Danzo, their attention now fully focused on the looming threat from Kumogakure. Is war about to start again? Minato and Shikaku exchanged a glance, their expressions grave. Minato, Orochimaru called. Lord Hokage. Once the troops are ready, you will immediately lead a team to the border. Reinforcements will follow tomorrow. Understood. Orochimaru issued another series of orders, briefly outlining the plans for the upcoming war. Minato, Shikaku, and Jiraiya were tasked with leading an advance unit to the border immediately, to prevent Kumogakure from breaking through. Messengers had already been dispatched to inform the daimyo. Konoha's current state was dire, not only was manpower insufficient, but every aspect of warfare posed a potential weakness. The daimyo's steady support was crucial to sustaining the village's rear operations. The sudden turn of events caught many off guard. Just moments earlier, while watching the Chunin exams, some had been silently marveling at how precious peace was. However, ready or not, they now had no choice but to march to the battlefield once again. Orochimaru assigned Fugaku and Makoto to lead the remaining troops and logistics teams, sending them to the battlefield as reinforcements later. The room was filled with murmurs of surprise. The attendees scanned the crowd, noting that Makoto was nowhere to be seen. Everyone present was already familiar with Makoto to some extent. Most had dealt with the men who was often stationed in the Hokage's office daily. Makoto heading to the battlefield as well. Isn't he just a desk officer? After Orochimaru finished issuing his orders, everyone left the room, each harboring their own thoughts. News of the impending war quickly spread throughout the village, once again stirring unrest among the populace. At this moment, the representatives from Sunagakure, who had not yet departed, heard the news and exchanged a few words of encouragement with Orochimaru. However, Sunagakure had its own troubles with Kirigakure and was in no position to assist Konoha. Meanwhile, Makoto had taken Hizashi and arrived once again at the Root's base. After the conclusion of the Chunin exams, all remaining Root members were relocated to this base. Makoto had not treated them as prisoners to be thrown into jail. As the massive iron doors creaked open, light flooded into the hall, illuminating dozens of figures. Every gaze turned toward Hyuga Makoto, who stood silhouetted in the doorway. The members of Root recognized Makoto and knew well that he was the Hokage's right-hand man. This young man would now decide their fate. Lord Makoto, one of the leading Root members, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. This was a sharp-minded individual, and with him leading the way, more people followed suit and respectfully bowed to Makoto. Makoto's gaze swept over the group, calm and unyielding. Traitor Danzo is dead. Many of you have committed numerous deeds that harmed the village under his control. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. But I believe that since you all grew up in the village, you must also love it dearly. Your actions under Danzo's control were likely out of necessity, so I have asked the Hokage to forgive your past transgressions, Makoto continued, his voice steady. Now, do you still wish to offer everything for the village? The members of Root exchanged glances, then one by one, they knelt to the ground, replying in unison, "We are at your command, Lord Makoto." Makoto nodded. There will be no more Root. You are now part of the Umbu, and from now on, Hizashi will be your captain. Greetings, Captain Hizashi, they all respectfully addressed. After Danzo's death, these members of Root had become like drifting weeds without roots. Their upbringing was vastly different from that of ordinary shinobi, and they found it difficult to integrate with others. In short, they were a group of tools in need of a new master. Danzo's methods of training ninjas were indeed effective. These individuals were excellent Umbu operatives. Makoto then visited Nono, checking on the progress of the children there. Makoto informed Nono of Danzo's death. Nono was only slightly surprised, then quickly returned to her usual calm demeanor, as if she didn't care much about the whole situation. Some of the children, upon seeing Makoto, had already learned to respectfully greet him, showing a big change compared to when he first visited the orphanage. Makoto also mentioned the upcoming war and that he would be heading to the front lines. He reassured Nono that everything concerning the children and the orphanage had already been arranged. Nono sighed at the news. War, the orphanage will probably increase with more children. Makoto asked, do you hate war? Nono looked at him curiously and asked in return, is there anyone who likes war? Makoto was silent. Had it not been for the intelligence Nono had provided, everything might not have gone so smoothly. This also solidified Makoto's belief that relying on tools without emotions ultimately posed a risk to oneself. Danzo was the perfect example. When Makoto returned to his residence, he met with some elders of the clan and arranged some matters regarding the clan's affairs. For this war, Makoto didn't intend to let too many people from the Hyuga faction die or suffer on the front lines. He had become somewhat of a lone figure. With him, the clan leader, going, it was enough to silence those who had been murmuring. As long as there was Hisashi around, he wasn't worried about any trouble. By the time Makoto finished arranging everything, it was already late in the evening. The temperature in the bathroom, with the hot water running, was very high, and Makoto didn't feel cold at all, even though he was naked. After his usual special physical training, Makoto felt exhausted. Ayano, holding a towel, helped him dry his body. Are you planning to rest right away? Ayano suddenly asked from behind him. I'm really tired, I don't want to deal with anything else, Makoto replied. Ayano's face turned red. I didn't mean that. Ayari, are you still going there? He was leaving tomorrow, so there would still be time to say goodbye before he left. Makoto let out a long sigh, feeling that his energy was running low. After leaving the bathroom, Makoto casually put on a coat and headed toward Ayari's residence. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 250 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 120 plus CH. Chapter 84, CH 84, The Night Before the Great Battle. The wind on the winter night was very cold. Makoto stood outside Ayari's door for just a moment before the door opened. Ayari was holding SPI in her arms, wearing only a nightgown. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she appeared to have just gotten out of bed, her expression showing a hint of fragility that made one instinctively feel a sense of tenderness. Makoto had come later than usual today, and Ayari had already planned to go to sleep. It's really cold outside, Makoto said as he walked over to the sofa and poured himself a cup of hot tea. It's so late, why are you still coming here? Ayari couldn't help but ask. Only at night do I especially want to see you, Makoto replied. Ayari sat down opposite him and, upon hearing that, averted her gaze. Can't you be a little more serious? Makoto drank a few sips of hot tea, feeling the chill on his body fade away. He made a content sound. He then asked, do you know about the war? Ayari froze for a moment. With who? Kimogakure. They're probably still unwilling to accept defeat from the Third Shinobi World War and have now returned again. Upon hearing this, Ayari suddenly had an ominous thought. You won't. I'm going to the battlefield tomorrow. Ayari's heart tightened, and she stared at Makoto, her eyes flickering restlessly. But, aren't you supposed to be helping Lord Orochimaru with official duties? Why are you going to the battlefield? Someone has to go, Makoto said casually. He looked at Ayari and smiled again. What, are you going to miss me? For such a frivolous comment, Ayari, this time, remained silent and lowered her head. Makoto suddenly heard her soft response and couldn't help but pause in surprise. Ayari gently lifted her head to glance at him, then quickly lowered it again, her face flushed. The barrier between them had long been gone, and Ayari wasn't sure what she was holding back. She didn't resist Makoto in her heart, but she feared that being with him might lead to some unpredictable situations she wasn't ready to face. I don't want anything to happen to you. The teacup on the table was still steaming, and the living room was quiet, only the ticking of the wall clock could be heard. Ayari sat there quietly, a few strands of hair falling down. The warm light from the lamp illuminated both of their faces, and in that hazy glow, Makoto felt a breathtaking beauty that left him stunned. She had awakened SPI, who had been resting in her arms. SPI looked up at the two of them, sensing something, and then hurriedly left the scene. Makoto slowly stood up from the sofa and walked over to Ayari. Ayari's body stiffened, not daring to look at him, but she mustered the courage to meet his eyes, trying to convey her emotions with her gaze, as soft and fiery as water and fire combined. She wanted him to understand, to know. She was waiting, and also inviting. The lights in the room were turned off, and the sky was very dark. Now and then, 1 or 2 stars pierced the Milky Way, either sliding into the darkness or leaving behind a red or white tail of light, bringing a touch of turbulence to the sky and flickering bursts to the darkness. In the morning, Makoto arrived on time outside the gates of Konoha, where many ninjas had already gathered. Konoha's current military strength was very small, with no more than 2,000 people in total. In history, Konoha had never been weakened to this extent, and now, it was about to face one of the 5 great nations, Hyuga of the Land of Lightning, which was equally powerful. Makoto-kun. Fugaku, who had arrived early, greeted Makoto as he saw him. Behind Makoto were Hakumen, Kakashi, Guy, and others. In addition to the ninjas waiting here, there were also many carts carrying war supplies, weapons, rations, medical supplies, and more. Makoto met with some of the mid-level leaders in the group and thoroughly inspected the entire formation before officially departing from the village. On the main street inside the village, many villagers had come out on their own to see them off. Makoto scanned the crowd and saw a familiar figure, Anko. Let's depart. The large army set off toward the distant horizon, with the carts kicking up dust. The silhouettes of the ninjas disappeared into the dust. The village was not far from the northeastern border of the Land of Fire, and even without stopping, it only took half a day's journey for Makoto and the others. The main reason for the slow pace was the limited speed of the carts in the convoy. Otherwise, if they were all ninjas, the time could have been halved. Makoto and Fugaku arrived in the afternoon, and the advance team from the previous day had already prepared the camp for them. The army was stationed within the Land of Fire's borders, and the Konoha ninjas who had come to greet them led them into the camp. What arrived earlier than them were the supplies from the daimyo. It seems troublesome, Makoto muttered quietly. Fugaku nodded gravely in agreement. Guy and Kakashi, who were beside them, were puzzled. Guy quietly asked Kakashi what was going on, and Kakashi shook his head. Hyuga has already breached the border defenses and infiltrated our territory. It seems Minato and the others couldn't make it in time yesterday. The Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning were not neighboring countries, with many smaller nations lying between them. Konoha's camp within the Land of Fire's borders meant that the enemy had already entered the country. Makoto and Fugaku's troops gradually entered the camp, which had only been set up temporarily for the night. It was expected that the camp would need to be expanded soon. Makoto saw Shikaku, while Minato was leading a team outside on a mission, as diligent as ever. Thank you both for your hard work, Shikaku said to Makoto and Fugaku. Makoto exchanged pleasantries with him before entering the main tent. Inside, many eyes turned toward him. All those present were adults, and Makoto, a mere teenager, seemed out of place. Moreover, Makoto held a significant status, the head of the Hyuga clan, as well as Orochimaru's right-hand man. Earlier, he had been in charge of all the administrative affairs in the village, and many people had interacted with him and were aware of his competence in handling matters. But this was the battlefield. Why was this young man here? It was said that he was still just a chunin. Although many thoughts lingered in their minds, everyone still wore smiles on their faces and respectfully addressed him as Makoto-dano or Makoto-kun. A few people remained silent, but Makoto didn't pay them any mind. Makoto asked, Shikaku-senpai, could you tell us about the current situation? Shikaku paused for a moment before replying, when we arrived yesterday, the border ninjas had all been fallen. A Kumo ninja squad has likely entered our territory, but we don't know where they went. We've contacted various cities and towns, and once we receive any intelligence, they'll notify us immediately. Minato has also led a team to search for the whereabouts of this Kumo ninja squad. Shikaku motioned for everyone to gather around the map placed on the table, pointing out several locations marked on it as potential hiding spots. What about the enemy outside the border? Makoto asked again. How many troops did the Kumo send? Shikaku shook his head. We sent out reconnaissance ninjas this morning, but they haven't returned yet. Makoto thought to himself. Even if the number was on the lower end, there were likely over 5,000 ninjas. The Konoha front had only around 1,000 ninjas. The most important point was that Kimogakure had a perfect Jinchuriki, unlike the 2 mascots of Konoha. If Konoha deployed its Jinchuriki to the battlefield, there would be too many unstable factors. Makoto couldn't help but sigh, realizing just how difficult the situation was. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 250+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 120+CH. Chapter 85, CH 85, Gain Approval. Minato returned with his team, but unfortunately, they were unable to find any trace of the enemy. However, the reconnaissance ninjas that had been sent out earlier discovered Kumo ninjas within the Land of Rice. The reconnaissance, though, did not dare to go too deep and was unable to uncover full intelligence on the Kumo ninjas. Upon hearing this news, Minato set off alone, without delay, heading toward the Kumo ninja base, intending to cause some chaos there and also gather more information on the enemy's situation. Given his level of strength and his proficiency in space-time ninjutsu, it was almost impossible for anyone to stop him if he chose to leave. Minato often took on such tasks. Unfortunately, due to his personal abilities, he couldn't always turn the tide of the battle, but he certainly caused the enemy a lot of trouble. The gaps in the border defenses had not been reinforced with soldiers, only a few ninjas had been stationed to monitor the situation. Konoha was searching for the Kumo ninjas who had infiltrated the country, and it was likely that the enemy was also searching for Konoha's camp, preparing to join forces with the external Kumo ninjas to annihilate Konoha at a critical moment. With Konoha's current forces, engaging the enemy in a direct confrontation would be like throwing an egg against a rock. On the day Makoto and Fugaku arrived, there was no major battle with the Kumo ninjas, and they didn't even catch a glimpse of them. The ninjas in the camp were all preparing for war, with reconnaissance teams being sent out one after another. As evening approached, they finally made a discovery. Konoha's patrolling ninjas had captured an enemy scout. When Makoto arrived at the main tent, he saw a man tied up with 5 great knots, and Yamanaka Inoichi was trying to infiltrate his mind to extract information. Soon after, Inoichi furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. It's a mental barrier technique, and it's of a high level. If I try to break through it, it might directly cause his death. The so-called mental barrier technique was specifically designed to defend against mental attacks and intrusions, like those used by Inoichi. This technique was generally possessed by Umbu ninjas, and learning it required rigorous training to endure mental attacks. The cost of mastering such techniques was harsh and brutal, but for the sake of preserving intelligence, these hardships were considered tolerable. The main reason for this was that the Yamanaka clan's mental interrogation techniques were incredibly frightening and efficient, making spies from various countries fearful during past wars. This also led to the rapid development of mental barrier techniques across the other countries. Recently, the Yamanaka clan's work had become increasingly difficult. In order to extract memories from someone's brain, they had to go through one hurdle after another. Some barriers were simply walls that obstructed his exploration, while others would retaliate against his consciousness, and a small mistake could result in injury to himself. The Yamanaka clan had been researching methods to counter the mental barrier technique, but so far, there had been no significant progress. Then let him go back, Makoto suddenly said from the side. This statement puzzled everyone, and they all furrowed their brows. Shikaka seemed to be thinking deeply. Makoto-kun, what did you say? Let him go back. This guy is the enemy. The people around them were in an uproar, questioning Makoto's decision. Makoto's expression remained calm as he replied, the enemy has certainly sent more than one scout. If we let him die here, it will inevitably alert the enemy to the area where they lost contact with him. Inoichi frowned and said, letting him go back would only expose us faster. As he spoke, he suddenly looked over at Shikaku. The people around them quieted down, all looking at Shikaku, waiting for his decision. Shikaku asked, Makoto-kun, are you planning to lure the enemy here? Makoto shook his head. The number of enemies within our borders is still unclear. If there are far more than us, it won't be a case of luring them into a trap, but rather inviting wolves into the house. We can use him to find the enemy's hiding place. Everyone felt this was too optimistic, but then they heard Makoto continue. I can make it so that once he returns to the camp, he won't be able to speak a word of our intelligence. Shikaka suddenly froze, he thought of a secret technique. Cursed tongue eradication seal. This technique, passed down in secret within the Root clan, prevents the victim from revealing any restricted information. This wasn't limited to speech, any attempt to divulge the information would result in complete paralysis of the body. If forced to fight against it, the person would eventually die. Shikaku looked at the unconscious Kumo ninja in front of him, thinking for a long time before he spoke. It's worth a try. As he said this, Shikaku's gaze toward Makoto was somewhat meaningful, leaving it hard to read his intentions. As Makoto had mentioned earlier, even if they killed this man, the enemy would definitely grow cautious after losing a scout and would search the area once again. Exposure was inevitable, just a matter of time. Everything made perfect sense. Then Inoichi also added, I left my chakra on him. As long as he's not too far away, I'll be able to sense where he goes. As long as the Kumo ninjas are within the land of fire, they won't be too far off. Shikaka then took out a scroll, and when he unrolled it, Makoto recognized the symbol printed on it. It was the seal of the Flying Thunder God, something he had seen before. This was the mark of Minato. Makoto was surprised. This scroll must have been left to Shikaku by Minato. Shikaku performed a series of hand seals and imprinted the seal onto the ninja's body. Afterward, he turned his gaze toward Makoto. Makoto stepped forward and applied the cursed tongue eradication seal to the man. Once everything was done, Shikaku ordered someone to take the ninja and dump him back where he was captured. The guy had left with one set of debuffs and returned with another. Inoichi, accompanied by several ninjas skilled in sensory techniques, went to the instruments prepared for him and began his task. These simple instruments were designed to extend Inoichi's sensory range. Makoto recalled the massive water orb at the headquarters of the Allied ninja forces during the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original story. It had an even broader range of perception, like a satellite. Konoha didn't have such technology, which might have been developed through a combination of the techniques from Kimogakure and Kirigakure. It seemed that only Kimogakure was heavily investing in technological advancements in the entire ninja world. They had even developed a planet-destroying cannon. Makoto thought to himself that once the war was over, he would need to pay more attention to this area. With the limitless chakra available, technological progress would be fast. However, things didn't develop as everyone had expected. Inoichi soon removed the instrument, his face dark with displeasure. He looked at Shikaku and Makoto and said, "The men committed suicide." Everyone was taken aback and exchanged uneasy glances. Shikaku sighed. "Looks like we underestimated the enemy's resolve. It's a shame about the scroll Minato left for me." Makoto furrowed his brow, remaining silent. The Kumo ninja had been in a state of unconsciousness throughout, unaware of the plans Konoha had for him. It was likely after awakening that he sensed the changes in his body and became suspicious of Konoha's intentions to let him go. But for him to act so decisively and commit suicide, that was too extreme. Makoto stood silently for a long time, finding it difficult to put his thoughts into words. He struggled to understand the mindset of people in this world, a difference rooted in the education they had received and the disparity in their values. If I had known this earlier, I should have tried harder to extract some information from him, he thought. Some began murmuring softly. Yes, this wasn't handled properly. It was too hasty. This plan wasn't well thought out. At this point, Shikaku spoke, "This is my fault. I didn't consider everything, and we missed an opportunity to gather information." Inoichi also shook his head. The level of the mental barrier in the enemy's mind was high. "It's unlikely we could have extracted useful information." Makoto merely stood calmly, bowing politely to Shikaku and the others, offering some apologetic words, indicating that it was not Shikaku's fault but his own. He had come up with this plan. Shikaku responded, "There's no need to blame yourself, Makoto-kun. War is unpredictable by nature." Fugaku stood silently throughout, observing everything but not uttering a word. Makoto walked out of the main tent, faintly hearing the murmurs of those behind him. He now held a high position but was still a child, having never shown the strength to match his status. In the village, everyone treated him with great respect. On the front lines, everyone is mindful of Lord Hokage, would call him Lord Makoto. But this wasn't out of genuine respect, it was simply because he wore the skin of a tiger. To make others both respect and fear him, he would have to become the true tiger. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 250+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 120+CH. Chapter 86, CH 86, Orochimaru's Assistance. Silent night. The camp was much quieter compared to the daytime. Inside the main tent, the candlelight flickered dimly. Shikaku sat in the main seat, while Makoto sat quietly to the side. Has the Kazima squad returned yet? No, the Inuzuka clan members have already been sent to search the area they were responsible for. Shikaku frowned deeply, sensing that something was amiss. Prepare for the worst. In war, intelligence is extremely critical. Losing the initiative would be nothing short of a disaster for Konoha, which was already in decline. Minato was currently outside the borders, and Jiraiya was leading a team searching for traces of the enemy. If the Kumo ninja found them first. Lord Minato is back. A sudden shout rang out from outside. Shikaku immediately stood up, but before he could step out of the tent, Minato had already walked in. Minato. Lord Minato. Everyone inside the tent quickly rose to greet him, a clear testament to his influence. The blonde young man standing before them was respected by all in the village. Part of this reverence might have stemmed from the third Hokage's efforts to build him up, but much more came from his personal charisma and strength. Minato, how is it? Shikaku asked eagerly. Minato walked over to the map, examining it carefully. He then took out a rough map he had drawn on the spot, compared it, and made several marks on the map laid out on the table. The land of rice, here, is where the Kumo ninja are stationed, he said slowly, his expression grave. The enemy has significant forces, an estimated 7,000 men, and they are being led personally by the 4th Raikage. As soon as those words were spoken, the tent fell into dead silence. A look of shock flickered in Shikaku's eyes. The disparity in strength was simply too overwhelming. Inoichi couldn't help but remark, with that kind of force, they could launch a direct assault. Shikaku furrowed his brows, thinking deeply for a long time before finally uttering, "It's probably to avoid others trying to claim a share of the spoils." He continued slowly, "To the Kumo ninja, it may seem like our defeat is inevitable, but after we fall, it's highly likely that others will try to interfere and take advantage of the situation." These words provoked a wave of anger among the group. "This is outrageous. Those bastards are despicable." Shikaku's mind raced as he pondered the next strategy. However, no matter how much he thought, he couldn't devise an effective solution to break the stalemate. Even during the war with the Iwagakure, the disparity hadn't been this severe. No matter how strong the Konoha shinobi were, it was impossible for each of them to take on 7 opponents at once, especially when the enemy had the 8 tails on their side, not to mention another contingent of forces already stationed within the Land of Fire. Minato added, "I discovered a massive formation within the Kumo ninja camp. I sense the power of spacetime. It's likely a summoning teleportation array." Makoto suddenly recalled that Kimogakure possessed a secret technique known as Heavenly Transfer Jutsu, capable of transporting targets to any location. However, this technique had extremely high requirements for the target, making it unbearable for ordinary individuals. Using such a jutsu came at a great cost, but a teleportation array was different. It functioned similarly to summoning techniques, requiring far less sacrifice. Moreover, in the original story, Hanzo of the Salamander from Omegakure had once used a teleportation array to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. It wouldn't be surprising if Kimogakure possessed a similar method. Minato said, "Such a teleportation array is usually two-way. The other end might be inside Kimogakure, allowing them to continuously send reinforcements." Makoto suddenly interjected, "Is it possible that the other end is within the Land of Fire?" All eyes turned to him simultaneously. Makoto continued slowly, "A force of 7,000 is more than enough to attack us." Shikaku suddenly muttered, "That contingent of Kumo ninja within our borders." Everyone was struck with a chilling realization, envisioning an extremely dire outcome. Minato quickly asked, "Have the Kumo ninja within our borders been located?" Shikaku shook his head silently. No one in the tent spoke again. Minato exhaled deeply, then said after a moment of thought, "I'll go and destroy that teleportation array." Shikaku immediately objected, "That's too dangerous." The enemy's main camp had over 7,000 soldiers, countless elite jonin, and a raikage. No matter how strong Minato was, attempting such a mission would be a near-suicidal endeavor. Minato replied calmly, "I am the commander, and what I say goes." Shikaku, Inoichi, and the others were left speechless. Makoto couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect for Minato in his heart. He said, "It's just my speculation, there's no need for you to take such a risk, Minato-senpai." Minato shook his head. "No, you're absolutely right. If we think carefully, 7,000 soldiers is already more than enough. And that contingent of Kumo ninja within our borders, which has been hiding and refusing to reveal themselves, there's a high chance they're connected to this." He continued, issuing orders, "Find that group of Kumo ninja and eliminate them." Shikaku nodded solemnly. From the side, Fugaku reminded Minato to be cautious and not rush into action. He emphasized that if any danger arose, Minato should retreat immediately using the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato assured them that he knew what he was doing. He then addressed everyone in the tent, "This battle concerns the very survival of Konoha. It will be even tougher than the previous war with the IWA ninja. I ask all of you to set aside personal concerns and dedicate yourselves fully to the village." The group responded firmly, "We will sacrifice without regret." Minato also said, "I wish you all the best of luck on the battlefield." With that, Minato departed, once again leaving alone. The night was quiet. Except for the sentries, most of the ninja had fallen asleep. Makoto lay in his tent, tossing and turning. Not far away, Guy's thunderous snores filled the air, and Makoto couldn't fathom how Kakashi and Hakumen managed to sleep through it. In this world, Makoto wasn't used to sleeping with others nearby and never allowed Ayano to stay overnight in his room. "Lord Makoto." A soft call came from outside the tent. Hearing it, Makoto got up and stepped outside. After Makoto left, Kakashi, who was also wearing a mask while sleeping nearby, suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced at Guy, lying next to him, with a helpless expression. Smack. A loud slap echoed. It was Hakumen's hand, which had landed on Guy's face as he turned over, either intentionally or unintentionally. Guy didn't wake up. He simply scratched the spot and muttered in his sleep, "Don't do that, Kakashi." Kakashi. Guy continued mumbling, "A real showdown is the only way. No rock paper scissors." With that, he went right back to snoring. Kakashi let out a small sigh of relief, turned over, and closed his eyes, facing away from Guy. Meanwhile, outside the tent, Makoto was met by a camp ninja who had called for him. "Someone from the village has arrived, bearing the Hokage's seal, and they're asking for you," the ninja reported. Makoto followed him outside the camp, where he saw a figure surrounded by several guards. The person was completely covered in a black cloak, leaving no part of their body, not even their face, exposed. Makoto froze for a moment when he saw the figure, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. As Makoto approached, the guards greeted him, "Lord Makoto." Makoto nodded and said, "It's fine. He's here to see me." "Didn't you already verify the Hokage's seal?" One of the guards replied awkwardly, "This person hasn't spoken a single word, no matter how much we've questioned him, so it felt suspicious." Makoto led the cloaked figure to an empty clearing. Then, he reached out and pulled back the figure's hood. Under the moonlight, a ghastly pale face was revealed. Makoto's eyes widened with even greater shock. "Can you speak?" The figure replied, "Yes, Lord Makoto." However, his expression remained blank, and his tone was devoid of any emotional inflection. He wasn't human, he was a white Setsu. This was Orochimaru's research result, a brand new white Setsu. Note, the protagonist's true strength will be revealed soon, stay tuned. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 250+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 120+CH. Chapter 87, CH 87, Sneaking. The second day. Beside Makoto stood a person wrapped in bandages, wearing a Konoha forehead protector, with only their eyes visible. Their attire was quite peculiar, resembling the second Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. When questioned by Shikaku, Makoto explained that this person was a member of the Umbu, sent by the Hokage. Makoto took the initiative to request joining the reconnaissance team, stating that he himself was also a sensory ninja. When he left the camp, he took only Hakumen and White Setsu with him, leaving Kakashi and Guy at the camp. Shikaku, on the other hand, was troubled because the patrolling ninjas outside the camp had once again discovered scouts sent by the enemy. As expected, the earlier deaths of so many Kyumo ninjas had alerted the enemy, prompting them to intensify their investigations in the area. This time, Shikaku chose not to act recklessly and instead instructed the barrier team to conceal the entire camp in the hope of avoiding detection. However, this was not a long-term solution. Both sides were playing a game of hide-and-seek, striving to gain the upper hand first, but Konoha was already at a disadvantage. About an hour after Makoto left the camp, he returned, reporting that he had found the hiding place of the Kyumo ninjas. This surprised Shikaku and the others, and an emergency meeting was immediately convened in the main tent. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Makoto marked a location on the map. He said, "The enemy has set up a temporary camp here, hidden by a barrier just like ours. It can obscure ordinary sensory techniques. There is also a teleportation array in the camp, which should be connected to the teleportation array of the Kumogakure in the Land of Rice." Fugaku immediately responded, "We can't delay. We must act quickly and wipe out the enemy here." This statement was met with agreement from many, and the atmosphere in the tent grew excited. Shikaku stared at the map for a long time before suddenly asking, "Have we confirmed how many enemies are in the camp?" "About 1,000, came the reply. This number immediately made everyone calm down. Shikaku smiled wryly and said, "Has Kumogakure mobilized their entire force?" Even a temporary small camp like this had nearly as many soldiers as their entire frontline forces. For large ninja villages like Konoha and Kumogakure, at their peak, their total combat power could reach over 10,000 ninja. Although Kumogakure had suffered some losses during the Third Shinobi World War, it had not been critically damaged, largely thanks to the sacrifice of the Third Raikage. Even now, Kumogakure could still muster a force of 10,000 for battle, which was a testament to its current strength. After pondering for a moment, Shikaku immediately gave the order. "First, summon Lord Jiraiya back. This matter requires careful planning." He then turned to Makoto and said, "You've done a great service, Makoto-kun. Thank you for your efforts." Makoto simply replied, "It's all for the village." By midday, not only had Jiraiya returned, but the majority of the reconnaissance team out on missions had also been called back. Shikaku further strengthened the security around the camp. In the main tent, everyone gathered to discuss the next steps. The enemy forces were overwhelming. If they launched a direct assault, even if they managed to win, Konoha would likely suffer heavy losses. At that point, facing Kumogakure's main forces stationed outside the borders would be pointless, they might as well surrender outright. After a lengthy discussion, Shikaku decided on a strategy: deliberately expose Konoha's camp to lure the enemy into attacking an empty base, while Konoha's forces would circle around to strike the enemy's camp instead. Kumogakure was surely aware of Konoha's limited numbers, so if they decided to attack, they would likely send a significant portion of their forces. That would leave their own camp vulnerable and lightly defended, creating the perfect opportunity for Konoha to strike. His decision was unanimously approved, and orders were immediately issued. All members were instructed to gear up and stand by, while the logistics and medical teams quickly moved supplies to a temporary camp. Following this, the barrier team was ordered to open a section of the camp's seal. After excluding the medical staff and some logistics personnel, Konoha's remaining combat force was reduced to just over 1,000. The sight of these gathered forces was far from impressive. It was difficult to imagine that the fate of Konoha, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, would rest on these few individuals. Makoto's gaze swept across the crowd, and he spotted quite a few familiar faces. The leaders included the heads of major clans and some well-known jonin. Among the younger generation were Asuma, Shiranui Genma, and Kurenai Yui. Obito was standing with the Uchiha squad, and when he noticed Makoto's gaze, he gave him a big smile. This guy was as carefree as ever. Rin, meanwhile, had gone to the rear with the medical personnel. Although combat medics were among the 1,000-strong force, the young Rin wasn't part of that group. Kakashi and Guy were standing by Makoto's side. In the crowd, Makoto also spotted Mariboshi Kosuka and Might Due. Konoha had stationed sentinels at regular intervals along the route, using electronic communication devices to relay information. More than 3 hours passed, and the Konoha ninja were now lying in wait in a dense forest several kilometers away from the Kimogakure camp. The barrier team had set up a sensory-blocking barrier, and Shikaku and his team received information from a messenger ninja carrying communication equipment. About 500 Kimogakure ninja were heading toward Konoha's camp. Shikaku mused, "This is probably just a test of our strength. Since the enemy has a teleportation array, they can replenish their forces at any time." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "The next battle must be swift and decisive like a thunderclap. We must destroy their teleportation array." He knew he couldn't pin all his hopes on Minato and had to prepare for the worst. Compared to Kimogakure, Konoha was too weak right now. Every battle had to be fought as if there was no retreat. The Kimogakure camp was built atop a cliff. Fortunately, ninjas were no ordinary people. Each possessed extraordinary abilities, and scaling the 100-meter-high cliff was as easy as walking on flat ground for them. "There's an enemy sentry ahead," Makoto suddenly warned. Shikaku's heart tightened, and he immediately ordered the entire team to halt. Inoichi used his sensory abilities but couldn't detect any trace of the enemy. When he looked at Makoto, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Inoichi's sensory abilities were among the best in the village, and Makoto didn't possess the Byakugan. How had he discovered the enemy? "There's a barrier," Makoto explained. It wasn't Makoto who had detected the enemy but the white Zetsu by his side. Makoto's sensory abilities differed from Inoichi's. By analyzing the frequency of vibrations, he could detect subtle chakra fluctuations, but this required close attention and careful probing, or proximity to the target. Otherwise, it wasn't much different from standard sensory ninjutsu. When searching for the enemy's camp earlier, he had also relied on white Zetsu. White Zetsu could use the earth and vegetation to sense and traverse any location undetected through the mayfly technique. All the intelligence on the Kimogakure camp had been gathered by this white Zetsu, a gift from Orochimaru. The bandage-wrapped white Zetsu behind Makoto slowly sank into the ground and vanished. In less than a minute, the sound of a body falling from a distant tree branch was heard. Inoichi frowned as he looked at the corpse. If they had proceeded normally, they would have been detected by the enemy. Shikaku gazed at the cliff top in the distance. Aside from some scattered grass and trees, there was nothing visible. He knew it was the barrier concealing the enemy's presence. A single ninjutsu strike at the barrier would force the enemy to reveal themselves. "Move," he commanded. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 300+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 130+CH. Chapter 88, CH 88, Fly. The land of Rice, a small nation bordering the land of fire, was weak in national strength. Its ninja forces were scattered and disorganized, mostly consisting of mercenary groups. In the original story, Orochimaru, after defecting, established Otogakure here. During wars between great nations, it was common for small nations caught in between to become battlegrounds. They lacked the power to resist, and those who dared to resist often met with miserable ends. When Kimogakure stationed troops here, the daimyo of the land of Rice conveniently chose to turn a blind eye. Kimogakure Camp. The scale of this camp far exceeded that of Konoha's. Over 7,000 ninja were stationed here. The 4th Raikage, A, had brought the majority of Kimogakure's forces to this location with the aim of fully conquering the land of fire. Meanwhile, the land of lightning's army was already positioned in the rear, ready to move in as soon as the ninja battles concluded. At present, in the state of the ninja world, both Sunagakure and Iwagakure were in weakened conditions, while Konoha had nearly been destroyed in the previous war. The 4th Raikage believed there was no better time than now. He had also heard that Konoha had recently held the Chunin exams to celebrate peace. He wondered if they would be satisfied with the gift he was about to deliver. Lord Raikage. Someone entered the main tent. Lord Tsukidai has sent a message. They've already spotted Konoha ninja in their area. The Raikage's main tent had no conference table, only a collection of fitness equipment. At the moment, the Reikage was reclining in a wide chair, drinking water, his body glistening with sweat, clearly just finished with a workout. If Namikaze Minato is in the land of rice, have them quickly take down Konoha's camp. Namikaze Minato had been operating alone in the land of rice, repeatedly harassing their forces. Ordinary ninja couldn't defeat him, and groups of pursuers couldn't catch him, driving the Kumo ninja to utter frustration. From outside the tent came a startled cry. Lord Reikage, that yellow flash is here again. Hearing this, the fourth Reikage smashed the cup in his hand with a sharp motion. That damned pest, scurrying around like a rat. In an instant, his entire body was cloaked in lightning, his hair standing on end. Transforming into a streak of lightning, he charged out of the tent. Namikaze Minato. Konoha Hospital. A group of over 10 injured patients had gathered, waiting anxiously in the reception area. Soft murmurs of conversation filled the room as they discussed something quietly among themselves. These individuals were all disabled veterans of the war, having lost arms or legs. The doctors had long determined they could no longer serve as shinobi. Finally, excited shouts were heard from the operating room. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. Thank you, Lord Hokage." The sound instantly stirred commotion in the waiting room. The door to the operating room opened, and a middle-aged man walked out. Everyone remembered that he had entered with only one arm, but now both his arms were intact. However, the skin on his right arm was peculiar, appearing a stark, ghastly white. The scene stirred excitement among everyone in the waiting room, each hoping they would be next. A medical staff member stepped out of the operating room. "Next, please come in." As soon as the words were spoken, a ninja using a crutch eagerly stood up. His movements were so abrupt that he nearly fell, but even so, he pressed forward without hesitation toward the operating room. At that moment, Tsunade stood in the hallway near the exit, watching the men who had just emerged from the operating room. She stopped him and carefully examined his right arm. "Lady Tsunade. It's fine. You can go now," Tsunade said. She turned to look toward the operating room, her expression growing complicated. "Orochimaru, you've truly done something remarkable." A massive fireball soared into the sky, its dazzling brilliance dimming the entire heavens. Following closely was a fierce storm, which caused the flames to intensify instantly, transforming the fireball into a sea of fire that spread across the sky. Soon, it began raining flames down to the ground. A transparent barrier was shattered in an instant by the descending fire, revealing a previously invisible camp atop the cliff. The ground began to crack and collapse as multiple individuals combined their efforts to unleash Earth-style jutsu. Enormous pits appeared throughout the Kimogakure camp, burying many within the earth. Konoha's ninja descended like divine warriors, launching a ferocious assault on the Kimogakure camp. Countless kunai and shuriken streaked through the air, while bursts of flame erupted without pause. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Tsukidai rushed out of the main tent, his heart sinking as he saw the camp thrown into chaos in an instant. Konoha's forces had beaten them to the punch. Half of their troops had already been dispatched to attack Konoha's camp, leaving only a fraction behind to defend. A trap. Quick! Notify Lord Reikage. Call for reinforcements. Call for reinforcements. He shouted at the top of his lungs before leaping into the fray himself. Despite their initial panic, the Kimogakure forces mounted a swift counterattack. The land of lightning was steeped in a culture of martial valor, and nearly every shinobi of Kimogakure belonged to the warrior faction. Their combat prowess was in no way inferior to that of Iwagakure. Flames clashed with raging lightning in the skies, and a series of deafening explosions echoed across the cliffside. The sound of battle blended into a deafening roar, making Makoto's ears ring incessantly. Beside him, Hakumen diligently fulfilled his duty as a bodyguard, charging at any approaching Kimogakure shinobi without hesitation. Makoto had already sent Guy and Kakashi elsewhere. "That's the teleportation array," Makoto remarked, his attention fixed on a massive circular platform in the center of the Kimogakure camp. It was surrounded by intricate runes and heavily guarded. Jiraiya was advancing toward the teleportation array, but his progress was met with fierce resistance. The Kumo ninja were well aware of the array's significance and were fighting desperately to prevent Konoha's forces from getting close. The camp's commander, Tsukidai, personally stepped forward to block his path. Fugaku attempted to launch high-level fire-style attacks from a distance, but they were intercepted by Kimogakure's earth-style defenses. Suddenly, a dense rain of shuriken poured down toward Makoto's position, their speed blinding and their coverage so vast that evasion seemed impossible. Makoto, however, remained composed. Raising his right arm, he made a simple sweeping motion with his hand. In an instant, the torrent of shuriken altered their trajectory, as if guided by an invisible force. They arced in a massive semicircle through the air before hurtling back toward the Kumo ninja like a relentless storm, mowing them down with devastating precision. Ah! Ah! The agonized screams echoed for what felt like an eternity. Hakumen retreated to Makoto's side, still shaken. "Thank you, Lord Makoto." Makoto replied calmly, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield. He couldn't help but feel that his style of fighting was somewhat different from the others. But it didn't matter. As long as it killed, it was enough. The excessive use of jutsu by so many combatants had caused the natural energy in the area to fluctuate wildly under the influence of chakra. This made it more difficult for Makoto to manipulate the energy with his usual ease. Though the Kumo ninja were fighting valiantly, they were clearly outmatched. Under the relentless onslaught of Konoha's forces, they were forced to retreat step by step. In the distance, the teleportation array suddenly began to glow brightly. Moments later, a dozen figures emerged from the array. Without hesitation, these newly arrived reinforcements threw themselves directly into the battle. Jiraiya, realizing the dire situation, gritted his teeth, but he was unable to advance as several elite jonin blocked his path. Kumogakuru's Tsukadai sneered. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, rather than hiding with your comrades, you dare to come knocking on our door. Today, I'll ensure you meet your end here. His taunt was met with a fiery response, a fire release, flame bullet. The glow of the teleportation array persisted. The intricate patterns on the massive platform shimmered with light, and within mere seconds, another dozen figures emerged. Jiraiya clenched his jaw and shouted loudly, Fugaku. Fugaku, meanwhile, found himself in a similar predicament. The closer he got to the teleportation array, the fiercer the resistance he encountered. Frustration built up within him, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure streaking across the sky above. He retreated to the side of his clansman, eyes widening in shock as he tilted his head upward. Am I seeing things? Was someone flying just now? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 300 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 130 plus CH. Chapter 89, CH 89, Command. Kumogakure encampment in the Land of Rice. Following yet another raid by Namikaze Minato, the fourth Raikage had left to engage him, leaving the camp in a state of disarray. What's going on here? A young girl with braided hair and delicate features emerged from a tent, stopping a passing Kumo ninja to inquire. Lord Tsukadai's camp has been attacked, and they're organizing reinforcements. An attack? The girl froze for a moment before her eyes lit up with excitement. She immediately started heading toward the direction of the teleportation array. Yujito. Two other girls emerged from the tent, calling out to her. Where are you going? Grinning with enthusiasm, Yujito responded, what else? I'm going to fight. Lord Tsukadai's camp has been attacked. The girl with dark skin and short silver hair looked worriedly and said, but without Raikage orders, you can't act recklessly. Yujito, however, replied, that's why I need to act while the Raikage is away. Staying here is going to drive me crazy. After saying this, she couldn't hold herself back and ran off. Mabui, Samui, I'll be back soon. Mabui, seeing this, showed a concerned expression and wanted to say something, but the blonde girl next to her interrupted. Don't worry, the yellow flash is fighting with the Raikage. No one over there should be able to stop Yujito. This girl had neat short golden hair, tall stature, and a cool, refined demeanor. Despite living in the high mountains, her skin was unnaturally pale, which made her stand out starkly among the dark-skinned Kumo ninjas. Most notably, at her young age, she already had a rather impressive figure. Makoto, flying high in the sky, immediately drew the attention of many. The Kumo ninjas attempted to attack using ninja tools, but all the kunai and shuriken suspended in the air, hovering by his side, slowly rotating around him. Not only that, Makoto also attracted all the ninja tools stuck in the trees up to the sky. His gaze locked onto the Kumo ninjas below, and with a casual wave of his hand, the countless metal blades turned into a torrential downpour, falling upon the ground in a rain of terror. Ah! Wherever one looked, the ground was covered with blood and corpses. Several earth walls rose from the ground, attempting to block the falling blades. From beneath these walls, a dozen golden lightning orbs shot toward Makoto in the sky. However, the fate of these lightning balls was the same as the kunai and shuriken. As they neared Makoto, they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Makoto stood in the air, holding one hand in a sword gesture. The dozen or so golden lightning orbs aligned neatly under his control and began to spin rapidly, forming a golden halo. Swish! The lightning halo flew toward the sky, spinning at high speed and directly slicing a Kumo ninja in half. The lightning chakra has a strong cutting ability, and Makoto had long since memorized the properties of all chakra types. Anyone who tried to block with their body would only be cut in half. The lightning wheel, controlled by Makoto, moved like an extension of his body, darting through the crowd below, trailing a golden lightning tail as it ruthlessly harvested the lives of the Kumo ninjas. Flames surged from below, but Makoto remained unfazed, letting the intense fire surround him. Lord Makoto. Hakumen, who had been keeping an eye on Makoto's situation, couldn't help but shout in alarm. He struck back fiercely at the Kumo ninja in front of him, then tried to rush toward Makoto's position. But he couldn't fly, and with countless enemies on the battlefield, it was impossible for him to get through. His heart raced, but he was helpless. Meanwhile, the flames in the sky did not dissipate. Instead, they gathered on their own to form a massive fireball, which Makoto held in his hand. Don't use ninjutsu. Don't attack with ninjutsu. Tsukadai shouted in rage, warning his comrades. Makoto, quickly destroy the teleportation array. Jiraiya also shouted, as the current situation could only be navigated by Makoto, who could fly, and the enemy's attacks had no effect on him. The golden lightning wheel, lacking a supply of chakra, finally dissipated into specks of light after slaying more than a dozen Kumo ninjas. Makoto swung his hand holding the fireball downward with immense force. The searing fireball descended toward the direction of the teleportation array, distorting the air under its extreme heat. Block it. Quickly block it. Water style, water formation wall. Water style, water dragon bullet. Shouts echoed, and massive amounts of water surged beneath the fireball, rising rapidly and forming into high walls and giant dragons. Makoto tried to split the water flow but realized he was too far away to control it. He could only watch as the flames were swallowed by the water. Sizz. The clash of water and fire created a hot wave of air that spread like a wind, and the white water vapor scattered across the battlefield with the wind. Makoto let out a long sigh, feeling that his chakra had already been drained by more than half. The feeling of real combat was completely different from training. He had been on high alert throughout the battle, causing some areas of chakra control to be less precise, wasting much unnecessary chakra. White Zetsu, replenish my chakra. He whispered softly. As soon as the words left his mouth, a white, expanding substance began wriggling from his back. It was White Zetsu's spore technique. White Zetsu's combat abilities were not very strong, so Makoto had allowed it to attach itself to him during battle. Makoto felt his chakra and physical strength rapidly recovering. As the dense fog lifted, the Konoha ninjas secretly lamented the missed opportunity, realizing that the enemy had once again blocked their way. The teleportation array continued to send Kumo ninjas into the battlefield, making the situation more entangled. What had initially seemed like a sweeping victory for the Konoha was now proving difficult to press forward with. It was likely that Minato had not succeeded either. Fearing the worst, Shikaku grew anxious and started contemplating whether they should retreat. The Kumo ninjas below had no way to deal with Makoto, as the distance between them was too great, and they stopped attacking him. Makoto, seeing this, inwardly regretted it. He didn't have any large-scale or effective offensive methods. The only option was to create fire through vibrations, but that would consume too much chakra. Makoto, quickly destroy the teleportation array. Jiraiya shouted once again. Surrounded by several jonin, he could only place his hope in Makoto. Makoto frowned and remained silent. He immediately accelerated towards the location of the teleportation array, and flames began to continuously form around his body, swirling in a circle. Makoto's speed was incredibly fast. In a moment, he had descended from the sky and landed on the giant circular platform of the teleportation array. The Kumo ninjas, seeing him descend from the sky, were overjoyed and rushed towards him in a frenzy. At this moment, the flames surrounding Makoto suddenly intensified, converging into a fiery ring. The flames spun rapidly, encircling Makoto and keeping the Kumo ninjas at bay. Seeing they could not approach, one ninja gritted his teeth and threw a kunai in desperation. It was an instinctive action, but just as the kunai was released, a voice shouted urgently from a nearby comrade. Don't throw the kunai. Makoto's expression turned cold, and with a flick of his finger, the kunai changed direction mid-air, transforming into a black streak of light. In an instant, it was driven into the forehead of a Kumo ninja. The teleportation array glowed again, and more Kumo ninjas were about to be sent. At that moment, the blue stone floor beneath Makoto's feet began to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Cracks appeared, severing the complex array patterns. The Kumo ninjas were all greatly shocked. What's going on? Why did the teleportation array crack? Boom. With a loud explosion, the massive circular platform suddenly collapsed, turning into countless fragments and rubble. Makoto, seeing that his objective had been achieved, immediately flew up again, hovering high in the sky. The Kumo ninjas were confused about why the teleportation array had collapsed on its own. Even if Makoto explained the principle of resonance to them, they would never understand. The teleportation array is destroyed. The teleportation array is destroyed. The enemy reinforcements are cut off. Kill all the enemy forces. Kill all the Kumo ninjas. The voice of Fugaku echoed across the battlefield, instantly boosting the morale of the Konoha side. Upon seeing the teleportation array destroyed, Tsukadai's face turned ashen, and only one thought remained in his mind. It's over. Many of the Kumo ninjas shared the same thought. The distance from the land of rice was too far, and they couldn't get reinforcements in time. Cough, cough, cough. From the rubble and smoke, a girl slowly crawled out, repeatedly waving her hand to disperse the dust in front of her. What's going on? The girl furrowed her brows, looking around at the scene. She had just been teleported here when an explosion happened in front of her. Yujito. Yujito. Yujito is here. The voices of her companions calling out filled her ears, full of excitement. The girl slowly walked out of the rubble, her gaze becoming serious as she surveyed the chaotic battlefield. Her eyes then caught sight of the figure hovering in the sky, Hyuga Makoto, with a look of surprise and doubt. How is that guy flying? Makoto, hearing the voices of the Kumo ninjas below, felt a slight shift in his mind. Is this girl the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 300+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 130+CH. Chapter 90, CH 90, Illusion. The flames surrounding the Makoto gradually dissipated, and the high-altitude wind made his clothes billow loudly. Below, the two figures, Yujito and her companion, were whispering about something. Let's deal with this troublesome guy first, Yujito said, cracking her knuckles and eager to act. She crouched down, assuming a combat stance. Sharp claws extended from her fingertips as her gaze locked onto Makoto high in the sky. In a flash, she left a lingering afterimage where she had been and darted forward at high speed. Yujito moved swiftly across the battlefield, her figure exceptionally agile. She climbed up a large tree and then used it to leap high into the air. Her sharp claws sliced through the air as she aimed straight for Makoto's position. Makoto watched Yujito, who leaped into the sky to attack him, with an expression of calm. Her jumping ability was indeed impressive, even with the aid of the tree, ordinary people could never reach his altitude. Seeing Makoto remain motionless, Yujito assumed he was frozen in fear and sneered. Come down obediently, boy. Makoto simply shifted his body lightly, effortlessly dodging the attack from Yujito, who could only watch helplessly as they remained within arm's reach yet out of touch. As she began to fall with no foothold in the air, Yujito twisted her body sharply and gritted her teeth, spitting out a ball of blue flame that shot toward Makoto. Makoto merely extended a single finger, and the blue flame halted before him, then hovered at his fingertip under his control. Makoto sensed the unique chakra contained within the flame. It was the chakra of a tailed beast. With her other hand curled into a claw, Yujito, who was still falling, suddenly felt something holding her up and pulling her toward Makoto. She tried to break free, but there was nothing around her to push against. Eventually, she found herself suspended a mere meter away from him. Makoto said, with only this much strength, even if you managed to touch me, what could you do? Yujito gritted her teeth and snarled, what kind of jutsu is this, you bastard? Makoto smirked. My understanding of chakra is beyond your imagination. Staring intently at his cold, aloof face, Yujito suddenly grinned and retorted, but do you have as much chakra as I do? With that, she suddenly opened her mouth and took a deep breath. The cluster of blue flames hovering around Makoto was instantly sucked into her mouth. Boom. A terrifying surge of chakra erupted from Yujito's body, its might as heavy as a mountain and as vast as an ocean. The previously steady Makoto, suspended in midair, immediately felt the surrounding chakra thrown into chaos by the impact. Losing control, he began to fall. Yujito let out a roar, and blue flames enveloped her. From within the flames emerged a massive blue demon cat, its face fierce and menacing. With a resounding crash, it landed heavily on the ground, shaking the battlefield and stirring up a cloud of dust. Jinchuriki. It's a tailed beast. It's the Two Tails. Cries of alarm rose from the Konoha side, and even Shikaku and the others turned pale. They had thought that destroying the teleportation array would secure their victory, but they hadn't expected the enemy's Jinchuriki to arrive. The Land of Lightning's Kimogakure possessed secret techniques to control tailed beast. Every Jinchuriki they produced was a perfect one, capable of unleashing the full power of the tailed beast. Uchiha Fugaku frowned deeply as he observed the sudden appearance of the blue demon cat on the battlefield. He pondered how much of his eyesight he might lose if he were to intervene against such a formidable foe. Meanwhile, Makoto, who had been falling, finally stabilized his position just before reaching the ground. He manipulated the kunai on the ground to shoot at the approaching enemies, then ascended back into the sky once more. Yujito. Take care of the Konoha ninja first. Tsukidai shouted an order to the blue demon cat in the rear. Understood. Despite its current form, the Two Tails retained a clear mind and immediately responded. With a mighty leap, its massive body charged into the chaotic battlefield. Its front paw slammed the Konoha ninja into the ground without hesitation. Attack. Attack it. Quick, take it down. A barrage of ninja tools rained down on the demon cat. It opened its massive maw and roared, unleashing a shockwave that knocked the incoming weapons to the ground. The sound alone was deafening, leaving everyone's ears ringing. Someone attempted to use fire release to attack, but the Two Tails was already wreathed in flames. The fire merely brushed against its body like a harmless tickle. The demon cat opened its massive jaws and formed a giant fireball, hurling it toward the direction of the Konoha ninja. Stop it. Quick, block it. The Konoha formation instantly descended into chaos. With the addition of this giant demon cat, the tide of the battle began to shift dramatically. More Konoha ninja rushed forward. Water release technique surged and rose, forming a massive water wall to intercept the fireball. The collision of fire and water filled the area with dense steam. The Konoha ninja managed to block the first fireball with water release, but the two tails gave them no time to catch their breath, immediately forming another giant fireball in its mouth. At that moment, Makoto finally arrived, hovering midair in front of the demon cat. Seeing that Makoto dared to approach, Yujito, fully transformed into the two tails, sneered inwardly. The heat waves rolled forward, distorting the air with intense heat. The demon cat's entire body was steaming white vapor. The enormous fireball locked onto Makoto's position and, with a thunderous roar, shot forward like a cannonball. The fiery projectile, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave and momentum, seemed intent on reducing everything in its path to ash. Makoto remained motionless in midair. From below, there were faint cries warning him to dodge, but those voices were quickly drowned out by the roaring approach of the fireball. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the fireball did not strike Makoto. Instead, it narrowly grazed past him and flew off, crashing into an area beyond the battlefield. Missed. Yujito was shocked and doubtful. How could she make such a mistake? She glared at Makoto, who was still standing calmly in the air, his expression unchanging and indifferent. His composure only fueled her frustration. You damned bastard, she cursed angrily. The demon cat roared furiously, preparing to launch another attack at Makoto. Yujito. Tsukadai's voice rang out at just the right moment, like a warning bell. This was war, there were greater priorities. Behind her were countless comrades relying on her strength. Yujito regained her composure, no longer paying attention to the airborne Makoto. The demon cat leapt across the battlefield, swiping another Konoha ninja with its massive paw and sending them flying. Ah! A scream echoed, and for a brief moment, Yujito thought she heard the Konoha ninja call her name just before their death. She ignored it. Opening her jaws, she unleashed several more giant fireballs, targeting the Konoha ninja in front of her. This time, those ninja made no attempt to resist and were consumed in the fiery explosions, their lives extinguished. Yujito felt satisfied with this result. As long as they won this war, that Konoha guy would meet his inevitable end. Yujito. Yujito. What are you doing? This time, she heard it clearly, someone was indeed calling her name. Yujito. Why are you attacking our comrades? Tsukadai's thunderous roar rang out, deafening and filled with fury. Attacking comrades. Yujito froze in shock. She looked at the bodies of those who had perished in the flames, only to be horrified to discover they were wearing Kimogakure uniforms. How could this be? She had clearly been attacking Konoha ninja just moments ago. Her gaze swept across the battlefield before she leapt toward another Konoha ninja nearby, slamming her paw down and killing him instantly. No, stop. Yujito. When Yujito lifted her paw, the body lying beneath it was yet another Kimogakure comrade. Her mind reeled in shock, she had just killed her own comrades. Panic began to consume her as the realization sank in. She screamed internally, desperate for answers. Matatabi. Matatabi. Genjutsu. Break the genjutsu for me, quickly. The voice of the two tails, Matatabi, responded. You're not under a genjutsu. I saw that person just now, they were indeed a Konoha ninja, but suddenly, they turned into a Kimogakure ninja. Yujito. Yujito, what's happening to you? Snap out of it, Yujito. The cries of her comrades echoed in her ears, only increasing her fear. The ninja on the ground began to scatter, all trying to distance themselves from her. Who are my comrades? Who are my enemies? Suddenly, Yujito noticed a Konoha ninja among the group of Kimogakure ninjas. This individual stood out, not taking any action while remaining with the Kimogakure ninjas. It was a flaw. Yujito's heart leapt with joy. She believed it was the enemy's trick, having disguised her comrades as enemies and herself as one of them, but this time, they hadn't managed the disguise well enough. Grinding her teeth, she snarled, Matatabi. You saw clearly, right? Matatabi responded affirmatively, yes. Dark red chakra began to gather in the demon cat's mouth, condensing into a solid ball. Everyone could feel the terrifying power contained within it. She felt that all sounds around her vanished, and the Kimogakure ninjas in front of her were waving, with more people stumbling and trying to flee. She couldn't hear the sounds, but she believed the enemies were begging for mercy and attempting to escape. Damned Konoha. The demon cat suddenly swallowed the tailed beast ball, and when it opened its mouth again, a blinding energy beam erupted, obliterating everything in its path. Boom. Where the tailed beast ball passed, it tore a massive trench in the ground, and the cliffside was nearly split apart. The bodies of the fallen were completely gone, leaving only the remnants of battle, scattered ashes and smoke. Yujito, have you gone insane? A voice suddenly pierced through Yujito's ears. She turned her head, and in the battlefield, there were only a few Konoha ninja left, all staring at her, while the Kumogakure ninjas were barely 100. The Kumogakure ninja looked at her with eyes full of fear. At that moment, Makoto's figure slowly came into view, still hovering high in the air. Yujito noticed that the air in front of him seemed slightly distorted, making it hard for her to clearly see him, but it quickly returned to normal. It's over, Two Tails. All around her lay the bodies of the fallen, rivers of blood, and the half-destroyed corpse of the Kumogakure commander, Tsukidai. Yujito's pupils dilated slightly, her mind momentarily in a daze. What happened? Didn't she just eliminate a large group of enemies? In the silent battlefield, Yujito's shrill scream suddenly echoed. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 300 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 130 plus CH. Chapter 91, CH 91, Mirage. The setting sun hung high in the sky, and the clouds were stained blood-red. The entire battlefield was silent, as everyone was immersed in an indescribable shock. The previously powerful Two Tails Jinchuriki suddenly went mad, attacking her own comrades, and in the end, a single-tailed beast ball wiped out most of her allies, including the commander, Tsukidai. Makoto's figure slowly descended to the ground. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and red markings gradually spread across Yujito's body, paralyzing her so that she could no longer move. Self-imposed curse seal of binding. The remaining Kumogakure ninja were thrown into a panic, realizing it was now a hopeless situation. The Konoha ninja surged forward, and those who tried to resist were immediately slain, while more were captured alive. Yujito stared blankly, unable to accept that she had killed countless comrades. Her mental state was on the brink of collapse. Makoto, Shikaku, Fugaku, Jiraiya, and others hurried forward, gazing at the captured Two Tails Jinchuriki with astonishment. Makoto-kun, was that a genjutsu you used? Fugaku couldn't help but ask. He had never heard of any genjutsu that could affect a Jinchuriki. Makoto replied, the effect was similar. He can manipulate natural energy to alter the density of air, thereby changing the direction of light propagation. When people observe flames, they often notice that the air around them appears distorted. This occurs because high temperatures reduce air density, and the change in the medium of propagation affects the refractive index of light, similar to the principle behind a mirage. This is not genjutsu, it is merely a physical phenomenon. By vibrating his own chakra, he changes the movement of natural energy, triggering a series of chain reactions. Most people rely heavily on their vision to act. When they realize their eyes are deceiving them, yet they are not under a genjutsu, panic is inevitable. Makoto can not only refract light but also disrupt sound waves to deprive enemies of their hearing and sense of smell. The same principle applies to sensory-type ninja. Natural energy can be seen as the medium for chakra propagation. By controlling this medium, he can block the enemy's sensory abilities. Makoto-kun, thanks to you, we achieved victory in this battle. The greatest credit goes to you, Shikaka said. Whether it was destroying the teleportation array or subduing the Two Tails Jinchuriki, it all depended on the young men before them. Even Jiraiya couldn't help but marvel at the talent of the next generation. Before this, everyone thought he was just a desk worker handling administrative affairs. As a member of the Hyuga clan, he had lost his Byakugan, and his abilities as a chunin were assumed to be greatly diminished. No one expected him to display such power. The jutsu he used were utterly unique, flying through the air, manipulating ninja tools, controlling flames and lightning. It was as if he belonged to an entirely different narrative. Makoto said, hurry and clear the battlefield. There are still over 500 enemies outside. Once they find nothing, they'll likely return soon. There's no need for us to keep fighting them head-on. Shikaka nodded. Makoto-kun is right. No one around voiced any objections. The Two Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, was subjected to multiple layers of seals by the Konoha ninja. Her entire body was also tightly bound. She stared at Makoto with eyes full of hatred, as if she wanted to tear him apart. Clearly, she blamed everything that had just happened on him. Makoto was completely indifferent. To him, this girl was already meat on the chopping block, ready to be handled however he wished. He walked to a large tree to rest, and wherever he passed, Konoha ninja respectfully made way for him. No one dared to underestimate this young assistant to the Hokage anymore. Hakumen hurried over and handed his water bottle to Makoto. Lord Makoto. Hakumen had indeed been worried earlier that something might go wrong with Makoto. As the clan leader's bodyguard, he valued Makoto's life more than his own. This was the way the Hyuga clan had always been taught, with Hizashi being the sole exception due to his unique background. Hakumen was still young and did not carry the deep-seated resentment that the older members of the branch family harbored. Makoto let out a long sigh, took a sip of water, and said, "You should go help clean up the battlefield too." "Yes, Lord Makoto." Hakumen bowed deeply before leaving, his demeanor even more respectful than before. For the Hyuga clan, having such a strong leader was naturally a good thing, even if they couldn't quite understand why Lord Makoto's combat style was so different from theirs. After Hakumen left, Obito and Guy approached. These two carefree individuals treated Makoto with much more casualness. As one of Makoto's subordinates, Guy had never once addressed him as Lord, unlike Kakashi, who was more formal. Kakashi had warned Guy about this many times, but Makoto himself had said it didn't matter. "Call me whatever you like," he told them. "Makoto, how can you fly?" Guy asked first. "Yeah, Makoto, can you teach me?" Obito quickly chimed in, his mind already imagining himself soaring through the skies with Rin. Surely, she would be thrilled and fall for him on the spot. "You two can't learn it," Makoto replied bluntly, determined to dispel their unrealistic ideas. Guy couldn't even execute proper ninjutsu, with his chakra control being utterly abysmal. "Focus on honing your wood release," he added, turning to Obito. Obito looked troubled. His training in wood release wasn't going well. Unlike fire release, it wasn't something he could easily find a teacher for, he had to figure it out all on his own. Following the decisive victory, one of the Earth release users unleashed a large-scale Earth-style technique, completely reshaping the battlefield's terrain. Only then did the Konoha forces begin their journey back home. Makoto walked at the center of the group, his mind replaying the recent battle. To have gone from a chunin to this level in such a short time, it was almost like cheating. Ordinary jonin were no match for him anymore. Although his strength was remarkable, his performance this time did not meet his expectations, leading him to identify several shortcomings. First was the lack of offensive techniques. Of course, Makoto referred specifically to facing powerful enemies like the Two Tails. Against ordinary opponents, his high-frequency vibration of air to generate flames was already more than sufficient. This was somewhat similar to the Morning Peacock Taijutsu technique, though Makoto could control the flames with far greater precision and fluidity. Second was the vulnerability of his manipulation of natural energy to environmental disturbances. When the Two Tails Jinchuriki fully transformed, the sudden surge of immense chakra disrupted the surrounding natural energy field, almost causing Makoto to fall from the sky. Lastly, there was the issue of chakra. This time, thanks to White Zetsu providing him with additional chakra, he managed to sustain himself. Even so, by the end of the battle, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Chakra is formed by combining mental energy and physical stamina. Makoto's recent high-intensity physical training had yielded significant results, making his chakra reserves quite impressive for someone his age. Yet, in his view, it was still insufficient. If only his chakra reserves were as vast as a boundless ocean. If only he could effortlessly harness the infinite natural energy of the world. The key to solving all these problems still lay in mastering natural energy. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 300+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 130+CH. Chapter 92, CH 92, Hidden Pearl. The Konoha forces returned to their previous camp first, finding it mostly intact. The enemy, realizing their efforts had been in vain, seemed to have retreated in haste. As night fell, the logistical and medical teams also made their way back. This battle had cost Konoha over 200 casualties, but they had slain more than 400 enemies, captured over 60, and secured a Jinchuriki. The severely injured and the fallen were set to be transported back to the village the following morning. Shikaku immediately sent an urgent message to the village and the daimyo's office, calling for strengthened border defenses to prevent the remaining Kyumo ninja from escaping. Campfires crackled as they were lit across the camp. After dinner, groups of soldiers gathered in twos and threes to chat. Others, less cheerful, sat in silence, perhaps mourning the loss of close comrades. Makoto could faintly hear people discussing him, those who had been in the battle recounting today's events to the support staff. The firewood popped and hissed as someone began to dance around the flames, improvising melodies and rhythms as they sang. It was a scene unique to the aftermath of victory, one that made even the pain of losing comrades feel almost worthwhile. Who knew how many more grueling battles lay ahead? Beyond the border, over 7,000 Kyumo ninja remained stationed. The moon hung in a sparse sky, and the world gradually fell into slumber. Stepping out of his tent, Makoto felt a chill bite into him. Wrapping his cloak tighter, he moved toward the campfire and warmed himself by its flames. The dense night enveloped the camp, and Makoto felt a wave of restlessness wash over him. He lamented how little time he'd been given to grow. He had thought this war would break out a year later, but fate had not afforded him the chance to prepare adequately. Makoto wasn't even sure how much power his plans for chakra manipulation would ultimately grant him. He had considered the Tensigen. Having read the original story, Makoto was well aware of its immense power. But under the current circumstances, pursuing the Tensigen would merely place him under Orochimaru's watchful eye. If he exposed too much of his ambitions, he might end up as nothing more than a test subject for Orochimaru's experiments with the Tensigen. His relationship with Orochimaru seemed intimate on the surface, but it was nothing more than a mutually beneficial arrangement. Both were overly rational individuals, and it would be downright foolish to consider Orochimaru a friend just because they had conspired together for a time. Makoto was useful to Orochimaru. As long as he didn't display abilities beyond Orochimaru's control, Orochimaru would keep him around, letting him do as he pleased without much concern. However, if Makoto attempted to research the Tensigen through Orochimaru and fully disclosed all the secrets of the Byakugan, his life would hang entirely on Orochimaru's whims. Orochimaru had tried to study the Byakugan before but found no entry point. This was a trump card Makoto held, knowing full well Orochimaru's peculiar interests. Makoto. A voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Turning his head, Makoto saw it was Rin. "You're still up this late?" Rin asked as she approached and sat down beside him. Makoto sighed inwardly. "Guy's snoring is too loud. I'll sleep once I'm tired enough to block it out." Rin couldn't help but laugh softly. "What about you? Why aren't you resting? There's a lot to do in the medical unit. Plenty of injured to care for. Seems like the logistics work is pretty exhausting." Rin chuckled lightly. What's this compared to fighting to the death on the front lines? The flickering firelight danced on their faces, and Rin noticed that Makoto's gaze remained fixed on the flames. He seemed to have something on his mind. Gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, Rin said, "I've heard about what you did today." "Oh, really?" Rin marveled. "I was so surprised. I didn't think you were that strong. And you can even fly." Makoto couldn't help but laugh. A lot of people seemed fascinated by his ability to fly. "Do you want to try it?" he asked. Rin was startled. "Huh?" Makoto stood up by the fire, brushing the dust off his clothes. As Rin processed his words, she hurriedly stood up, a little flustered. "Get ready." "We're taking off," Makoto said. "What do you mean, get ready, ah?" Before Rin could react, Makoto grabbed her wrist firmly and, with a swift motion, shot up into the sky. He didn't choose to ascend slowly. The sudden, sharp movement made Rin gasp in surprise. By the time she regained her senses, they were already several meters above the camp. Rin, still shaken, had her face flushed with embarrassment and was panting. "How does it feel?" "Makoto, you scared me to death." Makoto slowly released Rin's wrist, and Rin, feeling panicked, flailed around in the air for a moment. When she realized she wasn't falling, she felt a little reassured. They were now about 2 meters apart in the air, and Makoto, still smiling lightly, asked again, "How does it feel?" Rin looked incredibly nervous, frequently glancing down and then looking back at Makoto. "It's amazing." After saying that, she suddenly felt her body moving involuntarily in the air. She saw that Makoto had only moved one finger, and it felt as though her body was being controlled by a remote. To her surprise, Makoto quickly twirled his finger in the air, tracing a circle, and Rin's body followed, spinning around once. "Ah." The sudden mischievous act made Rin scream, but fortunately, Makoto had toned down her voice a little, so it didn't disturb anyone else's rest. "Makoto, how could you do this?" She clasped her hands over her skirt, her face turning bright red. Although she was wearing pants underneath, which prevented any accidental exposure, the behavior that caused her to lose composure made her very angry. "Didn't you want to fly?" Makoto asked. "I want to go down now." Rin pursed her lips and said. Looking at her like this, Makoto felt much better. Suddenly, with a mischievous grin, he said, "It's not that easy. How about you shout, 'Lord Makoto,' and let me hear it." In the camp, there were plenty of people calling him Lord Makoto. If he hadn't allowed Rin to address him by his name without honorifics from the start, she might have called him Lord Makoto too by now. But at this moment, making her call him that was clearly just teasing her. Rin's heart raced with anger. She knew it was just a prank, but the way he did it made her feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, Makoto suddenly stretched and yawned. "It's so cold, I'm going to bed." As he said that, he made as if to leave Rin alone in midair. Rin instantly panicked. "Wait a minute." She tried to grab Makoto, but with no solid ground in the air, her arms flailed helplessly. "Makoto." "What?" Rin bit her lip, her face slightly red as she turned her head away. "Lord Makoto." Makoto suddenly moved closer to her, grinning. "Just teasing you. But calling me Lord Makoto isn't so bad, is it?" Rin, flustered at his close proximity, tried to move away. "You're too rude." How can you treat a girl like this? Looks like no one's ever treated you like this before. Makoto said, then suddenly grabbed her wrist again. Let's go. I'll let you try real flying. I don't want to, In the Uchiha clan's quarters, Obito yawned as he walked out, planning to find a quiet spot to relieve himself, having drunk too much water before bed. In his dazed state, he caught a glimpse of two figures high in the sky. He shook his head and rubbed his eyes, trying to focus. The only one who could fly was probably Makoto, but the other figure seemed somewhat familiar. Obito felt a wave of envy. If only he could fly like that, taking Rin up in the sky with him. He imagined Rin nestled in his arms, soaring through the sky together, and for a moment, he found himself lost in thought. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 300+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 130+CH. Chapter 93, CH 93, Broken. The next morning. After receiving the news, Minato rushed back, but he appeared quite exhausted. He had been alone, constantly harassing the main camp of the Kimo ninjas outside the borders, almost having to face off against the Rakic duo brothers every time. He was pleasantly surprised by the results of the battle on the Konoha side and praised Makoto's achievements. Makoto replied that it was everyone's effort. This response made Minato reminisce about the first time he met Makoto. He had praised Makoto for the intelligence that had brought victory to Konoha, and Makoto had given the same response as now. News also arrived from the daimyo, who had funded and entrusted various mercenaries within the Land of Fire to join forces in eliminating the remaining Kimo ninja forces. Looking at the current situation, it could only be said that they had successfully passed the first major hurdle, but more than 7,000 Kimo ninjas still lurked beyond the borders, waiting for an opportunity. Shikaku had considered seeking reinforcements. But at this moment, in the ninja world, Iwagakure and Kirigakure had just fought against Konoha, Sunagakure was in a standoff with Kirigakure, and as for the smaller countries and villages nearby, who could pose a threat to Kimogakure? Not long after Minato's return, the mist in the forest had not yet dissipated when a message came from the border. A large group of Kimo ninjas was rapidly approaching, and their scale and movements were unmistakably aggressive. The people of Konoha felt a sinking feeling. It had been anticipated that after the defeat, Kimogakure would not give up easily. Minato immediately planned to summon all available forces to the border to resist the Kimo ninjas' invasion. Wait. Makoto suddenly stopped Minato at this moment. Makoto. Minato looked at him in surprise, unsure of his intentions. We can't go. Makoto said. Minato paused for a moment and then frowned. What did you say? Everyone's gaze turned toward them. Inside the main tent stood Shikaku, Fugaku, and Inoichi, among others, high-ranking personnel from the front lines, each of whom held a certain level of prestige within the village. Makoto said, Kimo ninjas' forces could easily break through the border. They are waiting for us to come so they can wipe us out in one fell swoop. Minato responded, even so, what are you suggesting? If we don't go, are we just going to let the Kimo ninjas enter the country? Exactly. Makoto calmly replied. Inside the tent, everyone exchanged uncertain looks, while some appeared lost in thought. Minato's gaze swept over the group, his expression subtly shifting. Charging directly to the border for a decisive battle with the Kimo ninjas would be akin to courting death. However, leaving the matter alone and allowing over 7,000 Kimo ninjas to enter the Land of Fire would inevitably bring disaster to its citizens, which would be impossible to justify to the daimyo. While Kimogakure's ninjas might pride themselves on their status and refrain from harming ordinary people, who could guarantee such restraint? If the civilians suffered, who would bear responsibility for their plight? Minato turned to Shikaku and asked, Shikaku, should we retreat? Shikaku struggled to respond. On one side were the citizens of the Land of Fire, on the other, the comrades of Konoha. Was this a decision he had to make? Yet if Konoha were to lose the battle, the citizens of the Land of Fire would still face the same fate. After a long silence, he gave his reply. Right now, we cannot afford to lose even once. It sounded ambiguous, but it was still a clear answer. The tent fell into a heavy silence. The grim situation weighed on everyone, and they all understood it was an inescapable dilemma. Minato's expression grew calm. As the frontline commander, this decision was his alone to make. He glanced once more at Makoto. Shikaku had likely already figured all of this out, but he had chosen not to speak. Was this boy acting out of ignorance or fearlessness? Was he unafraid of becoming a scapegoat? Shikaku, Minato said with a steady gaze, take everyone and retreat to Kikyo Mountain. Shikaku hesitated in surprise. What about you, Minato? Minato calmly said, naturally, I'm heading to the border. Minato, the people in the command tent called out urgently, trying to dissuade him. Minato chuckled softly. Don't worry, I'm not going there to throw my life away, just to stir things up, as I've done before. He added, if the Kumo ninja pour into the Fire Nation's territory, the situation will only become harder to control. Makoto slowly interjected, the situation is already beyond our control. Retreating repeatedly isn't ideal, but it's about finding a way to win. As long as we're still alive, there's always hope. Minato said nothing in response, only reached out to gently pat Makoto on the shoulder. The Konoha forces began their preparations to move. The camp's location near the border meant their destination, Kikyo Mountain, was a fortified castle stronghold. Minato departed alone. As the frontline commander, he had rarely directed battles from the front lines, but he continued to accomplish what no one else could. Konoha, Uchiha clan grounds. Makoto pushed open the door and found that the person standing outside was none other than Kushina. However, Kushina's face was full of worry, and it was unclear what was troubling her. Makoto. Kushina. Makoto quickly invited her inside. Itachi wasn't home, he had gone to the training grounds to practice, so Makoto was the only one at home. Kushina sat in the living room while Makoto poured her a cup of water. What's wrong? Makoto asked. Have you heard about what's happening on the front lines? Kushina asked. Makoto nodded. I've heard. We won a victory and even captured the enemy's two-tails Jinchuriki. News of a victory naturally spread quickly, and earlier that morning, after the injured had returned to the village, the story of the triumph on the battlefield quickly became the talk of the village. Makoto chuckled. The village won a great victory. Aren't you happy? Hearing this, Kushina lowered her head, holding her teacup in both hands. Seeing her like this, Makoto pondered for a moment and asked, did something happen? Kushina slowly said, in the letter Minato sent me, he mentioned that he's fought the Reikage duo brothers many times, and they're really tough to deal with. I've been thinking, the enemy's Jinchuriki are on the battlefield, causing us so much trouble, yet I can only stay in the village, unable to do anything. Makoto tried to comfort her. Don't think like that. Minato doesn't want you to take unnecessary risks, and besides, the Nine-Tails is special. Being able to suppress it is already no small feat. Kushina said bitterly, I've tried many ways, and Minato has helped me too, but I just can't control it. She could use the Nine-Tails chakra, which significantly enhanced her strength, but it was far from enough. Unable to fully achieve tailed beast transformation, she would be just a powerful ninja on the battlefield at best, unable to turn the tide of battle. Additionally, it came with extremely high risks, which was why the village had her stay behind. If the village recklessly sent her into battle and the Nine-Tails broke free, the first ones to suffer would likely be the Konoha ninja themselves. Having been sealed for so long, the Nine-Tails undoubtedly harbored a deep hatred for Konoha far beyond anyone else. Makoto gently held Kushina's hand and said softly, Kushina, don't overthink it. It's not your fault. The two of them chatted for a while, with Makoto continuously comforting Kushina and trying to ease her worries. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Makoto stood up and went to answer it, finding an Umbu standing outside. Hello, the Umbu said. Makoto nodded. Is there something I can help you with? Lord Hokage has requested to see Uzumaki Kushina. Please have her go to the Hokage's office. Makoto couldn't help but turn back toward the room, meeting Kushina's startled gaze. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 320 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 130 plus CH. Chapter 94, CH 94, Requesting Aid from the Land of Rain. Outside the village of Omegakure. Rain fell from the sky, unusually cold for this winter season. Makoto stood clad in a raincoat, flanked on either side by Hakumen and Kakashi. The gate guards of Omegakure, upon learning that the visitors were from Konoha, quickly went to report the news. Before long, an orange-haired young man personally came to the gate to greet them. So, guests from Konoha, Yahiko said with a hearty smile. He remembered Hakumen from their previous correspondence, it was this man who had delivered Konoha's initial letter. Yahiko then turned his gaze to Makoto, the leader of the trio. Though surprised by their youth, his warm smile remained. How should I address you, sir? The actions of Mariboshi Kosuka and Might Due had completely changed Yahiko's perception of Konoha ninja. Even facing three young individuals, he dared not underestimate them. Makoto said, Mr. Yahiko, do you remember the person who corresponded with you? Yahiko was slightly surprised. Wasn't it the Hokage who had written to him? At this moment, Hakumen spoke up, this is Hyuga Makoto, the assistant to our Hokage and the head of the Hyuga clan. Yahiko didn't press further. So it's Lord Makoto. Please, let's continue our conversation inside the village. Accompanying Yahiko was a tall, elegant woman with short bluish-purple hair tied into a bun, adorned with a paper flower. Yahiko introduced her as Konan, but unfortunately, Makoto had no interest in appreciating her beauty at the moment. As they entered Omegakure together, Makoto's gaze constantly took in the surroundings of the village. Tall towers stood everywhere, interspersed with massive drainage pipes. The residential areas were also built atop the high towers, likely due to the country's perpetually rainy climate and the risk of flooding. On the way, Makoto asked, "Mr. Yahiko, how has it been since you assumed leadership of Omega-kure?" Yahiko chuckled lightly at the question. "I'm hardly in charge of Omega-kure. There are still many senior figures in the village who are far more respected than I am. By seniority, it's definitely not my turn to lead." Makoto narrowed his eyes slightly. It was clear that Yahiko already understood the purpose of their visit. Makoto spoke directly, "So, do those people also have a force like Akatsuki under them?" Yahiko replied, "Please don't misunderstand, Lord Makoto. Akatsuki doesn't belong to me alone, nor does it belong to any single person. Every member of Akatsuki has come together because we share the same ideals. We are all like-minded individuals, and I merely serve as the temporary leader." His words were eloquent, easily convincing anyone who heard them. Yahiko led Makoto to a residence. It wasn't particularly lavish, in fact, Omega-kure didn't seem to have any luxurious houses at all. At the door, Makoto removed his raincoat, and finally, he saw a red-haired man. He appeared somewhat frail, with red hair that covered most of his face. However, the peculiar eye visible through the strands immediately drew attention. Now, the three great dojutsu bloodlines of the ninja world were gathered in one place. "This is Nagato," Yahiko introduced. Makoto calmly observed Nagato and suddenly spoke, "Rinnegan." This statement startled both Hakumen and Kakashi. They had suspected it when they first saw him, but they hadn't dared to confirm it. Yahiko's eyes flickered slightly, but he said nothing. Something like the Rinnegan couldn't be concealed, and although Yahiko hadn't publicly announced it, everyone in Omega-kure knew that Nagato possessed such eyes. Makoto continued, "Mr. Nagato is from the Uzumaki clan." Nagato replied flatly, "I'm a citizen of the Land of Rain." Makoto countered, "That hair color doesn't lie. The Uzumaki clan still has members in Konoha. If you're interested, Mr. Nagato, you're welcome to visit Konoha and reconnect with your kin." Nagato directly refused, "I'm not interested." This response caused Hakumen, standing behind Makoto, to frown slightly. His gaze toward Nagato was filled with displeasure. How rude, Hakumen thought. Konoha had clearly helped them before. Yahiko burst out laughing to diffuse the tension, explaining that Nagato's temperament was just like that but assured Makoto there was no ill intent behind it. Yahiko invited Makoto to sit in the living room, while Konan busied herself pouring tea for the group. Makoto slowly took out a letter. "Mr. Nagato, Ms. Konan, Mr. Yahiko, this is a letter from Master Jiraiya. He asked me to deliver his greetings to you." The three were visibly taken aback upon hearing this. Yahiko quickly took the letter, but after holding it for a moment, he hesitated, remaining silent and not opening it. "Yahiko." Konan couldn't help but softly remind him. She truly missed Jiraiya-sensei, and so did Nagato, judging by his expression. Yahiko remained silent, clearly conflicted. He could guess the general content of the letter. He didn't want Akatsuki or Omega-kure to get involved in the conflicts of the ninja world, especially against one of the five great nations. But Jiraiya, to them, was like a father. Makoto sipped his tea quietly, watching their reactions without saying a word. After a long moment of hesitation, Yahiko finally opened the letter. The familiar handwriting stirred emotions within the three. The letter expressed Jiraiya's pride in seeing how far they had come and his hope that they would stay true to the path they had chosen. The letter was written in a familiar tone throughout, bringing a smile to the faces of Konan and Nagato. Yahiko, however, felt an even heavier weight in his heart. The letter from Jiraiya-sensei contained not a single request, nor did it mention the war between Konoha and Kimogakure. Yet, Yahiko could easily imagine Jiraiya-sensei in the heat of battle, fighting with his life on the line. "Sensei." He took a deep breath, folded the letter carefully, returned it to the envelope, and handed it to Konan beside him. "How is Jiraiya-sensei?" Yahiko asked. "He's doing well, though he sustained some minor injuries." At that, Konan and Nagato finally realized what was implied. Their expressions grew heavy with concern. After a long silence, Yahiko finally spoke slowly. "Jiraiya-sensei has done so much for the three of us, and Konoha has also provided great assistance to the Akatsuki. Now, our mentor is in danger, and a neighboring ally is under threat. We cannot stand idly by." Makoto calmly responded, "Doesn't this go against the Akatsuki's principles?" Yahiko replied faintly, "Our actions this time are also aimed at stopping the war and striving for peace in the ninja world. For Omega-kure to establish its place and grow in the ninja world, we cannot remain isolated. If we sit back and allow Kimogakure to invade Konoha today, it's only a matter of time before Omega-kure suffers the same fate." The reasoning sounded lofty and righteous. Makoto immediately praised, "Mr. Yahiko, your righteousness is truly admirable. After further discussing the upcoming plans with Hyuga, Makoto left a Megakure with Kakashi and Hakumen. On the way back, Hakumen couldn't help but bring up the Rinnegan and commented on how rude Nagato had been. Meanwhile, Makoto's thoughts were elsewhere. If Madara and Black Zetsu's plan were to fail, how would Black Zetsu handle this Rinnegan wielder? Would he personally intervene and attempt to manipulate him? That thought didn't linger in his mind for long. His current priority was the ongoing war. After leaving the Land of Rain, Makoto didn't return to Kikyo Mountain immediately. Instead, he conducted a thorough investigation within the Land of Fire, searching for signs of Kumo ninja. With White Zetsu's help, Makoto quickly located the Kumo ninjas' encampment. They had audaciously set up camp in an open plain, without even bothering to erect any protective barriers, likely confident in their strength. The camp housed only about 4,000 people. The information from White Zetsu caused Makoto's heart to sink instantly. Return to Kikyo Mountain. Hurry back to Kikyo Mountain. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 320+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 130+CH. Chapter 95, CH 95, Domineering. Kikyo Mountain. The area was entirely engulfed in the flames of war, with countless Kumo ninja advancing relentlessly, determined to conquer this final Konoha stronghold. Though outnumbered, Konoha's forces held the advantage of the terrain, making it difficult for the Kumo ninja to break through despite their overwhelming numbers. Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi were stationed within the fortress, using the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques to command every aspect of the battlefield. The air was thick with smoke, and the entire mountain seemed to tremble under the weight of the conflict. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. A blazing stream of fire, like a dragon unleashed, tore through the battlefield, instantly dividing the enemy forces. Those who failed to retreat in time were consumed by the inferno. Uchiha Fugaku led his clan, holding the most dangerous position on the battlefield. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, they stood firm against the relentless onslaught of the Kumo ninja. Amid the chaos, a massive figure, towering dozens of meters high, dominated the battlefield. Wielding an enormous iron staff, he resembled a wrathful deity, looking down on the Kumo ninja as though they were mere insects. This was a shinobi of the Akimichi clan. In large-scale battles like this, their abilities were invaluable, though their colossal size also made them prime targets for the enemy. A torrent of ninjutsu and ninja tools rained down upon him. The Akimichi clansman stood unshaken, undaunted by the onslaught. When he activated this secret technique, he had already accepted the possibility of his death. His enormous iron staff swept through the battlefield, toppling countless trees and claiming the lives of numerous Kumo ninja in its devastating arc. Don't get close. Attack with ninjutsu. He's still flesh and blood. Kill him. Lightning style, electromagnetic wave. Lightning style, thunderblade. A barrage of lightning techniques surged through the air, hurtling toward the colossal Akimichi warrior. Unable to evade, he swung his iron staff with immense force, whipping up a gale to deflect the incoming attacks. Crush the enemy forces. Crush them. Fugaku shouted, his voice booming across the battlefield. His Sharingan spun fiercely as he leaped into the fray, mercilessly cutting down every Kumo ninja in his path. With the Akimichi warrior clearing the way, the Konoha forces in this area rallied with renewed vigor. The Kumo ninja, overwhelmed and disorganized, appeared almost powerless in the face of their counterattack. Damn it. Stop him now, a Kumo ninja squad leader bellowed furiously. Though the Kumo forces faltered and retreated, more reinforcements rushed in to fill the gaps, refusing to concede ground. The Akimichi clansman roared ferociously, charging forward like a madman against the overwhelming wave of enemies. His iron staff swung relentlessly, each strike reaping the lives of Kumo ninja. Yet, it was not enough. More foes surged forward to block his advance. Among the Kumo forces, a skilled earth-style user manipulated the terrain beneath his feet, trapping one of his legs in a mire of mud and preventing him from breaking free. The Akimichi warrior was now covered in wounds, his body battered and bruised. His breathing was ragged and labored, each breath a struggle as he bore the immense pain of his injuries. Still, he forced himself onward, clinging to sheer willpower. Break through them, he roared, his face flushed red with determination. With a thunderous crash, he hurled his iron staff to the ground, where it shrank back to its ordinary size. His colossal form swelled once more, this time transforming into a mountainous, rolling sphere of immense size. Without hesitation, he hurled himself toward the advancing Kumo ninja. Every movement of his titanic body was extraordinary, shaking the earth beneath him. The gargantuan rolling mass became an unstoppable juggernaut, hurtling toward the ranks of the Kumo forces with devastating momentum. Kill him! Kill him! Came frantic shouts from the Kumo ninja, as an even fiercer volley of ninjutsu was unleashed at him. But the sheer force of the rolling giant was unstoppable. Countless Kumo ninja were crushed into pulp beneath the monstrous wheel, their screams swallowed by the chaos. The earth itself was torn apart, leaving a deep trench in the wake of his destructive charge. A dozen Kumo ninja cast their jutsu in unison, forming a vast net of lightning that seemed to block out the sky, determined to stop the Akimichi's advance. The rolling human bullet tank collided with the lightning net, its terrifying momentum nearly tearing the barrier apart. Blood sprayed into the air as the clash between flesh and lightning raged. The Akimichi's body, now a bloody crimson, bore the brunt of the attack, and at last, his massive form was forced to halt against the defensive wall. Boom. The rolling ceased, and the blood-soaked Akimichi clansman collapsed onto the ground with a heavy thud, reverting to his normal size. He lay amidst the Kumo forces, lifeless and motionless. Kill him. Kumo ninja roared in fury, surging forward to finish the fallen warrior. Fugaku, both shaken and enraged by the sight, immediately unleashed a jutsu, spitting a massive dragon-shaped flame toward the gathering Kumo ninja. Comrades, avenge him. Slay the Kumo ninja. Charge. The battlefield descended further into chaos. After prolonged combat, all sense of strategy and purpose had long been lost. The sight of countless corpses hardened hearts and numbed minds. At the sight of anyone wearing enemy attire, soldiers from both sides would charge at them with reckless abandon, engaging in desperate hand-to-hand combat. No one dared retreat, there was no ground left to give. To falter or succumb to fear meant certain death at the hands of the enemy. Shikaku's raspy voice echoed in the minds of the Konoha forces, tirelessly attempting to guide them toward making sound decisions and focusing on their objectives amidst the endless chaos of the battlefield. How many enemies are left? How many enemies are left? Fugaku's voice resounded repeatedly in his mind as he pressed forward relentlessly. However, Shikaku did not provide a definitive answer, only stating that more than half of the Kumo ninja forces had been killed or wounded. Fugaku and his clansmen stood back to back, gazing into the seemingly endless ranks of Kumo ninja. The battlefield was vast, so vast that, aside from the power of a tailed beast, no single individual could hope to sway the tide of this war. His thoughts drifted back to the previous war with the Iwagakure. The scene then had been just as despairing. Back then, they had awaited reinforcements from the land of wind. But this time, there were no reinforcements to hope for. Fugaku's Sharingan spun rapidly, the three tomo morphing into intricate patterns of curved lines. Black skeletal structures began forming around him, taking shape from solidified chakra that flickered like black flames. The skeleton grew into a massive, half-bodied giant nearly 10 meters tall. The giant raised one massive hand, holding a colossal black disc. Upon closer inspection, 3 black tomo could be seen slowly rotating within the disc. Boom. The giant's jet-black arm swung, and the Yasaka Magatama shot forward, transforming into countless fiery orbs that rained down upon the enemy like a torrential storm. Ah! What kind of monster is that? Screams filled the air as the attack killed over a dozen Kumo ninja. Too few. Still, too few. Compared to the vastness of this entire battlefield, the power of the Susanoo alone couldn't change the outcome. Fugaku staggered, his eyes returning to their normal black state. His chakra had already been drained, and forcing the use of the Mangekyo Sharingan now was too much for his body to bear. He was angry at his own helplessness, yet utterly powerless. Captain. He heard the cries of his clansmen, but his vision began to blur. The sky seemed to darken. He strained to see around him, initially thinking the blurred vision was due to overuse of his Sharingan. But no, it was true, the sky had indeed darkened, as though something was blocking the sun. What is that? Everyone on the battlefield was equally stunned, all looking up at the sky. Shikaku, in the heart of the fortress, also rushed to a window, his eyes locked onto the sky above. There was a figure, a single person. Their body was as massive as a mountain. Their presence made the sun itself dim, and they stood between heaven and earth, instilling a sense of fear in all who gazed upon them. Everyone. A voice familiar to the Konoha forces suddenly rang out, echoing like thunder across the entire battlefield. The figure was so tall, so large that it was impossible to see his face clearly. But this voice, Shikaku recognized it instantly. It's Makoto. Makoto. Lord Makoto. The Konoha forces were shocked and overjoyed, gazing at the towering figure that loomed like a mountain, as though a god had descended upon them. The Kumo ninja, upon seeing this, were filled with fear. Could it be that Makoto had some kind of demon or godly creature with him? This figure was even more enormous than the previous member of the Akimichi clan. Larger than their own 8 tails. Everyone. The thunderous voice rang out once more, like a demonic chant or divine command, as though it sought to cleanse all impurities from the world. Join me in slaying the enemy. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 320+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 130+CH. Chapter 96, CH96, Savior. Makoto only appeared so immense in everyone's eyes due to the mirage effect. What they saw was nothing more than an infinitely magnified illusion. Additionally, he used vibrations to project his voice across the entire battlefield. However, his arrival brought immense confidence to the Konoha ninjas, allowing them to see a glimmer of hope for victory on this life-or-death battlefield. Tricks. It's all just tricks, someone from the Kumo ninja side shouted angrily. It's an illusion. It's fake. Attack him. Upon hearing the command, the Kumo ninjas immediately launched their ninjutsu or through ninja tools, aiming to shatter Makoto's illusion. Seeing the overwhelming wave of incoming attacks, Makoto smirked coldly in his heart. In the previous battle, the Kumo ninjas had been completely annihilated, and their enemies had no knowledge of his true abilities. This course of action played right into his hands. With a wave of his hand, the incoming ninja tools were instantly seized by his power, neatly suspended in the air, and then began spinning rapidly around him. The incoming lightning release techniques met the same fate. They halted just before reaching him, and all the lightning energy was absorbed into the ninja tools, causing arcs of electricity to dance across the metal blades. Die. Makoto's voice echoed through the heavens and earth as the ninja tools high above rained down with terrifying momentum, overwhelming the Kumo ninjas below. Ah! Help! Help! A fierce wind raged as a torrential downpour of shurikens swept across the battlefield with terrifying force, instantly leaving the Kumo ninjas' corpses scattered everywhere. Kill the enemy. Makoto commanded in a deep voice. The Konoha ninjas responded in unison, kill the enemy. Slaughter the Kumo ninjas. Their voices resounded through the entire mountain range, shaking the very earth beneath them. To the Kumo ninjas, however, it sounded like a death knell, a deafening and inescapable doom. They gazed at the godlike figure in the sky and his unfathomable abilities, their hearts filled with growing fear. What kind of power was this, possessing abilities beyond mortal comprehension? The once disadvantaged Konoha forces were now surging with newfound strength from an unknown source, launching a relentless counterattack. In an instant, the Kumo ninjas found themselves being driven back in defeat, struggling to hold their ground. Seeing that the momentum was in his favor, Makoto struck while the iron was hot, gathering countless fireballs in the sky above. From a distance, it seemed as if they were about to engulf the entire Kikyo mountain. Of course, Makoto couldn't actually achieve such a grand spectacle. He merely conjured a few massive fireballs around himself and then used mirage techniques to replicate and spread them across the sky, creating the illusion of an overwhelming sea of flames. The scene was utterly breathtaking. To those below, it appeared as if the apocalypse had arrived, with the sky about to rain fire down upon them. Even Fugaku's heart surged with excitement at this moment, and he roared in fury, "Everyone, slaughter the Kumo ninjas! Slaughter the Kumo ninjas!" The Kumo ninjas were utterly terrified, some stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear and unable to move. Makoto manipulated the fireballs around him, sending them plummeting toward the Kumo ninjas below. The ground trembled as they struck, leaving deep craters in their wake. Retreat. Retreat now. Finally, the Kumo ninja commander could no longer withstand the psychological pressure. With terror filling his eyes, he shouted desperately. Retreat. Fall back. Though the command had only just been given, the Kumo ninjas were already fleeing in panic, their formation collapsing in an instant. Sensing victory, the Konoha forces surged out of their stronghold in pursuit of the retreating enemy. Makoto did his best to hurl fireballs down at them, expanding their area of impact as much as possible. To maintain the illusion, he continued projecting mirages of fireballs raining down. However, an illusion is still just an illusion. Some Kumo ninjas, initially overwhelmed by fear, found themselves surrendering to despair as the fireballs appeared to descend. But just as the flames were about to hit the ground, they suddenly vanished without a trace. Before they could react, countless Konoha ninjas charged forward and cut them down. Boom. Another violent gust of wind swept through, making it difficult for many to keep their eyes open. Some Kumo ninjas panicked and fled in disorder, while others attempted to fight while retreating, only to be quickly overtaken by Konoha's forces. Makoto maintained the mirage, while his real body swiftly moved to Shikaku's side. The moment he landed, his legs nearly gave out, and he almost collapsed to the ground. The towering giant in the sky finally vanished, along with the fiery rain that once filled the heavens. Some Kumo ninjas realized something was wrong, but by then, the situation was beyond salvation. Gritting their teeth, they could only choose to temporarily retreat from the battlefield. Don't let everyone pursue too far, Makoto said, panting heavily to Shikaku and Inoichi. Hearing Makoto's words, Shikaku nodded and immediately used Inoichi's secret technique to transmit the order into the minds of every Konoha ninja. Makoto leaned against the wall and sat down to rest. Shikaku approached to check on him, and Makoto weakly said, "I'm fine, just exhausted from using too much chakra. Do you have any water?" Shikaku handed him a water bottle and then went back to oversee the battlefield. Makoto sat there for about 10 minutes before he finally stood up wearily, supporting himself against the wall as he walked to the window and looked outside. The sounds of war had finally ceased, and the Kumo ninjas had retreated from Kikyo Mountain, leaving even more bodies behind as they fled. This battle had been extremely brutal, rivers of blood flowed across the land, and the scars of combat were everywhere. Makoto let out a long sigh and asked, "Where is Minato-senpai?" Shikako remained silent for a moment before replying, "There's still no news of Minato. Otherwise, this battle wouldn't have been so difficult. Minato had gone alone to intercept the Kumo ninjas, and he had yet to return." Makoto simply said that Minato-senpai would surely be fine. After the battle, many were so exhausted that they sat or lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Though the air was thick with the stench of blood and dust, it carried the scent of survival and victory. Shikako didn't rush to have everyone clean up the battlefield, instead allowing them some time to rest. Makoto slowly walked out of the fortress, and the nearby ninjas, upon seeing him, immediately stood up, their faces filled with excitement. "Lord Makoto! Lord Makoto!" Hearing the voices, more and more people turned to look his way, calling out his name. "Lord Makoto! Long live Lord Makoto! Lord Makoto!" The chant spread like an unstoppable wave across the battlefield. Standing alone atop the fortress, Makoto found himself surrounded by countless Konoha ninjas, all gazing at him with admiration and reverence. For the first time, Makoto experienced the feeling of standing in the spotlight, basking in the glory of being seen as a savior by all. This was a feeling that Minato had experienced before, and so had Orochimaru. Inside the fortress, Shikako watched Makoto with a complicated expression. He was not only proficient in governance but also possessed such overwhelming strength. Most importantly, he was far too young enough to be terrifying. Shikako let out a long sigh and turned to Inoichi, saying, "We should send another squad to search for Minato's whereabouts later." Meanwhile, Rin, who was busy treating the wounded, suddenly heard the crowds cheering. She couldn't help but look in the direction of the voices and saw Makoto surrounded by people, receiving their admiration and gratitude like a shining star in the night sky. "Rin." Obito called out to her. "Huh? What are you looking at?" Hearing this, Rin gestured toward Makoto's direction. Obito sighed and said, "We really owe it to Makoto this time. I never imagined he was this strong. I need to work even harder." Rin then asked, "Where's Kakashi?" Obito replied, "Not sure. He should have come back with Makoto. Someone that's strong will definitely be fine." That's good to hear. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 320+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 130+CH. Chapter 97, CH 97, Peak. After the battlefield was cleared, only around 600 combat-ready ninjas remained in the camp. This battle had cost them nearly half their forces. Although they had won the fight, the number served as a constant reminder that Konoha was on the brink of collapse. While the Kumo ninjas had suffered even greater losses, they still had thousands of troops. If they launched another attack, Konoha would be unable to resist. Shikako racked his brain but couldn't come up with a solution to deal with the impending crisis. The only option left was to fight to the death. Suddenly, a ninja came to report that reinforcements had arrived from the village. Shikako pondered for a moment. There were very few ninjas left stationed in the village, even if they all came, it would be like a drop in the ocean. Unless the Hokage had issued some new orders. As he stepped out of the room, he was shocked to find that several hundred ninjas had appeared in the camp out of nowhere. Leading them was none other than Kushina. Kushina. Shikako was stunned and hurried over to her. Jiraiya and the others also gathered around in surprise. "Why are you here?" Jiraiya couldn't help but ask. Kushina smiled and said, "Of course, I'm here to fight and protect the village." "You?" Jiraiya didn't know what to say. Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and if she lost control on the battlefield, it would be disastrous, damaging both the enemy and herself. Furthermore, aside from Minato, no one else might be able to subdue the Nine-Tails. Is this Orochimaru's doing? Shikako then turned his attention to the several hundred ninjas. These people. Most of their faces were familiar to him, many were people he knew. However, he remembered that these individuals should have been severely wounded and were supposed to be recovering in the village. Kushina explained, "Lord Hokage healed them and reattached many severed limbs. They came with me to fight the enemy." Everyone found this hard to believe. How could so many people, with their injuries healed and limbs restored, be ready to fight? Even Tsunade wouldn't be able to do something like this. But the scene before them was undeniable. Some even greeted Shikako, and he noticed some of them had bandages wrapped around their arms, while others were exposing arms with unusual skin tones. Is this really okay? Shikaku's mind raced with doubts and confusion. Where's Minato? He's not in the camp. Kushina finally asked. Silence, the sudden quietness made Kushina's heart sink in an instant. What's going on? Say something. Jiraiya's eyes darkened as he replied, during the retreat, Minato went alone to hold off the enemy. He hasn't returned yet. Kushina's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Shikaku hurriedly said, don't worry. Minato is fine. If he were dead, the Kumo ninjas would be spreading the news to shake our morale. The fact that they haven't done so means Minato safely withdrew. He might be injured or delayed by something, which is why he hasn't come back. Jiraiya nodded. That's what everyone believes. Makoto has gone to search for Minato. He's very skilled at sensing and searching, so he'll definitely find him. Kushina finally calmed down, though her breathing was still a bit labored. She whispered to herself, he'll be fine. He's so strong. He still has to become Hokage. He still has to marry me. The land of fire was vast, and relying solely on Makoto's sensory ninjutsu to find a person in such a wide area was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, with White Zetsu's help, although it took some effort, Makoto was able to find Minato in a small border town. As expected, Minato was gravely injured, with a massive wound across his waist and abdomen. He was lying in bed, barely able to get up. Thankfully, the family there was kind-hearted and had been taking good care of him. When Minato saw Makoto, he sighed in relief and asked, how is the situation on the battlefield? Makoto said, the Cloud Ninjas attacked Kikyo Mountain yesterday, but we repelled them. Minato asked again, what about the casualties? Half of our forces are dead. Minato lay motionless in bed, silent, simply staring at the ceiling. Seeing this, Makoto calmly asked, what's wrong? Do you think victory is impossible, Minato-senpai? Minato understood the subtle sarcasm in Makoto's words, but he knew Makoto was trying to motivate him. However, he wasn't so discouraged that he needed someone to lift his spirits. He turned to Makoto and asked, Makoto, do you think I'm strong? Makoto replied, you are strong. Very few in the current ninja world can match you. Minato said, but even a person's strength has its limits. With so many powerful people in the world, they each choose to fight alone, to oppose each other. During his time lying in bed, Minato had probably thought about many things. Cut off from external information, he had likely come to the worst possible conclusions. Makoto didn't want to waste time discussing human nature, so he directly said. Then find a way to become stronger, like the first Hokage. Be strong enough that one person can change the entire situation of the ninja world. When you stand at the top, you'll realize there are no enemies beside you, only friends. Minato fell silent for a moment, then suddenly let out a light laugh. You're right. Since Makoto hadn't brought any money with him, he left a letter for the family, telling them that after the war, they could bring the letter to Konoha to find him, and he would reward them handsomely. Minato looked at his actions and said, you seem confident that we'll win this war, or are you just casually making promises? Makoto asked, do you think we'll lose, Minato-senpai? Losing would mean annihilation. Minato slowly said, at least not before I die. Makoto helped Minato back toward the Kikyo Mountain fortress. Minato couldn't move on his own, but fortunately, Makoto could carry him through the air. On the way, Minato asked who led the Kumo ninjas' attack on Kikyo Mountain. Makoto replied that he didn't know, but it wasn't the Raikage. Minato said, the Raikage was injured too. It looks like he hasn't fully recovered. Makoto asked in confusion, is the Raikage really that strong, to be able to injure you? Minato was somewhat speechless. The Raikage was the fourth Raikage, and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, both were among the top figures in the ninja world. Yet in Makoto's words, they seemed as insignificant as roadside debris. Minato said, I had been harassing them for a long time, and they were already very familiar with my abilities. The Raikage is stronger now than when I first fought him. The enemy had over 7,000 people, and Minato was almost at his limit before the enemy managed to take him down, nearly dying in the process. When they returned to Kikyo Mountain, the news of Minato's return brought great joy to the Konoha people. However, due to his severe injuries, Minato refused to see anyone except for his close acquaintances, only allowing medical ninjas to come help treat him. Minato was surprised by Kushina's involvement on the front lines. When he heard she was going to participate in the battle, he furrowed his brows even more. Was this the Hokage's decision? He asked. It was my decision, Makoto suddenly spoke up. I requested the Hokage to allow it. Minato lay on the bed, frowning as he looked at Makoto, seemingly waiting for an explanation. Regarding the protagonist's abilities in the last few chapters, there has been significant controversy. The author is a liberal arts student, and has little understanding of physics or other subjects, they only know some common sense. This is written with the assumption that, with chakra involved, anything that doesn't make sense can be explained. If this has caused an unpleasant reading experience, the author apologizes and will try to improve. The protagonist's abilities are still being explored, and ultimately, they will not be like those of a fairy tale character who can control the wind and rain. The author hopes readers will have more patience and assures everyone that they are working hard on the story. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus ch, Naruto Birdcage 320 plus ch, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus ch, Fairy Tale Destiny 130 plus ch. Chapter 98, ch 98, Kushina's Resolve. The seemingly impressive power that Makoto displayed earlier was, in the end, just a bluff. It was an effect deliberately created by him out of necessity. The first time it was used, it could still scare people, but when it ended, the flaw became apparent. After that, when fighting against the Kimo ninjas, the enemy would certainly not fall for the same trick again. His abilities were limited to floating in the air, throwing a few fireballs and ninja tools. Individually, these could have a decent effect, but they couldn't turn the tide of battle. Even the likes of Minato, Jiraiya, and Fugaku couldn't achieve that. Ultimately, a single person's strength is limited. The power gap between Konoha and the Kimo ninjas, unless someone like Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara showed up, could only be bridged by the tailed beasts. Or rather, people who could become Jinchuriki. But Kushina was not a perfect Jinchuriki. While she could use the Nine Tails chakra, it was chakra extracted from the Nine Tails. At best, she could achieve the Nine Tails chakra mode like in the original story. It wasn't the same as Naruto or Minato's Nine Tails mode. The only way she could become a full Jinchuriki was to lift the restrictions on the Nine Tails and allow it to dominate her body, causing a rampage, much like Naruto's out-of-control state. But the consequences of doing this would be uncontrollable, just like the Nine Tails itself. Not to mention whether she could eventually suppress the Nine Tails again. Once the Nine Tails took control of Kushina's body, it would undoubtedly target Konoha ninjas as its primary enemies, since it despised Konoha. Alternatively, Kushina could face the Kimo ninjas alone, but the outcome of that would be obvious. While she might cause significant damage to the Kimo ninjas, the inevitable result would be that the Nine Tails would be captured by the enemy. Minato would never allow that. Before explaining his plan, Makoto asked Kushina to leave the room so that the Nine Tails wouldn't overhear them. Only Minato, Jiraiya, Fugaku, and Shikaku were left in the room. Makoto said, "I can control the Nine Tails." Minato frowned. "What did you say?" Makoto slowly explained, "Do you remember the battle we had with the Two Tails Jinchuriki?" The three of them froze. "I used a special Jinjutsu to alter the Two Tails' perception, making it see its allies as enemies. That's why it went berserk and attacked its own comrades. Similarly, I can do the same thing to the Nine Tails. It holds deep hatred towards Konoha, so I can make it see the Kimo ninjas as us, or even erase us from its sight entirely." Shikaku and Fugaku pondered this for a moment. At first, this method seemed absurd, but after considering the earlier example with the Two Tails, it seemed feasible. Let Makoto control the Nine Tails or deceive it. Minato seemed very resistant and was about to say something in rebuttal. Before he could speak, Makoto quickly interjected, "Minato-senpai, this is a do-or-die strategy. If we lose, have you considered what will happen to Lady Kushina?" Minato's body stiffened. "Not just Lady Kushina, but all the comrades in the village. If we lose, what will happen to them? How do you think Lady Kushina would feel about that?" Minato fell silent. On one side, there was the village, comrades, and the entire country. On the other, there was his lover. Moreover, neither side was guaranteed to succeed. It's not as if having the Nine Tails power would guarantee Konoha's victory, nor is it certain that letting Kushina take such a risk would necessarily lead to uncontrollable consequences. Both sides had room for maneuver, allowing for a possibility to persist or an opportunity to withdraw. The others in the room were also silent. Minato, as the frontline commander and Kushina's lover, was the one who had to make the decision. It wasn't up to them. After a long silence, Minato finally asked, "After the Nine Tails loses control, how do we suppress it?" Makoto said, "You are skilled in sealing techniques, and with Senior Fugaku's Sharingan, it should be fine, right?" Fugaku glanced at Makoto in surprise, wondering how he was involved in this matter. Minato sighed deeply and lay back on the bed, not speaking anymore. At this point, Shikaku said, "Minato, you should rest now." Seeing this, the others also left. Outside the room, Kushina, noticing everyone had come out, hesitated for a moment before walking back into the room. As they were leaving, Fugaku suddenly approached Makoto and spoke softly. "Makoto, you're really not afraid of anything." "What do you mean, Senior Fugaku?" Fugaku replied, "I just feel that everything you've done has been unexpected. First, you urged Minato to abandon the border defense and retreat, and now you're advising Minato to send Kushina to the battlefield. This guy really isn't afraid of offending anyone." Makoto calmly said, "I'm just trying to win." "Did I do something wrong, Senior Fugaku?" These words left Fugaku unable to respond. Makoto continued, "If my actions have earned anyone's dislike, then I can only say they're not on the same path as me." But I believe Senior Fugaku can understand me, right? Hearing this, Fugaku suddenly thought of the fates of Shimura Danzo and Hyuga Hayashi, and a chill ran down his spine. He forced a smile and said, in the end, we all fight for victory, for the village. In the room, Kushina walked in and sat beside Minato's bed. She tilted her head and said, what's wrong? You look so gloomy, that's not like you. Minato intentionally put on a troubled expression, I shouldn't be frowning, right? Kushina chuckled, your face looks like a bitter melon, and you're saying you're not frowning. Minato smiled, you caught me. Kushina rolled her eyes at him, then smiled brightly and asked, what were you talking about just now? Minato replied, it was nothing, just talking about you going to the battlefield. Kushina guessed as much and nodded, then continued, what do you think? Minato noticed that although her words were calm, her eyes were locked on him, unblinking. He could tell she was very concerned and nervous. Minato didn't hesitate, answering, I think the same as you. Kushina's expression relaxed instantly, and she lowered her head. Thank you, Minato. Minato's gaze flickered, and he said, I should be the one thanking you. If we win this battle, it will be you who save the village. The conversation seemed to take a heavy turn, and the room fell silent. Kushina looked at Minato again, then suddenly gave him a light slap and huffed, why are you thanking me? You're not even Hokage yet, and you're already acting like you're in the Hokage's position. Minato smiled bitterly, well, I'm the one in charge of the front lines, so I think I should be able to say something like that. Kushina stood up, crossed her arms over her chest, and pointed at Minato with an authoritative tone, your task right now is to get better quickly, lead us to win this war, and then hurry up and become Hokage. I can't become Hokage, but I want to be the Hokage's wife. Minato chuckled, yes, I understand. I will definitely make you the Hokage's wife. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 320 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 130 plus CH. Chapter 99, CH 99, Die Fighting, Not in Vain. Kumo ninjas didn't rush to attack again, instead remaining quiet for several days. Makoto thought it was likely due to the failure of their previous attack, coupled with the fact that the Reikage had been injured by Minato, which caused the Kumo ninjas to temporarily hold back. However, during this time, the Kumo ninjas actually sent a letter demanding that Konoha return the Nibi Jinchuriki, claiming that if Konoha complied, they would accept their surrender. The Konoha people were all amused by the letter. Shikaka didn't hold back and immediately responded, stating that if the Kumo ninjas didn't withdraw their forces, they would kill the Nibi Jinchuriki and all the prisoners, and send them all over the world to find a wild Nibi. Makoto could easily imagine how the Reikage would react upon reading this letter, he'd probably be furious. Omega Kure also sent a letter, addressed to Jiraiya, inquiring about his well-being and stating that they had gathered their forces and were preparing to march towards the Land of Fire. Konoha immediately dispatched ninjas to the northern border to welcome the AIM ninjas. Sunagakure also responded, stating that they were currently occupied with the war against Kirigakure and couldn't spare any resources, expressing their inability to assist Konoha in its situation. It sounded like an excuse, but it was indeed the truth. The next day, AIM ninjas arrived, with Yuhiko bringing 1,000 ninjas, which was about the same strength as Konoha's current forces. Although Omega Kure wasn't as powerful as the 5 great shinobi villages, it was still a force to be reckoned with considerable strength and a deep foundation. After all, they had been able to single-handedly instigate a war across the ninja world in the past. Konoha and Omega Kure had once been mortal enemies, but now the AIM ninjas were willing to help Konoha, which deeply moved the people of Konoha. Some who had experienced the Second Great Ninja War set aside past grudges, and Konoha proactively helped the AIM ninjas by setting up a camp nearby and providing supplies. Konoha was now lacking nothing except for people. Yuhiko and his companions arrived at the Kikyo Mountain Fortress and met with Jiraiya. It was a touching reunion between master and disciples. Jiraiya also introduced them to his other disciple, Namikaze Minato. By this time, Minato was able to walk again, and Yuhiko had long heard of the Yellow Flash reputation. After meeting, they exchanged pleasantries. Minato was particularly concerned about Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. When Kushina saw Nagato, her expression immediately changed, and she recognized him as one of her own kind. She approached Nagato, hoping to engage him in conversation, but unfortunately, Nagato remained indifferent to all Konoha ninjas except for Jiraiya. Even when Kushina mentioned the Uzumaki clan, he showed little interest, as if he were completely uninterested, which left Kushina feeling helpless. After the fall of the Uzushigakure, Hidden Whirlpool Village, the few surviving members of the Uzumaki clan scattered and hid their identities, so finding someone from her clan was a rare occurrence. During the days without full-scale battle, both sides focused on recovery, though their reconnaissance teams continued to operate without interruption, and occasionally small-scale skirmishes broke out. A week after the last Kumo ninja attack, they finally made a major move again. The reconnaissance team reported back that over 4,000 Kumo ninjas had set out from their camp, rushing toward Kikyo Mountain. At this point, the Kumo ninjas were likely being personally led by the Reikage, along with the Hachibi Jinchuriki. It was clear that they intended to crush Konoha's resistance once and for all. This put both Konoha and the AIM ninjas on high alert, as the Kumo ninjas currently represented the strongest military force in the ninja world. Outside Kikyo Mountain, 4,000 Kumo ninjas stood in formation, ready to strike. Makoto, whose eyesight wasn't particularly good, could only see a dark mass of people in the distance, but he could clearly sense two immense chakras standing at the forefront of the Kumo forces. On Konoha's side, Minato, Jiraiya, Fugaku, and Makoto stood at the front, while Shikaku and Inoichi were stationed at the rear, ready to coordinate the battlefield. This battle would determine the future balance of power in the ninja world. Before the battlefield was eerily silent. The wind blew through the banners, making them flutter wildly, while everyone stood at the ready. Minato suddenly chuckled and said, "It's been a while since we fought side by side." Fugaku also smiled and replied, "There will be plenty of opportunities for that in the future, Minato. No need to get sentimental." Jiraiya sighed, "The younger generation is getting more and more impressive. I feel like I can hardly keep up with the times anymore." And he wasn't even 40 years old yet. After he finished speaking, he noticed that Makoto remained silent, not responding at all. Both Minato and Fugaku also turned their gaze toward him. "Makoto, aren't you going to say something?" Makoto felt speechless inside, wanting to say, "You guys are already setting up so many flags for yourselves, and now you want to drag me into it too." He simply said, "Our army will be victorious." Jiraiya burst into laughter, commenting that Makoto didn't act like a young person at all, he was even more mature than Kakashi. Not far away, Kakashi vaguely heard his name and wondered if Lord Jiraiya was speaking ill of him. Seeing their leaders acting so casually before battle, the tense Konoha ninjas began to relax a little. Boom. A deep, prolonged horn sounded abruptly from the distance, and everyone's expressions turned serious. A massive wave of Kumo ninjas surged forward like a dark tide. At the forefront, a blue figure crackling with lightning charged ahead at breakneck speed. Minato's eyes narrowed as his body suddenly disappeared in an instant. "The fourth Reikage, huh? That means Hachibi Jinchuriki must be here too," Jiraiya said slowly. The Reikage duo brothers of Kimogakure were well-known figures in the ninja world. Both were extraordinarily powerful individuals, and their teamwork was incredibly well-coordinated. This meant that they would soon have to face a fully transformed Hachibi. As this thought flashed through their minds, a deafening boom suddenly resounded, shaking the very earth beneath them. At the forefront of the Kumo ninja army, an enormous monster, its body like an ox with tentacles like an octopus, appeared out of nowhere, roaring as it charged toward the Konoha fortress. Jiraiya's gaze darkened, and his nerves tensed. He glanced at Makoto standing beside him. "Makoto and Kushina, will they be okay?" Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya roared loudly, "Everyone! Are you ready to die in battle?" A resounding reply echoed across the mountains and valleys, reaching the skies. "We will fight to the death without regret." A dragon-shaped fireball streaked across the sky, hurtling into the enemy ranks and exploding in a massive burst of flames. Konoha had set traps along the Kumo ninjas' path in advance, but they did little to slow their advance. More Kumo ninjas pressed forward, braving the storm of shuriken and explosive tags. Soon, the forces of both sides clashed, and the battlefield descended into chaos. Jiraiya and Fugaku each led their teams and charged into the fray. Makoto did not rush to the front lines but instead turned back toward the interior of the fortress. Kushina stood alone at a high vantage point, her vibrant red hair flowing wildly in the wind, a faint sorrow lingering between her brows. She gazed at the battlefield, which had quickly devolved into chaos, and at Minato, who was engaged in a fierce clash with the fourth Reikage. Countless shinobi charged forward, risking their lives for the sole purpose of annihilating their enemies. Makoto flew to Kushina's side and said, "Are you ready? It's time to begin." Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 320+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 130+CH. Chapter 100, CH 100, Tailed Beast Battle. A few kilometers away from Kikyo Mountain, in the AIM ninja camp. Having received the earlier reports, they had long been on high alert. Until another messenger ninja arrived in haste. "Lord Yuhiko, the Kumo ninja have begun their assault. The battle has already started." Upon hearing this, Yuhiko glanced at the AIM ninja behind him. This was his first time leading such a large force into battle. Once, he had only wanted to eradicate war, yet now he found himself bringing his comrades into it. The grand words he had spoken, were they truly for a noble cause, or merely for personal ambition? But at this moment, it was too late for regret, and there was no point in dwelling on such questions. Taking a deep breath, Yuhiko commanded, "Move out." The battlefield was already in chaos, filled with dust and smoke. Jutsu clashed against jutsu, and countless corpses littered the ground. Yet, the dead had never been an obstacle. If anything, the sight of fallen comrades only fueled the fury and numbness of those still standing. On the battlefield, Hachibi rampaged with unstoppable might. For many Konoha ninja, this was their first time seeing a tailed beast up close, and its sheer size alone was enough to fill them with dread. High above, Makoto flew with Kushina, observing the destruction wrought by Hachibi below. Kushina formed a series of hand seals, then pressed her hands firmly against her abdomen, as if unlocking a sealed door. Boom. A powerful gale erupted around her, dark red chakra rapidly engulfing her entire body. Her presence transformed instantly, exuding raw, beastly ferocity. Seeing this, Makoto had to retreat a bit to avoid being affected by her chakra. Covered in the tailed beast chakra cloak, Kushina plummeted toward the Kumo ninja forces below. In this state, she had completely lost her rationality and moved with incredible speed, launching frantic attacks on everyone around her. The sudden appearance of Kyubi immediately put countless Kumo ninja on high alert, while Hachibi, sensing the familiar chakra, was visibly shocked. Be careful. Hachibi warned inside Killer Bee's mind. Killer Bee's eyes locked onto Kushina. A worthy opponent, let's do this head-on. Some Kumo ninja were not unfamiliar with Kyubi, as the village had previously harbored two individuals who wielded its power, none other than the legendary Ginkaku and Kinkaku brothers. Now cloaked in the tailed beast's chakra, Kushina had entered a semi-tailed beast transformation. However, this form was still evolving. Slowly, a pale white skeletal structure began to manifest over the cloak, as if Kyubi chakra was gradually adapting to her body. Boom. A massive pillar of black and red chakra shot up into the sky, linking heaven and earth. On the ground, Kyubi was enveloped in a semi-spherical chakra barrier, radiating an aura of terror and icy hostility. The barrier continued to expand, growing larger and larger with each passing moment. The surrounding Kumo ninja knew that the creature was not to be trifled with, and they quickly retreated to the rear while it was still evolving. Roar. Finally, a fierce gale erupted as the chakra barrier shattered. The beast's furious roar echoed across the sky. Kyubi reappeared, now equal in size to Hachibi. Its entire body had formed flesh, but it lacked skin and fur, with exposed muscles and sinews making it look even more terrifying. Upon seeing this, Hachibi let out a roar of its own. Its massive body leaped into the air, charging straight at Kyubi. Boom. The ground trembled as if the world itself had been reduced to just these two monstrous entities. Hachibi closed the distance in an instant and delivered a powerful punch that sent Kyubi flying. The fox tumbled and skidded 100 meters across the ground. Speed is the key, strike first to gain the advantage. Killer Bee shouted triumphantly. Idiot, it's a fox, Hachibi corrected. Strike first to gain the fox. Kyubi shakily got back up, roaring furiously at Hachibi, but it didn't immediately counterattack. Its roars continued, filled with apparent pain and frustration. Its evolution was not yet complete. Fiery fur slowly grew across its body, and the once terrifying beast finally took the form of a true fox. Kyubi swayed behind it, stirring up fierce scales. It's not in its full form. Hachibi continued to warn Killer Bee. Although Kyubi now appeared fully formed, looking no different from its complete state, Hachibi knew it well. This was merely an external manifestation of a portion of its chakra. The Jinchuriki could not achieve full transformation and was only using this method to bring Kyubi out. The Kumo ninja instinctively cleared the battlefield for the two-tailed beasts. Kyubi exhaled white mist, its gaze locked onto Hachibi. After a brief standoff, it suddenly sprang into action, dashing across the ground with its powerful claws and firing a barrage of tailed beast bombs from its mouth. Watch out. Hachibi roared and swung its massive arms, swatting away the incoming tailed beast bombs. They hurtled into distant mountains, leveling numerous peaks in a series of deafening explosions. Then, it charged at Kyubi. The two colossal beasts clashed violently. Hachibi, with the advantage of its powerful fists, repeatedly knocked Kyubi to the ground. Enraged, Kyubi retaliated with its sharp claws and fangs, but Hachibi proved to be the more experienced fighter, overwhelming its opponent. The battlefield shook with the force of their battle. Winds howled like rolling thunder, and countless cracks spread across the Earth's surface. Kyubi suddenly opened its massive maw, gathering dark red chakra, intending to unleash a tailed beast bomb at close range. However, Hachibi landed a powerful punch to its face, slamming its head firmly into the ground. Boom. The incomplete tailed beast bomb detonated between them, engulfing them both in a blinding white light. The resulting shockwave sent countless Kumo ninja flying into the distance. The spectators were left in awe. Was this the power of the tailed beasts? In front of such overwhelming might, humans were nothing more than ants. Unmatched bravery, dominating all directions. Killer Bee shouted excitedly. Standing high in the sky, Makoto refrained from getting too close to the two colossal beasts. Watching Kyubi being completely overpowered by Hachibi, he frowned slightly. The seal had not been fully released yet. Hachibi, looking down at the panting Kyubi beneath it, spoke up. This isn't like you. Have you really resigned yourself to being controlled? It was Hachibi addressing Kyubi. However, Kyubi did not respond. It continued to struggle madly, showing no signs of reason, only the pure instincts of a wild beast. Finally, after struggling and roaring for a long time, Kyubi suddenly quieted down, falling silent. Hachibi, sensing that its opponent was purely an untamed beast, relaxed its grip and loosened its powerful arms. Sizzle. At that moment, white steam began to rise from Kyubi's body, as if something was evaporating from within. Kyubi slowly rose to its feet once again. Hachibi instantly tensed and swung its massive arm toward the fox's head, only to have its attack effortlessly swatted away by Kyubi's claw. Boom. Kyubi's enormous figure leaped into the air, its dark silhouette casting a massive shadow over the battlefield below, sending powerful gusts of wind roaring through the area. It landed on an open space hundreds of meters away from Hachibi. But for creatures of their size, such a distance was insignificant. At this moment, the aura emanating from Kyubi had completely changed. It sat on the ground in a more human-like posture, its front paws gently wiping its fox-like face, staring at Hachibi with a fierce, bloodthirsty gaze. Hachibi's voice became unusually grave. It has emerged. Killer Bee also spoke in a low tone, my opponent. Truly worthy of its name. Kyubi slowly spoke, its voice deep and ancient. You've grown quite strong, Hachibi. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 320 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 130 plus CH. Chapter 101, CH 101, The Power of Kyubi. The appearance of Kyubi meant that Kushina's seal was almost completely undone. If this state continued for too long, Kushina herself would be in danger. Makoto looked down at Kyubi, thinking to himself. It seemed Kyubi had also noticed Makoto in the sky. It suddenly looked up at him, and Makoto, startled, quickly used the mirage technique to conceal his figure. He vanished. Kyubi scanned the sky. Not only did its figure disappear, but its presence also completely vanished. It then turned its attention to Gyuki and the numerous ninjas on the battlefield. Konohagakur. Its beastly eyes were filled with anger and hatred. It suddenly roared, opening its mouth to fire dozens of tailed beast balls toward the battlefield. Hachibi was startled by this and quickly rushed forward to intercept the tailed beast balls, but this time Kyubi's target wasn't it. The range of the tailed beast balls was vast, and Hachibi couldn't intercept them all in time. Boom. The tailed beast balls hit the ground, sending numerous light beams soaring into the sky. The intense explosions, accompanied by high-temperature air currents, blew everyone on the battlefield away, blinding their eyes. Some of the weaker ninjas were even sent flying. In the midst of the fierce battle, Minato and Reikage were also drawn to the massive commotion. Minato glanced toward the direction of Kyubi, his heart filled with concern. Kushina. At this moment, however, all Minato could do was trust his comrades. He immediately flew forward and continued his battle with the Reikage. His injuries were not fully healed, and in a one-on-one fight, he could no longer suppress his opponent. Shikaku, following the plan, used the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan to communicate with all the Konoha ninjas to regroup their lines. Hachibi, are you going to stop me? Kyubi looked at Hachibi and spoke. What are you trying to do? Hachibi asked, seeing that Kyubi had gained full consciousness. Kyubi sneered coldly, naturally, to kill all these humans. Hachibi said gravely, I don't care what you do to Konoha, but I won't allow you to harm Kumobakure people. Kyubi glanced over the battlefield, scanning Konoha and Kumobakure. It tilted its head back and suddenly fired another tailed beast ball directly toward the area where the Konoha ninjas were gathering. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, sending a column of light into the sky, annihilating everything in its path. Kyubi. Hachibi's voice roared with fury. You bastard. Seeing Hachibi so angry, Kyubi wondered if it had accidentally affected the Kumo ninjas, but it didn't care at all and was immensely irritated by Hachibi's attitude. It snorted coldly, it's just a few humans. Hachibi, have you completely become a slave to humanity? Have you forgotten how humans treat us tailed beasts? A few humans, you just killed a whole lot earlier. Hachibi roared as it charged forward, I'm not like you. The relationship between these two tailed beasts was quite good, with Hachibi being one of the few that could have a conversation with Kyubi. But right now, Kyubi only cared about taking revenge on the Konoha ninjas. Hachibi roared and rushed forward, swinging its massive arms to land powerful blows. However, Kyubi was no longer the mindless beast from before. It easily blocked Hachibi's fists with its front claws, roaring as it stood upright, sending out shockwaves from its giant mouth that nearly ruptured the eardrums of those nearby. It then swiped a claw, sending Hachibi flying back several dozen meters. Boom. The two-tailed beasts clashed violently, producing deafening sounds. Their massive bodies crushed mountains, and the tailed beast balls they unleashed flattened distant peaks to the ground. The earth could no longer withstand the turmoil caused by these two-tailed beasts, and cracks spread across the surface, with massive waves of water bursting forth from the ground. The clouds in the sky were scattered, and it even started to rain. However, the rain was quickly evaporated by the high temperatures generated by the explosions of the tailed beast balls. Countless Kumo ninjas nearby were affected, or rather, Kyubi seemed to do this on purpose. In the sky above, Makoto used his powers to make the Kumo ninjas in Kyubi line of sight appear as Konoha ninjas, while the figures of the Konoha ninjas were erased. Kyubi's speed in slaughtering ninjas was faster than anyone else's, like crushing ants. Each tailed beast ball killed dozens, sometimes even over 100 people. While battling with Hachibi, over 1,000 Kumo ninjas perished under Kyubi power. Reikage could no longer sit still and tried to shake off Minato to stop Kyubi. But Minato, at this moment, would not let him have his way. His speed was faster, and his strikes more ruthless. With a life-or-death attitude, he aimed to keep Reikage at bay. Namikaze Minato. Reikage shouted in anger, his hair standing on end, with blue lightning crackling around him. His speed was so fast that the human eye could not track it. His chakra was almost as powerful as that of a tailed beast. Yet, even with all this, he could not defeat Minato or even keep up with his speed. Minato coldly said, "Reikage, all grievances end today." Another light pillar shot out from the mouth of Hachibi, but was slapped by Kyubi, redirecting it toward the ground. The intense blast of hot air spread outward, and the tailed beast ball's light pillar punched through the earth, creating a terrifying chasm. This time, what erupted was not a massive wave of water, but scorching hot lava. "Damn it, at this rate, the entire land of fire will be destroyed," Hachibi shouted. "The humans' land, let it be destroyed." Kyubi responded indifferently. It was now only focused on venting the anger and hatred deep within its heart. Kyubi suddenly leaped high into the air, soaring directly to a height of 100 meters, with the clouds pressed beneath it. A terrifying amount of chakra gathered and compressed within its massive jaws. This time, the tailed beast ball was clearly far more powerful than the previous ones. "This can't be stopped. Damn it." Hachibi fixed its gaze on Kyubi high above, and, with no other choice, began forming its own tailed beast ball. If these two terrifying chakras collided, everything around them would surely be obliterated. Makoto flew swiftly toward the Konoha camp, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Regroup the defense lines. Regroup the defense lines. Activate the barrier. Hurry and activate the protective barrier." Shikaku's voice echoed in everyone's minds, constantly reminding them. The Konoha forces quickly retreated toward the fortress interior. They had long been prepared to deal with such a situation. The Kumo ninja wanted to pursue them, but their attention was drawn to the two overwhelming forces colliding behind them. "Retreat. Fall back now." Finally, some of the Kumo ninja commanders realized the situation was completely out of control and began shouting orders to retreat from the battlefield, getting as far away as possible from the two destructive tailed beasts. Boom. The tailed beast balls of Kyubi and Hachibi had swelled to an enormous size, and then they shot towards each other. The moment the two massive spheres collided, an intense and blinding white light erupted, as if the entire world was reduced to a single color. The raging energy pouring forth seemed to purge everything in its path, and even sound was momentarily silenced. Within this suffocating and oppressive radiance, the terrifying force of the explosion shredded everything around it to dust, reduced to nothing but ashes. When everything finally settled, the world fell into silence. At the Kikyo mountain fortress, the entire castle had collapsed. The protective barrier ultimately couldn't withstand the blast, but it managed to absorb most of the energy. Many people were seen coughing as they climbed out of the ruins, some were likely injured by the falling debris, but no one appeared to have died. In contrast, outside the fortress, the entire mountain had sunken in. The ground was scorched black, with occasional glimpses of shattered corpses. Out of the several thousand Kumo ninja, only a few hundred survived, having been fortunate enough to be farther from the blast zone. Kyubi stood on the ground, looking slightly fatigued as it stared at the equally exhausted Hachibi before it. Everyone watching was utterly shocked beyond words. Is this the power of the tailed beasts? The Reikage, who had been caught in the blast of the tailed beast ball, lay on the ground, coughing up blood. He had already been injured from his previous battle with Minato, and now he was in a near-death state, severely wounded. Meanwhile, Minato, who had used the Flying Thunder God technique at the last moment to escape into the protective barrier, remained unscathed. In a flash, he appeared beside the fallen Reikage, looking down at him with a cold gaze. "It's over, Reikage." Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+ CH, Naruto Birdcage 350+ CH, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus ch, Fairy Tale Destiny 150 plus ch. Chapter 102, ch 102, Finish. Fire Country, Kumo Ninja Camp. Mabui glanced at the sky, her expression filled with concern. She muttered to herself, I wonder how the frontline battle is going right now. Samui, standing nearby, reassured her, don't worry. Our forces far outnumber Konoha's, and with Lord Raikage and Lord B personally leading the charge, victory is certain. Lord Raikage will definitely bring Yujito back. However, Mabui's concern did not diminish much despite Samui's comforting words. After a moment of thought, Samui asked, did Uncle Moroi go too? The Moroi she mentioned was Mabui's father. Just as Samui was about to say something else, urgent shouts suddenly erupted within the camp. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare for battle. Get ready quickly. Samui and Mabui's expressions changed instantly. How could there possibly be an enemy attack at a time like this? Konoha only had a force of less than 1,000 troops, and while most of their camp consisted of logistics personnel, there were still nearly 2,000 Kumo ninja stationed there. Samui quickly stopped a hurried ninja and asked, is Konoha attacking? Where is Lord Raikage? It's not Konoha ninja attacking us. It's the AIM ninja. Prepare for battle immediately. AIM ninja. Samui and Mabui exchanged shocked glances, both seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. At Kikyo Mountain Fortress. The heavily injured Raikage lay on the ground, completely drained of the strength to continue fighting against Minato. Damn it. Raikage's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he lay there. He couldn't accept such a defeat, he had brought an army of 7,000, so how could he still fail to crush the small force of Konoha? The outcome of the battle between Konoha and the Kumo ninja was now clear. The Kumo forces were nearly annihilated, while Konoha had retained most of their strength. In the distance, Hachibi suddenly reverted from its tailed beast form, leaving Killer Bee collapsed on the ground. Run, Bee, the voice of Hachibi echoed in his mind. Kumogakure has lost. Killer Bee looked around blankly, realizing with a shock that the entire situation had been completely reversed. Lord B. A distant shout suddenly echoed, and someone was rushing toward him at high speed. Moroi. Killer Bee was quite surprised to see the approaching figure. Lord B. Moroi arrived in front of Killer Bee, panting heavily. Lord B, I'll get you out of here. You must not fall here. Killer Bee didn't respond immediately, instead, his gaze swept across the battlefield, searching for his brother. Moroi channeled all his chakra, rapidly forming hand seals. Heavenly Transfer Technique. In a flash of light, Killer Bee's figure vanished into thin air. The Heavenly Transfer Technique placed extremely high demands on the one being transported. Other than the third Raikage, no one had ever survived the technique before. However, as the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee's incredible regenerative abilities should allow him to endure it. Since the fourth Raikage had inherited the genes of the third, he should survive as well. Without a prepared sealing array, using the technique on the spot drained more than half of Moroi's chakra. All this time, Kyubi had been silently observing their actions but chose not to interfere this time. It had recognized Moroi as a Kumo ninja. Kumogakure. Kyubi thought. I'll let this one slide for Hachibi's sake. It lifted its massive head high, gazing into the distant horizon. Freedom, but where to go next? Moroi had been prepared to die, but when he realized that Kyubi hadn't attacked him, he was both relieved and confused. Thinking that the beast hadn't noticed him, he wasted no time and fled the battlefield without looking back. Due to the massive size of the tailed beasts, the battle between Kyubi and Hachibi had taken place far from the rest of the forces. On Konoha's side, they only noticed the sudden disappearance of Hachibi and assumed it had simply reverted to its Jinchuriki form. Meanwhile, Makoto and Fugaku flew to Minato's side. Minato-senpai. Makoto glanced at the fourth Raikage lying on the ground, sensing his waning chakra. He said, leave him to the others. Let's go deal with Kyubi. Minato nodded. Everything had been settled, now, all that remained was to seal Kyubi once more. Kushina. Without hesitation, the three of them rushed toward Kyubi. The Raikage had already been restrained by Konoha's forces. He was an exceptionally valuable prisoner. Along with him, the remaining Kumo ninja were either slain or captured by the Konoha ninja who had emerged from the fortress. Hachibi is gone. While flying, Makoto suddenly noticed something unusual. Although traces of residual chakra lingered in the air, Hachibi itself was nowhere to be seen. Having been too far from the battlefield, he hadn't been able to witness what had just happened. What's wrong? Fugaku asked from beside him. Hachibi is gone. Upon hearing this, Fugaku immediately frowned. Was it killed by Kyubi? Makoto furrowed his brows and thought. That didn't seem likely, Hachibi was incredibly strong, it shouldn't have been defeated so easily. Although the battle they had witnessed was already beyond shocking, in the original story, Hachibi could even hold its own against Jubi for a few moves. Moreover, considering the relationship between Kyubi and Hachibi, could it be that they fought so recklessly because they believed tailed beasts couldn't truly die? Makoto couldn't quite figure it out, but Kyubi was already right in front of them. Konoha. Kyubi had noticed the three of them, its fierce eyes glowing with hostility as it immediately assumed a battle stance. Are the Konoha ninja still alive? It gazed at the distant crowd, thinking to itself, weren't the Konoha ninja supposed to be almost wiped out? The number he had slaughtered earlier should have far exceeded that. Just as this thought flashed through Kyubi's mind, it was suddenly bombarded from all directions by countless dazzling lights, so bright that even closing its eyes tightly couldn't block out the piercing pain. What is this? It roared in fury. The blinding light completely deprived it of its vision. Not only that, but all sounds around it also vanished, and the scent of magma and burnt flesh that once filled the air disappeared as well. It was as if something had suddenly stripped away all its senses, sight, hearing, and smell. Driven mad, Kyubi thrashed wildly in all directions, its enormous body tearing new cracks into the already scarred earth. Even though it was under attack, its sense of pain remained. It let out agonized roars. Blindly, it fired off tailed beast bombs in an attempt to strike at the three figures it had seen earlier. However, having lost all sense of direction, it misfired, one of the bombs exploded right beneath its feet, and the resulting shockwave sent its entire body flying. Fugaku-senpai. Makoto took a deep breath and called out to Fugaku. In its frenzy, Kyubi gradually regained a semblance of vision. The surroundings were no longer as painfully bright, but everything was still blurry. Through the haze, it vaguely saw an enormous, blood-red eye, with three spinning black tomo within it. That eye, so familiar. The sight alone sent shivers down its spine, reminding it of a human it had feared decades ago. It tried to escape but found itself completely restrained, unable to move a single inch. On the ground, Minato stood over the prepared sealing formation, performing the necessary hand signs while keeping a watchful eye on Kyubi. Time to go back where you belong, Kyubi. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 350+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150+CH. Chapter 103, CH 103, After the War. Kyubi was finally sealed away once again. Filled with boundless hatred and unwillingness, it was unable to put up any effective resistance. With its vision, hearing, and smell completely stripped away, it was like a headless fly. Under the restraint of the sealing technique and the Sharingan, it couldn't move at all and could only watch helplessly as its massive body was gradually transformed back into chakra. Kushina's body reappeared, absorbing all of the chakra into herself. Having completed the sealing, Minato felt utterly exhausted. He quickly stepped forward to check on Kushina's condition, only to find her completely unconscious. It's finally over, Fugaku said with a long sigh of relief. What was originally a battle destined for defeat had been turned upside down by the tailed beasts. In this moment, he suddenly understood why the first Hokage had distributed the tailed beasts to other villages. It was to create a balance of power, ensuring mutual deterrence and preventing easy outbreaks of war. The power of the tailed beasts was simply too terrifying, far beyond what human strength could match. The three of them carried Kushina back to the fortress. By then, the Konoha forces had already begun clearing the battlefield. Jiraiya led a unit to support Omegakure. When the ninja below saw Makoto and the others returning with Kushina, they spontaneously erupted into cheers, celebrating this hard-earned victory. As Fugaku landed on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This flying ability was truly convenient. In the ninja world, aside from Inoki of the Iwagakure, it seemed like only Makoto possessed such a skill. If all Konoha shinobi could fly, they would be able to sweep across the entire ninja world. Makoto had entertained this thought the moment he gained the ability to fly. However, passing down his flying ability was unrealistic. His power was a special case, and most people probably wouldn't be able to learn it. If one truly wanted to fly, they would have to rely on external forces and tools. The medical nin examined Kushina's condition and confirmed that while she was extremely weak, her life was not in danger. This news allowed the Konoha forces to breathe a sigh of relief. After settling Kushina in and leaving her in the care of the medical nin, Minato wasted no time and immediately set off for the battlefield between the AIM and Kyumo forces. Meanwhile, Makoto arrived at the place where the raikage was being held. The medical nin had already given him basic treatment, and numerous sealing jutsu had been placed on his body, rendering him completely unable to use any chakra. The raikage's mouth and eyes were also sealed shut, leaving him completely silent, unable to utter a single sound. Gone was the imposing and domineering presence he had once displayed on the battlefield. The invasion of the Land of Fire by over 7,000 Kyumo ninja had ended in a crushing defeat, with even the raikage himself becoming a prisoner of Konoha. News of this event would undoubtedly shake the entire ninja world and deter those still harboring ambitions against Konoha. After this battle, Makoto estimated that there wouldn't be any large-scale wars for a long time. Konoha was finally on the verge of a much-needed period of recovery. The Battle of Kikyo Mountain, which was originally supposed to happen in the future, had now taken place earlier, and it could be considered a major conflict within the Third Great Ninja War. Over the years, none of the 5 great hidden villages had gained any real advantage. Although Konoha had successively repelled invasions from Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure, it had also suffered the heaviest losses, and now, Kumogakure could be added to that list. Half a day later, Minato and Jiraiya returned with their forces, alongside Yahiko and his AIM ninja. Their victory came at minimal cost, but it was an overwhelming success. Despite the fact that the Kumo ninja camp had a significant number of station forces, most of them were not elite combat units. Their surprise attack achieved great results, and when Jiraiya arrived with reinforcements, spreading the news of the Raikage defeat and capture, the demoralized Kumo forces were utterly routed. Countless enemy ninja were captured. A small number of Kumo ninja managed to escape, but they were no longer a significant threat. Konoha would only need to allocate resources to gradually eliminate the remaining remnants within the Land of Fire at a later time. Makoto casually surveyed the Kumo ninja prisoners but still didn't see Hachibi Jinchuriki. He sighed inwardly, feeling it was a pity that he had managed to escape. He didn't believe for a second that Hachibi Jinchuriki had actually died. Among the captives, however, he spotted a few familiar faces, particularly a blonde girl whose well-developed figure made it impossible not to notice. Minato sent a report of their victory to the village and the daimyo. The daimyo responded swiftly, sending large quantities of food, clothing, and medical supplies that same night for both the Konoha and AIM ninja to use. Many of AIM ninja marveled at the abundance of resources in the Land of Fire, impressed by the quality of the provisions provided by the daimyo. The daimyo also dispatched an official to personally deliver his congratulations. The official was visibly emotional, grasping Minato's hands and expressing his deep gratitude, clearly shaken by the Kumo invasion. It wasn't surprising. Before this, most people didn't believe Konoha could achieve victory in this war. The earlier disputes about Konoha voluntarily abandoning its border defenses seemed to have been entirely forgotten. The daimyo's envoy departed that very night after meeting with Yahiko, the leader of the AIM ninja, and offering numerous promises to Omega Kure. Meanwhile, a team of Konoha's Earth Release specialists was formed to address the drastic changes in the terrain caused by the tailed beast battle. However, the task proved to be extremely challenging. The enormous craters and ravines left behind weren't something that could be easily filled with just a few Earth Release techniques. For now, they could only construct towering earthen walls around the areas where lava had leaked and set up warning signs to keep people away. Restoring the land would have to be a long-term project. Kushina remained unconscious throughout the night and only woke up the next day, completely unharmed. She simply said she was very hungry and wanted to eat. Seeing this, Makoto inwardly marveled at the incredible recovery ability of a Jinchuriki. Minato suddenly approached Makoto with a serious expression and sincerely expressed his gratitude, thanking him for helping Konoha achieve this victory. Makoto merely smiled and replied, telling Minato not to hold a grudge against him for making Kushina go to the battlefield. Minato laughed heartily and said, "Of course not, we all did it for the village." However, Makoto inwardly disliked Minato's attitude. Even though he was here to express gratitude, he still positioned himself above others, as if Konoha belonged to him alone. If he were the Hokage, that might be understandable, but he wasn't. Now, Konoha had 3 Jinchuriki. After this battle, Makoto became even more convinced that tailed beasts were treasures beyond any amount of money or resources because they could create even more wealth and power. Makoto's ideology differed greatly from that of the first Hokage. The first sought to use tailed beasts to maintain a balance of power and promote peace, fearing that one dominant force would incite rebellion and lead to war. However, historical evidence had proven that the peace Hashirama established collapsed the moment he passed away. In Makoto's view, such thinking was far too naive. Perhaps Hashirama's upbringing in the Warring States period had made him overly fixated on the idea of peace. Makoto had no aversion to war. He had no qualms about using any means necessary to achieve his goals. The road to the top always required sacrifices, and as long as he wasn't the one dying, it didn't matter. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 350+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150+CH. Chapter 104, CH 104, She is My Sister. Minato and the others stayed on the front lines for several days, handling various aftermath matters before finally setting off to return to the village. Minato, Jiraiya, Fugaku, and Makoto led the procession at the front, enjoying the grand welcome ceremony prepared by the villagers and hearing their names being called out from the crowd. For Makoto, this was the first time he had ever experienced the treatment of a war hero. In the crowd, he spotted his clansmen, Ayari and Ayano, both gazing at him intently, so he gently waved to them. As they walked down the streets packed with villagers, the captured Kimo ninja followed behind them. Each prisoner wore shackles and ceiling restraints. Besides the raikage, all of them had black hoods covering their heads. A captured Kage, this was likely a first in history, with the fourth raikage being the only one. The cheers of celebration gave way to an endless wave of curses and insults as the prisoners passed by. Countless people shouted for their execution, demanding revenge for their fallen comrades. Fortunately, the presence of ninja maintaining order prevented the situation from descending into chaos. In the front, Shikaku and Minato couldn't help but glance back at the commotion. They originally had no intention of parading the Kimo ninja through the streets like this. It was Makoto's suggestion. He said that doing this would allow the villagers to vent their emotions and foster a greater sense of belonging to the village. The fourth Hokage, Orochimaru, also came out to welcome them. Everyone kneeled on one knee as Minato respectfully reported their success in defeating the enemy without failure. Orochimaru personally stepped forward to help Minato up, smiling as he expressed his gratitude and praised everyone for their contributions to the village. The village was filled with an atmosphere of celebration, with everyone immersed in the joy of victory. Banners hung all over the village, children ran through the streets, bands played lively and rousing music, and women gathered in circles, dancing in delight. Minato, Makoto, and the others followed Orochimaru into the Hokage's office, where they detailed the events on the front lines, including the casualties, the losses suffered by the village, the damage to the land of fire, and the number of enemy forces captured. Makoto could tell that Orochimaru was only half listening, as he had noticed the towering stacks of paperwork on the Hokage's desk the moment he entered the office. The sight of it made his scalp tingle. He knew that all of this work would soon fall to him to handle. Although he had anticipated this, facing it now, he couldn't help but secretly resent how Orochimaru seemed to avoid governmental affairs entirely. Makoto had originally planned to take a well-deserved break after the war, but now it seemed like nothing more than a distant dream. If the war had dragged on for several months or even a year, it was hard to imagine how the village's internal affairs, just beginning to stabilize, would have crumbled once again. The information reported by Minato and Shikaku was already well known to Makoto on the front lines. Whether Orochimaru listened or not didn't really matter, handling everything in the future would fall on Makoto anyway. This meeting was merely a formality. In the end, Orochimaru smiled and told everyone to go back and get some rest, mentioning that a banquet had been prepared to welcome them in the evening. Makoto was asked to stay behind. Soon, only Orochimaru and Makoto remained in the office. Orochimaru sat casually in his chair, his gaze quietly scrutinizing Makoto. Lord Hokage. Makoto, you've really surprised me. What do you mean, Lord Hokage? Orochimaru rested one hand on the desk, his fingers rhythmically tapping the wooden surface. He chuckled softly and said, I initially thought you were just clever, but I didn't expect you to be this strong as well. Makoto's expression remained unchanged as he replied, it's just a few tricks to deceive others. He explained that his actions on the battlefield were merely a special kind of illusion technique meant to confuse the enemy. If he were truly as strong as the rumors suggested, he could have wiped out the Kimo ninjas single-handedly. There would have been no need for all the effort. Orochimaru didn't show whether he believed it or not. After listening, he simply said slowly. As expected, no one is willing to remain weak. Especially those who stand at the top, the desire for power only grows stronger. Makoto, am I right? Makoto lowered his head and said, without you, Lord Hokage, I wouldn't be where I am today. If I were to stagnate, my usefulness to you would only diminish. I still wish to remain under your wing, following you to even greater heights. Hearing this, Orochimaru suddenly couldn't help but laugh. The laughter carried an ambiguous meaning. He said, Makoto, no one has ever truly been able to stand by my side. Makoto responded, I hope to be that person. Orochimaru said nothing more, merely waving his hand to indicate that Makoto could leave. As he walked out of the Hokage building, Makoto felt much more at ease. It was expected that Orochimaru would become suspicious. Makoto's strength wasn't particularly overwhelming, but his sudden rise from an ordinary chunin to his current position was enough to surprise anyone. If Makoto had grown stronger step by step under Orochimaru's watchful eye, he wouldn't be facing such scrutiny now. But he had displayed abilities that Orochimaru was unaware of. Makoto made his way back to the clan compound, where his clansmen had been waiting for him. As soon as they saw him return, they all stepped forward to greet him. Ayari, Ayano, Hizashi, Natsu, Tokimasa, Tetsu, Haruka, and Akiri were all among them. Lord Makoto. Everyone in front of him bowed in unison. The news from the front lines had already reached the village, including Makoto's near-miraculous display of power. This made his clansmen respect him even more. Previously, they had feared him because he held control over the caged bird seal and had Orochimaru's backing. But now, with the strength he had shown, any lingering dissatisfaction or resentment within the clan had been completely dispelled. Even former leaders like Hyuga Hayashi, and the previous clan heads, had never been this powerful. Makoto had also opened a door to the possibility of freedom for them, making the entire clan believe that following this young leader could bring the Hyuga clan to even greater heights than ever before. People are always like this: when you are weaker than them, they can easily accept you. No one dislikes having people around them who are inferior. When you are stronger than him, all you will receive in return is his resentment, jealousy, and slander. Only when your strength far exceeds his imagination can you truly earn a willing and sincere Lord Makoto from him. Makoto exchanged only a few brief words with his clansmen before dismissing them. Upon returning to his courtyard, he couldn't wait any longer and suddenly pulled Ayari into his arms, burying his face in her hair and taking a deep breath. Ayari was startled at first, then began to struggle fiercely. She wasn't rejecting Makoto, but rather worried about the presence of so many people around them. Akiri and the servants sensibly lowered their heads and quietly walked away. Ayano stood nearby, watching the two in silence. "Makoto, are you crazy? Let go of me." Ayari's face flushed red as she kept hitting him with her fists. "My sister is still here." Ayano also said, "I'll go cook," before turning and walking away. Makoto finally let go of Ayari after a long while, which made her very annoyed. She felt that Makoto was being too careless about the situation and immediately started scolding him. Makoto then tightly held her hand, speaking in a low voice. "I have something I want to say to you. Let's go to my room." For the past few nights, all he could hear was guys snoring. It was driving him crazy. Ayari, blushing, yanked her hand away and said, "Pfft, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'm not going." Makoto smiled and looked at her. "You really aren't going?" Ayari snorted and turned away. "No. I'm going home." "All right, then I'll just have to tell Ayano these things." Ayari immediately turned back around, both embarrassed and angry, and kicked him. "You jerk, how dare you say such nonsense? She's my sister." Makoto replied, "What am I afraid of? Since you don't want to, I'll do whatever I want." I. Did I say I didn't want to? You clearly just said it. Then ask me again. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 350+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150+CH. Chapter 105, CH 105, New Chapter. That evening's banquet, Makoto arrived rather late, apologizing that he had been delayed by some clan affairs. Jiraiya jokingly teased, "Makoto, were you perhaps whispering sweet nothings to some young lady in your clan?" Shikaku chuckled and said, "Makoto-kun is such a serious person, he doesn't seem like the type to have a girlfriend." The people at the banquet were the usual familiar faces, but their attitude towards Makoto was much warmer than before. The camaraderie forged through fighting side by side on the battlefield was different. Even if their political views differed, they could still sit together and drink without worry. At the table for the younger generation, Hakumen was dragged over by Guy and seated with the others. Everyone had met him before and, knowing he was Makoto's personal guard, they welcomed him without issue. They chatted and laughed while drinking, with Obito boasting the loudest, claiming that he had finally gained recognition from his clan and would be given special training. Genma Shiranui scoffed, "If even a dropout like you is getting special training, then the Uchiha of this generation must be pretty weak." This remark caused the whole table to burst into laughter. Obito was a bit frustrated and tried to come up with various reasons to rebut Genma, while Kakashi added his own sarcastic comment, agreeing with Genma's words. Obito turned to Rin, hoping for some comfort, only to find her eyes fixed elsewhere. Rin. Huh. What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at Minato-sensei." Obito scratched his head, thinking, what's so interesting about Minato-sensei? As soon as Minato's name came up, the conversation shifted. Asuma sighed, saying that the victory in this war was thanks to Lord Minato. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Ebisu remarked that it was a shame that someone as outstanding as Minato-sensei hadn't become Hokage. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he was met with reminders from those nearby, along with a sharp look from Anko. "Isn't it good for Lord Orochimaru to be Hokage?" she asked sternly. "Ah, the fourth Hokage is fine," came the response. Akinko didn't tolerate anyone speaking ill of Orochimaru in front of her, and everyone was well aware of that. When the conversation shifted back to the battlefield, someone brought up Makoto. Asuma turned to Hakumen and asked, "Why does Makoto's fighting style seem so different from the other members of the Hyuga clan?" The huge illusion on the battlefield that day, and the sight of Makoto soaring through the sky, displaying his mighty power, was witnessed by all of them. But in everyone's impression, the Hyuga clan was known for their proficiency in taijutsu and gentle fist techniques. Hakumen shook his head, saying that he wasn't sure about Makoto's strength either, as he rarely saw Makoto practicing. Genma clicked his tongue and remarked, "Makoto seems about the same age as us." Some of them glanced towards the Hokage's side, looking at the various clan heads laughing and talking with Makoto. They couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Makoto was clearly not on the same level as them. Having someone like Kakashi in their peer group was already enough to be a blow to their pride. Hakumen, can you fly? Someone asked. Hakumen shook his head again. Flying must feel amazing, Kurenai said. I'd love to try it, Shizen added. Anko, hearing this, began to think about asking Makoto to take her up into the sky later. No one could resist the temptation of flying. Obito saw everyone's expressions and thought for a moment before quietly asking Rin, do you want to fly in the sky? Rin responded, it's fine, I guess. Her expression was slightly awkward, but Obito didn't notice. He simply made up his mind, thinking to himself that he would go to Makoto later and ask him for the secret technique to fly. The conversation among the group shifted to the topic of the Kumo ninja captives, discussing how the village would handle them. They'll definitely be killed. The Kumo ninjas killed so many of our comrades, Ebisu said. Some people nodded in agreement, while Asuma added, if they were going to be killed, they could have been killed on the front lines. Why bring them back to the village for execution? Maybe they plan to use these people as leverage in negotiations. Genma then asked, what about the comrades who died? Asuma replied, revenge doesn't necessarily mean killing. If we can use these people to exchange for more, it could be a big help to the village right now. He then turned his gaze to Kurenai. Kurenai, what do you think? Kurenai only gave a light laugh, I'm not sure. Kakashi. I think both possibilities are likely, Kakashi said. The banquet went on late into the evening before everyone finally dispersed and returned to their respective homes. On his way back, Makoto suddenly encountered Obito, who was walking beside Rin, talking to her non-stop. Makoto. Obito immediately greeted him with a broad smile when he saw him. Rin, who had been looking down as she walked, quickly raised her head. Makoto looked at the two of them and asked, on a date? Obito grinned awkwardly, yeah. Rin immediately shot him a glare, don't say that. She quickly explained to Makoto, Obito just wanted to talk to me about something. Makoto nodded, well, you two talk, I'll head back now. See you later. See you later, Makoto, Obito waved to him as he left. As Makoto walked away, Rin quietly watched his retreating figure. Obito's voice continued to chatter in her ear, but this time, she didn't really hear a word he said, her mind elsewhere. A few scattered stars shone in the sky, while shadows of people were scattered across the ground. The streetlights flickered, their light swaying like the uncertain heart of a person. Suddenly, Rin stopped and turned to look at Obito. Rin. Obito, I told you, I have work tomorrow, I can't go on a date with you. What about the day after tomorrow? Or the day after that? Obito quickly asked. Rin sighed helplessly, Obito, you shouldn't always focus on things like this. Don't you want to become Hokage? If you don't work hard and train, how will you become Hokage? Obito scratched his head, you're right, Rin. Rin said, since you have a clear goal, you should work hard toward it. Obito nodded vigorously, I will, Rin. It's late, I need to go home now. You should head back and rest early too. Obito waved at Rin's back repeatedly, his face still unable to hide his smile. Rin is really thinking of me, he thought to himself. The news of the defeat of Kumogakure quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Konoha's repeated victories, often with fewer troops defeating larger forces, further solidified its reputation as the #1 ninja village. Previously, some smaller countries had been eyeing Konoha's weakened state, hoping to take advantage, but now they all abandoned those thoughts. The power of Kyubi had intimidated them. This battle elevated the Yellow Flash's fame even further, and Hyuga Makoto's name slowly began to spread across the ninja world. After all, a ninja who could fly was incredibly rare. Soon after, Kumogakure sent a peace treaty, asking Konoha to release their raikage and the captured Kumo ninja, offering to pay any price and promising never to invade again. Of course, Konoha wouldn't easily agree to such a ridiculous request. Just because they had invaded and lost didn't mean they could leave unharmed. Even if the Hokage agreed, the villagers would not. Konoha ignored the peace treaty from Kumogakure, setting it aside and disregarding it. The daimyo, however, was very faithful and sent a large sum of money and treasures to Omegakure. The Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, along with Konoha and Omegakure, officially established diplomatic relations. With careful guidance, the new leader of Omegakure, Yahiko, was portrayed as a revolutionary who opposed the brutal rule of Hanzo the Salamander. He established a new order in Omegakure, presenting himself as a pioneer committed to maintaining peace. Old grudges were thus wiped away. A new chapter was about to begin in the ninja world. Makoto began focusing on the village's internal affairs, and everything started to fall into place. Orochimaru's research seemed to have made new progress, as he spent every day immersed in his lab, neglecting food and sleep. Makoto planned to focus on developing industry once the village's finances stabilized. To that end, he began gathering craftsmen and designers skilled in electrical engineering. As winter passed and spring arrived, Konoha finally endured through the most difficult year. Then, Makoto received a surprising piece of news. Ayari was pregnant. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 350 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150 plus CH. Chapter 106, CH 106, Pregnant. The snow was still falling outside the window. In the living room, Makoto looked troubled as he stared at Ayari sitting across from him. Ayari seemed somewhat uneasy as well, and in the room, Ayano was present too, though her gaze towards Ayari was very complicated. What's with that reaction? Ayari finally couldn't hold back and asked. Makoto genuinely felt helpless. This was completely unexpected and out of his plans. Right now, he had no intention of taking care of a child, feeling that having the child was nothing but a burden. But he also couldn't let Ayari get rid of the child. He said, "What reaction? Since you're pregnant, let's get married and have the child." Ayari was irritated by his dismissive attitude and thought to herself, "I really shouldn't have let you have me so easily back then." She said angrily, "If you don't want this, I'll just get rid of it." Makoto felt a headache coming on. "I don't not want it." He moved to sit beside Ayari and reached out to hug her, but she angrily turned away. After several attempts, he finally managed to pull her into his embrace. "I was just too surprised, and not mentally prepared for this," Makoto said. Ayari immediately felt wronged. "If you weren't prepared, does that mean I should be prepared? We're not even married yet." Makoto replied, "We'll get married right away, then have the child." He comforted Ayari for a while, and finally, she stopped crying and smiled. Makoto continued, holding her, "I've even thought of our daughter's name. I want to call her Miyuki, having her is my luck." Ayari, however, disagreed. "What kind of name is that? It doesn't sound good at all. Why a daughter? Why not a son?" Makoto didn't know how to explain, since, after all, many readers were potential daughter's fans. Ayari insisted, "I want a son. If you bully me later, my son will help me get back at you. I've even thought of his name." "What is it?" "Niji." Makoto was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly asked again, "What did you say?" Ayari replied, "Niji, Hyuga Niji." Upon hearing this, Makoto instinctively glanced at Ayari and her belly. So Niji was going to become his son. Would this be the same Niji from the original story after he's born? Would Hinata and Hanabi also become his daughters? Makoto couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Ayari noticed Makoto's gaze and gently touched her small belly with a look of sorrow on her face. Makoto sighed deeply. If it's Niji, then it's Niji. Niji was fine, though he had been a little rebellious earlier. But now, the Hyuga clan was different. If Niji truly became his son, he would be the highest-ranking person in the Hyuga clan. Ayari, feeling displeased, said, "Why do you sound so unwilling?" Makoto immediately responded, "How could I be unwilling? I think Niji is a good name. Let's go with Niji." After comforting Ayari, Makoto gathered the clan members and announced that he and Ayari were planning to get married soon and would begin preparations. The clan members weren't surprised. After all, their leader had been visiting Ayari's house almost every night. It would have been strange if nothing had happened. However, after learning that his children might be Niji, Hinata, and Hanabi, Makoto's mood became strange, and he began to lose focus when handling official matters. When Kakashi came in for his duty report, Makoto suddenly asked, "Kakashi, have you ever thought about what it feels like to be a father?" Kakashi was momentarily stunned. This question was a bit beyond his comprehension. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "I'm only 14 years old." Although everyone here was mature for their age, it was still not unreasonable for Kakashi, at his age, to say he was still just a kid. In his past life, Makoto had been a playboy and had never thought about becoming a father. Makoto looked at Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, you're not that young anymore. You should start thinking about the important things in life." Kakashi felt a bit confused and thought, "Did you not hear me say I'm only 14 years old just now?" Makoto sat in his office for a long time, only managing to process a few documents on the desk. At Ayari's house. Unlike Makoto, who was troubled and anxious, Ayari was very much looking forward to the child in her belly and hoped for the baby to arrive soon. That day, she couldn't contain her excitement and pulled Ayano to the street to buy some baby items. Ayano helplessly said that the baby wouldn't be born for another 10 months, so why was she in such a hurry? The store clerk at the baby goods shop smiled and said that many first-time mothers were just like Ayari, coming to buy these things well in advance. Ayari kept talking to Ayano about all the things she wanted to prepare for the baby. Ayano said, "You're carrying Makoto's child. Naturally, everything will be the best, and the child will have the highest status. The child will grow up to stand at the peak, just like Makoto. Ayari froze for a moment and then laughed softly. It doesn't matter. I just want him to grow up happy. As for the child's future, let him choose his own path. Ayano fell silent, feeling that Ayari didn't fully understand her current position. If she were the one who was pregnant. That evening, Makoto brought Ayari to stay with him in his master bedroom. This made it more convenient for the family servants to take care of things. Makoto had many tasks to attend to every day and couldn't stay with Ayari all the time. Ayari, however, said she didn't need anyone to look after her, that she could handle everything herself, and besides, she had her sister Ayano around. Makoto helplessly said, "You may be fine now, but what about when your belly gets bigger?" Upon hearing this, Ayari suddenly turned pale. "When my belly gets bigger, won't I become very ugly?" Makoto. What a strange line of thought. He said, "After you give birth, it will return to normal." Ayari, however, anxiously said, "But it will still look ugly for a while. Is there any way to prevent my belly from getting big?" Makoto chuckled, "If your belly doesn't get bigger, where will the baby stay?" Ayari furrowed her brows, seemingly conflicted. She gently stroked her flat stomach and muttered to herself. "Niji on Niji, your mom sacrificing so much for you." After dinner, Ayari went to rest early in the bedroom. Makoto was still taking a shower in the bathroom. He did physical training every day, and with each passing day, his strength improved, which also caused his height to grow rapidly. Makoto stood in front of the mirror, hands resting on the sink, feeling the soreness in his muscles after the intense workout. Someone pushed the door open. It was Ayano, holding a bath towel in her hand. Makoto spoke, "You don't need to do this anymore. Now that Ayari is here, it's better not to stimulate her." However, Ayano didn't respond. She simply walked up behind Makoto. Makoto's gaze followed her movements in the mirror, and he heard a rustling sound, as if clothes had fallen to the floor. A warm, soft body pressed up against him, and he heard Ayano's whisper in his ear. "Can you endure it?" Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 350 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150 plus CH. Chapter 107, CH 107, Too Charming. Ayari waited for a long time, but when she didn't see Makoto return to his room, she went to the living room, where she happened to encounter Ayano coming out of the bathroom. However, judging by Ayano's appearance, she didn't seem like she had just taken a bath. Ayano was momentarily stunned upon seeing Ayari, then said, "You're still up." Ayari glanced in the direction of the bathroom and asked, "Is he inside?" Faced with her younger sister, Ayano felt a little unnatural. She tried to change the topic and asked, "Do you want some water?" She had actually prepared herself for this moment long ago, being discovered by Ayari, but now that it had come, she didn't know how to bring it up. Ayari acted as if she hadn't heard Ayano's words and simply stood there in silence for a long time before finally turning and going back to her bedroom. The house fell silent again. After some hesitation, Ayano also returned to her room. When Makoto finally came out of the bathroom, he felt completely refreshed, his whole body brimming with energy. He could feel his physique improving day by day, and he wondered if there was even a limit to his progress if he kept training like this. But thinking about the original story, where martial arts could achieve the effects of the Eight Gates technique, he figured that even if there was a limit, it would be incredibly difficult to reach. Returning to his bedroom, the lights were already off. Ayari lay alone in bed, seemingly asleep. Makoto carefully lay down beside her, moving lightly, but Ayari suddenly turned over and burrowed into his arms. "Makoto. Why did you treat my sister like that?" Makoto was momentarily stunned by the sudden question, but he quickly realized what she meant and immediately felt a headache coming on. What did I do to her?" Hearing this, Ayari immediately lifted her head and glared at him angrily, the meaning in her eyes crystal clear. "You're still going to deny it?" Without warning, she opened her mouth and bit down hard on Makoto's lips. "Ugh, ouch. Let go. Let go." She bit him with real force, as if she wanted to tear a piece of flesh from him, and it just had to be on such a soft and delicate spot. After Ayari finally let go, Makoto immediately sat up in bed, turned on the light, and grabbed a nearby mirror to check. His lower lip was bitten open, with a deep bite mark surrounded by bruising and swelling. "How am I supposed to face people tomorrow? Are you crazy?" Makoto couldn't help but scold her angrily, but when he turned his head, he saw Ayari looking at him with red, tear-filled eyes. His heart tightened at the sight. Thinking about the fact that she was currently pregnant, Makoto let out a silent sigh and softened his tone. "Ayari." Ayari remained silent, staring at him intently. The situation now was different from his previous life. It wasn't as simple as saying goodbye after cheating, without any psychological burden, at most, facing a long accusatory text and being criticized by a small circle of people. Who made the first move? Ayari suddenly asked. Who made the first move, you or her? She asked again. Me. It was indeed Makoto who had made the first move. That night, Ayano was simply too charming. Although he had been the one to initiate things back then, now Ayano had become quite adept at pleasing him. Ayari instantly flew into a rage, lashing out at Makoto with both her hands and feet. Makoto wanted to calm her down, but she wouldn't give him the chance. In the end, he had no choice but to be driven out of the room, with a pillow thrown at him for good measure. Knowing he was in the wrong, and thinking about the child she was carrying, Makoto let her vent her anger without resistance. However, the guilt and remorse didn't last long. He soon fell asleep on the couch and ended up having a surprisingly good rest. After all, he still wasn't quite used to sleeping with someone by his side. The next day, Ayari had tossed and turned alone until the middle of the night before finally succumbing to exhaustion. When she woke up, it was already close to noon. With disheveled hair and a tired expression, she walked out of the bedroom and saw Ayano tidying up the house and doing chores. Glancing outside at the sky, she figured Makoto must have already left. He was always busy with work. Seeing Ayari come out, Ayano smiled and said, Ayari, you're awake. I saved some food for you. Go freshen up first. Ayari didn't respond, causing Ayano to pause in her movements. Ayari. After a moment of hesitation, Ayano walked closer and softly said, I'm sorry. Ayari. That single apology immediately made Ayari's eyes well up with tears. With a hoarse voice, she spoke, Why did you do this to me? Taking 2 steps forward, she reached out and tightly embraced Ayano, burying her head in her sister's shoulder. You were the one who insisted on getting involved with me, the one who annulled my engagement and wouldn't let me marry someone else, yet you still won't treat me properly. Ayano initially thought Ayari was questioning her and was about to continue apologizing, but the latter part of Ayari's words made her swallow the I'm sorry that was already on the tip of her tongue. Ayari, don't be too upset. If you stay in a bad mood, it's not good for the baby. Hearing this, Ayari finally let go of her, wiping the corners of her eyes and sniffing softly. I'm sorry, Ayari. I'll move out tomorrow. No. Ayari interrupted. It's not your fault, it's all that bastard's fault. She gritted her teeth and fumed, I'd love to castrate him. Ayano was startled by her words and quickly said, You can't do that. Seeing Ayari looking at her, Ayano gave an awkward smile and added. That wouldn't be very nice, right? After all, he's your future husband. Ayari, however, snorted coldly, marrying him. Who knows what kind of cheap women that bastard will go after in the future? Ayano. Ayari then said, Sis, I wasn't talking about you. Ayano forced a smile and said, I know. Makoto is still young and can't resist temptation, it's normal. He'll get better over time. As she said this, she felt a bit embarrassed. Wasn't she the very temptation she was talking about? She quickly changed the subject and asked, So? Are you planning not to marry him anymore? Of course I'm marrying him. Ayari blurted out without hesitation. After speaking, she fell silent, gently placing a hand on her abdomen. I have to give Niji a complete family, after all. Ayano didn't know what to say to that. She sensed that Ayari had changed. Her once stubborn younger sister was now willing to compromise to this extent. Was this the change that came with becoming a mother? The living room fell into a long silence. Suddenly, Ayari took Ayano's hand, lowering her head. Just try not to be too obvious, okay? I don't want my mood to affect Niji. Hokage's office. Outside the door, Might Guy stood on guard and whispered to Kakashi. Hey, why do you think Makoto is suddenly wearing a mask today for no reason? Could he have been influenced by your weird habit? Kakashi glanced at him expressionlessly. Maybe he caught a cold. Oh. What time is it now? No idea. Guy sighed, time is passing so slowly. It's so boring. If only I could use this time for training. Kakashi replied, this kind of guard duty is good too, it helps temper your state of mind. Guy, if you only focus on moving forward, you're more likely to trip and fall. Guy didn't quite understand what he meant and simply said, I have a sparring session with Hakumen this afternoon. Want to come watch? Sure. As for Makoto, the reason he was wearing a mask was because the wound on his lip was still visible. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell it was a bite mark, which wouldn't leave a good impression. The situation with Ayari and Ayano was giving him quite a headache, and he couldn't come up with a good solution for the time being. He definitely couldn't just tell Ayari, I want both of you. If he did, getting slapped would be the least of his worries. Unable to figure things out, Makoto decided not to dwell on it and shifted his focus to administrative matters. A letter had arrived from Sunagakure, requesting assistance from Konoha. Their war with Kirigakure was still ongoing, and notably, Pakura was still alive. It seemed that Kirigakuru's earlier defeat at Konoha's hands had made Tsunegakure reconsider, sacrificing a hero of their village for the sake of dealing with Kirigakure no longer seemed worthwhile. Since Tsunegakure had once aided Konoha in times of crisis, it was only fair for Konoha to return the favor now. Makoto felt this was an important matter to handle, as it concerned Konoha's reputation. However, since Konoha itself had only recently recovered from its own troubles, how to provide assistance required careful deliberation. In the afternoon, Hakumen returned. He reported that he had completed his mission of gathering a group of orphans. These orphans were meant for Orochimaru. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 350+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150+CH. Chapter 108, CH 108, Threat. The group of orphans was not brought back to the village but instead placed at Orochimaru's former secret base, located outside the village. Makoto didn't bother looking at what they were like. These were all war orphans collected by the Umbu, with no parents and very young. Even if they weren't brought here, it would have been hard for them to survive in this world. Orochimaru had checked the base and expressed his satisfaction with the situation to Makoto. Previously, due to Makoto's suggestion, some villagers who had lost limbs in the war were able to have them reattached by Orochimaru, which made them immensely grateful to the Hokage. Orochimaru's research had made progress, and Makoto went to check on it. The mass production of the white Zetsu had advanced, and Orochimaru had created several samples, implanting Sharingan and Byakugan into them to see what differences there might be compared to normal humans. Unfortunately, although these white Zetsu possessed enhanced and even superior physical capabilities, their intelligence was extremely low, resembling that of young children. They could use the Byakugan and Sharingan, but they could only use them without any advanced understanding. Orochimaru had created several childlike forms of white Zetsu to see if they would grow, but unfortunately, after several months, there was no change. Their intelligence remained stagnant at a certain level. Could it be a problem with the soul? Makoto said to Orochimaru. Orochimaru paused in surprise. These white Zetsu seem to have life, but it's incomplete. They aren't naturally born humans, and without the cycle of reincarnation for their souls, they only operate with a fragment of instinctive consciousness, being controlled by others. Lord Hokage, you do believe in the existence of souls, don't you? Orochimaru pondered for a long while before suddenly asking. What if we were to transfer a human soul into these white Zetsu bodies? Makoto was taken aback by this idea, as it meant a whole new batch of test subjects. He asked, if a human soul leaves the body, wouldn't the person die? Orochimaru chuckled and replied, of course not. There are some secret techniques that allow the soul to leave the body. For example, the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan, or the spirit transference jutsu. Spirit transference jutsu. That was the technique used by Tsunade's lover, Kato Dan, wasn't it? Makoto pondered this thought. As he thought more carefully, Makoto realized that this idea was eerily similar to Orochimaru's later technique of the impure world reincarnation, Edo Tensei. But Orochimaru's idea was even more radical. He said, I want to create another batch of childlike white Zetsu, making their bodies capable of growth. I will erase their consciousness and turn them into empty shells, then transfer the souls of those children into them. Makoto, what do you think the result will be? Makoto felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. What if the process fails? Orochimaru chuckled. Of course, it will fail. There are always failures. Without failure, how would there be success? He continued, Makoto, I now feel that the number of children we have isn't enough. You'll need to keep searching for more. Makoto lowered his head and responded, understood, Lord Hokage. Orochimaru then asked, by the way, when were you going to start telling me about the Byakugan? Makoto's expression remained unchanged as he replied, I'm still carefully searching through the clan's records on this matter. Progress is slow. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. That's fine. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time with it. The unknown is what's interesting. If I figure out the secret of the Byakugan before you tell me. His words trailed off, and he let out a low, enigmatic laugh. After leaving Orochimaru's research facility, Makoto went to visit Yakushi Nono to check on the children's progress. He came back every week, sometimes bringing things for the children. When the children saw Makoto, they would respectfully call out to him as Lord Makoto. They weren't cut off from the outside world and knew what had been happening, as well as Makoto's position and status in the village. Nono sometimes took them out for walks as well. Makoto would also take time to check the children's training progress. After raising the standard, Kabuto's talent immediately stood out, making him stand head and shoulders above the rest of the children. Makoto was thinking about how to provide Kabuto with a better environment for growth. He then went to the Konoha prison. In the place where the most dangerous criminals are held, Niyujito were seen locked up in solitary confinement. Her hands and feet were bound by chains, her clothes ragged, and her expressions haggard. With her disheveled hair, she appeared to be in a very poor mental state. Upon hearing footsteps, Yujito did not look up. She merely sat in the corner, her eyes vacant as she stared at the prison walls. Makoto, standing outside the iron cell, asked, "Have you not thought it through yet?" Yujito seemed to not hear, remaining silent. Makoto signaled to the ninja beside them, and before long, 2 more people were brought in. These were also 2 girls. One had golden, medium-length hair, which was originally styled with neat bangs, but after months without trimming, it had become messy. Although her clothes were shabby, she still exuded a cold, elegant aura. The other girl had dark skin and silver-gray long hair. She looked timid, as though she had gone through some unpleasant experiences. Makoto ordered the cell door to be opened and allowed the 2 girls inside. Mabui timidly spoke, "Yujito." Upon hearing her friend's voice, Yujito slowly raised her head, her eyes now filled with light. "Mabui. Samui." Mabui immediately ran forward and hugged Yujito, crying uncontrollably. She was just a teenage girl, and the torment she had endured had pushed her mental state to its limit. Her cries also affected the emotions of the other 2, though they didn't lose control like Mabui, their eyes were red and swollen. Yujito looked at Mabui and asked, "Did they do something to you?" Both Mabui and Samui were silent. As captives from an enemy country, they were certainly subjected to harsh interrogations, all in an attempt to extract some intelligence from them. Mabui looked at Yujito and slowly spoke, "Yujito, they also captured my father. Uncle Moroi." Yujito's heart sank as she suddenly understood why they had brought Mabui and Samui here. She suddenly jumped up and ran to the bars, glaring at Makoto. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Even if I become a ghost, I'll kill you." Makoto, seeing this, calmly approached the bars. As Yujito reached out her arm to grab him, an invisible barrier blocked her. He spoke slowly, "Ni Yujito, you wouldn't want your friends to get into trouble, would you? I've already stated the conditions. All you need to do is tell me how to control the tailed beasts and how to become the perfect Jinchuriki." Konohagakure had been racking their brains over how to turn someone into the perfect Jinchuriki. As Yujito were Jinchuriki herself, the people from the Yamanaka family couldn't probe into their minds. They could only try to get her to speak, but after trying all kinds of methods, they found that the girls were tougher than they imagined. No matter how much she suffered, she stubbornly refused to speak. Makoto looked at Yujito, whose expression was twisted in anger, and continued, "You can talk amongst yourselves. I'll come back in 10 minutes. You'd better think carefully." Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 350+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150+CH. Chapter 109, CH 109, Seduce Him. The 3 Yujito, Samui, and Mabui had freshened up, changed into new clothes, and walked out of the dark, oppressive prison. On the way, Mabui continued to apologize to Yujito in a soft voice. "I'm sorry, Yujito. It's all my fault." "Enough, it's not your fault," Yujito said calmly. If anyone were to blame, it was her for acting on her own. If she had fought alongside Lord Rakage and Lord Killer Bee, this war might not have been lost. Then Mabui and the others wouldn't have had to endure this suffering. Under the guidance of the Umbu, the 3 arrived at a lounge in the Hokage building. Lord Makoto said, "You just need to write down everything that should be written in the notebook." The ANBU member gestured toward the pen and paper on the table. "I understand," Yujito replied. The Umbu left, and only the 3 of them remained in the lounge. They weren't afraid of them doing anything, as even though the room was empty, every movement was being monitored. Moreover, the seals on the 3 of them had not been lifted, so they couldn't use chakra at all. The reason Yujito had been able to hold out so far was mainly because Konoha hadn't dared to conduct the interrogation too harshly. One reason was that they feared she might actually die, which would be troublesome. The other reason was that if she couldn't withstand the mental pressure and broke down, becoming a madwoman, it would be even more troublesome. Mabui and Samui's interrogations had been different from Yujito. Mabui was the first to break and choose to compromise. She said she was willing to help Konoha by persuading Yujito. This made things much easier. Mabui felt guilty, but she was even more afraid of Konoha's methods. Was this the result of falling into the enemy's hands? The 3 of them were originally just teenage girls, but suddenly becoming prisoners was a contrast they could hardly accept. Yujito sat at the desk, staring blankly at the paper and pen on the table, lost in thought for a long time without moving. Samui also sat on the sofa, calmly gazing up at the ceiling. Mabui didn't know who to talk to, so she curled up on the opposite sofa, silent. The lounge was quiet. About an hour later, the door to the room was suddenly opened. Makoto's arrival made the 3 of them instantly tense. He ignored Mabui and Samui and walked straight to Yujito's side. He glanced at what she had written on the table, then took the paper in his hand and studied it carefully. The first thing that caught his eye was a note about being able to communicate with the tailed beasts. Makoto thought about Kushina and Kyubi and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was definitely a lost cause. The only one who could tame Kurama was probably Naruto. He could only hope for Rin. A perfect Jinchuriki would be of immense value to the village. While the strength of Sanbai might not be as great as Hachibi or Kyubi, it was still far beyond what ordinary ninjas could match. Makoto put the paper away, then briefly glanced at Mabui and Samui. His gaze lingered on Samui for a second longer. None of them had fully matured yet. Mabui didn't have the same intellectual aura as in the original work, she only gave off a timid impression. Yujito was just a somewhat deranged girl. But Samui. This girl was quite impressive. Makoto said, "You don't need to be so afraid. If you perform well, there's still a chance for you to survive. As for returning to Kimogakure, at this point, do you think Kimogakure will still accept you?" The three of them fell silent upon hearing this. Their actions now, revealing the method of controlling their tailed beasts to Konoha, were undoubtedly betraying their village. The three were then escorted by the Umbu, but this time, it wasn't to Konoha's prison. Instead, they were taken to a residence, which could be seen as a reward for Yujito's actions. Rin's training would still rely on her in the future. Seeing their treatment improve somewhat, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they didn't have to stay in that dreadful prison anymore. After entering the living room, the three of them noticed a table full of delicious food, which immediately caught their attention. They hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. Seeing Mabui unable to resist moving closer, Yujito couldn't help but say, "Aren't you afraid it's poisoned? They could easily kill us if they wanted to, why would they go through so much trouble?" Samui replied, equally starving. "Even if we're going to die, we should at least fill our stomachs." The three girls were so hungry that they couldn't hold back, and they all rushed to the table to eat greedily, no longer concerned about their image. "It's delicious," Mabui suddenly started crying as she ate, tears streaming down uncontrollably. She thought about her village, her friends, and her father still locked up in the prison. She feared she might never be able to return to Kimogakure in this lifetime. "What are you crying for?" Yujito snapped angrily. Mabui's crying was making her incredibly irritated. She was already angry at her own compromise, but when Mabui came to plead with her, saying that if she didn't agree, they would torture Mabui's father to death, Yujito felt that death was nothing. As a Kumo ninja, didn't she have the resolve to die? She had even considered dying herself, but the Konoha ninja hadn't given her that chance. In the end, Mabui's desperate pleading softened her heart. Yujito harbored an intense hatred for the Konoha ninjas, especially for the one called Lord Makoto. She wished she could rip him into 1,000 pieces. She had now decided not to die so easily but to live and wait for the chance to seek revenge. Yujito looked around the room. Aside from the three of them, it was empty, but she was certain that there were watchers hidden in the shadows, monitoring them. After filling her stomach, Yujito sat down on the sofa, deep in thought about her next move. Mabui went to wash her face. Looking at the leftover food on the table, she asked, "What should we do with this?" Yujito replied, "Someone will come to clean up." After a moment of thinking, she said to the other two, "You two, come here." Mabui and Samui walked up to her as instructed, and Yujito whispered to them, "We need to figure out a way to take revenge and rescue Lord Raikage." Mabui was immediately shocked, and Samui frowned slightly and whispered, "Our strength is too weak, and we're both sealed. We can't do something like this." This was the enemy's base, with countless strong ninjas. The place where Lord Raikage was held would undoubtedly be heavily guarded. Aside from Yujito, both she and Mabui were just chunin. Even without the seals, how far could they go? Yujito frowned and said, "If brute force won't work, we'll use a softer approach. We need to figure out how to gain that person's trust." Mabui asked, "What do you mean?" Yujito whispered, "I noticed that guy was constantly looking at Samui. He's definitely a perverted lecher." Samui froze for a moment, then couldn't help but say, "You two aren't ugly either. Why don't you two go?" Mabui instinctively shrank her neck at the words, tightening the clothes on her body. Yujito immediately responded, "Mabui and I don't have your assets. That guy definitely likes women with a big chest." Samui. She calmly replied, "Even if we return to Kimogakure, how will you explain to the village about revealing the perfect Jinchuriki training method?" Yujito choked for a moment, then said, "We can still make up for this. Once we rescue Lord Raikage, all our problems will be solved. Lord Raikage will surely restore our reputation." She then said to Samui, "As long as you get close to that guy and figure out a way to seduce him, Samui, you're so beautiful, he'll definitely be captivated by you." Samui furrowed her brows and replied, "He's clearly in a high position in Konoha. He's so young but has reached this level, there's no way he could be a lecher." Seeing that Samui was unwilling to give a straightforward response, Yujito became frustrated and thought she was hesitating and shirking responsibility. Angrily, she said, "For the village, are you not willing to sacrifice yourself?" Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 350+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150+CH. Chapter 110, CH 110, Pave the Way. Hyuga Clan's Territory. When Makoto returned, Ayari had already become much calmer, no longer acting out or making a fuss. She would respond when spoken to, but beneath this calmness, something was clearly amiss. That night, they followed their usual routine: dinner, a bath, and then sleep. When Makoto was taking his bath, Ayano didn't come to the bathroom like before, seemingly having some reservations. At bedtime, Ayari lay on her side with her back facing him, just like the night before. Makoto lay down beside her, pondering whether he should say something. "Makoto." Makoto reached out and wrapped his arm around her. Since she didn't resist, he held her tightly in his embrace, breathing in the fragrance of her hair. "Do you still love me?" Ayari asked softly. "I do." The girl in his arms fell silent. After a while, she asked, "How do you plan to handle this?" Makoto replied, "I think this is fine as it is." Suddenly, Ayari turned around and stared at him intently, her gaze exactly the same as last night. Facing Ayari like this, Makoto couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Ayari suddenly calmed down again and said, "Makoto, I used to underestimate you." With that, she suddenly grabbed Makoto's hand and bit down on it fiercely. She bit with all her strength, and the pain made Makoto's entire arm tremble. But this time, he endured it, despite his face contorting in pain. In the darkness, Ayari lifted her head and watched him struggle to stay silent before she slowly released his hand. "Does it hurt?" Her voice softened, as if she felt a bit of remorse. "Yes, it hurts." Makoto immediately responded. "Serves you right. Why didn't it hurt you to death?" Ayari snapped viciously again. Her sudden mood swings left Makoto with a complicated feeling he couldn't quite describe. Without thinking, he pulled Ayari tightly into his arms and kissed her. To his surprise, Ayari didn't resist his kiss. Instead, she responded passionately. Their kiss was intense and lingering, and Ayari even took the initiative to gently lick the wound on Makoto's lips. "Does it hurt?" Ayari asked softly again. "What do you think?" Makoto replied helplessly. He had been wearing a mask all day today. Ayari kissed his wounded lips again, then suddenly opened her mouth wide and bit down hard. "Ah!" Makoto couldn't help but cry out in pain. He tasted blood, his lip was torn open again. "Are you crazy?" Ayari, however, let out a triumphant and delighted laugh. Makoto wanted to retaliate, but Ayari quickly blocked him with her hand and gestured towards her belly. "Behave yourself. I'm pregnant, you know. What if you disturb the baby?" Her expression was one of smug defiance, making Makoto grit his teeth in frustration. He leaned down and pinched Ayari's chin. "Just you wait, once the baby is born, see how I deal with you." A mocking smile appeared on Ayari's face. "I can wait, but can you?" She propped herself up on one arm, gazing at Makoto with a deep, knowing look. "It's going to be 10 months, you think you can hold out?" "Hold out? Why should I?" Makoto scoffed and immediately got up from the bed. Seeing this, Ayari couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" Makoto walked out of the room without looking back. Next door. Thud. A pillow flew out and hit him squarely on the back of his head, but it didn't stop him from leaving the room. The master bedroom fell into silence. Ayari sat there, taking a few deep breaths before suddenly throwing herself back onto the bed, pulling the blanket over her head. The spring enrollment for the Ninja Academy had begun. Makoto glanced at the list of applicants. The numbers were still far lower than he had expected. He then assigned some people to visit households and persuade them. After all, the village's future depended on their children, and they couldn't just refuse to let them become ninjas. One name on the list caught his attention. Uchiha Itachi. Makoto stared at the name for a long time. The future of the Uchiha clan was bound to be different from the original story now. The Uchiha, like the Hyuga, had dwindled in number significantly. Even if they wanted to rebel, they no longer had the capacity to do so. Coincidentally, the village had plans to reorganize the territories of the major clans, mainly due to the severe losses they had suffered in the consecutive wars. Makoto planned to give the Uchiha some benefits. After all, they had already made so many sacrifices. At the entrance ceremony, Orochimaru was still nowhere to be seen, leaving Makoto to take the stage instead. The fourth Hokage, Orochimaru, had become almost invisible in the village, spending all his time holed up in the research lab. As a result, the staff of various village departments and even the villagers themselves were far more familiar with Makoto. Moreover, after the previous battle with the Kumo ninja, Makoto's reputation had skyrocketed. He now held considerable prestige in the village, known as a diligent and dedicated assistant to the Hokage. As soon as Makoto appeared in front of the ninja academy, he heard the children below excitedly calling out, "It's Lord Makoto." Scanning the crowd, Makoto easily spotted Uchiha Itachi. Noticing Makoto's gaze, Itachi shyly smiled back. Makoto responded with a smile of his own, already deciding in his mind that he needed to find a way to bring this kid under his wing. He then suddenly remembered that there was another genius within the Uchiha clan. He had met him before, when the young man came to the Hokage's office to report for duty. He was around the same age as Kabuto, but his strength far surpassed Kabuto's, who had started his training much later. Uchiha Shursue. These three were all top-tier geniuses. If Makoto could gather them all under his command, they would undoubtedly become his most powerful assets in the future, on par with Kakashi. Right now, Makoto was working on many things, but in essence, everything he did was paving the way for his own future. In terms of strength, he continued to train his body relentlessly and explore the mysteries of chakra. Within the village, he diligently carried out his duties as the Hokage's assistant, while also ensuring that members of the Hyuga clan were placed in key positions across various departments. If he were given 10 years, Makoto was confident that he could completely dominate and control Konoha, perhaps even elevate it to new heights. But whether he would have those 10 years depended on Orochimaru's will. If, at any point, Orochimaru started to see Makoto as a threat, or deemed him no longer useful, then everything he had worked so hard for could come to an abrupt end. Makoto wasn't strong enough, or rather, Orochimaru was simply too strong. If conflict were to break out between them, Makoto would undoubtedly be the one to lose. Even if there was a 1 in a million chance that he somehow emerged victorious, whether by killing Orochimaru or driving him out of Konoha, the biggest beneficiaries in the end would still be Namikaze Minato and his faction, not Makoto himself. Right now, Makoto was nothing more than a promising young talent. If he wanted to step up and take control of everything, he first needed to grow stronger. Aside from the Hyuga clan, whose lives were firmly in his grasp, there was currently no other faction in the village that stood unwaveringly by his side. Even within the Hyuga clan, there was a risk of betrayal under Hayashi's leadership. In the end, people only followed the strong. 2 days later, representatives from Sunagakure arrived. Leading the delegation was a familiar face, the Sunagakure female jonin, Pakura of the Scorch release. Makoto's letter to Sunagakure from 2 days ago had produced results, and he knew that this was yet another opportunity for him. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 350+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150+CH. Chapter 111, CH 111, The Fearful Yujito. Inside the Hokage Building's lounge. Where is Lord Hokage? Pakura asked when she saw that it was Makoto who had entered the room instead of Orochimaru. Lord Hokage is busy with other matters. I was the one corresponding with you, Miss Pakura, Makoto replied. Pakura looked at the young man before her and couldn't help but frown slightly. She felt as though she was being slighted and treated with indifference. She had heard of Hyuga Makoto's feats in battle against the Kumo ninja, but in the end, he was still just a child. Without having witnessed it firsthand, she thought the stories were likely exaggerated. After all, she knew well enough how her own reputation had been inflated in Sunagakure. Oh. Is Miss Pakura dissatisfied with something? Pakura did indeed feel dissatisfied, but she couldn't openly express it. She replied calmly, "What does Lord Makoto wish to discuss?" Seeing her composed demeanor, Makoto sneered inwardly but maintained an expression of feigned surprise. Wasn't Miss Pakura here regarding the matter of supplies? Everything was clearly discussed earlier, wasn't it? If there's nothing else, you may return. Of course, if you wish to stay in Konoha for a few days, you are more than welcome. Pakura's visit was indeed prompted by Konoha's aid in providing supplies to Sunagakure. Pakura's expression immediately darkened. She had traveled all the way to Konoha because of a letter that promised to help her defeat Kirigakure. Her current situation in Sunagakure wasn't good. Although she was a hero of the village, the newly appointed 4th Kazekage, Raza, had been gradually pushing her out of the power center, intending to remove her from the village's inner circle. This was because, during the election for the 4th Kazekage, she and Raza had been competitors. Pakura now desperately needed a significant achievement to solidify her position. Taking a deep breath, Pakura bowed slightly to Makoto, adjusting her posture before speaking again. Lord Makoto, Sunagakure is in urgent need of Konoha's assistance. I hope your village can offer help, remembering the bonds of the past. Makoto calmly walked over to the sofa and sat down, looking at Pakura. Sunagakure needs Konoha's help, and we are willing to assist your village. But what about Miss Pakura? The implication in his words was thought-provoking. Pakura's gaze flickered, and she asked, "What do you mean, Lord Makoto?" Makoto replied, "Miss Pakura, despite being a hero of Sunagakure, the treatment you've received doesn't seem to reflect the status of a hero." Pakura's heart tightened. This guy. He seems to know quite a lot about my situation. These are the results of an investigation. From the original story, the fact that Pakura, once hailed as a hero of Sunagakure, could be so easily discarded by the village suggests how low her status was there. However, this investigation was not conducted in Sunagakure, that would have been too foolish. Instead, the information came from some royal officials in the Land of Wind. Unlike the people of this world, Makoto had no qualms or respect for the feudal lords. He had no psychological burden in using the Umbu to gather intelligence. Makoto continued, "Even if Konoha helps Sunagakure win this war, even if Miss Pakura becomes the hero of this battle, will it change your current situation?" Pakura's heroic face furrowed in silence. Makoto didn't press further, simply waiting for her response. She sat down on the sofa opposite him. After a long pause, Pakura finally spoke. "Lord Makoto, how do you plan to help me?" She thought it was highly unreliable to have an outsider help her with her internal village issues, but the truth was that her situation was already as bad as it could get. And to defeat Kirigakure, she still needed Konoha's assistance. Makoto replied, "That depends on what step Miss Pakura wants to achieve." "What step?" Her gaze flickered for a moment, and she didn't immediately respond to Makoto. Instead, she said, "Lord Makoto, I need to think this through carefully." "Of course, Miss Pakura. If you'd like to stay in Konoha for a few days, the village would be more than happy to accommodate you. Just please don't stay too long, your village is waiting for good news from you," Makoto replied. After Pakura left. In the afternoon, Rin and Kushina came to the Hokage building to find Makoto. Makoto had previously given Rin the method for perfecting the Jinchuriki technique, written by the Yujito. Rin came this time to inform Makoto that she had decided to begin her training. Kushina shared the same intention, but she knew that reconciliation with Kyubi was impossible. Southwest she could only place her hopes on Rin. The training steps provided by Yujito were generally divided into two main stages. The first was to establish communication with the tailed beast, and the second was to tame the tailed beast. However, when broken down into specifics, the process was extremely complex and required a great deal of preparation. For example, overcoming oneself and resisting the negative emotions of the true waterfall was crucial. Otherwise, there was a risk of being consumed by the malevolent chakra of the tailed beast, which could destroy one's sanity. Konoha didn't have the conditions that Kimogakure had, and Makoto pondered whether he could create the necessary conditions himself. Makoto said to Rin, "To become a perfect Jinchuriki, you must battle with the tailed beast inside you, and you also need to be strong enough to handle it." Rin immediately replied, "I will work even harder on my training." Makoto then glanced at Kushina, who smiled and said, "I'm fine with it. After all, you're here, right? When it's time for me to fight, I'll do it just like last time." Kushina trusted Makoto deeply because he was able to control Kyubi. She felt that he was the one who had finally given her value as a Jinchuriki. Makoto then had someone summon Yujito to come over, instructing her to leave with Rin, so that Rin and Kushina could consult with her on some issues. Yujito wasn't sulking like before. When facing Rin and Kushina, she was very calm, which surprised Makoto. His impression of Yujito was that she was a complete wild child. When Yujito returned, she even asked Makoto if he could provide more daily supplies for them. Makoto couldn't help but ask, "Are you planning to live in Konoha from now on?" Yujito replied, "We don't have anywhere else to go except Konoha." The girl's acting was somewhat clumsy, and Makoto immediately saw through it. He didn't expose her but instead tried to entice her, saying, "If you can help Rin train into a perfect Jinchuriki, I'll consider giving you anything you want. Even the fourth Reikage, I could consider releasing him." Yujito was momentarily stunned, feeling a surge of excitement at first, but then she felt something was off. Makoto continued, "If we really execute the Reikage, then Konoha and Kimogakure would become mortal enemies. Konoha doesn't like making enemies, and you from Kimogakure initiated an attack on our country, killing many of our comrades. We also killed many of yours, so it's pretty much even." Yujito felt a flicker of doubt and pondered the credibility of Makoto's words. Makoto found it amusing, the girl was too easy to read. He took out a piece of paper with some written content and stamped it with a red seal. "You can go to the finance department and withdraw some money. Buy whatever you need in the village. Not many people know your identities, so the villagers won't cause trouble for you." Yujito stared blankly as she took the check from Makoto, then asked, "You're letting us roam freely in the village? Aren't you worried?" Makoto replied with a question, "You have seals on you, and can't use chakra. What can you do?" He then smiled and added, "Moreover, if you really dare do something, I'll first saw off one of the Reikage's legs and send it to your Kimogakure, saying that it was caused by your misconduct here in Konoha. You three must still have family members in Kimogakure, right?" I wonder how the villagers will treat them when they hear about it. Yujito shuddered at Makoto's words, her eyes filled with terror. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 350 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150 plus CH. Chapter 112, CH 112, Aid Pakura. 2 days later, Pakura proactively came to see Makoto. During these 2 days, the ninjas Pakura brought with her had left Konoha and returned, likely to investigate or confirm something. Have you made up your mind, Miss Pakura? Makoto asked, sitting in a chair and looking at Pakura in the office. What can I bring to your village? Pakura asked Makoto, or rather, what did Konoha want from her? There was no such thing as a free lunch. Pakura had thought about some possibilities. She still hadn't stated what she wanted, but for someone in her position, was there anything beyond the title of Kage to aim for? Compared to Raza, who had already firmly established himself in his position, her competitiveness was pitifully low. Trying to compete would only lead to self-destruction. But if she didn't fight, her end wouldn't be much better than death. Makoto said, I simply admire Miss Pakura. I think someone like you shouldn't be treated this way. Admire me? Pakura showed a strange expression. She said, I think it would be better if I gave something in return, otherwise I won't feel at ease about your village's help. Konoha and Sunagekure were now allies and neighbors, but this relationship was based on the past aid Sunagekure had provided to Konoha. Konoha owed Sunagekure a debt, and the debt of favors was always the hardest to repay. Therefore, Makoto wanted to give Pakura a favor in return. However, Pakura wanted to set the value of this favor in advance, so that she wouldn't be unable to repay it in the future. Makoto said, I would never make things difficult for Miss Pakura. I'm just trying to secure a friend for Konoha. But the more general Makoto's words were, the more uneasy they made people feel. This young man acted like an old fox, making her feel uneasy. Pakura thought to herself, both of them knew exactly what the other was thinking. But Pakura was in a passive position, and this matter was of great importance to her. Continuing to stall made her feel uncertain. Makoto was like a boat. If she didn't board it, there was no risk of it capsizing. But if she didn't board, she would continue to suffer under Raza and their oppression. The key was that Pakura couldn't see the whole picture of the boat. She didn't know Makoto's true intentions. This olive branch he extended seemed like an enticing apple, but whether it was poisoned or not was something she could not know. Pakura thought about the worst possible outcome. Konoha might try to use her to intervene in Sunagekure's affairs, or she might be killed by Raza and his faction, with a bunch of false accusations pinned on her afterward. Lord Makoto, how does your village intend to help me? Makoto spoke slowly, Miss Pakura, do you think there is anyone in Sunagekure more suited to become the 5th Kazekage than you? 5th Kazekage? Pakura's eyes shifted slightly. Apart from the 4th Kazekage, Raza, no one in Sunagekure had more influence than her at the moment. But during Raza's tenure, he would undoubtedly cultivate an heir and do everything possible to remove any obstacles to their succession. Do you remember the 3rd Kazekage incident, Miss Pakura? Makoto said as he slowly took out a file and handed it to Pakura. When Pakura heard about the 3rd Kazekage, a sudden shock ran through her. It was the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage that led to internal turmoil in Sunagekure, forcing the village to shift its conflicts outward, indirectly causing the 3rd Shinobi World War. It was also during this time that Raza rose to power. Pakura took the file Makoto handed her, skimmed through it, and found a name she was very familiar with. The former genius puppeteer of Sunagekure, Sasori of the Red Sands. The image of a red-haired, emotionless young boy surfaced in Pakura's mind, someone she hadn't seen in a long time. Recently, Sunagekure had received information from Konoha that it seemed Sasori had killed the 3rd Kazekage, making him a wanted criminal throughout the village. Makoto said, this person must be a thorn in the side of Sunagekure, isn't he? Pakura furrowed her brows, remaining silent. She had deep respect for the 3rd Kazekage, and naturally, she harbored strong resentment towards Sasori, the one who killed him. Makoto continued, what if Sasori of the Red Sands were to kill your 4th Kazekage as well? What would happen then? Pakura wasn't too surprised by this and simply replied, it wouldn't be that easy. Whether it's easy or not is just a matter of process. The result is what we want. I can help you hire Sasori, but you will need to create an opportunity for him. Once he succeeds, you can kill this traitor who has twice attacked the Kazekage, and then you can lead Sunagekure to defeat Kirigakure. The intelligence about Sasori came from Yahiko of Omegakure, who had been active in the Land of Rain for a period of time and had caused quite a bit of trouble for the Akatsuki organization. Upon learning this, Makoto immediately sent someone to make contact with Sasori. The plan was simple, if the current Kazekage were killed, she would be able to take power. However, executing this plan would be highly challenging. Such an assassination could never be carried out by Konoha's people, and it certainly wouldn't be something Pakura could do herself. The only solution was to find some of the most notorious and powerful figures in the ninja world, and Sasori of the Red Sands was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Not only was he an enemy of Tsunegakure, but his strength and his life were both useful assets. It was necessary to ensure that Sasori could kill the Kazekage and that, afterward, she could eliminate Sasori. In comparison to these two tasks, her original goal of driving off Kirigakure seemed much simpler. As for you, Miss Pakura, what do you think? Pakura pondered for a long time. In that case, I will leave it to you, Lord Makoto. In the afternoon, after discussing some details of the plans with Makoto, Pakura and her group left Konohagakure. Currently, Tsunegakure posed no threat to Konohagakure, but for Makoto, a village that could be controlled by him was undoubtedly better. In the evening, members of the Uchiha clan suddenly sent an invitation from Fugaku, asking him to visit tomorrow. The timing was no coincidence, it was about the village's upcoming plan to reallocate the clan's land. During the second Hokage's reign, the Uchiha clan had been driven from the center of the village and pushed to its outskirts, stripping them of power. After the Kyubi attack in the original story, the Uchiha were further isolated on the outskirts, which exacerbated tensions between the village and the Uchiha clan. Fugaku now wished to negotiate for more power for the Uchiha clan, something that Makoto had previously promised him. The next day, Makoto went to the appointment and saw the graceful and beautiful Mrs. Makoto again. Originally, Ayano had a similar aura, but Ayano's pride was more pronounced. Perhaps because she had served him for a longer time, that aura had faded somewhat. The main difference was that Makoto was older than Ayano. She was already a mother, and her gentle and graceful demeanor was something Ayano hadn't yet developed. Makoto-kun has arrived, Makoto greeted gently in the living room. Makoto-san, Makoto responded, quickly scanning her with his gaze. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 350 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150 plus CH. Chapter 113, CH 113, Obito, let me take your place. After some pleasantries over the meal, Fugaku inquired about the future planning of clan territories, but instead of giving a direct answer, Makoto asked Fugaku if he had any preferred locations in mind. This caught Fugaku by surprise, and he didn't dare to point at a specific spot on the map and claim it. Instead, he humbly replied that he trusted Makoto to make the best arrangements. Makoto said, I promised you before, Fugaku-senpai, that since the Uchiha clan has dedicated itself to the village, I will do my best to ensure the clan receives the best possible treatment. Fugaku smiled and responded, Makoto-kun, you are too kind. This is what the Uchiha should be doing. Makoto's words already carried the weight of someone representing the village. With the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru, being indifferent to administrative matters, Makoto had become the most influential figure in the village. Fugaku was well aware that the Hyuga clan's influence was gradually replacing that of the once powerful Sarutobi clan. There was no longer any rivalry between the Hyuga and Uchiha, instead, Fugaku aimed to foster a closer relationship with Makoto. Makoto then mentioned a particular area within the village that he planned to allocate to the Uchiha clan. The designated area was not very large, as the Uchiha clan now had fewer members, with only a handful of capable ninja left. Makoto continued, regarding the police force, I have a detailed plan. He explained that the current police force had too many members, and with the village facing a manpower shortage, he intended to scale it down. Fugaku gladly agreed, believing that for the Uchiha to reclaim their influence in the village, they needed to let go of unnecessary responsibilities and focus on what truly mattered. Moreover, taking advantage of the clan's relocation to reorganize the police force was a good way to silence any dissent within the clan. Konoha was founded by both the Senju and the Uchiha, and the position of Hokage should eventually fall to the Uchiha. Fugaku believed that he himself might not have a chance, but his son, Itachi, definitely did. With Itachi's talent, he was bound to surpass him. At this moment, Makoto suddenly turned his gaze to Itachi, who was sitting obediently at the table, and asked, How do you find school, Itachi? Itachi replied sensibly, It's good. My classmates are very enthusiastic. Though perhaps a bit too enthusiastic, especially some of the girls. Makoto chuckled, What do you want to do in the future, Itachi? Itachi said, I want to help my father. Fugaku smiled in satisfaction upon hearing this and reached out to gently pat Itachi's head, while Makoto, sitting beside them, also smiled warmly. Looking at Itachi's well-behaved demeanor, Makoto thought to himself that having a son might not be so bad. If Itachi didn't have to go through everything from the original story, he wouldn't have become so cold and ruthless. Niji had also been adorable as a child, childhood misfortunes often took a lifetime to heal. Makoto told Fugaku that he was getting married and would send an invitation, inviting Fugaku and his family to attend the wedding. Fugaku and Makoto were both a little surprised, as Makoto didn't seem to be at the right age for marriage yet. Though surprised, Fugaku still expressed that they would definitely attend. Makoto chuckled and said, I wonder what kind of beauty Makoto's wife is. Makoto replied, she can't compare to you, Makoto-san. I've always envied Fugaka-senpai for being able to marry such a wonderful wife. Hearing this, Makoto's smile grew even brighter. She had a rather favorable impression of this young man, not only because she knew he had brought great benefits to the Uchiha, something Fugaka had mentioned before, but also because of his demeanor. Unlike Fugaka's other social contacts, Makoto's tactfulness and smooth demeanor made it easy for people to let their guard down. It was a woman's instinct. Makoto thought to herself that perhaps she could take the initiative to visit Makoto someday and meet his wife. After finishing the meal, Makoto left Fugaka's house, and on his way back, he happened to run into Obito, who looked as though he had just finished training. Makoto. Obito greeted enthusiastically as soon as he saw Makoto, quickly approaching him. What a coincidence. What are you doing here? I came to see Fugaka-senpai, Makoto replied. I see. Makoto, since I ran into you, can I ask you for a favor? Obito suddenly said with an awkward expression. What is it? Can you teach me how to fly? Makoto sighed slightly and said helplessly, I've told you before, my ninjutsu is very special, you won't be able to learn it. Obito said, I still want to give it a try. Makoto couldn't help but ask, why are you so obsessed with flying? Obito scratched his head with a goofy smile and said, because Rin once told me she wanted to know what it feels like to fly in the sky, so I want to learn it and take her flying. Makoto. Obito pleaded, Makoto, please teach me. Makoto replied, flying requires an extremely high level of chakra control. You haven't even mastered wood release yet, so you shouldn't even think about it. Obito instantly looked distressed. Makoto sighed and said, how about I just take her flying for you? That way, you won't have to trouble yourself so much. Obito was stunned for a moment. Huh. Makoto repeated himself, I said, if Rin really wants to fly, I can take her up in the sky for a few laps. That would save you all the trouble. Obito stood there dumbfounded for a while, momentarily thinking that Makoto's words made sense. But then he quickly shook his head. No way. I have to be the one to take her flying. In Obito's imagination, Rin would be nestled in his arms as they soared freely through the sky and above the clouds. If Makoto were the one to take Rin instead. No. Absolutely not. Makoto said, then there's nothing I can do. In my opinion, you just don't have the talent for it. I don't think you can fulfill Rin's expectations. Obito instantly pulled a long face and pitifully asked, Makoto, isn't there any other way? Makoto seriously thought for a moment and said, you could ask the Hokage to transplant a pair of wings onto your back. Maybe then you could fly. Obito exclaimed, that would make me a monster. Makoto shrugged. Then there's nothing else I can do. Obito stood there deep in thought, still unwilling to give up. Makoto then said, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading off now. However, Obito grabbed Makoto's arm tightly, refusing to let him leave. Obito suddenly asked, Makoto, I remember you made Lord Fugaka fly before, right? Yeah. Obito's eyes shifted back and forth, and then he grinned, saying, so, could you make both Rin and me fly together? Like, you control both of us from behind or something. Makoto, please, Makoto. Help me out, this is a matter of my lifelong happiness. If you help me this one time, I'll do whatever you ask. Obito pleaded desperately, tugging on Makoto's arm and shaking it back and forth. Makoto felt both helpless and amused, this guy was really persistent. He asked, don't you think it would be kind of awkward? You two in front and me in the back. Obito groaned in frustration, I don't have any other way, this is all I've got. Makoto, please, just help me this one time. Seeing that Obito was about to start whining again, Makoto finally gave in with a sigh. Obito was instantly overjoyed. Thank you, Makoto. Makoto, however, reminded him, you still need to talk to Rin and make sure she's okay with it. Obito patted his chest confidently. Don't worry. Rin will definitely be thrilled. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 350 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150 plus CH. Chapter 114, CH 114, Like and Dislike. Rin, hurry up. Obito kept urging Rin, who was walking leisurely behind him. What are you doing? Rin looked helpless. She had been dragged out by Obito, who promised her a surprise. You'll know when we get there. Obito said mysteriously. The two of them arrived at an open area near the outskirts of the village, a place sparsely populated and close to the forest. From a distance, Rin saw Makoto waiting there and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why is he here? Obito had already started shouting at Makoto and waving enthusiastically. Makoto. We're here. As they approached, Obito's face was filled with anticipation. Rin couldn't help but ask, "What's all this about?" Makoto glanced at Obito and said, "Ask him." Obito grinned and said, "Rin, didn't you say before that you wanted to experience what it's like to fly?" Rin was stunned for a moment and then looked at Makoto. Obito continued, "So I asked Makoto to take us both flying in the sky to try it out." Rin felt both helpless and amused, but Obito's thoughtfulness also made her feel a bit pressured. She said, "Obito, I'm actually not that interested in flying. Besides, flying isn't that big of a deal." As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at Makoto, as if she was saying it just for him to hear. Makoto inwardly scoffed. Back then, he clearly remembered who was the most excited one up in the sky. Obito was somewhat stunned. He had finally convinced Shin to agree, but now Rin suddenly wasn't as excited. He couldn't help but say, "We're here already, just give it a try." He wasn't ready to give up, thinking maybe Rin's opinion would change once they were in the air. Rin kept glancing at Makoto before slowly nodding. Obito smiled and said, "Makoto, let's start." Makoto replied, "Get ready." Obito nodded vigorously. Although the situation was different from what he had initially imagined, there was nothing else he could do now. Makoto's body slowly ascended before their eyes, and Obito could feel an invisible force pulling him up. With a whoosh, the three of them shot up from the ground into the sky in an instant. Ah! Obito, experiencing this for the first time, couldn't help but cry out. He had expected to rise slowly, like Makoto did, but the weightlessness of being high up made him feel very uncomfortable. Looking down, still shaken, he exclaimed, "Wow, it's so high." Rin, unable to help herself, said, "Can you go a little slower? It's always so fast, who can handle this?" Makoto, helpless, replied, "Next time, I'll go slower." Obito didn't notice the subtle meaning in Rin's words, as he was too focused on the fact that flying in the sky felt completely different from what he had imagined. Being several dozen meters above the ground, looking down made him feel dizzy. "Obito, are you okay?" Rin asked worriedly as she noticed his pale face. "I'm fine." Obito forced a smile, but inwardly, he cursed himself. He should have let Makoto take him up first so he could get used to it. He tried to keep his spirits up, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of Rin, and said to Makoto, "Makoto, let's continue." Makoto was also surprised that Obito seemed to have a fear of heights. Seeing that he was trying to act tough, Makoto didn't push it and allowed them to continue flying forward in the air. Obito was tense, unable to bring himself to look down, his eyes nearly squinting shut. His body swayed unsteadily in the air. He glanced at Rin, but she seemed completely calm and unaffected. "Why is Rin fine, but I'm feeling so miserable?" Obito thought to himself, struggling. Rin then suggested, "Obito, maybe we should go down." She was worried something might happen to him. Obito refused to show weakness in front of Rin and forced a smile, saying, "Go down." "Why go down? This is great, flying is really simple, haha." His body swayed back and forth, and he suddenly covered his mouth, as if about to vomit. "Makoto, stop for a moment." Rin quickly called out to Makoto. The three of them stopped in midair, and Makoto, seeing Obito's condition, silently sighed, thinking that this guy really wasn't cut out for this. Obito took a moment to recover, patting his chest and taking deep breaths. He looked at Makoto and Rin. Makoto, of course, had no problem with flying, but Rin was also moving with ease in the air, with no sign of it being her first time. Obito was puzzled. Could this be a matter of talent? His stomach churned, and he realized that if he continued, he would definitely embarrass himself. But if he went down now, wouldn't everything be for nothing? Obito gritted his teeth and reluctantly said, "Makoto, how about you take Rin for a flight? I'll stay here and rest for a bit." Rin frowned and said, "What's the point of flying? Let's just go down." But Obito replied, "We've come this far. We can't just give up. Makoto, please." Makoto allowed Obito to slowly descend, and when Rin saw that only he was going down, she tugged at Makoto's arm. Now, only Makoto and Rin remained in the sky. Rin, feeling anxious, said, "Why are you?" Before she could finish, their bodies were soaring up into the sky again, higher than before. The view of Konoha below looked like a tiny palm-sized spot, and the clouds above were almost within reach. Rin took a deep breath and said to Makoto, "Can you not be so overbearing all the time?" Makoto lay back in the air, his hands behind his head, relaxed. He replied, "What's wrong? Isn't this what Obito wanted?" "You." Rin was angry and frustrated. Seeing him still lying there with his eyes closed as if he were asleep, she pursed her lips and asked, "Do you know why Obito is doing this?" Makoto responded, "He likes you and wants to pursue you." Rin hesitated before replying, "Then why are you still?" Makoto chuckled lightly. "What about it?" Rin paused before saying, "Then why help him? Have you ever considered whether I want this or not? Makoto said, that's his problem to deal with, not mine. He begged me so sincerely back then, so I just helped him a little. He glanced at Rin and added, aren't you the one who likes Kakashi? Yes, everyone knows I like Kakashi. Does Kakashi like you? Rin fell silent for a moment before replying, liking Kakashi is my matter. What he feels for me is his matter. I won't ask Kakashi for anything, nor will I do anything foolish just because I think I deserve it. Upon hearing this, Makoto chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at Obito, poor guy, doing all this. Rin instantly became angry, what he does is his own business. Why should I have to pay the price for your one-sided feelings? Was everything you did from the start just to get something in return? In the end, all you care about is yourselves. Her intense reaction surprised Makoto. He didn't understand why she was so angry. Rin was usually known for her gentle nature. Makoto then asked, then why make him think that he still has a chance with you? Rin retorted, all I gave him was friendship. Does not accepting his feelings mean I can't even be friends with him? Makoto said, humans are complex beings. How can the boundaries you set for yourself control others? If you draw a line for him, do you think he'll just accept it? Rin's expression slowly calmed down. She looked up at the clouds so close by and suddenly reached out to touch them, only to find that the soft white clouds from below were actually cold and damp when touched. She remembered the first time Makoto had taken her flying, when she first touched the clouds. Looking at the water droplets on her hand, she murmured, such beautiful clouds, but this is what they really are. People on the ground probably never know, do they? If they found out that the thing they've always dreamed of is just a puddle of water, how disappointed would they be? Makoto didn't respond. She said, let's go down. The two of them slowly descended to the ground. Obito was still slumped on the ground, a pained expression on his face, as if he hadn't recovered yet. Rin noticed Makoto's indifferent expression and couldn't help but glare at him. Makoto, seeing her reaction, shrugged. What do you want me to do? I didn't expect him to have a fear of heights. Rin scolded, isn't it because you were flying so fast at the start? Makoto chuckled lightly. When we were flying together before, wasn't it the same speed? Rin was about to say something but suddenly realized the double meaning in Makoto's words. Her face turned red, and she glared at him in embarrassment and annoyance. Rin walked up to Obito and asked, Obito, are you okay? Obito glanced at Rin and then at Makoto, giving a wry smile. This time, I really embarrassed myself. Rin said, why did you have to do something like this? Obito scratched his head, awkwardly mumbling, I just wanted to make you happy. This was the answer Rin had expected. She felt no emotional stir at all, not moved in the slightest. But seeing Obito still sitting there, his face pale, Rin's heart softened. She said, you idiot, you didn't need to do this. You want to get stronger and become Hokage, right? Just work hard toward that goal. Don't do foolish things like this in the future. Rin's kindness immediately made Obito feel much better. She's worried about me. He nodded repeatedly and said, got it, Rin. Rin helped him up and said, all right, let's go back. Obito then looked at Makoto and said, thanks, Makoto. Makoto simply nodded lightly. Although things didn't go as he had hoped, Obito felt that receiving Rin's kindness was still worth it. He suddenly remembered that Rin seemed to adapt very well while they were flying earlier, and said, Rin, it seemed like you weren't uncomfortable at all just now. Rin immediately hesitated, I didn't even notice. Makoto then said, people are different. Obito laughed foolishly. As expected of Rin, I think you could learn how to fly from Makoto. Rin glanced at Makoto and said, I don't want to learn. Makoto raised an eyebrow slightly. This girl is doing it on purpose. She hasn't given me a good look since she saw me earlier. Obito was puzzled. Why don't you want to learn? Rin glared at him. Why do you care so much? Obito immediately shrank his neck, not daring to say another word. Rin's gaze shifted slightly, and she spoke softly, Obito, there's something I want to talk to you about. Obito blinked his bright eyes and asked, oh, what is it? Rin then glanced at Makoto before speaking to Obito. It's just between the two of us. Come with me. Obito froze for a moment upon hearing this, then his heart leapt with joy. He thought that Rin deliberately wanting to talk to him alone was a sign of intimacy. Makoto, you can head back. Thanks for today, I'll treat you to a meal next time. He quickly walked up to Makoto, whispered a few words, and then hurried after Rin. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 350 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150 plus CH. Chapter 115, CH 115, Beauty Trap. Orochimaru's laboratory. Makoto stood in front of a large glass container, watching a white zetsu floating in the nutrient solution. This white zetsu had fully developed human-like features. Compared to the previous monstrous white zetsu, this one had no difference from a normal human except for its pale skin. This is the latest creation, Orochimaru said from the side. It has no consciousness or intellect, but still retains its bodily functions. It is a purely empty vessel for the soul. After carefully inspecting it, Makoto glanced at a row of more than 10 identical glass containers nearby. He asked, "Has Lord Hokage started the experiment?" Orochimaru replied, "There have been 5 failed attempts so far." Makoto's heart skipped a beat. 5 of them have already died. Orochimaru continued, "The first attempt failed due to a mistake during the soul transfer process. It was the first time I performed this operation. The remaining 4 cases all resulted in the soul leaving the white zetsu's body shortly after entering, causing death. We have yet to find a method to keep the soul from detaching from the white zetsu body. There are too few records on soul techniques, and the issue with the rejection from the white zetsu's physical form remains unresolved." Makoto fixed his gaze on the white zetsu for a while, then suddenly said, "Perhaps we don't understand enough about death." Orochimaru was momentarily stunned by this statement. It sounded strange. What is there to understand about death? Once a person dies, doesn't everything just cease to exist? What he had been pursuing all along was to escape death. Makoto asked, "Do you know of the death god, Lord Hokage?" Orochimaru pondered for a moment and replied, "I have seen records of it in the ancient texts of the Uzumaki clan." Makoto continued, "Since souls and the death god exist, is it possible that there is some kind of rule governing what happens after a person dies?" Orochimaru seemed to be lost in thought. Makoto's words immediately brought some clarity to him. Whether it was the soul transformation technique of Kaito-den or the spiritual techniques of the Yamanaka clan, neither allowed a soul to remain detached from its body for too long. Once the time limit was exceeded, there was a risk of death. The failures in his experiments were also due to the soul being separated from the original body for too long. But why couldn't the soul remain in a new body for long? What kind of connection between the soul and the body was he still unaware of? Makoto understood clearly that Orochimaru's experiments on immortality still needed one more component to be complete. It was the cursed seal from Hyuga. If White Zetsu's body was seen as a container and the soul as water, then the cursed seal would be the lid of the container. At this thought, Makoto suddenly felt a shift in his mind. Hyuga naturally had the ability to absorb natural energy, and if he could find Hyuga's power, it might bring him one step closer to his goal. However, in this time period, Hyuga was probably still very young and had not yet reached the stage where Orochimaru would begin his research on the cursed seal. The biggest obstacle to Makoto's exploration of natural energy was the risk involved in absorbing it. Unlike Naruto, who had the guidance of Fukasaku, Makoto did not have such assistance. Perhaps he could attempt to find Hyuga. Makoto kept his gaze fixed on the white zetsu in the container, glancing at Orochimaru beside him, who seemed lost in thought. "Makoto," Orochimaru suddenly spoke. "Lord Hokage. The more a person knows, the more they realize how much they don't know," Orochimaru said. Makoto replied, "Exploration is endless." Orochimaru smiled lightly, then suddenly changed the subject. "Are you getting married?" Makoto nodded and said, "The wedding is set for a month from now." Orochimaru then asked, "Are you going to be a father?" "Yes." Orochimaru's smile grew wider as he said, "I look forward to the birth of your child." Makoto felt a chill run down his spine and quickly took his leave, bidding farewell to Orochimaru and leaving the research facility. The 3 women, Yujito, Samui, and Mabui, now had the freedom to move around Konoha. They faced almost no restrictions, except that they were not allowed to leave the village. Yujito only had to assist Rin when she needed guidance, and she didn't have any other tasks to complete. The level of tolerance in Konoha was a surprise to the 3 of them. However, ever since that day, Makoto hadn't come to visit them, which had caused Yujito some trouble. The beauty trap she had originally planned had no opportunity to be used. "I think this is fine too," Mabui said softly. She was the most accepting of their current situation among the 3. Apart from their initial imprisonment, life in Konoha had been pleasant. The villagers didn't know their identities and were very warm toward them. It was a completely different atmosphere compared to the one in Kimogakure. She had realized that rescuing her father seemed unlikely now. As a traitor, it would be even more impossible for her to return to Kimogakure. So, she had no choice but to accept reality. Sometimes, she thought that if she could stay in Konoha forever, it might not be such a bad thing. Starting over, leaving the past behind, if Konoha was willing to give her that opportunity. "How is this okay? Have you forgotten that you're from Kimogakure?" Yujito scolded. Her thoughts were completely opposite to Mabui's. All she could think about was revenge, killing that Hyuga Makoto, and she was willing to pay any price for it, even persuading Samui to seduce him. In her eyes, this was completely worth it. If Makoto was truly interested in her, she would have no problem submitting to him, but she thought Samui was more beautiful and had a better chance, which was why she had her do it. As long as they could rescue the wreckage and then find a chance to kill that bastard, it would all be worth it. But what Yujito hadn't expected was that Makoto never came back. According to her logic, after seeing Samui, he should have become obsessed with her and would have done everything he could to get her. We need to find a way to get him to come, or go find him ourselves, Yujito mused. Think of something, both of you, she urged. Mabui only glanced at Samui, who appeared calm and unaffected. Why are you in such a hurry? Samui said. The more proactive you are, the less he'll take you seriously. Yujito then asked, so what do you suggest we do? Samui replied, do nothing. There will always be an opportunity to meet him. Because of her outstanding appearance, Samui had countless admirers in the village. She understood very well what boys her age were thinking. Although she strongly resented what Yujito had asked her to do, there was really no other choice at the moment. And as prisoners, even if they couldn't rescue the wreckage, attaching themselves to Makoto would certainly be beneficial. Selling her body. At this point, they were already prisoners. Was her purity really more important than her life? As long as she found a way to capture Makoto's heart, that would be enough. To her, this wasn't a difficult task. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 350 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150 plus CH. Chapter 116, CH 116, Wedding Invitation. Rainy day. Kakashi, Guy, and Hakumen entered the barbecue restaurant one after another, shaking the raindrops off their clothes at the entrance. What a heavy rain, Hakumen sighed. The dense curtain of rain outside obscured their vision, with only a few blurred figures moving along the street. The weather is going to warm up, Kakashi remarked. Shouldn't it be cold on rainy days? Guy asked in confusion. Kakashi didn't bother to explain further and walked straight into a private room with Hakumen. Everyone was already there, except for Shizune and Rin. Yo, Kakashi, Hakumen, Guy. Someone greeted them. Kakashi glanced at Obito and was surprised to see him sitting listlessly in his seat. He didn't even say a word when Kakashi arrived, which was quite unusual. You didn't invite Makoto? Anko asked. Lord Makoto is busy with official duties, Hakumen explained. Asuma chuckled, well, he is an important figure in the village, after all. Just as Kakashi sat down, Genma leaned over and whispered, looks like Obito failed in his confession. He hasn't said a word since he got here. Kakashi's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't say anything. The group chatted idly, while the sound of the pouring rain outside added to the cozy atmosphere of the private room. They began ordering food. Since the two girls wouldn't order anything even if they arrived, there was no need to wait for them. Before long, the curtain of the private room was lifted, and two graceful figures walked in. Are we late? Everyone's eyes turned towards them, then instinctively glanced at Obito, who was still sitting there. Rin looked at Obito briefly but maintained her usual calm expression as she walked over and took the empty seat beside Kurenai. Not at all, we just finished ordering, Kurenai said with a gentle smile. Sorry, I got held up by something, Shizune apologized. Everyone was curious whether something had happened between Obito and Rin. After all, nothing else seemed capable of making someone as carefree as Obito act this way. It was common knowledge that Obito liked Rin, and that Rin liked Kakashi. But Kakashi was like a block of ice. No one really thought Rin's feelings for him would lead anywhere. Instead, most people believed that someone as kind and gentle as Rin might be better suited for Obito. Rin, however, seemed completely oblivious to the subtle tension in the air and chatted with the others as if nothing had happened. The conversation soon shifted to Hakumen's promotion to Jonin, which took everyone by surprise. Why didn't you tell us earlier? We could have planned a celebration, Asuma said. It's not such a big deal, no need for that. Besides, everyone's here now, so let's just consider this the celebration, Hakumen replied with a smile. Not a big deal. Becoming a Jonin wasn't important. Everyone was speechless, realizing that geniuses must think differently. Guy, sitting on the side, clenched his fists. I have to work even harder. Plates of barbecue were brought to the table one after another, looking incredibly appetizing. It wasn't long before the aroma filled the air as the meat sizzled on the grill, making the atmosphere even livelier. Shizune said, I'm going out of the village with Lady Tsunade. For how long this time? Shizune had previously left the village with Tsunade for a while but returned during the war with the Wadakure. Everyone assumed it wouldn't be too long this time either. Shizune thought the same and said, I'm not sure. Rin sighed, I wish I could travel with Lady Tsunade too. As one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade was an idol to all the female and medical ninjas in the village. Rin deeply admired Shizune for being able to become Tsunade's apprentice. Although her own teacher, Minato, was excellent, his expertise wasn't in medical ninjutsu. Recently, Rin felt that her medical ninjutsu had reached a limit, so she decided to focus on improving her overall strength instead. She was preparing to tame the tailed beast and become a perfect Jinchuriki, not only her own goal but also Kushina's hope for her. Shizen chuckled softly, "What's so great about that kind of life? I'd rather stay in the village with everyone." Obito watched Rin laughing and chatting with the others, his heart filled with bitterness. The memory of what she had said to him earlier made his chest ache even more. "Obito, why aren't you eating?" Anko suddenly asked, drawing the attention of several people at the table. Forcing a smile, Obito replied, "I just don't have much of an appetite." Asuma grinned, "You still have to pay whether you eat or not." Kurenai quietly leaned in closer to Rin and asked, "Did something happen between you and Obito?" Since Rin entered the room, she hadn't spoken a single word to Obito. Even a fool could tell something was off, though perhaps Guy hadn't noticed, as he continued chatting with Obito as usual. Everyone was curious, but no one dared to ask directly. "Just ignore him," Rin said simply, picking up a piece of meat and putting it into her mouth. At that moment, Hakumen suddenly took out a thick stack of envelopes and stood up, distributing them one by one according to the names. "What's this?" The group looked at the envelopes curiously. Upon opening them, they realized they were wedding invitations. "Lord Makoto is getting married," Hakumen announced. The room fell silent for a moment before a chorus of shocked exclamations erupted. "Makoto? Makoto is getting married? No way." Everyone looked astonished, finding it hard to believe. "The wedding is next month. Lord Makoto asked me to hand these out to you all," Hakumen continued. "He hopes everyone can attend." Kakashi and Guy, who had known about this in advance, remained unfazed, unlike the others. The rest exchanged glances, feeling that this was just too unbelievable. "Isn't Makoto about the same age as us? Getting married already?" They couldn't imagine themselves getting married at their current age, the thought was almost unsettling. "Who's the bride?" Kurenai asked. "She's Lady Ayari from our clan," Hakumen replied. Most of the group didn't know the bride, but Anko recalled having seen her once when she visited the Hyuga compound to look for Makoto. She remembered the woman being quite beautiful, though she seemed to be a fair bit older than Makoto. Asuma commented, "Maybe, marriages in these prestigious clans are different from what we imagine." Rin looked down at the invitation in her hand. Her name was written on it, and without realizing it, she tightened her grip on the card. He's about to get married, yet he's still so unreliable. "Rin." Shizen called out to her curiously from the side. "It's nothing. I just find it hard to believe." Rin looked up and smiled. She was probably the only one who would describe Makoto as unreliable. Everyone continued marveling at Makoto's upcoming wedding. When Anko mentioned she had seen the bride before, the group eagerly asked if she was pretty. "She's quite pretty." The sizzling sound of meat grilling on the stove filled the room. Rin took a sip of tea, the rim of the cup resting against her lips, and the rising steam blurred her vision slightly. "Should we prepare gifts for the wedding?" "Of course. I've never been to someone else's wedding before. I went to one when I was little, with my parents. What does getting married feel like? It must be really happy, after all, you get to be with a beautiful girl." "Genma, you're such a pervert." Rin turned her head towards the window, gazing at the hazy rain outside. The chatter of the group filled her ears, yet an inexplicable sense of restlessness welled up inside her. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 350 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150 plus CH. Chapter 117, CH 117, Kiss. By evening, the rain had stopped. Outside the Hokage building, Rin paced back and forth alone, her gaze frequently drifting toward the office upstairs. Puddles had formed on the ground, and every so often, she would lightly place her shoe on the water's surface but never dared to press down too hard. "Are you waiting for me?" Makoto's voice suddenly broke the silence, startling Rin and causing ripples to splash across the once calm puddle. She straightened up and glanced at Makoto, who had just walked out of the Hokage building. Casually, she pointed in another direction. "I was just passing by." Even she didn't believe the excuse she had just made. After all, who would just happen to pass by the entrance of the Hokage building? Rin's gaze wavered, as if unsure what exactly she was trying to avoid. "Let's take a walk together," Makoto suggested. "All right." He took the lead, and after a brief hesitation, Rin followed. "You're getting married?" she suddenly asked. "Hakumen gave you the invitations, right?" "Yeah, during dinner." "Be sure to come," Makoto said casually. "Why so soon? I mean, aren't you only in your teens?" Rin pursed her lips as she spoke. "Is this Arranged by your clan. It almost seemed like she was offering Makoto an excuse, her eyes stealing glances at him frequently. Makoto smiled. I'm the head of the Hyuga clan. Who could arrange something like this for me? I just felt it was time to get married, so I did. And the girl, she's someone I really like. Rin fell silent, though only for a brief moment. Suddenly, she chuckled. Everyone was so shocked to hear about your wedding. It's a shame you weren't there to see it. Makoto chuckled as well. I can imagine. He rarely joined their gatherings, and apart from a select few, he wasn't particularly close to their circle. Hakumen, on the other hand, had already blended in well through Kakashi and Guy. Rin continued, I've already made things clear to Obito. Even though those words might have hurt him, it's better than letting things become a bigger misunderstanding in the future. Now, I can pursue Kakashi without any worries. Makoto glanced at Rin, sensing a hint of farewell in her words. He suddenly stopped walking, prompting Rin to halt in confusion and look at him. What's wrong? She asked, glancing at the empty alleyway beside them. Are you taking this road? Rin, look at the sky, Makoto suddenly said. Hearing his words, Rin looked up in confusion. The sky was gray and overcast after the rain, not particularly beautiful. But before she could react, an arm wrapped around her waist, and in the next instant, she was lifted off the ground and propelled rapidly into the sky. The sudden movement made Rin gasp in surprise, and she instinctively clung tightly to Makoto. His chest was warmer and more solid than she had imagined. Rin shut her eyes tightly, feeling her heart pounding wildly, with only the sound of the wind rushing past her ears. She didn't know how much time had passed when they finally stopped. As Rin cautiously opened her eyes again, she was astonished to find herself above the thick cloud cover. Below them, the clouds stretched like a vast white ocean, with half of the sun dipping beneath the horizon in the distance. Higher up, the sky was a deeper shade of blue than she had imagined, and the sunlight reflected off the clouds in breathtaking colors. What do you think? Makoto's voice pulled her out of her awe. She quickly pushed him away, realizing he was still holding her, and said angrily, You. Why do you always act on your own without asking for permission? Makoto watched Rin's angry expression with a smile, but he could sense there was no real anger behind it. Suddenly, he leaned in close and took a deep breath. What are you doing? Rin backed away in alarm. Makoto said, You smell really nice. Rin's face instantly flushed red, and she stammered, What? Makoto continued, Such a strong barbecue smell. I could smell it the entire way up here, and now I'm starving. Rin. Her face alternated between red and white as she realized he was teasing her on purpose. Feeling thoroughly provoked, she lunged at him, ready to hit him, but Makoto laughed triumphantly and drifted away before she could catch him, leaving her fuming in frustration. Rin, enraged and embarrassed, shouted, You bastard! Come here. I'm going to kill you. Makoto chuckled lightly, You're not acting very ladylike. Who acts like this to a lady? I'm not a gentleman. You're a pervert. A hooligan. When Rin's anger subsided a little, Makoto slowly floated back down. He lay back as if he were a small boat drifting on the surface of a lake, quietly enjoying the beautiful scenery around them. It was exceptionally quiet above the clouds. Rin, seeing how relaxed Makoto was, said, I want to be like you. Makoto asked, Want to lie in my arms? Dream on. Makoto then gently controlled Rin's body, and they both slowly lay down. Rin felt as if there were a soft bed beneath her, making her feel very comfortable. The two floated above the clouds, initially enjoying the scenery. But as they drifted closer together, Rin, unable to resist, extended her foot and kicked him. Don't get too carried away. Who told you to get so close to me? Do you know whose territory you're in right now? If you keep provoking me, I'll throw you down. I don't believe you, Rin laughed. Seeing that his threat didn't work, Makoto suddenly smirked mischievously and said, Then do you believe I'll do something to you? After all, there's no one else here. Rin's eyes widened in an instant, her face flushing lightly. Puffed, you shameless pervert. What Rin didn't expect was that Makoto, with a wicked grin on his face, actually leaned in closer toward her. She tried to retreat, but found she couldn't move, feeling like a lamb to the slaughter. In a panic, Rin quickly crossed her arms over her chest, shut her eyes, and screamed, Ah, pervert. Then, there was silence. Rin carefully opened her eyes, but Makoto was gone. She looked around, but there was no one in the sky above the clouds. Hey! She tried calling out. Makoto. Where did you go? There was no answer. She floated there, alone, surrounded by an eerie silence. Rin suddenly felt a chill. The once beautiful scenery of the clouds no longer appealed to her. Stop messing around, come out. I won't kick you anymore. She kept calling out, though she knew deep down that Makoto was probably just playing a joke. Still, not seeing him made her feel uneasy. As she turned around, Makoto suddenly reappeared in front of her, grinning at her, causing her heart to skip a beat in surprise. You. Just as she was about to angrily curse him, Makoto's face moved close to hers, and he lightly kissed her cheek, like a dragonfly touching water. Rin froze in place. After the kiss, Makoto continued to smile at her. Am I a bad guy? Rin didn't respond, probably too stunned by what had just happened. Her face, visibly red, turned even darker, the blush creeping all the way to her ears and the back of her neck. She suddenly turned away, her hands covering her face, silent. Why is she embarrassed now? A quiet laugh escaped, and Makoto drifted closer, reaching out to gently remove her hand from her face before leaning in again. Rin, flustered, tried to pull away. What are you doing? She looked into his face, only inches away, and her mind went blank. It felt as though she was about to suffocate. Makoto gently cupped her chin, but this time, his target wasn't her cheek. Rin felt a wave of panic, an instinctive fear, as though she had fallen into a deep, dark well. Makoto, stop. I like Kakashi. Love who you want to love. This is my first kiss. Then I am honored. You're about to get married. Doesn't that make it even more thrilling? Makoto, MMM. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 350 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150 plus CH. Chapter 118, CH 118, Unrelated. Whenever something is delivered to him, Makoto never refuses. When Makoto and Rin came down from the sky, there was a red slap mark on Makoto's face. Did you really have to hit so hard? It hurts like hell, Makoto said, covering his face as they landed in an empty area within the village. That was my first kiss. Rin huffed angrily. Well, it was also my first kiss with you, Makoto replied. Hearing this, Rin fumed and kicked at him again, but Makoto dodged. You're the worst. Didn't you enjoy it just now? Makoto teased. Rin's face turned red again, and she raised her hand to hit him. Shut up. Thinking back to the earlier moment, she felt so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The taste of kissing Makoto was undeniably wonderful, passionate and lingering, making her sink into it and crave more. His kissing skills were too good, this definitely wasn't his first time. What a scumbag. Rin also recalled how he had removed her hands when she tried to cover her face during the kiss. What a jerk. Seeing Rin switch between embarrassment and anger, Makoto chuckled. What's wrong? Are you still savoring it? His words made Rin even more flustered. She glared at him and snapped, I'll just pretend I got bitten by a dog. Makoto shamelessly grinned. If I'm the dog, then wouldn't that make you a female dog? Rin was so furious she couldn't speak. She knew she couldn't win against him, neither in words nor in action, whether it was arguing or kissing. She felt both angry and shy about the kiss, not that it was entirely unacceptable, but losing her first kiss to him felt like such a rip-off. I'm going home. She turned around and took a step forward before stopping. Rin felt unwilling to leave just like this. She hadn't gotten any promises from Makoto, and everything that had just happened seemed to be nothing more than a moment of impulse between them. She looked at Makoto and questioned, You're about to get married, so why are you still messing with me? Makoto, however, countered with a question of his own, Weren't you the one who came looking for me? Rin was momentarily at a loss for words. I didn't come to do this with you. Makoto chuckled, Then why did you come looking for me? To chat, take a walk, or to express something? You bastard. Rin realized he had seen right through her thoughts, making her feel both embarrassed and angry. Makoto once again leaned in close, his smile teasing. I'm always here whenever you need me. Need him for what? Rin bit her lower lip, Makoto wasn't wrong. She knew he was getting married, yet she had still come to him on her own accord. What did she want to express? What did she want him to know? This guy was different from Kakashi and Obito. Kakashi didn't like her and never responded to her feelings, while Obito was just a blockhead who could only say things like I like you without it meaning much. That night at the frontline camp, when Makoto suddenly took her flying into the sky, no one had ever treated her like that before. The jokes he made never truly angered her either. She had never gotten any response from Kakashi, never seen any progress. But now, suddenly, someone appeared who was no less capable than Kakashi, perhaps even better than him. Someone who seemed to see right through her heart, who could give her a response without unnecessary words, taking action instead. Rin always thought she was steadfast in her feelings for Kakashi, but sometimes she couldn't help but wonder, if Kakashi kept rejecting her, should she keep waiting forever? Back when everyone believed Obito was dead, Kakashi treated her as if she were just an artifact left in his care by Obito. That made Rin feel both heartbroken and helpless. And yet, this guy in front of her seemed like a great choice, if only he weren't about to get married. She should cut her losses in time and draw a clear boundary. Rin took a deep breath and decided not to dwell on these pointless matters any longer. Let's just pretend nothing happened up there in the sky. Nothing happened. Makoto grinned. So what? Are you planning to tell Kakashi in the future that your first kiss is still intact? Rin's emotions were in turmoil, and she snapped, what else? What do you want? You're the one who did it and won't take responsibility. Makoto tilted his head. When did I ever say I wouldn't take responsibility? If you're willing, we can be together. Rin was stunned for a moment. But, you're about to get married. Makoto nodded. I know. My marriage is my own business, what does it have to do with us? Rin was momentarily dumbfounded. How could he say something so outrageous with such ease? After a brief silence, she suddenly let out a laugh, equal parts anger and disbelief. You're insane. With that, she turned and walked away without looking back. Makoto watched her retreating figure thoughtfully. He recalled that in this world, nobles and high-ranking officials could have multiple wives and concubines, but the women he had encountered all had rather independent minds. But none of that really mattered, what was meant to be his would always be his. After returning home, Rin locked herself in her bedroom, her mind in complete chaos. Makoto's words had filled her with anger. When he first said they could be together, a small part of her had actually hoped that he would cancel his engagement for her. That damn bastard. Did he really think he could have 3 wives and 4 concubines and build himself a massive harem? Bastard. Bastard. Rin hugged her pillow and furiously pounded it, venting her frustration as if she were hitting Makoto himself. After exhausting herself, she finally calmed down, realizing that she shouldn't waste so much energy being angry over such a scumbag. In front of others, she always appeared gentle and cheerful, but only when she was with Makoto did she lose control and act like a completely different person. It was better to stay away from someone who could so easily manipulate her emotions. Why had she been so foolish to save him on the battlefield in the first place? That damn scumbag. Rin lay dazed on her bed, unable to stop herself from recalling the moment when Makoto had kissed her. She didn't know how much time had passed until a knock on the front door startled her. The sky was already dark, who could be visiting at this hour? Shizun. Kurenai. Rin walked to the entrance and opened the door, only to find Obito standing outside. Rin. Obito smiled at her. I won't come in. Is there something you need? Rin asked calmly. Seeing her composed demeanor, Obito suddenly felt that she seemed distant, and it pained him deeply. Rin, I've thought it through, Obito said slowly, his expression a mix of disappointment and forced cheerfulness. We should just be good friends. Rin's eyes flickered slightly, and her voice softened. Obito, it's good that you think this way. I really cherish having you as a friend, but the only feelings I can offer you are those of friendship. So I can only accept the kindness you show me within the bounds of friendship. If it goes beyond that, I'd rather distance myself from you. I don't want to hurt you. Obito smiled. I understand. I've been troubling you, haven't I? I'm sorry, Rin. I'll keep my feelings in check from now on. Rin lowered her gaze and nodded. Silence. Rin stood inside the house, while Obito remained outside the door. He averted his gaze, unable to look directly at her. With a forced smile, he said, I just came to tell you this. There's nothing else. Oh, right. You've been training a lot lately, right? Keep it up, Rin. Kakashi's been a jonin for a while now. The two of us need to catch up to him. I want to catch up to him, and you should too. If you ever want someone to train with, you can come find me. That's what friends do, right? Rin, Well, if there's nothing else, I'll get going. Rin watched Obito's awkward demeanor. Despite feeling a pang of guilt, she knew that short-term pain was better than long-term agony. Suddenly, she called out, Obito. He froze, staring at her in surprise. Rin smiled gently and said, keep working hard. I'm still waiting for the day you become Hokage. Obito nodded firmly and smiled back. Of course. Rin was as kind and gentle as ever, but this gentleness wasn't something he could have all to himself. Rin treated all her friends this way. He had always thought that he was special to Rin, but in her heart, the only special one might be Kakashi. Would she like him if he became better than Kakashi? If he became Hokage, would she finally see him differently? As Obito walked away, he turned back to look once more, the door was already closed. I need to get stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I have Rin. Clenching his fists tightly, he made a silent vow in his heart. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 350 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150 plus CH. Chapter 119, CH 119, Human Evolution. A month later, Makoto received a message from Sunagakure. It was a letter from Pakura, consisting of only 2 short words. Mission accomplished. It was stamped with the Kazekage's seal. With this, Sunagakure had undergone a change in leadership, though the news was tightly sealed and had not yet spread. Makoto was likely the first outsider to know. In addition to the letter from Sunagakure, a letter from Kimogakure had also arrived. The letters from Kimogakure never stopped coming. Every few days, one would arrive, with the content mostly the same, pleading with Konoha to return the rakeage, offering to pay some price in exchange. In addition to the letters Konoha received from Sunagakure, the daimyo's office had also received a letter from the Land of Lightning. However, the daimyo was not foolish. He merely replied to Konoha, saying that the handling of the rakeage was up to them, whether to kill him, imprison him, or trade him for benefits, it was their choice. What Konoha lacked could not be provided by other villages. As for the letter from Kimogakure, Makoto only replied once, suggesting that if they wanted the rakeage back, they could trade him for the Hachibi from their village. Then, another good piece of news arrived: the Umbu Makoto had sent out to find Yugo had returned. The Land of Fire wasn't particularly vast, but it did take some effort. Makoto had sent several members of the Hyuga clan's Umbu to inquire about a recently born child named Yugo, with orange-colored hair, in the villages along the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice. After quite some effort, they finally found him. It was said that the child had become a monster upon birth, killing his own mother. The Umbu had paid some reward and bought the child from his father. When Makoto saw the infant, he noticed that the child had been sealed with a binding jutsu by the Umbu. This sealing technique is useless on him. He occasionally goes into a frenzy, but fortunately, he's just a child, so it's easy to subdue him, said the Umbu. Makoto reached out and gently touched the child's soft, pink cheek. He looked like an ordinary infant, pink and chubby, quite cute. The sealing technique is meant to seal chakra, so it's naturally useless on him, Makoto said. This child could absorb natural energy on his own, easily breaking through the chakra seal. Makoto gently caressed Yugo and attempted to control the natural energy within his body. While humans are always surrounded by natural energy, it doesn't enter the body, as if there's a door preventing it from coming inside. But Yugo was different. He could clearly feel that his body lacked the normal barriers humans have, allowing natural energy to enter and exit freely. However, if the surrounding natural energy was too dense, Yugo's body would mutate and spiral out of control. If Orochimaru knew about this child, he would surely make him his experiment. Yugo would become an essential part of Orochimaru's research into cursed seals and immortality techniques. But a child who occasionally loses control and goes into a frenzy would be hard to hide in the village, especially from Orochimaru. Even though Makoto was using his own Umbu, if Orochimaru found out that he was hiding this from him, it would certainly lead to deeper suspicion. After thinking for a long time, Makoto turned to the Umbu beside him and said, "Send this child to Lord Hokage." All Makoto wanted was a way to control the natural energy. When Makoto returned home, he saw Ayari chatting with Uchiha Makoto under the pavilion. Makoto had visited a few times before. Ayari liked this gentle older sister and got along well with her. She had even visited the Uchiha clan a few times, often consulting Makoto on matters during pregnancy. When Makoto saw Makoto return, she immediately smiled and stood to greet him. "Makoto-kun." "Makoto-san." Ayari remained seated and calmly asked, "How come you're back so early today?" Makoto walked up to her, leaned down, and kissed her cheek. "Isn't it better to come back early and spend time with you?" Makoto looked on with an amused expression. These two didn't even consider her presence. Was this how young people in love acted? Ayari immediately blushed and pushed him away. "Stop it, Makoto is still here." "You can pretend I'm not here," Makoto said with a smile. "Please stay for dinner, Makoto-san," Makoto said. Makoto laughed and replied, "If I stay for dinner, my 2 family members will go hungry, so I should be going." Ayari said, "Makoto-ne, I'll come visit you tomorrow." "Okay, Kushina is coming over as well, I'll introduce you to her." After seeing Makoto off, Makoto returned and found Ayari still lying on the wicker chair. She opened her arms to him, signaling, "Hold me." Makoto didn't immediately hold her. Instead, he leaned in close again, gazing at her eyes that were fluttering with affection. "Hold me first, then I'll kiss you," Ayari immediately said, moving her arms. "No, kiss me first, then I'll hold you," Makoto responded. Ayari had no choice but to follow his words and kissed him. "Just now, Makoto-ne was here, how could you do that in front of her?" "Why not? You're carrying my child, is kissing you not allowed?" "But not in front of others, it's too embarrassing." "You'll get used to it. Go away." Makoto lifted her in a princess carry and walked toward the living room. Ayari leaned on his shoulder and asked, Makoto, what kind of gift do you think I should bring tomorrow? It's the thought that counts. Anything will do. I bought an aromatherapy wood a few days ago, but I haven't unpacked it yet. I could give that to her. Sure. This was something Makoto had gone shopping for with Ayari, a round wooden base with a wooden sphere on top, where you could drop some essential oils. It would make the air smell nice when placed in a room. But whenever Makoto looked at that wooden sphere, some strange thoughts always came to his mind. Too bad this world didn't have golf. Do you also think Makoto-ne is pretty nice? She's quite attractive. Bastard. Can you be serious for once? That evening, after Makoto finished dinner, he was called to the research facility by Orochimaru's umbu. When he arrived at the lab, he saw that Hyuga was lying on the operating table. Orochimaru said, Makoto, you've brought me a trouble. What's wrong, Lord Hokage? This child's physique is very unique, it has significant research value, but right now, I don't have the time to study him. Orochimaru was currently focused on the research of White Zetsu's body and soul, and didn't have the time to deal with anything else. Makoto was a bit surprised but quickly understood. There was no direct connection between Hyuga and the cursed seals or the impure world reincarnation, so it was understandable that Orochimaru couldn't immediately connect the dots. He said, then I'll take the child away for now. Orochimaru nodded, then added, I'm planning to create a method to imprison souls. That way, after transferring the soul into a new body, it can be securely trapped inside. Have you made any progress, Lord Hokage? It's just a preliminary idea for now. Makoto, what do you think? Orochimaru's thinking was already quite similar to what was described in the original story, though the method actually originated from Hyuga, something Orochimaru hadn't realized yet. Makoto replied, I think it's feasible, but such a binding method needs to be stable enough to work. Orochimaru laughed, that can certainly be achieved. Once it's done, the perfect fusion of body and soul will be possible. Makoto, this is evolution. The evolution of the human body. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 350+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150+CH. Chapter 120, CH 120, Innocent Kushina. The so-called Sage Chakra is formed by mixing physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy in a 1:1:1 ratio. If the proportion of natural energy is less than 1/3, Sage Chakra cannot be used, and if it exceeds 1/3, it can overwhelm the user, potentially turning them into a stone statue like those in Mount Maiboku. Hyuga's episodes of losing control and going berserk are also due to his inability to properly regulate natural energy. This delicate balance makes it easy to make mistakes, which is why training in Sage mode carries significant risks. Makoto attempted to gather Sage Chakra within Hyuga's body, but it was far more difficult than anticipated. The main issue is that when ordinary people absorb natural energy, they can control the intake amount, whereas Hyuga cannot. He seems to have merged with natural energy itself, allowing it to flow freely through his body. No wonder in the original storyline, Hyuga was never able to fully control himself. Trying to regulate the natural energy within him is akin to controlling the entire natural world. Even the first Hokage or a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi would not possess such a massive chakra reserve. Orochimaru used Hyuga's bodily fluids to create the curse seal, enabling those marked by it to use Sage Chakra. If a curse seal user is skilled enough, they can harness this power effectively, but Hyuga himself could not, precisely because of his unique connection to natural energy. Makoto believed that he could replicate the concept of the curse seal by creating a sealing technique that would allow the human body to naturally generate Sage Chakra. This seal could function similarly to the 8 trigram symbol seal, converting chakra automatically. When the body produces chakra, it would simultaneously absorb an appropriate amount of natural energy from the surroundings, thereby forming Sage Chakra. After much contemplation, Makoto decided that this approach was worth attempting. If successful, it could lead to the creation of an army of sage warriors. Makoto arranged for specialized personnel to monitor Hyuga, as an ordinary household would be unable to contain him. Once he goes berserk, regular people would struggle to restrain him. Over the course of 2 days, Makoto delved into numerous books on sealing techniques. Sealing techniques primarily focus on sealing chakra and restricting the human body. There are distinctions between odd-numbered and even-numbered seals, each with its unique effects. Most of the sealing techniques directly block the flow of chakra, but Makoto was looking for a technique that could control chakra flow, which was almost non-existent. Even after reviewing the sealing techniques left behind by the Uzumaki clan, the results were similar. The 4-symbol seal was available, but reaching the same level of mastery as Minato in the original story required more advanced techniques, which ultimately depended on one's own understanding of sealing techniques. Makoto realized he had no choice but to seek out Kushina for guidance, she would likely be willing to do him this favor. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha household, Makoto, Kushina, and Ayari were sitting together, chatting. After Makoto introduced them, Kushina and Ayari quickly became familiar with each other. Kushina kept asking Ayari about how it felt to be pregnant, whether she could feel the baby moving inside her, and other similar questions. In fact, upon learning that Ayari was truly expecting a child, Kushina was quite surprised. Makoto looked to be around the same age as Obito and Rin, yet he was about to become a father already. He was ahead of her in life milestones. Makoto chuckled from the side and said, "If you're so curious, Kushina, you should hurry up and have a baby with Minato." Kushina laughed mischievously. "He wishes. He has to marry me first." As she sat next to Ayari, Kushina kept rubbing Ayari's belly with one hand, as if the baby inside were her own, making Ayari laugh helplessly. Ever since she got pregnant, Ayari had only received kindness from those around her, which made her very happy. It felt like everyone loved the child in her belly and eagerly awaited its arrival. With a bright smile, Ayari said, "Kushina, you should have a baby too. They could be good friends with mine." Kushina replied, "I'm in no rush." She then pressed her ear against Ayari's belly, listening intently. Ayari laughed and said, "It's not time for fetal movement yet, I'm only 2 months pregnant." Kushina, however, put a finger to her lips and hushed, "Shoo, I'm communicating with the baby through my heart." She was filled with curiosity and anticipation for the unborn child, imagining the day when she would be pregnant herself. Would it be like this? Would Minato be happy? "Ayari, do you think it'll be a boy or a girl?" she asked. "I don't know." "What do you hope for?" Hearing this, Ayari gently stroked her belly, her gaze softening. "A girl, I think." Makoto was slightly surprised. As the clan leader's wife, having a boy as the first child would naturally be ideal. "I'll name her Sachi." Upon hearing the name, Kushina immediately began speaking to Ayari's belly. "Sachi, you have to be a good girl, okay? Don't make your mom too tired. When you're born, I'll take you to eat delicious food and play fun games. And when I have a son, he'll marry you." Ayari couldn't help but chuckle, and Makoto laughed as well. Makoto then said, "Then you'd better hurry up. Otherwise, by the time Sachi grows up, your child will still be a baby. What will you do then?" Kushina shrugged and said nonchalantly, "No problem. Ayari and Makoto have quite an age gap too. Older-younger relationships are fine." Her words caused Ayari's smile to freeze slightly. Makoto shot Kushina a look, and Kushina realized she had misspoken. Just as she was about to apologize, Makoto quickly changed the subject, saying, "Ayari, I have some things for you, things I used when I was pregnant with Itachi. I still have them." Ayari smiled and nodded. "That sounds great." Kushina smiled a little awkwardly. She hadn't expected Ayari to care so much about this kind of thing. Ayari shifted the topic and asked, "Kushina, when are you and Minato getting married?" Kushina blushed slightly. Well, that. She actually wanted to marry Minato soon, but he had never brought it up, and as a girl, she felt too embarrassed to mention it herself. I haven't really thought about it yet." Ayari advised, "You have to give him some hints. Men can be really dense about these things sometimes." She spoke from experience. Makoto was anything but dense. When they first got together, he was so proactive that he nearly skipped all formalities altogether. Whenever they were intimate at night, they would sometimes think about taking precautions, but in the heat of the moment, such thoughts were always pushed aside. Kushina asked blankly, "How should I hint at it?" Ayari thought for a moment and said, Just casually bring up wedding topics often, talk about having kids in the future, and show how much you look forward to it. Even if he's slow, he'll get the hint." Kushina nodded thoughtfully, feeling like this was worth trying. Ayari then added, "Or you could mention it when you two are, at night." Kushina's face instantly turned bright red. She whispered, "We haven't gotten to that point yet." Ayari was surprised and then clicked her tongue in disbelief. Their relationship was way too innocent, totally unlike Makoto, whose mind was filled with nothing but naughty thoughts. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 350+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150+CH. Chapter 121, CH 121, at Kushina's house. Warning to all reader, MC is a scum type that will use whatever the mean to get what he want, either using force, coerce, threat. If you don't like this kind of MC, it best to stop here since it will be getting worse from this point. Kushina had recently been spending a lot of time training with Rin. Since she herself couldn't become a perfect Jinchuriki, she hoped that Rin would be able to achieve it. However, there was only so much guidance Kushina could provide when it came to tailed beasts, mainly on how to control their chakra. Rin had already learned to communicate with Sanbai, which was a positive development. Unlike Kyubi, Sanbai didn't harbor deep resentment towards humans. Instead, it seemed to accept its sealed fate with relative calmness. Nowadays, Rin would often chat with Sanbai, trying to build a closer relationship. While the beast wasn't as vicious as Kyubi, it remained indifferent to her friendliness. Having lived for thousands of years, it wouldn't be so easily swayed by mere words. Eventually, Rin would still have to subdue it through force. Due to the unique chakra of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina could provide assistance when Rin attempted to tame the beast. Not long after returning home from the training grounds, Kushina was just about to take a bath when she suddenly received an unexpected visitor. It was Hyuga Makoto. Makoto. Kushina-san. Makoto greeted her politely from outside the door. Kushina hadn't expected Makoto to visit her in person. If it were Ayari, she wouldn't have been too surprised, but Makoto's presence suggested it was likely a personal matter. Please, come in. Kushina quickly smiled and welcomed him inside. She still lived alone, and her home was quite modest, just a one-bedroom apartment with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. After taking a seat on the sofa, Makoto was served a cup of tea by Kushina. Did you just get back, Kushina-san? Makoto asked. Just call me Kushina. Ayari calls me that too. Kushina smiled, attempting to create a more friendly atmosphere. I just got back from training with Rin. She felt that Makoto was definitely someone worth building a deeper relationship with. As the head of the Hyuga clan, a high-ranking figure in the village, and Ayari's husband. Most importantly, he could help her control Kyubi. Kushina did have some political awareness, though her thoughts were relatively simple. She believed that if Minato became Hokage in the future, Makoto would undoubtedly be one of his closest allies. Makoto, you came here specifically to see me. Is there something you need? Kushina asked. There is something I'd like to ask for your help with, Makoto said straightforwardly, without beating around the bush. I'm currently studying sealing techniques and have encountered some difficulties, so I was hoping you could help clarify a few things for me. Kushina was quite surprised. Sealing techniques? The Uzumaki clan was indeed renowned for their expertise in sealing techniques, but it puzzled her why someone from the Hyuga clan, like Makoto, would be interested in them. However, after some thought, she realized that Makoto's fighting style was vastly different from that of ordinary Hyuga clan members. He didn't even possess the Byakugan. Since it wasn't a big deal, Kushina sat down on the sofa opposite Makoto and nodded. My skills in sealing techniques are just average, but I'll do my best to help you. Makoto immediately explained his question. If I want to use sealing techniques to control the flow of chakra and regulate its path, how can I achieve that? This was indeed an advanced technique, and Kushina instantly understood the challenge. She had even taught similar concepts to Minato before. After pondering for a moment, she asked, is this meant to be applied to the human body? Makoto nodded. Kushina then said, you just need to block off the other chakra pathways, and it will follow the path you set. However, Makoto frowned and asked, wouldn't that affect the user's ability to control their own chakra? Kushina was startled. Wait. Isn't this technique meant to be used on an enemy? Judging from Makoto's words, it seemed he intended to apply the sealing technique to himself. Makoto explained, I want to achieve an effect similar to the four-symbol seal, allowing borrowed tailed beast chakra to circulate automatically and convert it into chakra suitable for human use. Kushina gazed at him, asking uncertainly, are you planning to seal a tailed beast? Makoto shook his head slowly and said, it's just an idea for now, and this is one crucial aspect of it. Wait here, Kushina said, feeling both surprised and curious. She stood up and went to the inner room. A short while later, she returned with a scroll. This was left behind by a senior member of the Uzumaki clan. It's about the application of sealing techniques. I think it might be what you're looking for. Makoto understood the value of the scroll and immediately received it with both hands, expressing his gratitude sincerely. Thank you. Kushina smiled and said, it's nothing. You've helped me a lot too, and besides, we're friends, aren't we? I have another request, Makoto added. Can I observe the 8 trigrams seal up close? Kushina was momentarily taken aback. Makoto continued, I have some sensory techniques, and I'm very sensitive to the chakra composition and flow of jutsu. I want to feel it deeply through this method. This reason made sense, but Kushina's face showed some discomfort. Makoto suddenly realized that the 8 trigrams seal was located on Kushina's abdomen. He hadn't thought about that initially. He had simply wanted to study the 4-symbol seal. He immediately said, I'm sorry, I was too forward. Kushina hesitated for a moment but then said, well, I suppose that could work. How do you plan to observe, get closer and look? Her agreement surprised Makoto. Makoto pondered for a moment and said, it would be best if I could touch it. If the seal is in a more private area, then forget it. I can research it from the book. If there's something I don't understand, I'll come back and ask. Kushina awkwardly responded, it's not really private. She felt that since Makoto had come to ask her for help, this could be seen as a personal favor. Makoto's expression froze when he heard this. He wasn't a saint. If there was an opportunity, he wasn't going to pass it up, and he had indeed come to study the 8 trigrams seal. Then, please wait for me for a moment. Kushina's face turned slightly red as she said this and then stood up to go into the bedroom, closing the door behind her. After about a few minutes, Makoto had no idea what she was doing inside. When Kushina came back out, she had changed her clothes, her green dress had been replaced with a sweater and pants. It turned out she was just changing. Makoto couldn't help but silently regret not having the Byakugan. The sweater was form-fitting, accentuating her curvaceous figure, and the pants clung to her long, toned legs. Her red shoulder-length hair was striking, and Makoto thought there probably wasn't another woman in the village who looked as stunning as her. Kushina once again sat on the sofa opposite Makoto, looking quite reserved. It's ready, she said, her face slightly flushed. Kushina grasped the hem of her sweater with one hand, her slender fingers gripping it tightly, clearly nervous. Makoto knew what she was going to do, but he pretended to be puzzled and called out, Kushina. Ah. Kushina's expression was full of awkwardness and shyness. She seemed hesitant to speak, stammering for a while before finally saying. The 4 symbol seal, it's on my stomach, Kushina said, gripping the hem of her sweater tightly and slowly lifting it, revealing a patch of fair, soft skin, her lower abdomen. As she tried to pull the sweater higher, she realized that the tight fit made it difficult to lift smoothly. Despite her efforts, she only managed to expose a small triangular area, which made Makoto secretly anxious. Her skin was incredibly fair and smooth, like snow. Even though she was a ninja and couldn't avoid exposure to the elements, it didn't affect her complexion. Frustrated with the tight sweater, Kushina grabbed the fabric at both sides of her waist and pulled it up forcefully in a motion that resembled taking it off. Of course, she wasn't actually going to remove it completely. She just wanted to expose her entire waist and abdomen. With that, Makoto finally got a clear view of the seal on her stomach. It looked slightly different from what he had seen in the original series on Naruto, but overall, the structure was similar. It was indeed 2 4-symbol seals layered on top of each other. However, due to Kushina's sitting posture, the soft flesh of her belly formed slight creases. Kushina. Makoto spoke up. With a flushed face, Kushina responded softly while still holding her sweater up, her gaze awkwardly shifting elsewhere. Have you seen enough? Makoto hesitated before saying, could you sit up a bit straighter? Your stomach. Kushina looked down at her abdomen, and her face turned an even deeper shade of red. Makoto's words made her feel incredibly embarrassed. She shot him a glare but still adjusted her posture, sitting up straight, which made her stomach flatten. Makoto then stood up and moved closer, kneeling in front of her. Kushina suddenly felt a pang of regret. Why had she agreed to such a request? Even though it wasn't exactly a private area, it still felt inappropriate to let him touch her so casually. However, Makoto didn't do anything excessive. He simply extended a finger and lightly placed it on the seal, feeling the chakra flow within it. The touch of his fingertip made Kushina's body instantly tense up. She looked down at Makoto and saw that he was entirely focused on observing the 4-symbol seal, which made her let out a small sigh of relief. He's just a junior, she reminded herself. He's the same age as Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. I shouldn't think too much about it. Yet, she couldn't help but think about Ayari, who was already pregnant. She and Minato haven't even gotten to that point yet. This guy is definitely a pervert. The regret in Kushina's heart grew even stronger, but at this point, she couldn't just stop Makoto now. It's just showing my stomach, no, just showing the seal, she thought. He helped me control the Kyuubi, helped the village win the war, helping him out a little isn't too much. It's just a quick look, it's not like I'm losing anything. Kushina's mind was in complete chaos, filled with uncontrollable, wild thoughts. Suddenly, she felt Makoto's finger move across her stomach. Whether it was due to the cold weather or the warmth of her own body, his touch felt cool as it slowly traced along the intricate patterns of the sealing jutsu. The sensation sent a shiver through her, making her feel incredibly stimulated. With a sudden gasp, Kushina cried out and swiftly pulled her sweater down. Seeing her extreme reaction, Makoto couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. I'm done looking, he said dryly. Kushina gripped the hem of her sweater tightly, her head lowered. Makoto noticed that her neck and ears were completely flushed red. He quickly added, I was just following the chakra flow of the seal earlier. I didn't realize, sorry. Kushina remained silent, biting her lip. Her long red hair fell forward, obscuring her face. What had started as a simple favor had now turned into an unexpectedly intimate and awkward situation. Don't tell anyone, she murmured. Huh. Makoto didn't catch what she said, her voice was too soft. I said, don't tell anyone. Makoto slowly straightened up and reassured her, don't worry, I'll keep this secret. Upon hearing that, Kushina suddenly lifted her head, her face burning with embarrassment as she glared at him. What secret? There's no secret. Nothing happened just now. Makoto quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, nothing happened. Kushina's breathing was slightly heavy, and it took her a moment to calm down. She then asked in a composed voice, all right, do you have anything else you want to know? Makoto hastily replied, no, that's all. I'll take my leave now. He grabbed the scroll from the side, preparing to leave. It was best not to push his luck any further. As he reached the door, Kushina also stood up and called out to him. Kushina suddenly said, Ayari is pregnant now. You should pay more attention to her instead of focusing only on training and work every day. Makoto acknowledged that Kushina was right and assured her he would be more mindful. Then, he left Kushina's house. As he glanced back at the now closed door, Makoto let out a long sigh of relief. He then looked down at his own fingers, realizing that what started as a simple inquiry about sealing techniques had turned into such an unexpectedly thrilling experience. Feeling that his behavior had been somewhat inappropriate, he quickly tried to suppress the thought. Makoto. A familiar voice suddenly called out to him. Turning towards the source, he was surprised to see Minato. Minato, senpai. Minato chuckled lightly. What a coincidence. What are you doing here? Facing him, Makoto inexplicably felt guilty but maintained his smile as he replied, I just came to ask Kushina-san about some sealing technique issues. As he spoke, he gestured to the scroll in his hand. Minato looked surprised. You're interested in sealing techniques? Makoto smiled and said, yeah, I've been studying some things related to sealing lately. Minato responded kindly, sealing techniques are quite complex, it takes a lot of dedication to master them. Makoto nodded, you're absolutely right, Minato-senpai. Are you also here to see Kushina-san? Yeah, Minato replied in a gentle tone. She doesn't really like cooking, so I came to help her out. Makoto grinned. You and Kushina-san sure are a loving couple. Minato smiled modestly. We're all right. But I didn't expect you to be getting married soon. I heard your fiancée is pregnant. Ah, please make sure to attend the wedding, Minato-senpai. I'll definitely be there. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two parted ways. Makoto hadn't walked far before he couldn't resist turning back to watch Minato heading toward Kushina's house. Then, he looked down at himself. Thinking back on everything that had just happened, he felt an even greater thrill. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 350+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150+CH. Chapter 122, CH 122, Yujito's Dinner Gathering. Morning light streamed through the window, spilling onto Makoto's face as he lay in bed. His eyelids twitched slightly, his brows furrowed, and then his eyes slowly opened a sliver. Ayano was standing by his bedside, leaning over to look at him. Lord Makoto. Makoto pulled the blanket tighter, trying to avoid the glaring light. What time is it? A little past 9. Makoto yawned, he had stayed up late last night tinkering with sealing techniques. By now, Ayari should already be awake. Ayano went to open the window, allowing the cool morning breeze and light to flood the room, gradually washing away his lingering drowsiness. Lord Makoto, breakfast is ready. Makoto lazily responded and then lifted a corner of his blanket. Seeing this, Ayano obediently removed her outer coat and slipped under the covers, letting him hold her in his arms. Since Ayari had moved in, she hadn't lain here anymore, Makoto no longer needed her to warm his bed. Although Makoto occasionally visited her room, the treatment was different from before. She now felt more like a servant. Makoto kept his eyes shut, seeming intent on dozing off again with her in his embrace. Ayano reached out and gently guided his hand inside her clothes. Apart from the coolness of the fabric, Makoto felt only warmth and softness. Burying his face in her hair, he took a deep breath and murmured lazily, your scent is quite different from Ayari's. Ayano asked, which do you prefer? Before she could say more, she felt a sharp pain in her chest and immediately fell silent. Suddenly, a knock on the bedroom door interrupted them, followed by Ayari's voice from outside. Hurry up and get out of bed, do you know what time it is? Hearing Ayari's voice from outside, Ayano hesitated and attempted to slip out of the covers, but Makoto held her tightly, making it impossible for her to move. Lord Makoto, she asked cautiously. Don't move, let me sleep a little longer, Makoto mumbled. This was his and Ayari's bedroom, yet she was knocking on the door without coming in. She must have already known what was happening inside, after all, Ayari possessed the Byakugan. Ayano lay quietly, serving as Makoto's personal body pillow for quite a while. When Makoto finally stretched and walked out of the bedroom, he saw Ayari sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding a bowl and feeding SPI. What are you feeding SPI? He asked. Breakfast, Ayari responded calmly. Makoto noticed that the bowl she was holding was clearly not meant for a dog, and a bad feeling crept into his mind. He hesitated before asking, "Where's my breakfast?" Ayari glanced at him but didn't respond, continuing to focus on feeding SPI. The answer was obvious. Makoto's mouth twitched. This woman really knew how to hold a grudge. He rubbed his stomach, watching SPI eat so contentedly, and felt his own hunger growing. "Ayano, make me something to eat," he called into the house. Then he walked over to Ayari and attempted to hug her, but she pushed him away with a blank expression. "Don't get in the way of me feeding SPI." Their wedding day was drawing closer, only a few days remained. The entire clan was busy with preparations. As the head of the Hyuga clan, their wedding couldn't be held on a small scale, though Makoto hadn't invited too many people, just those he knew within the village. After breakfast, Makoto left the house, leaving the two women alone in the living room. Ayano busied herself around the house, cleaning rooms and washing clothes. She seemed to have become more and more accustomed to her role, taking her daily tasks as a matter of routine. Meanwhile, Ayari sat on the sofa holding SPI, remaining motionless. Initially, when she frequently came over, it was out of concern that Makoto might constantly order Ayano around or bully her, so she made a point of keeping her company and even helping with the household chores. But later, she realized she had been overthinking things. The relationship between Ayano and Makoto was perhaps initiated by Makoto, but Ayano's attitude toward it, not only did she not resist, but sometimes she was even quite proactive. This realization greatly annoyed Ayari. She had previously made countless excuses for Ayano in her heart. The conversations between the two women in the house gradually dwindled. Ayano noticed Ayari's displeasure but chose not to explain anything or provoke her further. By noon, Makoto was in the Hokage's office handling official duties when an Umbu member arrived to deliver a message. Yujito Ni, the Jinchuriki from Kimogakure, who had been under constant surveillance, was requesting an audience. The three girls from Kimogakure had been staying in the village without displaying any suspicious behavior. Makoto was already aware of their recent activities through the Umbu's reports. Their daily routine mostly consisted of going out for shopping and returning home to cook, and they had even become friendly with the neighbors. Samui and Mabui seemed quite relaxed, even taking up the hobby of raising cats at home. As for Yujito, the ceiling placed on her was stronger than the other two, preventing her from using her chakra and restricting access to her tailed beast powers. Even if the three of them wanted to do something, they probably wouldn't even be able to defeat an average chunin. When Yujito walked into the office, she caught Makoto's eye. She was wearing a light blue floral dress, which softened her usual demeanor and gave her a gentle and serene aura. She stood there demurely, fidgeting with her hands, looking somewhat uneasy. Makoto's impression of this woman had always been one of deep resentment. She had a fiery and wild personality. Seeing her like this now was rather amusing. Makoto asked, "What's the matter?" Yujito lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, and stammered, We would like to invite you to a meal." Makoto looked at her with a strange expression. He didn't believe for a second that she had suddenly had a change of heart. There had to be an ulterior motive behind this. "Why?" Yujito continued, "We just wanted to show our gratitude for your generosity. Even though we're prisoners, we're still able to live comfortably in Konoha. Right now." Yujito quickly replied, "Samui and Mabui have already prepared everything." What kind of scheme were they up to? Makoto scrutinized her, which only made Yujito even more uneasy. He suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her wrist, sending his chakra into her body to check the seal. Everything was still intact. As for Yujito, the moment Makoto held her wrist, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Makoto's eyes flickered slightly. "All right, let's go." After all, he hadn't eaten yet. Yujito silently followed behind Makoto. Although she appeared shy and demure, deep down she wished she could immediately scrub clean the spot he had touched and tear him to pieces. Whenever Makoto went out, there were always Umbu guards accompanying him, though they stayed hidden in the shadows. He arrived at Yujito and the others' residence, and as soon as he reached the door, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of delicious food. It seemed their cooking skills were quite impressive. However, what truly shocked him were the two women inside. Mabui, somehow, had managed to get her hands on a maid outfit and was currently setting the table with plates and utensils. The moment she saw Makoto enter, her face flushed bright red, but she still gracefully curtsied and greeted him, "Lord Makoto." Sensing something, Makoto's gaze shifted toward the kitchen, where Samui slowly walked out, dressed in a red high-slit chipao. She held a dish in each hand, and the tight-fitting dress perfectly accentuated her curves. Her long, slender legs were subtly revealed through the high slit of the chipao. Hiss. Makoto couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. "Damn, trying to seduce me, huh? You should have told me earlier." Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 350+CH, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ch, Fairy Tale Destiny 150+ch. Chapter 123, ch 123, Play Along. Inviting someone to a meal and specifically wearing maid outfits and qipao. Their intentions were obvious. But to be fair, they had the assets to pull it off. The best way to deal with a honey trap. None other than playing along. After feasting his eyes, Makoto gladly took the main seat. Yujito had been observing Makoto's expression closely. Seeing him sit down without any reaction, she cursed him inwardly, what a shameless pervert. Shouldn't a normal person at least show some surprise? Once everything was set, Makoto finally spoke, looks like you all put quite a bit of effort into this. It was hard to tell whether he was referring to the spread of dishes or something else. Yujito smiled and replied, since we're inviting you to a meal, of course, we couldn't be careless. Have a seat. The food was plentiful, and though Makoto didn't know who had cooked it, the presentation looked quite good. Some of the dishes were unfamiliar to him, likely specialties from the land of lightning. Makoto suddenly chuckled and said, you didn't poison the food, did you? Yujito hurriedly responded, of course not. If you don't believe me, I'll try it myself. Without hesitation, she picked up her chopsticks and took a bite from each dish, chewing and swallowing it without hesitation. Seeing her like this, Makoto found it amusing. He wasn't worried about poison, these three weren't foolish enough to try something that reckless. Samui had been quietly observing Makoto, trying to gauge his personality and preferences. She knew that Yujito's impatient nature wouldn't be able to deceive him. From the moment he stepped into the room and saw her and Mabui, it was clear he had already figured out their intentions. Under the watchful gazes of the three women, Makoto picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of the food, and found it surprisingly delicious, far better than anything Ayano had ever made. Nodding in approval, Makoto said, this tastes really good. Who made it? It was Samui, Mabui replied. Makoto turned to look at her. Samui maintained her usual composure, remaining silent and keeping up her cool and aloof demeanor. Her calm, indifferent expression paired with her stunning figure had an irresistible allure to men. She stood up and gracefully poured tea for Makoto, leaning in close as she did. Her fragrance filled his senses, rich and captivating, unlike ordinary perfumes or natural body scents. As she moved, the silky qipao slid over her body, revealing a glimpse of smooth, snow-white skin beneath the high slit. Makoto recalled that in the entire shinobi world, Samui was one of the few women whose figure could rival Tsunade's. And now, such a beauty was right within his grasp. He suddenly felt like he might be falling into their trap. Without thinking, his hand naturally extended, and his fingers brushed against the soft skin just beneath the slit of her dress. A stream of clear liquid poured from the teapot spout, cascading down into the porcelain cup, swirling and splashing gently inside. Samui's body stiffened slightly at the touch, feeling an itch creep up her leg, but she remained composed, finishing the tea pouring before slowly sitting back down. Makoto leisurely remarked, I didn't expect you to be such a great cook as well. Samui responded slowly, I used to cook for myself quite often. These must be specialties from the land of lightning, right? Yes. As long as you enjoy them, that's all that matters. I'm not picky. As long as it's delicious, I can eat anything. Seeing that Makoto's attention had indeed been drawn to Samui, Yujito felt secretly delighted, her plan was working. This guy was indeed a pervert. Now, all that was left was for Samui to keep up the effort and firmly capture Makoto's heart, making him fall head over heels for her. If that happened, the Reikage would be saved, and they would all have a chance to return to Kimogakure. Makoto enjoyed the lunch thoroughly. Although he could easily see through their ulterior motives, he was happy to play along with their little game. Why not take advantage of the situation? As he was about to leave, Makoto suddenly said to Samui, it just so happens that I need an assistant. You can come over tomorrow. All three women were momentarily stunned, and Yujito was overjoyed. In her eyes, this meant Samui was already making progress in getting close to Makoto. However, Samui's expression grew heavy. She watched Makoto's departing figure, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. Was this really a good thing? As a high-ranking figure in Konoha, Makoto's assistant would inevitably have access to many village secrets. Yet, he had invited her to the position so casually and without hesitation. Samui realized that Makoto had no intention of letting her leave the village. It made sense, she was a captive from an enemy village. Once he grew tired of her, what would become of her? Biting her lip tightly, Samui couldn't help but feel anxious about her future. Yujito, however, hadn't thought that far ahead. She was too busy celebrating this milestone in their plan with excitement. Grabbing Samui's hands tightly, Yujito said with enthusiasm, Samui, you have to keep working hard. Watching Yujito, who was completely absorbed in her own delusions, Samui suddenly felt a deep sense of sorrow. Can the three of them really rescue the Reikage and return to Kimogakure on their own? And even if they did make it back, who could guarantee that they wouldn't be labeled as traitors? If possible, aligning herself with this Hyuga Makoto and doing her best to please him might not be such a bad idea. Living in Konoha in the future might actually be a better choice. I'm a little tired, I'm going to rest for a bit, Samui said calmly, pulling her hands away from Yujito's grasp. Yujito watched as she walked into the inner room, lost in thought. She turned to Mabui and said, Samui doesn't seem very happy, does she? Mabui hesitated before replying, because she's the only one making sacrifices. The two of us haven't done anything. From her position earlier, she had clearly seen what Makoto had done to Samui. His hand had been resting on her leg the entire time. Mabui shivered at the thought of being in Samui's place, feeling his touch on her skin. Selling one's body, giving up one's dignity, these things were easy to talk about, but when it actually came down to it, how could one overcome that mental hurdle? Had she died on the battlefield at the hands of Konoha's shinobi, it might have been a kind of relief. She wouldn't have to endure this torment. Back then, she wasn't afraid of death. But after surviving the battlefield, after experiencing the torture and interrogations of Konoha's ninja, Mabui found herself desperately wanting to live. Yujito remained silent. She wished she could take Samui's place, but she knew she wasn't as beautiful or as skilled at handling men as Samui was. What should she do? After a long silence, Yujito walked into Samui's room. Samui. She spoke softly. It's okay, Samui, lying on the bed, suddenly said. She slowly sat up and looked at Yujito, having already guessed what she wanted to say. It's okay. Given our current situation, we don't really have any better options. Yujito, we're friends, and I'm willing to do this. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 350+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150+CH. Chapter 124, CH 124, Ninjutsu Seals, Perfect Body. In the lounge of the Hokage building, an unfurled blank scroll lay on the floor in front of Makoto. As he formed hand seals and performed the technique, intricate and profound black patterns slowly emerged on the scroll, forming a circular shape around the central kanji character of fire. Recording jutsu onto scrolls was a complicated process. Besides requiring a deep mastery of sealing techniques, one also needed to be highly proficient in the jutsu being inscribed. Although using such scrolls was convenient, mass production remained impossible. Moreover, relying too much on them contradicted the core principles of being a ninja, as it could lead to complacency. Hakumen, Makoto called softly. In an instant, Hakumen appeared before him. Makoto handed over the newly inscribed fire release scroll, instructing him to test it outside. The principle behind ninjutsu scrolls was to predefine the chakra flow path and then activate the technique using the user's own chakra. Though considered difficult, Makoto had mastered it without much effort. This was merely an experiment. His next step was to inscribe ninjutsu directly onto the human body. With this method, no hand seals would be required, just the activation of chakra to unleash the jutsu instantly. The recorded jutsu could range from standard elemental techniques to special secret arts. Unlike scrolls, where the inscribed techniques could be used only once but had no attribute restrictions, the inscriptions on the human body needed to align with the individual's chakra nature. However, they could be used multiple times. Soon, Hakumen returned, still holding the scroll, but the kanji, fire, had completely disappeared from it. Lord Makoto, the jutsu is incredible. Hakumen reported. Makoto appeared deep in thought, his gaze fixed on the scroll in Hakumen's hands. Hakumen. Yes, Lord Makoto. I'm researching a secret technique. Would you be willing to be my test subject? Hakumen paused for a moment, then immediately responded, I'm willing. Makoto chuckled softly. Aren't you afraid of any accidents? Hakumen replied, my life belongs to Lord Makoto. This was the teaching Hakumen had received from a young age. To serve the main family, to serve the clan leader, and to sacrifice everything for the clan was an honor for a close personal guard. Not all branch family members despised the main family. Those who did were usually adults who had gone through life and developed their own beliefs. On the other hand, younger members like Hakumen naturally adhered to whatever the family instructed. The progress of ninjutsu inscription had to be gradual, as testing it on the human body required extreme precision. Although Makoto was highly confident in his chakra control, he couldn't afford to be careless in the slightest. While Makoto was dedicating himself to studying sealing techniques and ninjutsu inscription, Orochimaru had also made progress in his research on soul techniques and eagerly sought out Makoto to share his findings. This surprised Makoto greatly. Orochimaru had actually found a path outside of Yugo's research. Due to Yugo's existence, Orochimaru had made much more progress than expected. Makoto had initially thought that Orochimaru would be stuck, unable to move forward because of his oversight of Yugo's importance. Clearly, Makoto had underestimated Orochimaru's abilities. Orochimaru's new insight came from the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, the reincarnation of the dirt. This was the first time Orochimaru mentioned this forbidden technique to Makoto. It was a forbidden life technique created by the second Hokage, capable of bringing the souls of the deceased back to the physical world. However, the technique was incomplete. The temporarily revived individuals had many limitations, and their strength was greatly diminished compared to when they were alive. Orochimaru intended to perfect the technique, but had set it aside for a time due to the matters involving white Zetsu and soul reincarnation. Orochimaru isolated the method for stabilizing the soul used in Edo Tensei, then conducted a new experiment. The result was that the reincarnated soul was now able to permanently reside within a white Zetsu body. When Makoto saw the subject of the experiment, he noticed that the eyes did indeed hold a gleam of intelligence. Although it was not yet in its perfect form, it was already a significant improvement. This made Orochimaru very excited. He kept discussing his ideas and hypotheses with Makoto, but Makoto could only understand the general concepts. The more technical details were beyond his comprehension. While Orochimaru was speaking excitedly, Makoto suddenly asked, "Is Lord Hokage planning to create an intelligent white Zetsu army?" Orochimaru's obsession with white Zetsu surprised Makoto. Orochimaru had started researching soul reincarnation because of his desire for immortality. But what about white Zetsu? After hearing Makoto's question, Orochimaru sneered, "I can already do that." "Makoto, you're underestimating me." His tone was full of arrogance as he led Makoto into another secret room within the research facility. The temperature in this room was much colder. There was only one piece of equipment in the room, making it seem quite empty. What caught Makoto's attention was the large glass container in the center. Inside, it was filled with liquid, and a boy, his body covered in tubes, floated within it. Compared to the white Zetsu bodies outside, this boy's skin tone was closer to Orochimaru's cold white. His slightly opened eyes were the luminous white characteristic of the Hyuga clan. Makoto looked at the boy in the container, confused. "He is." Orochimaru replied, "The first Hokage's cells, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, and white Zetsu's body. I will add even better things to him in the future. This is my masterpiece. This is also the future me." Makoto suddenly thought of Ultron and Vision. Orochimaru had created a perfect body for himself to use. Unlike in the original story where Orochimaru sought bodies with bloodline limits, his ambitions had grown much larger. "Lord Hokage, are you planning to create a god's body?" "God?" Orochimaru smirked, his gaze full of disdain. "Are you talking about a god like the one in the ninja world?" A mere title could never satisfy him. He would surpass everything and become the most exalted existence. Orochimaru said, "Makoto, I can prepare one for you too." Makoto only replied, "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Before leaving, Makoto asked Orochimaru for a wise white Zetsu, intending to use it for experimenting with the ninjutsu seal engraving. He wasn't willing to test it directly on Hakumen. Hakumen was his most trusted subordinate, and if anything went wrong, it would be Hakumen who would bear the risk. Orochimaru had plenty of these intelligent white Zetsu in his lab, using them as errand runners and as his assistants. Makoto only planned to experiment with ninjutsu seal engraving on this particular white Zetsu. His next step, the Sage Seal, he planned to carry out in secret. The white Zetsu was certainly Orochimaru's spy. Makoto felt that he should keep his trump cards hidden. Even including Orochimaru, no one had figured out the true nature of his mirage ability, and they all believed it to be a high-level genjutsu. The more people believed that, the better for Makoto. Once the Sage Seal was completed, his strength would undergo a significant leap. And not just his subordinates' power would also grow. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 350 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150 plus CH. Chapter 125, CH 125, Wedding. The news of the new Kazekage succession in Sunagakure has finally been announced. The fourth Kazekage fell victim to an attack by the rogue ninja Sasori of the Red Sand and perished on the spot. However, Sasori himself was unable to escape the encirclement of Sunagakure's ninjas and ultimately met his end. The newly succeeded fifth Kazekage is Pakura, a renowned figure even within the ninja world. She is a hero of Sunagakure and the first female leader among the 5 great shinobi villages. This announcement also signifies that Sunagakure has stabilized, and Pakura has fully consolidated her power. Reaching this point so quickly owes much to the efforts of Konohagakure. As soon as Konoha received Pakura's letter informing them of Raza's death, they immediately dispatched a team of ninjas to negotiate with Kirigakure of the Land of Water. With Konoha's intervention, the war between Kirigakure and Sunagakure came to an end. Thanks to deliberate publicity efforts, Pakura naturally became the greatest hero of this conflict. The change of leadership in any of the 5 great shinobi villages inevitably impacts the ninja world. The most immediate effect is that nearby smaller nations, shinobi villages, and mercenary groups will seek to curry favor. The attitudes of these major villages towards them are critically important. If they were to offend any of the great villages, even if no military action were taken against them, there are countless ways to make their lives difficult. In the name of the Kazekage, Pakura sent a letter of goodwill to Kanhigakure, expressing her hope for strengthened friendship between the two villages in the future. Konoha, in turn, sent emissaries with gifts to congratulate her and to express condolences for the passing of the previous Kazekage, Raza, who had once lent his assistance to Konoha. Currently, the ninja world is in a state of turmoil, with all 5 great shinobi villages experiencing their own upheavals. None of them emerged unscathed from the Third Shinobi World War, and all require time to recover. It is expected that the coming years will remain relatively peaceful. At the moment, Makoto was busy preparing for his wedding, which was just 2 days away. The venue and attire were already taken care of, but the elaborate and overly complicated wedding rituals in the world of the shinobi left him feeling extremely frustrated. Just listening to others explain them was enough to make his head spin. As the head of the Hyuga clan, his wedding was set to be even more grand than he had imagined, all meticulously planned by the elders of the clan. The one most excited about it, however, was Ayari. She spent her days at home practicing the movements and etiquette for the wedding day, as well as how to wear her wedding attire gracefully and maintain a composed expression when facing the guests. She even dragged Makoto along to watch her practice. Recently, she had been keeping a very close eye on him, giving him no opportunity to misbehave. Even when Makoto went to the bathroom at night, she would threaten him, saying that if he wasn't back within 10 minutes, he'd be in trouble. Makoto hadn't visited Ayano's room in quite a while, and with Ayari being pregnant, his youthful energy left him feeling rather pent up. Unable to find other outlets, Makoto poured all his energy into physical training, pushing his body to its limits. Each session left him completely exhausted, and every day he walked around sore and aching, so much so that the servants started giving him odd looks. Kushina and Mikoto, on the other hand, often came by the house. The 3 women had become close friends, chatting about everything under the sun. After dinner, Makoto sat on the sofa, watching as Ayano tidied up the dishes. When she bent over with her back to him, her lifted hips seemed almost deliberately provocative. Makoto licked his lips and asked Ayari, "Aren't you going to take a bath yet?" Ayari looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Let's go together. Help me scrub my back." Makoto. As they walked into the bathroom together, Ayari suddenly reached out and pinched him. Makoto sighed helplessly. "What are you doing?" Ayari glared at him angrily. "I'm going to strangle you, you jerk." Makoto pulled her into his arms and said, "Haven't you already got me under your complete control? What more do you want?" Ayari, however, countered with a question. "What do you want? If you keep messing around like this, aren't you afraid my sister might get pregnant too? What will you do then?" Makoto shrugged and said, "If she gets pregnant, then she'll have the baby. Perfect, our child will have a companion. And my sister? I'll marry her. In your dreams. Who do you think you are, wanting 3 or 4 wives?" Ayari fumed, opening her mouth as if to bite him. Makoto blocked her with his hand, chuckling as he asked in return, "What's the alternative? Let your sister spend the rest of her life alone. With her current status, who would dare marry her?" Ayari was momentarily at a loss for words. Makoto's argument seemed to make sense, but she still refused to give in. "That doesn't mean it should be you." Makoto spread his hands. "It's fine. If you're not in a hurry, neither am I. You can wait until Ayano is in her 30s or 40s, old and undesirable, and then pity her." "You." Ayari was furious, as if the blame was suddenly shifted onto her. "Don't get angry, it's bad for the baby," Makoto said with a smirk. Ayari forcefully broke free from Makoto's embrace, standing there for a while as she tried to steady her breathing. "Get out," she said to Makoto. "Don't want me to help you scrub your back anymore?" Makoto asked. "Get out now," Ayari replied, her face full of irritation. Seeing this, Makoto stepped forward to coax her. "Don't be mad, darling. Let's hurry and finish bathing so we can go to bed early." Ayari, however, shot him a glare. "Go to bed. Sleep on the couch tonight." "The couch? Such a good deal." Makoto froze for a moment, then glanced at Ayari suspiciously. But Ayari directly shoved him out of the bathroom and locked the door from the inside. She did that on purpose. Makoto stared at the tightly closed bathroom door, his mind pondering. When he returned to the living room, he saw Ayano still bent over, wiping the table. Walking over, he slapped her on the butt. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "Wash up tonight and wait for me." Ayano froze briefly but then resumed her work as if nothing had happened. "Where's Ayari?" she asked. "Why are you asking so many questions?" Another slap landed. The next day, Makoto stepped out of his room feeling refreshed and invigorated. The clan members were already busy with the wedding preparations. The wedding attire consisted of a traditional white uchikage and black montsuki, and the venue had a classic, retro style. Makoto had tried to convince the officiant to simplify the ceremonies as much as possible, but his suggestion was met with resistance from some of the clan elders. As the head of the Hyuga clan, how can you not follow proper tradition? This is about the reputation of the Hyuga family, they argued. The seating arrangements for the guests were also highly particular, with the invited guests carefully ranked. Naturally, the Hokage was the most distinguished among them. The fourth Hokage and the third Hokage were both sent invitations. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Makoto didn't particularly care whether he attended or not. Next in line were the legendary Sannin. However, both Tsunade and Jiraiya were no longer in the village. Neither of them was the type to settle down. Tsunade had left abruptly without any warning. As for Jiraiya, he claimed that the shinobi world had stabilized and there was nothing to do in the village. He decided to write a novel and planned to travel around the world to gather inspiration. He likely wouldn't return until Minato and Kushina's wedding. Next in line were individuals of high status and reputation, such as Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku. These arrangements were made by the clan members, and Makoto found them reasonable enough. From Omega Kurei, Yahiko, upon hearing about Makoto's upcoming wedding, sent a congratulatory gift. Recently, the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire had developed close ties, even opening a dedicated trade route to promote economic growth between the two nations. It's worth mentioning that, according to the information Makoto received, the Akatsuki organization had undergone significant changes. Various factors might have influenced this transformation. After Yahiko took control of Omega Kurei and reaped enormous benefits from the previous war, the Akatsuki shifted away from their previous approach of peaceful negotiations and began using military force to intimidate neighboring powers. That night, Makoto behaved himself and slept quietly in the master bedroom. He didn't say much, and Ayari simply lay silently in his arms. One night passed, and the day of their wedding finally arrived. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 350 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150 plus CH. Chapter 126, CH 126, Marry Few More Times. The entire street surrounding the Hyuga clan grounds was bustling with activity. Members of the Hyuga family stood at the entrance, smiling warmly as they greeted guests. Rin stood at a distance on the side of the street, holding her invitation, looking hesitant and unsure. She had spent a sleepless night debating whether or not to come. Although she had finally made it here today, now that she was standing at the entrance, regret began to creep in. Rin. A familiar voice suddenly called out from afar. It was Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko approaching together. What are you doing standing here? Why aren't you going in? Kurenai asked. It's just, going in alone feels a little awkward, so I thought I'd wait and see if I could find someone I know, Rin said with a smile. Seeing the two of them, she suddenly felt a wave of relief. She needed an excuse to make herself go in. All right, then let's go together, Anko nodded. The three of them entered the Hyuga clan grounds together. It was their first time attending someone else's wedding as guests, and the host status was so prestigious that they couldn't help but feel a little awestruck. As they walked in and saw the lively scene, they were momentarily stunned. So many people, Anko muttered in amazement. Yeah, it's so lively. Kurenai also marveled. Does Makoto really know all these people? Anko muttered under her breath. They spotted a few familiar faces among the crowd. The most eye-catching of all was Might Dewey, who was standing with his son Might Guy. Wearing his iconic green bodysuit, he was a noticeable presence wherever he went. Many people were puzzled, wondering why Lord Makoto had even invited such an oddball. Minato-sensei. Rin spotted her teacher, standing with Kushina and chatting with some guests nearby. She only greeted him from afar and didn't approach. The three girls could all feel that many of the guests here today were quite distinguished figures. Rin also noticed Obito, who was currently standing with Uchiha Fugaku. Obito, having already spotted Rin earlier, gave her a big grin when he saw her looking over. Rin's eyes continued to scan the crowd. Among their peers, Asuma, Genma, and Ebisu were also present, and the three girls eagerly joined them, relieved to have someone to chat with. The wedding hadn't officially started yet, but the massive courtyard was already nearly full of people. Tables and chairs were set up around the area, along with food stations offering exquisite dishes and desserts. Over at one of the stations, Might Guy and his father, Might Dewey, were enjoying the food with gusto. Kakashi arrived rather late, and Rin couldn't help but stifle a laugh when she saw him. He was dressed overly formally, and with his usual face mask, the whole look appeared rather mismatched and awkward. Kakashi, are you the one getting married today? Asuma teased from the side. Shut up. Kakashi retorted, uncharacteristically embarrassed. He had specifically chosen a more mature and formal outfit, thinking it was appropriate since he was attending as a guest and someone of the same generation as Makoto. Kakashi glanced at the group and suddenly asked, "How much did you all bring for the wedding gift?" Asuma replied, 3,000 ryo. The others all nodded. Same here. Kakashi pondered for a moment. It seemed he had given too much. Could he ask for it back? Asuma asked, "How much did you bring?" Kakashi kept a straight face and said, "The same, 3,000. From a distance, Obito noticed their conversation and couldn't resist saying a few words to Fugaku before quickly running over. As he approached, Obito curiously asked, "What are you guys talking about?" Anko replied, "Wedding gifts." "How much did you bring, Obito?" Obito said, "I brought 5,000. Asuma laughed and teased, "Idiot. Why'd you give so much?" "We all gave 3,000. Obito looked shocked. "I didn't know. Can we ask for it back?" "That came from my living expenses." Kakashi glanced at Obito, his mood lifting considerably. "Have you seen Hakumen? Is he helping out?" "Yeah, after all, it's kind of his family's business." "Have you seen the bride yet?" "Not yet." Suddenly, Asuma spoke mysteriously, "Did you guys know? The bride is actually pregnant." Everyone was stunned by this revelation. Rin blurted out, "What did you say?" Anko, equally surprised, asked, "How do you know?" Anko knew about Ayari's pregnancy, but she was aware that such things weren't to be spread around, so she hadn't told anyone. Asuma explained, "Because the bride has been going to the hospital for checkups. Someone from my family works at the hospital." The group exchanged bewildered glances, all finding this news quite unbelievable. Even Kakashi, Makoto's personal umbu, hadn't known. Obito scratched his head and said, "So Makoto is about to become a dad, huh?" Kurenai chuckled lightly, "I wouldn't have guessed. I thought he was a pretty serious guy." Asuma replied, "A lot of people who seem serious on the outside can be quite the opposite behind closed doors." Rin. Huh. Rin snapped back to reality, realizing everyone was looking at her. "What's wrong?" "You spaced out for a second there," Anko asked curiously. "Oh. I just think this is all so unbelievable," Rin said, forcing a smile. As Rin looked up, she caught Kakashi staring at her, and she felt a sudden wave of nervousness. "Why are you all just standing here? Why don't you go eat something?" Thankfully, at that moment, Guy arrived, each hand holding a snack, his mouth still chewing away. "The food here is amazing, and it's all free and constantly supplied. You can eat as much as you want. If only Makoto could marry a few more times," Guy said excitedly. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Kakashi rolled his eyes and muttered, "What an idiot." Obito, however, was somewhat tempted by Guy's words and considered joining him to try the food. As they chatted, a sudden stir appeared in the crowd. The groom and bride had arrived. Everyone gathered, and Asuma and the others couldn't help but push forward to get a better look. The crowd surrounded the newlyweds, and naturally, the bride stood out the most. Dressed in a pure white wedding kimono, she seemed like a celestial goddess descending to the earth. "She's so beautiful," Kurenai couldn't help but say. "If I were a man, I'd probably be drawn to her too. No wonder Makoto can't behave." Rin remained silent, but Kurenai's words were true. Hyuga Ayari was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, and in this setting, she made many women feel self-conscious. Rin's gaze shifted to Makoto, standing beside Ayari. Dressed in a black wedding kimono, Makoto also wore makeup, designed to make him appear more mature, so he wouldn't seem out of place standing next to Ayari. With a beaming smile, Makoto greeted the people around him, looking completely at ease. He was the head of the Hyuga clan, the Hokage's right-hand man, a hero of Konoha, and a victor of wars. Every title he held was so dazzling. Only such a beautiful woman could be worthy of him. Rin thought to herself, a sense of melancholy filling her heart. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 350+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150+CH. Chapter 127, CH 127, Wedding Night. The appearance of Ayari amazed many, causing numerous people to exclaim that she was truly a fitting match for Makoto. Aside from the age difference, they looked like a perfect couple, with the men being talented and the woman beautiful. Orochimaru, the Hokage who had long been hiding in the village, also made a point of attending the wedding. His presence caused quite a stir, as many people hadn't seen the Hokage in quite some time. However, his former influence still lingered, and the crowd respected him greatly. With a smile, Orochimaru exchanged some kind words with Makoto, showing off his acting skills. After all, he wouldn't have been able to win over so many children to work for him in the original story if his acting hadn't been on point. The wedding proceeded smoothly, following the set traditions, with guests offering their well wishes. However, halfway through the ceremony, Rin quietly slipped away. She left the Hyuga clan grounds and immediately felt the street become much quieter. The bustling world behind that door seemed cut off from her now. Rin paused for a moment at the entrance and looked back one last time before leaving. Although the news of Makoto's wedding had spread throughout the village, it didn't really affect the ordinary villagers, it was just another topic for them to gossip about. As she walked down the street, she unexpectedly ran into two familiar faces. It was Samui and Mabui. The two women couldn't walk through the streets without drawing attention. One had rare dark skin and an exotic look, while the other was a cold beauty with long blonde hair and a striking figure, making her even more eye-catching. When Rin was asking Yujito about some questions regarding the tailed beasts, she would often run into Samui and Mabui, but their relationship was far from close. They would hardly exchange more than a few words. After all, they were Kumo ninjas and prisoners of war. When the two saw Rin, they were a bit surprised. Mabui couldn't help but ask, "Miss Rin, has Lord Makoto's wedding already ended?" Given their status, they hadn't been invited. Rin calmly replied, "Not yet." Her attitude made Mabui feel awkward, so she didn't say anything more and left with Samui. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan's compound, during the banquet, Anko and the others noticed Rin was missing. They had initially thought she had gone to the restroom. Where did Rin go? I don't know. Did she leave early? That doesn't seem like her. Why wouldn't she tell us? They exchanged puzzled glances. Rin wasn't the type to just leave without saying anything, especially in a situation like this. Kakashi. Kakashi slowly shook his head. I don't know. The group then turned their attention to Obito, but he just scratched his head awkwardly. He had been enjoying the buffet with Guy and hadn't been paying attention to Rin's whereabouts. Kurenai said, "I've noticed that Rin hasn't seemed quite herself today, like there's something on her mind." Anko nodded, "You're right, I feel the same way." Could Rin's concern be related to Kakashi? Could it be that seeing Makoto get married triggered something about her own feelings for Kakashi? Everyone's eyes involuntarily turned toward Kakashi. Even Kakashi started to wonder if it was because of him. It seemed that he hadn't been clear enough when he rejected Rin. He thought to himself. Kakashi. Obito suddenly spoke up, "I warn you, don't let Rin get hurt." "Idiot, I don't need you to remind me," Kakashi responded, not holding back. Obito stood there, silently clenching his fists. He had a lot he wanted to say and many things he wanted to do, but thinking about what Rin had said to him before, he hesitated to cross any boundaries. The others exchanged glances, all thinking the same thing. It's a battlefield. Kakashi then left to find Rin. He planned to talk to Rin properly and make it clear that he didn't have romantic feelings for her, and because of Obito, he could never be with her. Kakashi found Rin sitting alone on a bench near the village gate, lost in thought. "Rin. You came. The wedding isn't over yet," Kakashi said. "Oh." Rin just replied indifferently, her attitude casual. She rested her hands on the bench, gently swinging her legs back and forth. "I just didn't want to stay there anymore." Kakashi was awkward in the conversation. He had planned to come and be honest with Rin, but now he didn't know how to start. "Some people still hope you stay there," he said. "Who?" Obito. He meant to express that Obito wanted to be with her. Rin felt irritated. What does Obito have to do with this? She then asked, "Kakashi, what do you want to say to me?" Kakashi was left speechless. The sight of Kakashi in his clumsy adult clothes looked somewhat comical and awkward. Suddenly, Rin understood his intentions. She looked directly into Kakashi's eyes, but Kakashi kept avoiding her gaze. "Kakashi." "Rin." Rin suddenly said, "Everyone around me knows that I like you. You know that too, right?" Kakashi didn't know how to respond. Of course, he knew, and he had been avoiding it all along. Rin asked again, "Kakashi, have I confessed to you before?" "No." The one time Rin wanted to open up, it was when they were surrounded by IWA ninjas. Kakashi had interrupted her then. At that time, Obito sacrificed himself to save them, and Kakashi blocked Rin's words with Obito's intentions. Rin continued to question him, "Have I ever asked anything from you?" "No." "Have I made you uncomfortable?" "Then why are all you guys so self-righteous?" Rin said this with increasing emotion, her breathing becoming rapid as her chest heaved. Kakashi was left speechless. He was a little dazed, not even understanding where he had gone wrong, and suddenly being scolded like this. What was his purpose for coming here in the first place? Rin's emotions quickly calmed again. "Kakashi, you know how I feel. If you want to reject me, please just say it clearly, okay?" Kakashi remained silent for a long while before finally sputtering out, "Rin, Obito really likes you." After a brief silence, Rin suddenly laughed, but it was a laugh driven by frustration. "That bastard, Hyuga Makoto, can openly talk about having both sides, but Kakashi, you can't even outright reject me." Instead, you use Obito as a shield. Kakashi was originally the most outstanding person in their circle, promoted to Jonin at 12, always known for his maturity and composure. But he was still just a teenage boy. Boys at that age, when it comes to emotions, are no different from those kids in the ninja academy. Kakashi was just like the ill-fitting adult clothes he was wearing. In Rin's mind, she couldn't help but compare Kakashi to Makoto, and the result was clear. Then she thought to herself that she must have gone mad. Why compare the two? Was she measuring their place in her heart? Why did she feel the need to do that? Neither of them belonged to her. Rin felt like she had become one of those cliched women in novels, desiring what she couldn't have, and indifferent to what was easily within reach. If only things were like with Obito, where he treated her the way she wanted. Though she knew it was unfair to Obito, that was how she truly felt. If Makoto really liked her, why would he marry someone else? Without receiving a clear answer from Kakashi, Rin's smile gradually faded. "All right, let's go back," she said, lowering her head, her expression growing incredibly calm. Rin walked away, and Kakashi stood there, still in a daze, unable to fully process what had just happened. The wedding of Makoto and Ayari eventually concluded, and the couple said their farewells to the remaining guests. Before leaving, Orochimaru deliberately said to Ayari, "Make sure to give Makoto a good child." Ayari felt quite embarrassed by this comment, simply taking it as a blessing from the Hokage, though in her heart she couldn't help but wonder why Orochimaru was so concerned about her unborn child. By nightfall, the guests had already left, and the Hyuga clan had cleaned up the venue. The courtyard grew quiet as Makoto and Ayari snuggled together, gazing at the starry sky. "There are so many stars up there. Do you think there are two that, just like us, are together?" Makoto thought for a moment, but didn't say anything about how most of those stars were likely just massive fireballs like the sun, and that even stars that seemed close were actually so far apart that a person could never reach them in their entire lifetime. "Yeah. Makoto. Did you ever think about what marriage would be like before today?" "I did. Chores, daily life, everything mundane." Ayari suddenly laughed, recalling an answer Makoto had once given. "That's someone else's life," Makoto said, holding Ayari tightly. "For us, we'll definitely be happier than others." "Chores and daily life don't necessarily mean unhappiness," Ayari replied. "If we were just ordinary people, if you went out to work every day, the kids went to school, and I stayed at home waiting for you both to come back." Makoto laughed. "Why are you making it sound like our lives now aren't happy?" Ayari lay in his arms and softly said, "If you were just an ordinary person, I'd be even happier." "What do you mean by that?" Ayari didn't answer his question. Instead, she suddenly asked, "Makoto, do you know when I started liking you?" "When?" Ayari's expression turned nostalgic as she slowly began to recount the past. "Back then, you had just returned from the battlefield. I was originally worried that you might be troubled, so I wanted to comfort you. But then I realized how much you had changed, how much more mature, stronger, and resilient you had become. You started making me delicious food, buying me small gifts, and trying to cheer me up. Sometimes, I even wonder if you are still the same Hyuga Makoto I once knew." "Makoto?" Ayari chuckled to herself and said, "Although I don't want to admit it, when I think about it carefully, I think I must have fallen for you back then. At that time, you weren't yet the clan leader, not yet the Hokage's assistant, not yet the hero of the village. Makoto, besides me, is there anyone who fell for you back then?" Makoto, hearing this, only tightened his embrace around Ayari and whispered in her ear, "Idiot, no one else liked me back then except you." Ayari said, "I like you, but I don't really understand you. I've never truly understood you." Makoto's eyes flickered slightly as he calmly replied, "Ayari, no one understands me more than you." Ayari suddenly laughed aloud. "Then you must be terribly lonely." Facing Shin's silence, Ayari continued, "Makoto, do you think I'm a competent wife?" Makoto answered, "I like you, you're competent just the way you are." Ayari laughed again. "You're good with words." Makoto said, "Competence shouldn't be measured by someone else's standards. You're my wife, and I like you, so you're competent." Ayari smiled even more happily and asked, "Then, will you be a competent husband and a competent father?" Ayari looked up at Makoto with a playful smile and asked, "Don't you want to know what my standards for competence are?" Makoto slowly squinted his eyes. "One moment you're all affectionate, and the next, you're throwing out some clever lines." Ayari countered, "Is that my fault?" She suddenly turned her head toward the living room. Under the warm yellow light, a figure was busy moving about inside. "My sister is really pitiful," Ayari suddenly said, then glanced back at Makoto. "But sometimes, I feel like I'm even more pitiful than her." Makoto responded, "You're happier than she is." Ayari laughed. "You're so unreasonable. Do you think my happiness is for you to decide?" "That depends on how I feel, doesn't it?" Makoto said, "You're different from her. She wants something from me, and I happen to be willing to give it." Ayari continued laughing. If I had strength like yours, I would definitely castrate you and cut off the tongue of yours for talking nonsense. Makoto, unfazed, pulled her into his arms. Then what about your happiness for the rest of your life? Ayari looked nonchalant. I'd just do what you would, find another man. You wouldn't dare. Right now, I don't dare, but once my son grows up, I'll have him castrate you. Makoto. My son would never do that. Haha. We'll see when the time comes. Perhaps Ayari was tired from laughing, her expression settled into calmness. She wrapped her arms around Makoto's neck. I'm tired. Carry me back to the room. Makoto scooped her up horizontally and walked toward the living room. When they passed Ayano, who was still doing housework, none of the three spoke. Ayano simply stepped aside to make way for them. Once in the bedroom, Makoto placed Ayari on the bed. Her arms remained wrapped around his neck. Makoto thought she was asking for a kiss, so he leaned down to kiss her, only for her to turn her head away to avoid it. Makoto. Yeah. Do you love me? I do. I don't believe you. Then I don't. I still don't believe you. Then what will make you believe? Do you want to go to my sister's tonight? I do. Ayari let out a sudden laugh. And this is what you call love? It's not contradictory. It doesn't stop me from loving you. Do you love her? No. Ayari lay on the bed, looking at Makoto in front of her. I believe you now, you scumbag. All right then, I'll go. Ayari said nothing, merely releasing her hold on his neck and turning her head to the side. Makoto walked out of the bedroom, intending to take a shower. As he turned, he caught sight of Ayano's graceful, hazy silhouette in the living room. It was their wedding night. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 350 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150 plus CH. Chapter 128, CH 128, Secretary. Hokage Building. Obito hurried through the corridor when a graceful figure appeared in front of him, instantly catching his attention. It was a completely unfamiliar girl, tall, with short golden hair that barely reached her ears. Her white blouse was filled out snugly by her figure, paired with a black pencil skirt and fishnet stockings, making her look as alluring as could be. She was carrying a stack of documents and walked right past Obito without sparing him a glance. Obito's eyes revealed his amazement. When did the village have a girl like this? Very few had seen the Kumo ninja captives. During their transfer to the village, their heads were covered with black cloth. Aside from a limited number of people, many didn't know that Samui was from Kumobakure. Even after the girl had walked far away, it seemed as if her lingering fragrance still hung in the air. Obito was momentarily dazed, then quickly shook his head, silently reminding himself, Obito, don't have those kinds of thoughts. Your heart belongs only to Rin. He entered the Hokage's office, seeing Hakumen and Guy standing guard at the door, and casually greeted them. He was here to get a mission approval stamp from Makoto. Makoto, who was that blonde girl just now? Obito couldn't help but ask. Makoto looked at him with mild surprise before replying, my secretary. Secretary? Obito was stunned and then felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Makoto was way too blessed. At home, he had a beautiful wife, and at work, he had such an attractive secretary. Obito's heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. What? You think she's beautiful? Makoto asked with a teasing smile. Beautiful. That's putting it lightly, and she's dressed so provocatively too. Obito's heart soured at the thought, but on the surface, he merely nodded slightly. You like Rin, don't you? Makoto asked again. Of course I only like Rin. Obito quickly declared. It's fine, you're a man, after all. Makoto stamped the mission document and handed it back to him. Be careful on your mission. Got it. As Obito left the office and made his way to the first floor of the Hokage building, he ran into Samui again. She had just exited an archive room. Beautiful, intellectual, sexy, aloof. Various words flashed through Obito's mind as he involuntarily swallowed, his throat moving nervously. He slowed his pace, but the cold beauty holding the documents continued to ignore him, just like before, walking past as if he didn't exist. There's a saying that cuteness pales in comparison to sexiness. Samui had developed exceptionally well for someone her age, and compared to her, Rin was like a little girl. The impact on Obito was undeniable. The thought that she was actually Makoto's secretary and could spend every day with him made Obito's heart burn with envy. Damn it. Obito let out a long sigh before stepping out of the Hokage building. Meanwhile, back in the Hokage's office, Makoto leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, enjoying a massage from Samui behind him. Samui's technique was average at best, but that didn't stop Makoto from thoroughly enjoying it. Ever since Samui had joined the office, processing official duties had become far less tedious, adding plenty of amusement to his daily routine. There was no longer any need to send the umbu on errands, the secretary handled everything. Even though there were no outsiders in the office, Makoto refrained from being overly indulgent, limiting himself to taking occasional liberties with Samui's hands. He wasn't in a hurry. If matters between men and women skipped straight to the final step without savoring the process, it would be far too dull. Besides, the fruit wasn't fully ripe yet, it needed time to grow from a green fruit into a sweet peach. Makoto's daily schedule was fairly fixed. After completing Hokage duties, he dedicated himself to researching Sage Seal techniques, which consumed much of his time. He had now advanced to performing ninjutsu seals on human bodies, having already achieved perfect results on white Zetsu. Makoto discovered that ninjutsu seals had a wide range of applications. Beyond sealing chakra release techniques, there were practical ninjutsu that could be used without hand seals, offering the potential for surprise in battle. One example was medical ninjutsu. By inscribing the chakra pathway for mystical palm technique on a person's body, they could heal themselves even without a medical ninja nearby. However, Makoto hadn't fully tested these ideas yet. His primary focus remained on Sage Seals, constantly improving his control over Sage Chakra. With Yugo around, Makoto made steady progress every day. Occasionally, he would visit Yakushi Nono to check on the group of children she was training. They were about the same age as the current class of the Ninja Academy but, due to their rigorous training, were far superior in overall skill. At this stage, the newly admitted academy students had barely begun learning ninja techniques and were mostly focused on theoretical knowledge. There were exceptions, of course. One such exception was a boy named Uchiha Itachi, who ranked first in every subject and outperformed even senior students, earning high praise from the teachers. Makoto was curious, how did Kabuto compare to Itachi in terms of talent? Kabuto was a genius, and one without any Kekkei Genkai at that. In the original story, the only unique trait Kabuto displayed was his highly active cells, giving him superior regenerative abilities. But such traits were hardly noteworthy in the world of Naruto. Kabuto's ultimate achievements merely placed him at the pinnacle of ordinary people. Given Nono limited teaching abilities, Makoto planned to assign new instructors to the children once they reached a certain level of development. As for Kabuto, whose talent stood out, Makoto intended to pair him with Itachi. In the original story, Itachi only stayed at the Ninja Academy for a year before graduating. These two could form a team together. If they could inspire and improve each other, so much the better. Perhaps Kabuto would forge a path different from the one in the original story and find his true self. In the afternoon, after finishing his official duties, Makoto walked out of the office and saw that Guy had fallen asleep leaning against the wall. What's wrong with him? Makoto asked Hakumen and stopped him from waking Guy. Guy said he trained too late last night and didn't get enough rest, Hakumen explained. Makoto was momentarily stunned before realizing what was going on. This guy thought that standing guard as part of the umbu was too easy and was cutting into his training time, wasn't he? Guy had insisted on joining the umbu back then. Makoto pondered for a moment. If this continued, would Guy's strength be affected? Would he still become the same night Guy as in the original story? Guy woke up at that moment and quickly stood at attention when he saw Makoto. If you're tired, go rest, Makoto told him. Guy scratched his head. I'm fine, just taking a little nap. Take 2 days off to rest properly, adjust your schedule, and then come find me. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 350 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 150 plus CH. Chapter 129, CH 129, Sage Mode. Physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy, condensed in a 1:1:1 ratio, form Sage Chakra. In a lounge inside the Hokage building, Makoto sat cross-legged on the floor, sensing the special chakra within him, black eye markings appearing on his face. In front of him was a baby cradle, inside which lay Yugo. Condensing chakra posed no risk, failure at most meant being unable to refine chakra. Since the beginning of their training, ninjas had become so adept at this process that it was as natural as eating and drinking. However, drawing in natural energy was a different matter. It involved adding a new element to a deeply ingrained process, all without making a single mistake. Unlike chakra refinement, failure here carried risks. This was extremely challenging and required both caution and mastery. After countless simulations inside Yugo's body, Makoto finally began gathering Sage Chakra on his own. Fortunately, his prior preparations had not been in vain. He succeeded on his first attempt, with the distinctive facial markings of Sage Mode appearing on his face. This was a completely different sensation. His body entered a new realm, making it difficult for him to gauge his current strength. His sensory perception expanded to a terrifying range, as if he could control all the natural energy around him. Makoto opened his palm, and in an instant, a flicker of flame materialized, constantly dancing in his hand. In the past, he controlled natural energy by vibrating his chakra to resonate with it. Now, he could directly command natural energy. The sensation was as smooth and responsive as moving his own limbs, even more effortless than before. With just a gentle wave of his hand, everything in the lounge floated into the air. Even Yugo, lying in the cradle, was sent flying around the room under his control. After restoring everything to its original place, Makoto walked to the window, opened it, and transformed into a streak of light, shooting out of the room. At the same time, in the barrier squad. "The barrier is reacting," one member exclaimed. "Calm down, it's probably just Lord Makoto flying off again." "He always does this," an experienced veteran said. "Was that Lord Makoto's chakra just now?" "Yes, it was him." "Then there's nothing to worry about. Carry on with your tasks." Makoto's speed was astonishing, far faster than before. In just a few minutes, he reached the border of the Land of Fire. This speed could only be described as terrifying. He found that everything he did now became remarkably simple. Skipping the step of vibrating his own chakra to manipulate natural energy felt somewhat strange to him. Hovering high in the sky, Makoto looked down at the mountains and rivers below, his heart surging with excitement. A few minutes later, he appeared above a megakure in the Land of Rain. Controlling the surrounding natural energy, he wrapped himself within it, bypassing all sensory techniques and barriers effortlessly. Despite the rainy weather, no raindrop touched his body. Sensing several familiar chakras, he descended instantly into the courtyard of a residence. Laughter echoed from the living room, male and female voices, young and old alike. Jiraiya, who was chatting with his disciples, suddenly turned his gaze toward the courtyard outside the living room. "Jiraiya-sensei, what are you looking at?" Yahiko asked, following his gaze, but the courtyard was empty. Jiraiya, somewhat thoughtful, wondered if it was just a hallucination. He shook his head. Nothing. By the time Jiraiya had this thought, Makoto had already left a megakure. At that moment, he was darting through the clouds above, effortlessly navigating between them. In the past, when he flew, he had to carefully control his chakra, appearing casual but actually performing it with great precision. Now, it was different. He truly felt like he was galloping freely between heaven and earth. This unrestrained sensation made him incredibly enamored. With a casual wave of his hand, a massive and fierce flame erupted, instantly swallowing the clouds. Makoto then arrived at a distant mountain cliff with a waterfall. The sound of the waterfall was deafening, the water flowing rapidly and crashing down below. A rainbow arched above the river below. Makoto took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening, and the surging chakra in his body began to stir. A cyclone suddenly formed around him, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Then, the waterfall suddenly changed its course. The water that was originally flowing downward now reversed direction and began flowing upward into the sky. The dense white water surged like a silk ribbon, reaching several meters high before breaking apart into countless droplets, scattering all around and cleansing the area. A larger rainbow appeared in the sky above. The animals and birds in the forest were startled, all watching this unprecedented spectacle. Makoto let out a carefree laugh, allowing the waterfall to continue pouring from the sky as he flew away. Back at Konoha, in the resting room of the Hokage building, he glanced at the time on the wall. It had only been a little over half an hour. Yugo, still in the cradle, was sound asleep. Makoto deactivated Sage Mode and stepped out of the resting room, where Hakumen was waiting outside. "Lord Makoto." Hakumen bowed and greeted him. "Did you succeed, Lord Makoto?" Makoto gave him a glance and said, "It seems you already know." Hakumen lowered his head. "I can feel that Lord Makoto is in a very good mood." Makoto couldn't help but chuckle. He then said, "Send that child back." Hakumen acknowledged and then added, "Guy is waiting for you in your office." Makoto walked into the office and saw Guy standing there bored. When he saw Makoto enter, a smile immediately spread across his face. Makoto. A few days ago, Makoto had told him to rest, and Guy didn't know why, but now that he had rested according to Makoto's instructions, he came to find him. Makoto spoke directly, "I've seen your physical examination report." Guy paused for a moment. "Your taijutsu is strong, and your physical stamina is impressive, but there are hidden injuries and severe strain in various parts of your body. This is due to overtraining." Makoto continued, "You train very hard, harder than anyone else, and I understand that. If you continue like this, you may truly carve a path in taijutsu that no one has ever walked before. But you are still human. The human body has its limits. The cost of trying to break through that boundary might be something you can't bear." Makoto's words were somewhat complex, and Guy had a rough understanding. It seemed that his constant day and night training had put his body in a high-stress state, and if this continued, there might not be a good outcome. But Guy had already grown accustomed to this way of living, which was why, after joining the Umbu, he found himself somewhat ill at ease with the work. At this moment, Makoto spoke again. I have a better path for you, are you interested? Guy thought for a long time before asking, what path? Makoto paused for a moment, then looked at him and said, each word deliberate. Sage Body Technique. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 400 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200 plus CH. Chapter 130, CH 130, Entering Seal Era. The so-called Sage Body Technique had never been documented before. After all, the only mention of sage techniques in any of the ancient Konoha texts was that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had once possessed such an ability. Guy listened, bewildered, but his heart was filled with anticipation. After all, the word sage seemed to be associated with the Sage of Six Paths throughout history. What is the Sage Body Technique? Guy couldn't wait to ask. As the name suggests, it's a type of sage technique, and sage's physical arts, Makoto pondered, explaining. What I asked you to do was to adjust your state so that you can control your chakra more precisely. Makoto picked up a book and placed it upright on the desk. Then he said to Guy, you're about 3 meters away from this book. I want you to use the chakra inside you to knock it down. This. Guy looked surprised, not understanding what Makoto was trying to do. But he still followed the instructions, assuming a stance with both hands forming palms, as if preparing to release a ki blast. Guy stared intently at the book on the desk, then shouted loudly. A gust of wind shot out from his palms, instantly scattering all the papers on the desk into the air. Makoto. Guy was startled when he saw this, then he looked embarrassed. I'll clean this up. Makoto sighed helplessly. Guy's control over chakra was far lower than he had imagined. All right, come with me. Makoto led Guy to the rooftop of the Hokage building, then called for Hakumen. You two haven't sparred in a while, have you? It's been about a week, Guy thought for a moment. I haven't had a proper sparring session with Kakashi either for some time. Who's stronger in physical arts? Makoto asked again. Guy, Hakumen answered before Guy could, knowing that Guy would say the same about himself. Guy scratched his head, grinning humbly, don't say that, Hakumen is also really strong. I've lost to him more than once. Hakumen said, since you've opened the 8 gates, I haven't won even once. Makoto was well aware of Hakumen's strength and immediately had a rough idea of Guy's abilities. Guy, how many gates of the 8 gates can you open? Guy gently scratched his cheek, 6 gates, but it's very taxing, and I can only maintain it for a short time. Makoto pondered for a moment, realizing that Guy's talent was likely a bit higher than Lee's. At this point, with Guy being able to open 6 gates, even most jonin would not stand a chance. He then said, for the next few days, you two won't be on duty. You can spar properly. Guy and Hakumen were both surprised. What does this mean? Makoto continued, however, the sparring has limitations. It's not about physical combat. You will be battling using chakra that you release from your bodies. Hakumen quickly understood the concept of chakra release. The Hyuga clan had always practiced techniques based on this, such as the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven and 8 trigrams vacuum palm. As a branch family member, Hakumen was originally not allowed to learn these high-level techniques, but Makoto had personally taught them to him. After all, as his personal guard, if Makoto didn't care for him, no one else would. I'm not asking you to defeat Hakumen, Makoto said to Guy. Just being able to fight him evenly, back and forth, will suffice. Once you reach that level, I'll teach you the true Sage Body Technique. During the sparring, you're allowed to use the 8 gates, but all attacks and defenses must be performed using chakra released from your body. You can consult Hakumen often. He's an expert in this area. After hearing this, Guy was eager to start. Clenching his fists, he said excitedly, don't worry, I'll meet the standard soon. He couldn't wait to test himself against Hakumen. On the rooftop, he immediately took up a stance. However, things were far from simple. Even knocking down a book using his chakra required considerable effort, so applying it in combat was clearly unrealistic. Hakumen effortlessly struck him down with an 8 trigrams vacuum palm, though he had restrained his strength. You two take your time. After saying this, Makoto descended from the rooftop, leaving the two behind. He had a reason for making Guy undergo this kind of training. The Sage Seal could allow him to skip the step of mastering Sage Mode, but it still required higher-level combat techniques to fully utilize its potential. Otherwise, it would be a waste. In the original story, after entering Sage Mode, Naruto was able to use Frog Kata, enhancing his destructive power and attack range with natural energy. After entering Sage Mode himself, Makoto also discovered that controlling natural energy felt as effortless as moving his own limbs. This sparked the idea of Sage Taijutsu in his mind. Sage chakra could elevate a person's speed and strength to an entirely new level, but that alone was not enough in Makoto's eyes. During attacks, all the chakra in the surrounding environment should assist in the offense. That would be the true level a sage should attain. Upon returning to the office, Samui was busy organizing the files, which had been scattered everywhere earlier by Guy. Everything had now been neatly collected. Now that Makoto had successfully mastered Sage mode, he could formally begin the development of the Sage seal. This was different from the conventional ninja sealing techniques. It had to be precisely aligned with the individual's chakra capacity. Guy was a particularly unique case. Before opening the 8 gates, his chakra levels were not outstanding, making it relatively easy for him to enter Sage mode through the Sage seal. However, once he activated the 8 gates, his chakra would surge dramatically. This would inevitably cause an imbalance between natural, physical, and spiritual energies. Therefore, Makoto had to inscribe 7 different levels of Sage seals on him. Each seal would correspond to a specific chakra level within Guy, allowing him to open the 8 gates while maintaining balance, thus achieving true Sage Taijutsu. Makoto believed this idea would allow Guy to surpass his original potential and reach a level far beyond what was depicted in the original story. By then, kicking Uchiha Madara to pieces wouldn't even be a noteworthy accomplishment. The Sage seal would be a revolutionary creation, marking the transition of the Naruto world from the Sharingan era into the Seal era. However, mass production remained extremely challenging. Each Sage seal required Makoto's personal attention, so for now, it could only be applied to his trusted subordinates. Hakumen, Guy, Kakashi, and the group of children under Nono's command. Given time, once they had all grown, they would become an unimaginably formidable force. This led Makoto to further reflections. While granting them power, he also had to establish a means of control. The Sage seal couldn't just provide strength, it had to include additional elements to ensure that if these people ever developed independent thoughts in the future, they wouldn't turn against him. Makoto felt that the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal might be worth modifying. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 400+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+CH. Chapter 131, CH 131, Sage Seal No. Another month passed. In the Hyuga clan's territory. Inside a room, Hakumen sat cross-legged with his upper body bare, the intricate formation on the floor glowing with a blue light that gradually crept across his entire body. Makoto stood at the edge of the formation, controlling everything meticulously. He etched a complex seal onto Hakumen's body, the black markings writhing until they converged on his chest, spiraling in layered patterns. At the very center, a single character, 1, manifested, surrounded by intricate black lines. Time passed slowly. Hakumen kept his eyes tightly shut. His forehead was bare, without the usual headband or cloth covering, but what was most striking was the absence of the ugly green caged bird mark, which had completely vanished. He had become the third person, following Hizashi and Ayari, to be freed from the caged bird seal. Once he stepped out of this room, it was certain to cause another stir within the clan. When the Sage seal was finally complete, Makoto exhaled deeply as the glow of the formation gradually faded. All done, he said. Hakumen slowly opened his eyes, carefully sensing the changes within his body. You'll need to activate it to truly feel its power, Makoto added. I've also removed your caged bird seal. Immediately, Hakumen knelt on one knee. Thank you, Lord Makoto. He didn't harbor much emotional attachment to the removal of the caged bird seal. If anything, his joy stemmed more from the fact that it signified Makoto's deeper trust in him. Of course, Makoto had his reasons, part of which was to provoke further reactions from the Hyuga clan members. Go outside and test it, Makoto instructed. After putting on his clothes, Hakumen walked out into the courtyard. He could clearly sense the presence of the seal on his chest. It felt as if it connected every part of his body, though it didn't seem to affect him in any way for now. Hakumen took a deep breath and followed Makoto's instructions to activate the seal. In an instant, he felt as though every pore in his body had opened up. His entire being became incomparably clear and transparent, as a surge of new energy flooded into his body, coalescing into a fresh and unprecedented force. This power was overwhelming, so much so that Hakumen found it hard to believe it belonged to him. Not only that, but his senses had become remarkably sharper. He could perceive everything around him with astonishing clarity. Without hesitation, he activated his Byakugan. As he expected, the detection range of his vision had more than doubled. His breathing grew rapid, and his face was filled with undisguised amazement and joy. How do you feel? Makoto asked from the side. Incredible. Hakumen said excitedly. I feel like I can take on 10 Kakashis. Makoto couldn't help but chuckle at the comparison. It seemed Hakumen still secretly regarded Kakashi as his benchmark. After all, Kakashi's reputation was so overwhelming that it stifled their generation. As for Makoto, he never considered Kakashi as his peer to begin with. One thing was certain, Hakumen, with the Sage Seal, had now officially crossed the threshold into Kage-level power. And what if Kakashi also possessed this power? Makoto asked. Hakumen grinned. That would be amazing. I was worried about surpassing him too easily. Having no rivals would be boring. Makoto pondered for a moment before saying, "You are the first person to possess the Sage Seal." Hakumen immediately bowed deeply. "It is my honor." "Thank you, Lord Makoto." Makoto nodded. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any side effects, but who knows what might happen with prolonged use. This power is immense, so unless it's absolutely necessary, don't reveal it to others lightly. After a brief pause, he added, "Not even to the Hokage." Hakumen solemnly nodded. Understood. Since this was the first instance, Makoto intended to monitor Hakumen closely for a period and continually refine the technique. Makoto then brought Hakumen to the Hyuga clan's outdoor training grounds, instructing him to practice and adapt to his newfound power. Hakumen, blessed with exceptional talent, quickly mastered the use of Sage Chakra. It didn't take long before he became proficient in using natural energy to enhance his taijutsu attacks. With a single 8 trigrams air palm, he blasted a terrifying 10-meter deep crater into the ground ahead. Even Hakumen was shocked, staring at his own hand in disbelief. Was this still the power of the 8 trigrams air palm? No one in the clan could possibly achieve such destruction. Makoto observed the crater thoughtfully from a distance. Hakumen, you must diligently train with this power. Understood, Lord Makoto. Makoto continued, from now on, don't call that move the 8 trigrams air palm when using it in Sage mode. After all, it relies on natural energy. After some contemplation, he added, let's call it the 40 divine air strikes. Hakumen had no objections to this sort of naming and didn't question why. He nodded in agreement without hesitation. The name 80 Gods vacuum fists used by Otsutsuki Kagaya originated from the Japanese deity Yasugami no Magutsui, just like Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo. It didn't literally refer to 80 gods. However, Makoto was unaware of this background when he came up with the name. 80 Gods vacuum fist somewhat resembled the 8 trigrams air palm. The power of Hakumen's strike in Sage mode fell somewhere between the two, though likely far from the level of the original 80 Gods vacuum fists. Hakumen kept releasing chakra until he was nearly drained, finally stopping as he gasped for breath. Lord Makoto, something doesn't feel right, Hakumen said, panting heavily. Makoto's expression shifted as he asked, what is it? Hakumen furrowed his brow and said, it might be because my chakra is almost gone. I'm having trouble breathing. Makoto immediately grabbed Hakumen's arm to examine his condition. After a moment, he said, turn off the seal and exit Sage mode. Hakumen complied, deactivating the Sage mark. Instantly, he felt much better, just exhausted but without the breathing difficulty. Makoto quickly identified the root of the issue, the operation of the Sage mark also required chakra to maintain. When a person's chakra was nearly depleted, but the Sage mark continued absorbing natural energy from the environment, the balance would be disrupted. Hakumen's situation was still relatively mild, as he could exit Sage mode before his chakra was completely drained. But if it were Guy in his 8-gate state, it would be life-threatening. In that state, Guy's chakra far exceeded that of ordinary people, and the amount of natural energy required would naturally be much higher. If the Sage mark couldn't be deactivated in time while enduring the pain of the 8 gates, the consequences would be far worse than just losing control mentally, it could be fatal. The Sage mark clearly needed further refinement. Ideally, it should deactivate automatically when chakra levels became critically low. But it wasn't a machine, how could it be intelligent? Makoto felt a headache coming on. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 400 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200 plus CH. Chapter 132, CH 132, Minato wants to get married. Ayari's belly was growing larger, and as a result, her appetite had also increased significantly. She had become rounder and found it difficult to walk, rarely going out now. However, Kushina and Makoto would still visit her frequently. Makoto had set aside half of his daily schedule to accompany her. Ayari would only go out when she was with him, as Makoto could use chakra to support her from underneath, making walking easier. Fortunately, Ayari's mood remained stable, and she was cheerful most days, which surprised many people. Makoto often heard that pregnant women tend to become irritable during this period. Every day, Makoto would bring her small gifts, usually from shops in the village. If the local selections weren't fresh enough, he would even fly to other towns and cities to find better ones. Ayari reminded him not to always buy things just for her but to prepare some toys for their child as well. They had also hired professional caregivers who ensured that Ayari's meals were nutritious and suited for a pregnant woman. Ayari teased Makoto, saying, "You only remembered you're going to be a dad after seeing my belly get this big." Indeed, as the due date drew nearer, Makoto had begun to realize this fact deeply: he was about to become a father. In the earlier months, Ayari's belly hadn't shown much, and pregnancy had seemed like just a concept. Now, Makoto's feelings were complicated, though he couldn't quite put into words how he felt about the unborn child. Would this child be Niji, or someone else entirely? No, that wasn't the right way to think about it. It definitely wouldn't be the same Niji as before. But if it were a boy, the name would still be Niji. In the world of Naruto, the concept of reincarnation did exist, and based on the timeline, it was entirely possible that this child might indeed be the Niji from the original story. In the afternoon, after finishing his work, Makoto returned to the Hyuga clan compound. Kushina had come by today and was sitting with Ayari under the pavilion, chatting happily. Makoto felt that Kushina was even more enthusiastic about the baby than he was. She always had to touch Ayari's belly for a long time, as if the child inside were her own, which left Makoto feeling both amused and helpless. "You're doing all the doting, what's left for me to do?" Makoto thought to himself. He remarked, "If you love kids so much, why not just have one yourself?" Kushina glared at him. "I'm not even married yet. How can you say such things to a proper lady?" Their relationship had become much more comfortable, and their conversations were now casual and lighthearted. Makoto was momentarily taken aback. Considering the timeline, Kushina and Minato should be getting married soon. But things were different now. Minato wasn't Hokage, and Kushina was still a Jinchuriki. If Minato wanted to marry Kushina, he would likely need Orochimaru's approval. Would Orochimaru agree? Makoto wasn't sure. Orochimaru and Minato had once been rivals. Although Orochimaru now held a high position and might have a broader perspective, he wouldn't be unjustified in rejecting the marriage request. Such a refusal, however, would only deepen the tension between Orochimaru and Minato. "What are you thinking about?" Kushina asked, snapping him out of his thoughts. Makoto smiled faintly. "I was just wondering when Minato-senpai will finally marry you." Kushina snorted, "That's none of your business." But inwardly, she couldn't help but feel frustrated. When would Minato propose to her? Did she really need to take the initiative herself? Kushina sighed quietly, glancing at Ayari's swollen belly. She, too, wanted to have a cute little baby with Minato. Of course, Kushina wasn't the only one troubled by this. Minato was equally conflicted. Although Minato wasn't particularly romantic, he wasn't a complete, straight-laced man either. He understood very well what Kushina was hoping for. However, what Kushina didn't realize was that marrying her wasn't going to be an easy matter because of her identity. Originally, in Minato's plan, once he became Hokage, there would be no obstacles to marrying Kushina. Even if it took some time, the third Hokage wouldn't hinder their relationship and would even help them get together. But now that the third Hokage had stepped down, he didn't just retire, he completely withdrew from village affairs. Minato had visited the third Hokage, only to find him transformed into an ordinary old man with no influence left. Now, Konoha had completely moved out of the third Hokage's control. Minato knew that he couldn't just wait until he became Hokage to marry Kushina. Orochimaru was still in the prime of his life, and waiting for him to step down might take an unknown amount of time. So, Minato had to approach Orochimaru directly to express his desire to marry Kushina, hoping the Hokage would approve. However, Orochimaru's response was that a Jinchuriki's body wasn't suitable for childbirth. That was already a rejection, and Minato's heart sank immediately. He now clearly felt that after losing the Hokage position, he had lost so much. Every time he saw Kushina, Minato felt an immense sense of guilt, unsure how to respond to her expectations. Should he just tell her, "Because you're a Jinchuriki, the Hokage doesn't allow us to get married"? Feeling helpless, Minato turned to Shikaku for help, hoping he could offer some advice. But even Shikaku couldn't be of much assistance. Recently, the clan territories had been restructured, and the Ino-Shikacho families had been moved to the outskirts of the village, while the Uchiha clan received much better treatment than they ever had before. This was expected. Who in the village didn't know that the Ino-Shikacho trio had been staunch supporters of Namikaze Minato? It was only natural for Orochimaru to push them out of the power center. There was nothing they could do about it now, and they'd have to wait for the future to find a solution. Shikaku suggested they try to convince Orochimaru, offering terms that would make him agree. But what leverage did they have? Konoha was entirely under Orochimaru's control, and Minato wasn't from any powerful clan. If they had any backing, it was from the Ino-Shikacho families. Shikaku thought for a moment, then came up with an idea. "Minato, why not try going to Hyuga Makoto?" Minato was taken aback. Hyuga Makoto. As the assistant Hokage, and with enough strength and reputation, Hyuga Makoto was now second in status only to Orochimaru in the village. Furthermore, Orochimaru was largely uninterested in village affairs. It wouldn't be wrong to say that Konoha was essentially under Hyuga Makoto's control now. At least for most matters, Hyuga Makoto didn't need Orochimaru's opinion. Perhaps you can get his approval through him, Shikaka suggested. Minato and Makoto had a relatively good relationship. They had fought side by side in the past, and when Minato was severely injured, it was Makoto who found him and brought him back to camp. However, that bond had mainly been formed on the battlefield, where there were no political factions, everyone was a comrade. After the war, their relationship had faded significantly. They rarely had any personal interaction and only exchanged occasional greetings when they happened to meet. On the other hand, Kushina often visited the Hyuga family because she had become good friends with Makoto's wife. Minato thought about it. Right now, this seemed to be the only option. He would have to ask Makoto for help. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 400+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+CH. Chapter 133, CH 133, Kushina's Request. Makoto didn't expect Minato to come to him over a matter of marriage. This also made him realize that Orochimaru must have already rejected the request. Feigning confusion, Makoto asked, "Shouldn't you be consulting the Hokage about this, Minato-senpai?" Minato sighed, "I already did. The Hokage said that a Jinchuriki's physique isn't suitable for childbirth." He added earnestly, "But I can guarantee that Kushina's seal won't have any issues. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are absolutely reliable." Makoto secretly sneered. If they were that reliable, how did Obito manage to succeed in the original story? Could Obito's sealing techniques be superior to yours? Minato continued sincerely, "Didn't you previously consult Kushina about sealing techniques, Makoto-kun? You should have some understanding of the matter. I hope you can help by explaining this thoroughly to the Hokage." Minato's tone was incredibly earnest, and he bowed his head respectfully before Makoto. However, this only reminded Makoto of the time when he had just crossed into this world, feeling lost and hoping for protection from the legendary Yellow Flash. At that time, Minato had no reason to help him, and Makoto couldn't hold that against him. But now, Makoto had no reason to help Minato either. What, was he supposed to go against his direct superior for him? Makoto showed a troubled expression. Didn't Minato-senpai already explain things clearly to the Hokage? Seeing his expression, Minato sighed inwardly. "I did, but I hope Makoto-kun can explain it to the Hokage again, for Kushina's sake." Makoto immediately put on a displeased face. "What do you mean by that, Minato-senpai?" "Of course, I'll help with whatever I can. There's no need to say something so distant. But I can't make any promises. I'll do my best to persuade the Hokage. Kushina and Ayari are good friends, and she's also a friend of mine. I sincerely hope you and Kushina can be together as you wish." Minato immediately said, "Thank you for your help, Makoto-kun." Makoto smiled. "You're too polite, Minato-senpai. But any decision made by the Hokage must be in the best interest of the village. We subordinates should try to understand and respect his judgment." Minato hesitated for a moment and then said, "You're right, Makoto-kun." After leaving the Hyuga clan grounds, Minato felt a deep sense of frustration. The feeling of begging someone for help was truly unpleasant, and even after humbling himself, he had received no real promise. He looked up at the distant Hokage rock, his gaze lingering on Orochimaru's face for a long time. "Have I been too arrogant all this time, alienating everyone around me?" Minato stood there silently for a while before quietly leaving without a word. On Makoto's side, after Minato left, he immediately informed Ayari about his visit. Ayari was visibly anxious upon hearing the news. "Makoto, you have to help them." She was genuinely concerned for Kushina. Kushina and Minato were deeply in love, and everyone in the village knew they were a devoted couple. If they couldn't get married, it would be too pitiful. Makoto sighed helplessly. "Didn't I say it already? The rejection was the Hokage's decision. Only the Hokage can change his mind. Are you asking me to go against him?" Ayari pursed her lips, thinking for a moment, and then asked, "Isn't there anything you can do to help them?" Makoto replied, "The only thing I can do is plead with the Hokage again on their behalf, but if he doesn't agree, there's nothing I can do." Ayari murmured, "We can't just let Kushina live a lonely life forever, can we?" Makoto said nonchalantly, "Well, that's what happens when you're a Jinchuriki." Ayari's face was filled with concern. "Kushina is just too pitiful. Isn't there any other way?" Makoto casually replied, "Unless she stops being." He paused mid-sentence, suddenly stunned by his own words. Kyuubi power was immense, the strongest of all the tailed beasts, with chakra closest to Jubi. If it stayed sealed inside Kushina's body without being fully utilized, it did seem like a waste. Expecting Kushina to tame Kyuubi through sheer empathy was likely unrealistic. But even if Kushina and Minato had Naruto, Naruto wouldn't become Makoto Jinchuriki as he did in the original story. However, without a tailed beast, a Jinchuriki would die. Makoto. Ayari's gentle call brought him back to his senses. Did you come up with a solution? Ayari asked expectantly. Makoto shook his head. He walked closer to Ayari, crouching down slightly, and gently placed his hand on her belly. What do you think would be a good gift for our child when they're born? Ayari chuckled. Why are you suddenly talking about this? Since I'm going to be his father, I naturally have to give him the best I can, Makoto said slowly. He could provide the perfect sage seal, giving the child an unmatched starting point, along with the best educational resources and environment for growth. But Ayari shook her head gently and lovingly. That's not necessary. You just need to be a good father. Looking at Makoto resting his face against her belly, Ayari softly said, our child doesn't have to be exceptionally talented or special. As long as they can grow up healthy and happy, that's enough. Makoto chuckled softly. You're right. As expected, the next day, Kushina learned from Ayari about the Hokage's refusal to let her marry Minato. She went directly to the Hokage's office to confront him. Kushina had hardly ever been there before, so she was surprised when she saw Samui, the secretary nearby. She thought to herself, isn't that one of the 3 female Kimono ninja captives? Samui's striking appearance was unforgettable to anyone who had seen her even once. This instantly made Kushina feel that Makoto was not entirely trustworthy, suspecting he might do something to let Ayari down. She even began to think that when Makoto had previously sought her out to learn sealing techniques, he must have had some indecent thoughts. Her gaze toward Makoto turned hostile. Why are you here? Makoto asked Kushina. Only then did Kushina remember the real reason she was there. Just moments ago, she had been thinking about questioning Makoto on Ayari's behalf about the situation with that secretary. It's about my marriage to Minato. Makoto sighed. That's not up to me. All I can do is speak to the Hokage on your behalf. Really? Kushina asked suspiciously. Makoto replied irritably, what else would I be doing? Ayari also hopes you two can get married. Do you think I don't? Or that stopping your marriage would benefit me somehow? Kushina realized she was the one asking for a favor and shouldn't be acting this way. After hesitating for a moment, she solemnly said, Makoto, if you can help us, I will always remember your kindness. What would I want your gratitude for? How would you repay me? Makoto asked. Kushina thought for a moment. I could be your child's godmother. Makoto was speechless. That's just something you want for yourself, isn't it? Kushina laughed awkwardly. I don't have much to offer, just some of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, but they aren't anything rare. Makoto found it amusing and calmly studied Kushina, feeling a bit of heat in his heart. Repayment, huh? Kushina instinctively sensed danger. She crossed her arms protectively over her chest and glared at him warily. What are you thinking? Makoto remained calm. What could I be thinking? If there's nothing else, you should head back. I'll handle what I promised. Kushina frowned and stared at Makoto. That look in his eyes just now, he definitely had some inappropriate thoughts. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 400 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200 plus CH. Chapter 134, CH 134, Blooming. Kushina hadn't slept well for 2 consecutive nights, constantly troubled by the issue of not being able to marry Minato. Even while training with Rin, she was completely distracted. Kushina-ne. Rin's voice called out, for who knows how many times, snapping her back to reality. What's wrong with you today? You've been spacing out, Rin asked with concern. Looking at Rin gently wiping her sweat, Kushina hesitated for a moment and then asked, Rin, what do you think of Makoto? Rin froze instantly, her arm halting mid-motion. Her expression became somewhat unnatural. Why, did you suddenly bring him up? Kushina didn't notice Rin's reaction. She was too agitated and simply smiled. No reason, just asking casually. Both had their own thoughts. Kushina was wondering whether Makoto would genuinely help her. Rin, on the other hand, recalled the moments she'd spent with Makoto. It had been a while since she'd last seen him, as she'd been fully focused on her training. Rin felt that was probably for the best. Makoto, he's not a bad person, I guess, Rin said after some hesitation. After all, she couldn't just casually badmouth someone in front of others. He's just a completely unreliable guy, Rin thought to herself. Do you think he's reliable? Kushina suddenly asked, as if reading Rin's mind. Rin didn't know how to respond this time, realizing how strange Kushina's question was. Rin cautiously asked, Kushina-ne, what do you mean? Kushina pondered for a moment before saying, do you know he has a very beautiful secretary? Rin nodded slightly. She had heard about it and even knew the secretary's background. After all, in a place as bustling as the Hokage's building, a sudden appearance of such a stunning girl would naturally draw attention. However, not many people knew that Samui was a captive from Kimogakure. When Rin learned about it, she'd secretly cursed Makoto, thinking, that guy really has a wandering heart. She couldn't believe she'd spent time foolishly thinking about him, what a waste. Kushina then cautiously asked again, do you think he's a pervert? Rin hesitated. Probably, yeah. Kushina nodded in agreement. I think so too. After that, she drifted off into a daze again, lost in thought. Rin couldn't understand why there was anything worth gossiping about with Makoto. That guy, he was just a complete jerk, nothing worth discussing. Every time Rin thought of Makoto, she felt a surge of frustration. What was even more infuriating was that he had never once reached out to her. Jerk. Jerk. Rin drank her water and continued her training. In the afternoon, Kushina went to the Hokage's office again and happened to run into Makoto, who was about to leave. Do you need something? Makoto asked her. About what I asked you earlier, how's it going? The Hokage has been busy these past 2 days with his own matters. Give it a few more days, Makoto replied. Oh. Kushina responded softly, her gaze scanning Makoto up and down. Anything else? Makoto asked, a bit helpless. Well. Kushina stammered, lowering her head and fiddling with her fingers in front of him. I recently found some new books on sealing techniques. Do you want to come to my place and check them out? Makoto was momentarily stunned by Kushina's words. Then, seeing how embarrassed she looked, he suddenly shivered. What's this woman trying to do? He stared at her for a long moment before squeezing out a question, now. Kushina still kept her head down. Whenever. It's up to you. Makoto couldn't help but lean in closer, noticing the flush spreading to the back of her neck and ears. The fresh scent of her hair reached his nose, sending a chill down his spine. Hiss. Is this woman hinting at something? Makoto found it hard to believe, this was Uzumaki Kushina. Although he'd had fleeting improper thoughts before, he never imagined she'd ever take the initiative. His throat involuntarily bobbed as he said, sure. I happen to be free this afternoon. Kushina bit her lower lip tightly. Hearing his response, she remained silent for a moment, standing there stiffly before turning and heading toward the door. Seeing this, Makoto followed her out of the Hokage's building. Kushina kept her head down in silence the entire way, making the atmosphere between them awkward and subtly tense. When they reached her doorstep, Kushina glanced around nervously, as if afraid of being seen. It was Makoto's second time visiting her home. He still vividly remembered the sensual scene from his previous visit, and now he couldn't help but feel anticipation for what might happen next. Have a seat, Kushina said, pouring him a glass of water before disappearing into the bedroom. Makoto held the glass, his gaze sweeping around the place. He hadn't expected that Kushina and Minato, despite being a passionate couple, weren't living together. Maybe women here were more traditional and valued marriage and their first night together deeply. After a few minutes, Kushina reappeared, wearing a different outfit. Kushina wore a sleeveless top and a light-colored long skirt. She also brought out a book, which was indeed related to sealing techniques, but Makoto's attention was no longer on the book at that moment. Kushina noticed Makoto's intense gaze and subconsciously brushed her hair behind her ear before gracefully sitting down on the sofa next to him. This is some advanced sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan. Lord Third didn't ask me to hand all of them over to the village back then. Makoto, if you're interested, you can take it and read it. As Kushina spoke, she avoided his gaze, and Makoto reached for the book, deliberately brushing the back of her hand. She immediately pulled her hand back in surprise, seeming both embarrassed and angry, but she held back from reacting further. Makoto smiled inwardly at her reaction. He almost wanted to ask Kushina. What? Did you invite me to your home just to show me a book? He casually flipped through the book in his hands. It did indeed contain sealing techniques he hadn't seen before, but they weren't particularly useful to him. With his mastery of the Sage Seal, he no longer needed these kinds of sealing techniques. He relaxed, no longer in a hurry. After all, he wasn't the one begging here. He continued reading the book on his own. This is indeed a rare book, he said slowly. Thank you, Kushina, for letting me see something so important. Kushina forced a smile. We're friends, aren't we? If you need it, I'll naturally help. Can I take it with me to study it properly? Of course. In that case, I'll take my leave now. With that, Makoto stood up from the sofa and made his way toward the door. Kushina was momentarily stunned and quickly stood up as well. You're leaving already? Makoto smiled. I'm a bit eager to study these sealing techniques. Is there something else you need, Kushina? Kushina stammered, hesitant to speak. It's nothing. Just about me and Minato. I hope you can put in a good word for us with Lord Hokage. Makoto immediately showed a troubled expression. I'll try to help you and Minato persuade Lord Hokage, but I really can't promise anything. Once Lord Hokage makes a decision, it's hard for anyone to change it. After speaking, he handed the book back to her. Since it's something I might not be able to accomplish, I shouldn't keep this book. Kushina grew anxious and tried to push the book back into his hands. Makoto, you. Makoto sighed. Kushina, you're putting me in a difficult position. Both of them held onto the book, but Kushina's hand trembled uncontrollably as she lowered her head, nearly biting her lip until it bled. Makoto, however, remained calm as he looked at the woman in front of him, who was clearly struggling inside. It was as if he were watching a flower in full bloom, dazzling and vibrant. How could he resist the urge to pluck it, to crush it between his fingers? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 400+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+CH. Chapter 135, CH 135, Crush. Kushina was now in a dilemma, feeling as if she had gone completely insane. How could she have brought Makoto back to her home once again, even saying such heavily suggestive words to him at the beginning? Wasn't that essentially seducing him? Why had she done such a thing? Makoto surely thought so too, leaving Kushina with no way out. What should she do now? Let him leave just like that? But what if he became angry and refused to help her and Minato anymore? Kushina's mind was in turmoil. She wasn't mentally prepared for this. She had already regretted going to the Hokage's office to find Makoto, feeling that she had been too impulsive and should have thought it through more carefully. It was just a whimsical idea sparked during her conversation with Rin. How had she naively acted on it? Slowly letting go of the book, Kushina forced a strained smile as she looked up. Makoto, why the rush? She took a step back and said, why don't you sit down for now? Makoto, of course, wasn't in a hurry. He was curious to see how far Kushina could go and how much she was willing to sacrifice. At this moment, he felt like a character straight out of a movie or novel, a wealthy and powerful villain coercing the heroine into moral decline. And he had to admit, it was quite thrilling. After sitting back down on the sofa, Kushina appeared increasingly restless, getting up and sitting down several times, wanting to speak but stopping herself repeatedly. Finally, she stood up. Sorry, I need to use the restroom for a moment. She hurried away, leaving the already quiet living room even more silent. Makoto heard the sound of running water. He casually tossed the book aside and then got up, heading toward the direction of the restroom. Kushina cupped water in her hands, splashing it onto her face in an attempt to calm herself. But when she lifted her head, she saw Makoto standing behind her in the mirror, not knowing when he had arrived. She was so startled that she nearly cried out. Before she could turn around, Makoto had already pressed his body against hers, one arm wrapping around her slender waist. Kushina's body instantly tensed up. Makoto. She tilted her head back sharply, instinctively stretching out her fair, delicate neck. What are you doing? Her heart was racing uncontrollably, but she found it hard to breathe, as if suffocating. Aside from Minato, she had never been this physically close to any other man. And was this guy even a man? Makoto reflected in the mirror had a mature face, but there was still a youthful air in his brows. He was clearly much younger than her. Kushina suddenly couldn't understand how Ayane had managed to accept such a boy. Makoto's hand gently stroked her waist, the thin layer of fabric barely a barrier, sending goosebumps all over Kushina's body. I need to refuse him. I need to stop him. Her mind screamed in desperation. Kushina, Makoto spoke first, cutting off her thoughts. When I observed the four-symbol seal last time, I felt I didn't study it thoroughly enough. There are still many things I don't understand. Why not let me have a proper look again? A look at the seal. Kushina couldn't help but swallow hard. If only Makoto weren't pressed so tightly against her from behind, it might have sounded believable. Makoto's next words instantly deflated Kushina's resolve to resist. I'll think of another way to help you and Minato. Kushina felt utterly humiliated at that moment. How could she have let things come to this? How could she have gone this far? If Minato ever found out about this. Makoto's behavior disgusted her, but what disgusted her even more was herself. Wasn't she the one who had intentionally brought him to her house in the first place? The two of them remained in that tense standoff in the bathroom, Makoto still holding her from behind, maintaining the same posture. Time passed slowly until Kushina finally spoke again. Makoto, can you really help me and Minato? Saying these words must have required an enormous amount of determination, but Makoto wasn't planning to let her off so easily. With a slight smirk, he said softly, that depends on how much you're willing to offer, Kushina. Last time. I couldn't see clearly because you were still wearing your top. At the Nara household, Shikaku, Inoichi, and Minato sat together, sipping drinks. The dishes had all been prepared by Shikaku's wife. No luck with Makoto either? Inoichi asked. Yeah, doesn't look promising, Minato said, troubled. Seems like Hyuga Makoto knows the situation very well, Shikaku sighed lightly. Makoto was Orochimaru's second-in-command, the person Orochimaru trusted most in the village. Having risen to power thanks to Orochimaru, there was no way he would go against Orochimaru's wishes. Orochimaru's prohibition of Kushina and Minato's marriage boiled down to two primary reasons. First, he intended to maintain strict control over the Jinchuriki in the future. Second, Minato had once been his rival. Either reason was more than enough for Orochimaru. After all, this Konoha belonged to him now, why should Minato be allowed to challenge him? But if Minato chose not to fight, then he would truly never be able to marry Kushina. He recalled the hints Kushina had once given him, she had always longed to marry him. Minato, too, deeply wished to make her his wife. He tilted his head back and drained the cup of sake, muttering to himself, is there really no way? If Kushina found out they couldn't get married, how heartbroken would she be? Shikaku and Inoichi exchanged glances, both sighing deeply. The Ino-Shikacho clans had lost much influence in the village due to Minato's failure. Their clansmen had voiced grievances, and it had fallen on the three of them to suppress those discontented voices. After a long silence, Shikaku suddenly spoke, the only person who can openly marry a Jinchuriki is the Hokage. The current fourth Hokage is in his prime. Have you considered how many years it will be before the fifth takes over? Minato's hand paused mid-pour, while Inoichi's expression turned to one of shock. Shikaku, have you had too much to drink? Shikaku's gaze was deep as he stared at the cup in his hand. Failure tastes awful, doesn't it? This is the hardest fall we've ever taken. Neither of the other two spoke. The fourth managed to rise to power. I refuse to believe he didn't do anything shady behind the scenes, Shikaku said grimly. But we've already lost, Inoichi said bitterly. No. Shikaku's eyes sharpened. The one who lost was the third, not us. Shikaku raised his head and looked at the silent Minato across from him. Minato, how long are you planning to wait? Until decades later, when the fourth Hokage hands over the title to you. By then, will it even be your turn? Have you forgotten about Hyuga Makoto, who is younger than you? Ever since the fourth took power, he's been holed up in his research lab day after day. Has he done anything meaningful for the village? Minato, for the sake of the village, for us, and for Kushina. The table fell into a dead silence, and Minato's consciousness wavered. The village he loved, the Kushina he cherished, were they both going to be taken from him? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 400+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tale Destiny 200+CH. Chapter 136, CH 136, The Beginning of Conflict. The silent night, the chilly moonlight. Knock, knock, knock. Kushina opened the door to find Minato standing at her doorstep. The strong smell of alcohol made her frown slightly. You've been drinking. Yeah, with Shikaku and Inoichi. Minato's voice was unsteady, and he swayed as he stood there. He rarely drank himself into such a drunken state. Given his current condition, he probably shouldn't have come to disturb Kushina. Kushina held tightly to the edge of the door. By all logic, she should have invited Minato inside, if only to let him sit down and rest, maybe sober up with a glass of water. But deep down, she felt a strong aversion. The events of the day haunted her, filling her with disgust. Kushina felt filthy, as if dirt clung to her skin no matter how many times she washed. She didn't want to be alone with Minato. Minato slowly extended a hand to steady himself on the door handle, perhaps just trying to maintain his balance, or perhaps intending to push the door open. In that instant, Kushina pressed firmly against the door, stopping him. Minato. Minato blinked in confusion and looked at Kushina. She stood silhouetted against the light, her face obscured by the dim lighting, making her expression unreadable. I didn't mean anything. I won't come in, he said, then fell into silence. Kushina pressed her lips tightly together, unsure how to explain herself. They always had endless things to talk about when they were together, but now there was an unusual, awkward silence between them. The deep night seemed to flow like water. Behind Minato, the corridor was dark, while Kushina stood in the doorway, bathed in the warm glow of light. Minato suddenly found himself unable to read Kushina's thoughts. Was she disappointed in him? She had hinted at her feelings so many times, yet he had never given her a proper response. Forcing a smile onto his face, Minato said, "Get some rest. Good night." The door slowly closed, and the light illuminating Minato's face was gradually swallowed by darkness. Bang. Kushina leaned against the door and slid down to the floor, burying her head in her knees, her mind in turmoil. How did things suddenly end up like this? At Orochimaru's laboratory. In front of Makoto stood more than a dozen adults, both men and women. They appeared to be ordinary people, but in reality, they were all transformed from white Zetsu, and only Makoto's sensory abilities could distinguish them. Orochimaru's intention was to place them throughout the village, living as ordinary citizens. Are these just regular white Zetsu, or have they absorbed human souls? Makoto asked Orochimaru. They're just white Zetsu with stronger learning abilities. They will become very qualified ordinary people, Orochimaru replied. It was clear that Orochimaru intended to use these white Zetsu to monitor every movement within the village. Makoto suddenly realized that Orochimaru's methods likely went beyond this. The ninja families in the village might have already been infiltrated by white Zetsu. White Zetsu could imitate the chakra of anyone they had come into contact with, and ordinary people would never notice anything amiss. What about the Hyuga? If these white Zetsu continued to multiply and others remained in the dark, Konoha would forever be under Orochimaru's control, with no one able to challenge him. The most frightening aspect is that Orochimaru's pursuit is immortality. Makoto's mind was racing, but he didn't say much. He only mentioned that he would arrange identities for them. Orochimaru then said, I heard that Minato came to see you. Makoto respectfully replied, he wanted me to persuade Lord Hokage to help arrange his marriage to Kushina. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged. Did you agree to help him? Makoto immediately answered, I don't have that kind of authority. Orochimaru laughed. Don't be too modest. If you were to plead on his behalf, I might just agree. Makoto replied, I will only faithfully carry out the Hokage's decisions, not make decisions on your behalf. Such words could only be taken as words of courtesy. If he had truly promised Minato something, the Orochimaru in front of him would likely have acted differently. Orochimaru then asked, Makoto, what do you think I should do about this? Should I allow them to marry, or should I not? Makoto paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating his words, and then said, I believe Lord Hokage's concerns are justified. As a Jinchuriki, Kushina would face great risks if she were to marry and become pregnant. If we replace the Jinchuriki, wouldn't we be able to avoid the risk and still keep Kyuubi firmly under our control? Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged as he responded, a Jinchuriki dies when the tailed beast is removed, do you know that? Makoto answered, I've studied many books, and the Uzumaki clan has very strong vitality. Keeping Kushina alive should not be difficult for you, Lord Hokage. Although it's not necessary for Lord Hokage to do this, it would be a favor to Minato, and perhaps it could earn his loyalty in return. However, Orochimaru showed no concern for the loyalty Makoto mentioned regarding Minato and instead asked, what about the new Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Makoto respectfully replied, that would naturally be up to you to decide. Up until now, there have only been 2 Kyuubi Jinchuriki in Konoha, both of whom were from the Uzumaki clan. The only known Uzumaki clan members, besides Kushina, are Nagato from the Omega Kurei. Apart from Makoto, the only people close to Orochimaru were Anko and the handful of personal Umbu members. For Orochimaru, sealing Kyuubi inside a white Zetsu body was also a possible option. But leaving aside the Uzumaki clan, could anyone else withstand the power of Kyuubi? Makoto's thoughts on this matter weren't fully developed, and the main issue was that, besides Kushina, there were no better candidates for Jinchuriki in the village. Orochimaru had no need to accommodate Minato by doing such a thing, and he wasn't afraid of Minato at all. Makoto, how much longer until your child is born? Orochimaru suddenly asked. About 2 more months until the due date. Orochimaru grinned, his smile carrying an ambiguous meaning. I would like to take your child as my disciple. What do you think? Makoto's heart tightened, and he immediately replied, it would be my honor. In that case, how about I give him a grand gift? Orochimaru continued. Orochimaru walked over, patting Makoto on the shoulder, and said with a grin, you can go back and tell Minato that I agree to his marriage with Kushina, but only after your child is born and becomes the new Jinchuriki to replace Kushina. Orochimaru squinted his eyes. What's wrong? You don't want that? No. Makoto quickly responded. I understand, Lord Hokage. Orochimaru's decision also aligned with everything Makoto had said earlier. With Makoto's child becoming Orochimaru's disciple, they would naturally become one of Orochimaru's closest people. After becoming the Jinchuriki, Orochimaru would have full control over them. The only question now was how Minato would react. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 400+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+CH. Chapter 137, CH 137, to test. Ayari saw Makoto sitting alone on the veranda, lost in thought, and walked over with her large pregnant belly. Aren't you going to work today? She asked. Makoto turned to glance at her, then helped her sit beside him. Taking the day off, he said. What are you thinking about? Ayari asked with a smile. Our child, Makoto replied. There are too many bad people in this world. I'm afraid he'll get bullied in the future. Ayari chuckled, if he takes after you, it'll be a blessing if he doesn't go around bullying others. Makoto retorted, I'm not that bad. Thinking it over carefully, though, he couldn't really consider himself a good person. He just wanted to live well, and if that meant hurting others along the way, then it was simply their bad luck. Ayari stroked her belly and suddenly said, I just hope our son will be devoted to one girl in the future, not like those scumbags who break girls' hearts. Makoto. He pulled Ayari closer so she could lean on his shoulder. We're loving enough. Our kid will definitely grow up to be a good man. Ayari rolled her eyes at him. A servant hurried into the courtyard and handed over a letter, saying it was delivered by someone from the Nara family. Makoto opened it and glanced through. It was an invitation to visit the Nara residence. The Nara family? Ayari looked surprised. Their relationship with the Nara family was rather ordinary. She hadn't heard of Makoto being close with them. On the contrary, the Uchiha, whom they hadn't gotten along with before, had become quite friendly lately. Makoto sat there, deep in thought. Why are they inviting you? Ayari asked. I'll find out when I get there, Makoto replied. It could be about Minato, or it might concern something related to the Nara family's own affairs. In the afternoon, Makoto paid a visit as invited and arrived at Shikaku's residence. Compared to the Hyuga estate, the Nara family residence wasn't large, but despite its modest size, it had all the essentials. Shikaku's courtyard exuded a sense of serene elegance. As part of the Ino-Shikacho trio, the Nara clan represented the Shika, deer, and kept a number of deer within their clan grounds. In the original Naruto series, both Shikaku and Shikamaru were known for their intelligence. Additionally, Shikaku had served as the head of the Jonin Corps, holding a highly esteemed position within the village. However, in the current Konoha, that position remained vacant. The previous head, a Jonin from the Sarutobi clan, had perished in battle. Following Orochimaru's ascension as Hokage, the role had yet to be filled. Makoto-kun. Shikaku greeted him warmly with a smile, his attitude both enthusiastic and familiar, as though they were close friends. The time when Makoto had interacted most frequently with Shikaku was on the battlefield. While Minato was often the nominal commander, it was usually Shikaku who orchestrated the overall strategy. Back then, everyone had fought side by side as comrades. But after the war ended, they had gone their separate ways, each belonging to different factions. The Ino-Shikacho trio had always been trusted and close allies of the Hokage. In the original series, their younger generation was guided by the third Hokage's son, something Makoto found hard to believe was a mere coincidence. Due to the influence of the third Hokage, the trio maintained a strong relationship with Minato. Everyone knew they were loyal supporters of him. After Orochimaru's ascension, it was only natural for them to be relegated to the sidelines along with Minato. Having you here truly brings honor to my humble home, Shikaku said with a warm smile, exchanging polite words with Makoto. I should have visited you earlier, Shikaku-senpai, but I've been caught up with official duties, and my wife is expecting, so I haven't been able to find the time, Makoto explained. Then it seems I've been inconsiderate, Shikaku responded. You're too kind, Shikaku-senpai. No matter how busy I am, I can always make time for your invitation, Makoto said with a composed smile. Shikaku couldn't help but feel unsettled. This kid could spout shameless flattery without even blinking. As they entered the living room, Makoto noticed Shikaku's wife, who was already married and preparing the meal. Compared to Makoto, she was simply a woman with a gentle and refined appearance. The two men sat down and began chatting casually, discussing trivial matters and exchanging compliments directed at Makoto, none of which held much substance. Makoto remained unhurried, neither interrupting the conversation nor taking the initiative to steer it. He simply followed up on every word Shikaku said. Seeing that the conversation was going in endless circles, Shikaku casually remarked, Makoto-kun is now the most outstanding young talent in the village and a trusted right-hand man of the Hokage. I imagine the Hokage intends to groom you as the next successor. Makoto's eyes flickered slightly as he replied, You flatter me, Shikaku-senpai. The Hokage is still in his prime, so it's far too early to discuss succession. Shikaku chuckled lightly. What does that matter? The Hokage is currently engrossed in his ninjutsu research, and it's you who manages everything in the village. The results speak for themselves. The village's rapid post-war recovery is all thanks to you. One could say you're practically the village's second Hokage. Makoto repeatedly responded with humility, You're too kind, Shikaku-senpai. The fifth Hokage should naturally be Minato-senpai. Shikaku's eyes gleamed as he continued with a smile, The position of Hokage belongs to the most capable. At your age, Minato was far less accomplished than you. Why does this guy keep pushing me to be Hokage? Makoto found it odd and pondered silently. Outwardly, he maintained modesty, saying, "You're exaggerating, Shikaka-senpai. I can't compare to Minato-senpai at all." As he spoke, his lips curled ever so slightly, revealing a hint of pride. Shikaka naturally caught this and immediately pressed on, "I'm not exaggerating at all. The entire village witnessed your performance on the battlefield. Moreover, you've managed the village so well, something Minato couldn't possibly achieve right now." Makoto couldn't help but smile after hearing this, once again responding with modesty, behaving just like someone secretly pleased with compliments yet pretending to be humble on the surface. "By the way, Shikaka-senpai," Makoto suddenly spoke. "Do you know about Minato-senpai and Kushina?" Shikaka was momentarily stunned, surprised that Makoto would bring up this matter so abruptly. After a brief pause, he replied, "Yes. Since Kushina is a Jinchuriki, the Hokage must have his own considerations regarding this." Makoto said, "A few days ago, Minato-senpai asked me to intercede with the Hokage on his behalf. I've already spoken to the Hokage." Shikaka's gaze sharpened as he stared at Makoto. What did the Hokage say? He hadn't yet figured out why Makoto was sharing this information with him. The Hokage said he plans to extract Kyubi from Kushina and find a new host to be the Jinchuriki. Shikaka was stunned, completely unprepared for such a revelation. He had assumed Orochimaru would be unlikely to agree to this in the first place. Moreover, replacing the Jinchuriki. What would happen to Kushina? A Jinchuriki without a tailed beast would die. Makoto continued, "The Hokage said he would do his best to ensure Kushina's safety during the extraction." Shikaka's heart sank. Do his best to ensure. How could he say something like that so casually? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+ch, Naruto Birdcage 400+ch, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ch. Chapter 138, ch 138, The Haggard Kushina. Rin hadn't seen Kushina for several days. The last time they met was when Kushina had asked Rin about Makoto. Bringing some gifts with her, Rin visited Kushina's home. However, when the door opened, she was shocked to see Kushina looking utterly haggard. "Kushina-ne, are you sick?" Rin asked in alarm, immediately concerned. Kushina weakly replied, "Maybe." Several nights of sleeplessness and endless overthinking had left her mentally and physically drained. Combined with barely eating, she had no strength left. "You look terrible. Have you been to the hospital? Has Minato-sensei come by?" Rin grabbed Kushina's arm, her voice full of worry. At the mention of Minato, Kushina's nose stung, and she choked out, "Rin." She stepped forward and tightly embraced Rin, burying her face in Rin's shoulder, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. "Kushina-ne." Rin was completely confused and gently stroked Kushina's back. "Did you have a fight with Minato-sensei?" "No." Kushina responded hoarsely while holding onto her. "If something's bothering you, Kushina-ne, you can tell me." "I'll help you," Rin offered earnestly. But there was only silence in response. Kushina's hand unconsciously gripped the back of Rin's clothes tightly before slowly releasing it. She seemed calmer now and let go of Rin. "What did you bring? Is there any food? Are you hungry? I can make something for you, then we'll go to the hospital," Rin suggested. Kushina slowly shook her head. "I'm fine, no need for the hospital. Just a bit hungry." Rin saw that Kushina was unwilling to say more, leaving her feeling helpless. She wondered, was Minato-sensei unaware of Kushina's current state? "Let me make you something to eat," Rin offered. Opening the fridge, she found some vegetables and meat, but they had all spoiled. After rummaging through the kitchen, she only managed to find a few cups of instant noodles. The trash bin even had leftover noodle cups that hadn't been thrown out. Kushina sat dazed on the sofa, her eyes blankly fixed on the cup on the coffee table, lost in thought. Rin brought over the cooked instant noodles. "Eat something first." Seeing the noodles, Kushina's eyes finally showed a glimmer of life. Without concern for her image, she devoured the food ravenously. Sitting beside her, Rin watched Kushina, who was usually cheerful and strong-willed, now reduced to this state. She couldn't help but wonder what had happened. "Kushina-ne." Rin spoke cautiously, "Did something happen between you and Minato-sensei?" In her view, the only person who could affect Kushina this much was Minato. Judging from Kushina's reaction earlier when his name was mentioned, there was an obvious issue between them. Kushina froze momentarily but then continued eating without a word. Rin pressed on, "Don't worry. If Minato-sensei bullied you, I'll teach him a lesson. Not just me, Kakashi and Obito would stand by your side too." Kushina finished the noodles in a few big bites, even drinking the broth to the last drop. Letting out a long breath, she looked down at the noodle cup in her hands. "Don't worry. Minato and I didn't fight. Nothing happened." "Then why are you like this?" Just some adult troubles, that's all. A forced smile appeared on Kushina's face as she recalled the events of that afternoon. The memory had lingered in her mind like a haunting shadow over the past few days, keeping her restless and sleepless every night. What tormented her the most was that the whole situation had happened because of her own initiative, her compromise and agreement. Afterward, Kushina was filled with overwhelming regret. She felt as if she had betrayed Minato. Even though what Makoto had done hadn't gone all the way, what was there to feel relieved about? Didn't it still count as a form of humiliation? Thinking about Minato, Kushina was consumed by endless guilt. Minato was surely preoccupied with planning their wedding, and yet she had done something like this. Rin, thank you for visiting me. After eating something, Kushina seemed to look a bit better. Rin, still worried, decided not to leave and helped tidy up the house. Kushina took a shower. Apart from the faint sorrow lingering between her brows, she looked more like her usual self. This reassured Rin, confirming that Kushina was physically fine. Rin mentioned that living off instant noodles every day was unhealthy and suggested cooking a proper meal that evening. She proposed they go to the market together to buy some fresh ingredients. Kushina knew that wallowing at home wouldn't help, so she agreed to Rin's suggestion. The two went out together. With Rin constantly initiating conversation, chatting and laughing, Kushina felt much better. Over the past few days, she had been filled with inner conflict. Staying home alone, she longed for Minato's presence and support, but when she thought about seeing him, she instinctively recoiled, unable to face him. After browsing the market and buying some groceries, they passed by the shopping district and unexpectedly encountered two familiar figures approaching them head-on. It was Makoto and Ayari, shopping together. Kushina's brief moment of good mood instantly vanished. Kushina. Before she could turn away or pretend not to see them, Ayari's voice called out from across the way. Faced with Ayari, Kushina had no choice but to force a smile and approach. Rin, standing beside her, also inwardly muttered about their unfortunate timing and followed Kushina forward. Rin. What a coincidence. You're here too, Ayari greeted warmly with a smile. Mrs. Ayari. Rin glanced at Ayari's rounded belly, feeling a complicated mixture of emotions. Inside was his child. Both Kushina and Rin deliberately ignored Makoto, who was standing next to Ayari, leaving him a bit frustrated as he had been about to greet them. Ayari didn't seem to notice anything strange and continued chatting cheerfully. Are you two here grocery shopping? Planning to have dinner together tonight? Kushina responded, I'm counting on Rin to cook for me at my place tonight. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped forward and took Ayari's other arm. Is it okay for you to be walking around like this? Are you tired? I'm fine. The doctor said I need some exercise. And if I get tired, Makoto's here to help. But what about you, Kushina? I haven't seen you at my place lately. It's not very convenient for me to go out. Kushina deliberately swept a quick glance at Makoto and replied, I've had some things to deal with lately. I'll visit you soon, with Makoto. Great, it's a deal. Ayari then leaned closer and whispered in Kushina's ear, is it because of Minato? Kushina froze. Ayari immediately showed an understanding expression. I get it. Makoto told me a couple of days ago, looks like Lord Hokage has softened his stance. Kushina was momentarily stunned and quickly looked at Makoto. Is that true? Makoto replied calmly, more or less. Ayari was surprised. You didn't know. She then turned to Makoto and scolded him lightly. How could you not tell Kushina this good news earlier? Makoto replied, I already informed Minato-senpai. Kushina was left speechless, a whirlwind of thoughts flashing through her mind. Lord Hokage had softened his stance. Did this mean she and Minato could get married now? Why hadn't Minato come to find her? In that moment, she felt that everything she had done up until now had been worthwhile. Kushina was lost in her emotions, unsure whether it was joy or something else, and she became distracted during the conversation with Ayari. Ayari, understanding her state, smiled and said, well, we should be going now. She leaned in and whispered to Kushina, looks like you'll need to get ready. Who knows, Minato might surprise you soon. The two groups parted ways, and as Makoto turned to leave, he noticed Rin quietly watching him. He glanced back at her. His gaze was subtle yet playful, and he even licked his lips, which made Rin feel like she had been teased. She was filled with a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Unable to express her feelings in the current situation, she shot him a sharp glare instead. As she watched Makoto walk away, Rin felt a deep sense of disappointment. If that jerk remembered her, why hadn't he come to find her? After the things he said that day, there had been no follow-up. Was it because his wife was pregnant and he couldn't leave? Ugh. What's so special about a scumbag who's already married? Rin gritted her teeth in anger. She looked up at Kushina, who was also speaking. Kushina-ne, are you okay? Huh. What were you thinking? Me. Oh, nothing. Kushina smiled and looked around, noticing there wasn't much to see. She felt a little lighter and more at ease. Let's go home and cook, she suggested. Minato. Minato, when are you coming to find me? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 400 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200 plus CH. Chapter 139, CH 139, Hidden Turbulence. At the Konoha Training Grounds. Kakashi sat under a tree, lazily watching as Guy and Hakumen were sparring in the distance. Their fighting style was quite unique, despite not making direct contact with each other, their movements still delivered effective strikes. The force of their blows created strong winds, and as they moved quickly, the grass on the ground swayed in response. It was obvious that Guy was struggling more, still unable to fully grasp this style of combat, while Hakumen had already mastered it. Kakashi initially couldn't understand why they had to fight this way. Using chakra to attack seemed inefficient, only producing a fraction of the potential power and expending a huge amount of chakra, which couldn't be sustained for long. Hakumen explained that this was simply a framework set by Lord Makoto. Mastering this fighting style would lead to the acquisition of even greater power. Kakashi asked if Hakumen had acquired that power, but Hakumen only smiled without answering. Stop for a moment, Hakumen said, noticing that Guy was panting heavily. I'm fine, I can keep going, Guy said, trying to act tough. Did you forget what Lord Makoto said? Overexertion is harmful to your body. It doesn't matter how you trained your taijutsu before, but to follow Lord Makoto's training, your body needs to always be in the best possible condition. At this, Guy collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. He had been training in this way with Hakumen for a while now, but it was far more demanding than his usual taijutsu training. Guy had always struggled with chakra control, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so focused on taijutsu. He practiced on his own in private, but every time he pushed too hard, his body couldn't handle it. The feeling of running out of chakra was unpleasant, and he couldn't do anything until he fully recovered. It was far more difficult than his previous taijutsu training. Hakumen had also taught him some small techniques to improve chakra control, each of which was extremely difficult to master. Kakashi walked over with a water bottle. Ha! Guy took a drink, let out a long breath, and despite feeling exhausted, he laughed loudly. I feel like I've made so much progress today. I'll catch up to you soon. Hakumen also laughed. Then you need to keep pushing, but first, you have to catch up to Kakashi. Kakashi had also tried this fighting style, but he was much stronger than Guy. Although Guy had been training in this method for a while, Kakashi only spent one afternoon getting the hang of it and was already able to exchange blows with Hakumen. According to Lord Makoto's standards, Kakashi was already considered proficient. The speed was impressive, but it didn't discourage Guy. He knew that Kakashi and Hakumen were geniuses, and in his heart, he understood that chasing and surpassing such people was what really mattered. Your combat style just now was chaotic, you just blindly released chakra without any technique. If you keep going like this, you'll never defeat Hakumen, Kakashi said bluntly. Guy still can't master this style yet, so he can take it slow, step by step, Hakumen said, trying to soften the blow. No. Guy shook his head. Kakashi is right. Don't lower the standard for me. I should work harder. Hakumen smiled helplessly, all right. The three of them stayed in the training grounds the whole afternoon. Hakumen continued to train Guy, while Kakashi also practiced on his own. He never slacked off when it came to training. His former team members were all working hard in their own ways. Obito was training in wood release, and his mastery of the Sharingan in the Uchiha clan should be growing stronger. Rin was also diligently training, trying to control the tailed beast and become a perfect Jinchuriki. On the way back, Guy asked Kakashi, Kakashi, aren't you curious about what Lord Makoto is going to teach us? Kakashi replied, I don't really mind, as long as it's something useful. Guy fantasized, it must be some really powerful taijutsu, something as strong as the 8 gates. Kakashi responded, excessively powerful strength often comes with side effects. Hakumen glanced at Kakashi and said, it's a power that will make you feel like you've been reborn. Kakashi remained calm upon hearing this. He had a clear understanding of power, any strength earned through his own efforts would be put to good use. However, he was somewhat resistant to the power given by others. His left eye was once a legacy of his comrade, but now it felt like a burden, though he couldn't discard it. After parting ways with Hakumen and Guy at the crossroads, Kakashi was on his way home when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Kakashi. Mr. Shikaku. Kakashi quickly jogged over. The person calling him was a highly respected senior, a close friend of Minato, and his superior on the battlefield. Hello. Just finished training? Shikaku asked with a smile. Yes. Would you be interested in coming over to my house for a visit? Shikaku invited. Kakashi was momentarily stunned. He had thought it was just a casual greeting, but Shikaka didn't offer any pleasantries, instead giving him a direct invitation as if he had been aiming to meet him from the start. Sure. He didn't reject Shikaka's invitation and nodded in agreement. After walking for a while, Shikaka suddenly smiled and said, "You and Hakumen get along really well." Kakashi replied, "We're friends who have worked together." Shikaka continued, "Hakumen is the personal guard of the current clan head of the Hyuga clan. He's one of Makoto's most trusted subordinates. It seems like you are highly valued by Makoto as well." Kakashi thought for a moment and then replied, "I'm the direct subordinate of Lord Hokage, but I also take orders from Lord Makoto." Shikaka nodded, "I understand that. But given the current situation in Konoha, it's not wrong to say that Makoto is the Hokage." Kakashi's step suddenly came to a halt, and Shikaku, who was walking ahead, slowly stopped and turned to look at him. Fortunately, they had reached a quiet alley with few people around, so no one could overhear their conversation. However, the silence made Kakashi feel an eerie chill. "Is something wrong, Kakashi?" Shikaku asked with a faint smile. Kakashi didn't respond. His impression of Shikaku was that of a wise and calm senior, someone he had interacted with plenty of times in the past. He didn't expect him to say something so inappropriate. What does he mean by saying Makoto could also be called the Hokage? It was true that Makoto was currently doing Hokage duties, but by saying that, where does that leave Orochimaru? Kakashi began to sense that Shikaku's invitation might have a deeper, special purpose, one that was significant and made him hesitant to proceed. Does Minato-sensei know about this? Shikaku glanced at Kakashi for a moment and, seeing that he didn't speak, turned around and continued leading the way. "Come on, Kakashi, we're almost at my house." Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 400+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+CH. Chapter 140, CH 140, Terror. Nara Family. Kakashi sat upright, noticing that Shikaku was about to pour tea for him, so he quickly held up his teacup with both hands. He guessed that Shikaku had invited him here for a reason, but wasn't sure exactly what that reason was. "What do you think of being in the Umbu?" Shikaku asked. "I've gotten used to it. Umbu is made up of the village's elite ninjas. However, Kakashi, someone like you being in the Umbu seems a bit of a waste. Your brilliance shouldn't be hidden." "You're too kind," Kakashi said, lowering his head. Shikaku gently sipped his tea, then pondered for a moment before speaking. "Kakashi, what do you think of the village's fourth Hokage?" Kakashi's heart skipped a beat at hearing this. "What do you mean?" Shikaku slowly continued, "Orochimaru, as one of the Sannin, was once a genius ninja just like you. He made a name for himself during the Second Shinobi World War and became a benchmark for countless ninjas in the village. He has saved the village from crisis multiple times, and is a hero of Konoha, with immense strength and extraordinary wisdom. These are all the qualities that shine on him. As a ninja alone, you can't find two people in the entire Shinobi world who are more outstanding than him. Am I right, Kakashi?" Kakashi remained silent. Shikaku's words were absolutely true, but it was clear there was more to what he was saying. Kakashi kept a neutral expression, and fortunately, with his mask, his emotions couldn't be seen. "Mr. Shikaku. What exactly are you implying?" Shikaku's gaze shifted slightly, swallowing the words he'd prepared earlier, then said, "Kakashi, do you know about the situation between Minato and Kushina? What happened to Minato-sensei? Don't you think Minato and Kushina should have gotten married by now?" Kakashi thought for a moment, and upon further reflection, realized that indeed, Minato-sensei and Kushina should have gotten married already, especially with the war now over. But the fourth Hokage, using the reason that Kushina is the Jinchuriki, forbade their marriage. After Minato requested it from him, he said that if they wanted to get married, they would have to remove the tailed beast from Kushina's body. The reason behind this is likely that Minato was once his competitor for the position of Hokage. "Kakashi, do you know what happens to a Jinchuriki when they lose their tailed beast?" "They die." Kakashi understood very well. Rin was a Jinchuriki. "Kakashi, do you think?" Shikaku said slowly. "Is Orochimaru a suitable Hokage?" Kakashi was struck by a sudden realization, his body freezing as his hair stood on end. "You are Minato's student, you know Minato's character well. Now you're also part of the Hokage's direct Umbu, so you should know about Orochimaru as well. Before Orochimaru took the Hokage position, did you ever think the fourth Hokage candidate would be someone else? The fourth Hokage should have been a hero loved by the people, someone who could shoulder the responsibility and devote themselves wholeheartedly to the village, not someone who hands all the work to subordinates, stays in their laboratory all day, lacks responsibility, but is obsessed with power." Shikaku's words grew more shocking, his gaze locked firmly on Kakashi. "Do you understand why I came to find you, why I'm speaking to you so openly without any reservations?" Kakashi stood up abruptly, then froze in place, motionless, lost in thought for a long time. The education he had received since childhood was to be loyal to the village, loyal to the Hokage. But how was it that when he was with Shikaku, these two principles seemed to be in conflict? After a long silence, he slowly sat back down. He asked, "What about Minato-sensei?" Shikaku replied calmly, "There are many things Minato can't handle directly. We'll do it for him." Kakashi understood. His position, as a member of the Hokage's direct umbu and a trusted confidant of Hyuga Makoto, gave him the ability to take action on many fronts. His gaze flickered slightly, and images of his teacher and Orochimaru flashed through his mind. What should we do? The next day, Kakashi couldn't sleep. He walked into the umbu barracks, looking tired. It was his turn to be on duty today. "Good morning, Kakashi." "Morning, Kiyomi." In the break room, a teammate greeted him. The Hokage's personal guard team consisted of only 12 members. Aside from him and Guy, everyone else was from the Hyuga clan. The two of them took turns resting, and those on duty would rotate between morning and afternoon shifts. The two umbu members stationed at the Hokage building mostly did errands for Makoto. Since Makoto had that beautiful secretary, their workload had become even easier. They were only called upon for assignments when confidential information needed to be delivered. The rest of their time was spent at the research facility, carrying out various strange tasks assigned by Orochimaru. Killing, capturing people, searching for things, hunting beasts, assisting with experiments. "You look a little worn out. Didn't sleep well last night?" Kiyomi asked with a smile. "Probably just exhausted from training with Hakumen and Guy yesterday," Kakashi replied calmly. Because of Makoto's orders, Hakumen and Guy didn't often come on duty anymore. They spent most of their time training. For them, Makoto's orders were no different from Orochimaru's, both had to be followed seriously. As for the Hyuga clan's umbu, it was needless to say, Makoto was their clan leader. Sometimes, Kakashi himself felt like everything in the village was under Makoto's control. From small disputes among villagers to international relations, Orochimaru never interfered. Makoto was the one to meet foreign ministers and other village ninjas in person, never showing any signs of hesitation. The presence he exuded was that of a leader of the strongest ninja village in the world. This was something Kakashi truly felt during his time as a personal guard. Over time, outsiders might start to think that Hyuga Makoto was the most influential person in Konoha. What Shikaku said yesterday was not wrong. In Konoha, calling Hyuga Makoto the Hokage wouldn't be far from the truth. It was just that it couldn't be said aloud. Kakashi had no idea what Orochimaru spent all his time researching. He had never been inside Orochimaru's laboratory, even when he was close, he was only ever allowed to stand outside the doors. The only people allowed in the lab, aside from the Hokage, were two people, Hyuga Makoto and Mitarashi Anko. There were also some death row prisoners, but once they entered, they never came out again, presumably dead. Despite his curiosity, Kakashi could never guess what the Hokage was researching. He changed his clothes and walked with his umbu colleagues to the outside of the research facility. As they arrived, Anko emerged from the lab. "Kakashi, Lord Orochimaru wants to see you." Her words stunned all the umbu present. This was the first time such a thing had happened. "Kakashi, what are you zoning out for?" "Hurry up and go in," Anko said, then turned and walked back into the lab. Kakashi felt the curious stares of his colleagues and hesitated for a moment before walking inside. It was his first time stepping through the research facility's doors, and he immediately noticed the air temperature was quite cold. The decor was bright and lavish, with snow-white paint on the walls and glossy, reflective tiles on the floor. Various strange and complex instruments filled the room. Following Anko down the hallway, Kakashi saw Orochimaru standing by a lab station, mixing a vial of reagent. On the operating table lay a corpse with its abdomen cut open, a sight that made Kakashi feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Lord Orochimaru, Kakashi is here," Anko said with a smile as she approached him. Orochimaru reached out and ruffled Anko's head, smiling. Go on and do your work." "Lord Hokage," Kakashi said, bowing respectfully from behind him. "Kakashi." Orochimaru did not turn around to look at him, continuing to mix his reagents. "At first, I didn't expect Makoto to bring you into the umbu." Orochimaru's words sounded strange, as though it were casual conversation, yet also seemed like a prelude to something else. "How does it feel in the umbu?" Kakashi immediately responded, "The members of the umbu are elite ninjas from the village, and I'm able to gain better experience here. Also, I'm able to serve Lord Hokage. For me, it's a very fortunate thing." Orochimaru chuckled softly. "Is that so? It seems you've gotten used to it." "Used to it?" Kakashi's mind stirred. Orochimaru continued with a smile, "I thought you might think you were wasting your talents in the umbu." His laughter was hoarse and low, giving an unsettling feeling to anyone who heard it. Kakashi slowly widened his eyes, staring at Orochimaru's back. Fear began to fill his heart. Orochimaru's voice sounded again. Kakashi, do you think I, as Hokage, am I adequate? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 400 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200 plus CH. Chapter 141, CH 141, Loser. Nara Family. Inoichi looked at Shikaku with a troubled expression. You want Kakashi to be our spy? No one is more suitable than him. His current identity can help us a lot, and we know him well. He's also Minato's student. Did you talk to Minato about this? No. Inoichi finally couldn't hold back and said, from the very beginning, Minato never agreed, did he? Shikaku's gaze deepened as he replied, all we need to know is what's in Minato's heart. He desires the Hokage position. Inoichi said, but Minato doesn't want to use these methods. Shikaku retorted, what methods? What methods have we used? Didn't Orochimaru also use methods to become Hokage? Inoichi was left speechless. When they were fighting on the front lines, the village suddenly announced that Orochimaru would succeed the fourth Hokage. At that time, almost everyone on the front lines thought Minato would be the future Hokage. Was there anything more absurd than this? Shikaku sighed deeply and said quietly, Inoichi, after the village redrew the clan territories, didn't your people have any reactions? Inoichi fell silent. After a long silence, he finally spoke, this is the price of failure. Shikaku glanced sideways. What, after failing, should you just settle for the status quo and wallow in defeat? Inoichi spoke, Shikaku, you can't convince Minato. He won't do something like that. Shikaku scoffed coldly. It doesn't matter. Once we present everything to him, he won't refuse. After he becomes Hokage, do you think he'll still hold my crimes against me? Inoichi furrowed his brow, sensing that the usually calm and rational Shikaku was behaving unusually. Why had he suddenly become so fixated on this? Was it because he felt he lost? Lost to someone he never saw as a real opponent. After a long pause, Inoichi asked, what exactly do you plan to do? Even if Orochimaru ignores the political affairs, with someone like Hyuga Makoto under him, it won't affect his position as Hokage, it will still be rock solid. Shikaku said expressionlessly, if we can't topple him, then we'll destroy him. Inoichi sighed in resignation. The only one who can rival Orochimaru in this village is Minato, and Jiraiya-sama. Do you think they'll do something like this? At this point, Inoichi had little reaction to anything Shikaku said. They were clearly on the path of outright rebellion. Unless they were the ones who won in the end, everything they did, no matter how light or heavy, would only lead to death. Shikaku's eyes flickered. No. There's another person. Every time Makoto went out, he could sense the traces of white zetsu all over the village. Some appeared as ordinary villagers, while others hid directly within wooden buildings, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to notice. Not only that, but the last time Makoto visited the Nara household, he also sensed white zetsu there. White zetsu could mimic anyone's chakra, and even someone like Yamanaka Inoichi, a master of sensory perception, wouldn't be able to detect any difference. In short, every move and whisper within Konoha was under Orochimaru's control. Except for Makoto. Makoto could sense these white zetsu and use mirage to deceive their senses. In other words, whatever white zetsu saw or heard, it was only what Makoto wanted it to know. No one else possessed this ability. How many people were unaware that all their scheming had already been known to Orochimaru? The research lab was deathly silent, and the cold temperature made Kakashi feel like he was in an ice cave. Orochimaru didn't release any killing intent, but just by facing away from him, Kakashi was overwhelmed with fear. The person standing before him was one of the most powerful figures in the ninja world. To kill him would be effortless. Kakashi had been through life and death situations before, and he thought he wasn't afraid of death, but standing in front of Orochimaru, the fear inside him was only magnified. Kakashi, are you afraid? Orochimaru asked slowly. Orochimaru set down the reagent in his hand and slowly turned around, his cold, expressionless face showing no emotion. Kakashi's mind went blank. After realizing that things had been exposed, he had no idea how to handle what was coming next. Or perhaps, when he agreed to what Shikaku had suggested yesterday, he hadn't fully thought it through. He had simply assumed it was natural to stand by Minato-sensei's side. Kakashi, Orochimaru repeated his name. Can you give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you? Kakashi stared blankly down at the floor, his gaze fixed on his toes. The reflective surface of the tiled floor mirrored his blurry face. He swallowed hard, Lord Hokage. Orochimaru gently curled his lips into a smile. Oh. So, in your heart, you still recognize me as Hokage. I thought you might think I'm not worthy of the title. He walked closer to Kakashi, leaning down to whisper in his ear, do you want to atone for your sins? Uchiha clan territory. Are you saying Lord Hokage agreed? Makoto looked at Kushina in surprise. Yes. Kushina nodded with a smile. This is great. Makoto couldn't help but laugh. What made Lord Hokage suddenly change his mind? Did Minato go and ask him? Ah, well. Kushina hesitated. Her mind raced, realizing this was something that couldn't be kept a secret, especially since Ayari knew some of the details. I asked Makoto for help, and he assisted me, she said. I see, so in a critical moment, Makoto really came through, Makoto said with a bright smile. She said this because, during the battle, Makoto had helped Kushina suppress the Kyuubi, ensuring their victory over Kimobikure. Kushina chuckled awkwardly, not responding. So when are you two planning to get married? Makoto asked again. That. Kushina blushed. We haven't decided yet. She was still waiting for good news from Minato, hoping he would come and propose to her. Now, in her mind, there was nothing standing in their way, they just had to wait for the final step, the proposal. Makoto immediately saw what Kushina was thinking and teasingly said, well, you should start preparing for the wedding. One of these days, I'll go with you to pick out wedding dress styles. Kushina shyly responded, isn't that too soon? She had completely lost her previously carefree demeanor. Just thinking about finally marrying Minato made her feel both shy and happy. She only hoped Minato wouldn't make her wait any longer and would come to her soon to propose. As for what had happened with Makoto before, it was long forgotten. She considered it the price she paid to get to this point and was ready to move on. Soon, she would be Minato's bride. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 400+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+CH. Chapter 142, CH 142, Struggle. Sarutobi Household. Minato, your chess skills have regressed, Hiruzen remarked. Minato looked at the remaining pieces on the board and smiled bitterly. I was never that good at chess to begin with. Hiruzen chuckled as he looked at him. Is something troubling you? Minato simply responded calmly. Hiruzen's eyes flickered. If something was troubling Minato, it was likely beyond his ability to help. Tell me about it. I want to marry Kushina. Hiruzen pondered for a moment and immediately understood. Given Kushina's special status, it was likely that Orochimaru hadn't given his approval. This matter could be either trivial or significant. Orochimaru clinging to it was likely a way of expressing dissatisfaction with Minato. They had once been rivals. But was this just a simple act of making things difficult, or did Orochimaru intend to go all out against Minato? Hiruzen fell silent, his eyes fixed on the chess pieces on the board. Have you spoken to him? Realizing he had asked a pointless question, Hiruzen sighed silently. Is there anything I can do? He asked. There wasn't much he could do. The village was no longer under his control, all the power now rested with Orochimaru. Minato raised his head and glanced at the elderly men before him. This was once the third Hokage, how had he ended up in such a state? It was as if he had become invisible in the village, with no news about him at all. If Minato hadn't taken the initiative to visit, he wouldn't have seen the men at all. His offer to help was merely out of guilt toward Minato. Disappointment flickered in Minato's eyes as he slowly shook his head. No need. Relying on oneself is better than seeking help from others. Minato now fully understood, this was something no one could help him with. He had to handle it on his own. Kakashi lay alone on the bed, staring blankly at the Umbu uniform hanging on the opposite wall. The atonement through merit that Orochimaru spoke of meant continuing to relay information to Shikaku and the others. However, the information to be relayed was dictated by Orochimaru, essentially using Kakashi to mislead them. Kakashi couldn't understand why Orochimaru, knowing about their plot to rebel, hadn't acted yet and instead chose to keep them around. Was it because the matter involved Minato-sensei, and he needed a legitimate reason to make a move? With all their plans exposed to the enemy, was there still any chance of victory? He glanced at the white fang short blade on the table. Father, what should I do? Kakashi. A sudden voice rang out from outside the window, followed by the appearance of a face. Kakashi didn't need to guess who it was. Other than Guy, only Obito would do something like this. Guy was currently spending all his time training with Akuman and hadn't visited in a while. Yo, Kakashi. So you are home after all, Obito said from outside. Come out and spar with me. I've learned a new ultimate move. Already irritated, Kakashi grew even more annoyed by Obito's loud voice outside the window. He directly shut the window. Bang bang bang. Obito kept knocking on the window relentlessly. Unable to take it anymore, Kakashi finally opened the door for him. The moment Obito entered, he couldn't help but say, "Kakashi, you're too lazy. On such a nice day, you're lying at home sleeping." Kakashi paid no attention and sat back down on the bed by himself. Obito spoke again, "Kakashi, come spar with me. This time, I'll definitely win." Kakashi glanced at him. "A loser like you beating me? You're 100 years too early." He had heard this countless times, whether from Obito, Guy, or even Hakumen, who had conveyed a similar sentiment. But without exception, all three had always ended up as his defeated opponents. Obito insisted, "This time is different. I've learned a new move." Kakashi responded indifferently, "No matter how powerful a technique is, it depends on who uses it. Even if you're given the best jutsu, you'd still be a loser." He had already experienced Obito's would release. Perhaps because the user was Obito, Kakashi hadn't felt the power that should belong to the so-called god of shinobi's technique. It was only slightly troublesome upon the first encounter. Other than its unique attack style, it wasn't much of a threat. Obito was furious. "You bastard. Stop being so annoying, are we fighting or not?" "Kakashi, no." Obito was frustrated but had no way to force it. He couldn't just throw reason out the window and attack Kakashi outright. He pulled over a nearby chair, sat down, and stared at Kakashi. "Obito," Kakashi suddenly spoke. What do you think, should Minato-sensei be Hokage?" "Huh." Obito was stunned, surprised that Kakashi would suddenly ask him such a question. He scratched his head. "What do you mean?" Kakashi asked again, "What do you think of the current Hokage?" Obito thought for a moment. "Pretty good, actually. After all, it was Orochimaru who had brought him back, healed his arm, and taught him the secrets of wood release." Obito had a deep sense of respect and gratitude toward Orochimaru. Moreover, Orochimaru had led the village to victory in battle. What was there to complain about in a Hokage like that? Kakashi continued, "If Minato-sensei had become the fourth Hokage back then, would he have been better than the current Hokage?" Obito found himself in a dilemma. How could he compare the two? One was his teacher, and the other was his benefactor. After thinking for a long while, he blurted out, "If I became Hokage, I'd definitely be better than all the previous ones." Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling that asking Obito such a question was a complete waste of time. Obito then asked, "Why are you suddenly asking this?" "Nothing." As evening fell, Kakashi, feeling uneasy, decided to seek out Minato. "Kakashi, what's the matter this late? I have something I'd like to discuss with you." Minato looked thoughtfully at Kakashi standing at the door. Ever since his student had joined the Umbu, their meetings had become rare. The last time they met was during a gathering that Rin had arranged. "Come in," Minato invited Kakashi into the living room and poured him a glass of water. "So, what do you want to talk about?" Kakashi sat on the sofa, gently rubbing the water glass in his hands. After a pause, he slowly said, "I heard about you and Kushinae." Minato was momentarily stunned, then smiled nonchalantly. "Oh. Who told you that?" "Mr. Shikaku." Minato pondered for a moment. "What else did he tell you?" Kakashi then revealed Shikaku's request for Minato to become Hokage and the spying matter involving both factions. Minato let out a long sigh. Shikaku. So Shikaku intended to push him to the edge. Minato said, "Kakashi, this isn't something you should get involved in." Kakashi lowered his head. "So, is what Mr. Shikaku said true? Do you really intend to replace the Hokage?" Silence. Minato didn't immediately answer his question. If Kakashi had asked this before today, he would have firmly and righteously denied it. Even now, the idea of relying on underhanded means to achieve something was deeply repulsive to him. But now, it seemed that disgrace was still better than loss. Minato felt lost, as if he had strayed onto the wrong path, moving against the current, caught in a dilemma with no easy way forward. "Kakashi, what kind of person do you think I should be?" If Minato were to say that he didn't want to do any of this and that everything was Shikaku's unilateral decision and presumption, that might be the best outcome for Kakashi. It would mean there was still room for reconciliation between his teacher and the Hokage, and no further conflict might arise. Kakashi had thought of it that way. But what if he considered it from Minato-sensei perspective? What about Kushinae? Recalling what Orochimaru had said to him this morning at the research lab. It wasn't that Minato-sensei wanted to compete, it was Shikaku who wanted him to. And it was Orochimaru who was forcing him to compete. Kakashi's throat tightened. "I think, you're more suited to be Hokage than the current fourth." Minato suddenly let out a soft laugh. "Kakashi, thank you for your support." Kakashi asked, "Minato-sensei, you've already made up your mind, haven't you?" Minato replied, "Many times, the path isn't one you can choose for yourself. Kakashi fell silent for a long time before speaking again, but Minato-sensei, we've been exposed. He felt as though he was treading a perilous path. He didn't know whether what he was about to say would end up being known by Orochimaru. But if he didn't say it, wouldn't Minato-sensei remain in the dark forever? Minato frowned and looked at Kakashi. What do you mean? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 400 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200 plus CH. Chapter 143, CH 143, Kite. A gloomy night. The Hokage building was pitch dark. At this hour, even the village's roosters and dogs were asleep. A figure quietly slipped into the archives vault, holding a dim flashlight, searching shelf after shelf for something. The room was deathly silent, broken only by the sounds of pages turning and scrolls being opened. What are you looking for? Suddenly, a blinding light shone, piercing Kakashi's eyes and making him instinctively squint. The person stood behind the light source, their silhouette and voice unmistakably familiar. Hakumen. Kakashi tightened his grip on the scroll. Click. The bright flashlight on the other side switched off, easing Kakashi's vision. Have you been following me? Kakashi had been on high alert the entire time, yet he hadn't noticed when the other person had approached. Hakumen said coldly, your recent behavior has been far too suspicious. Kakashi slowly closed the scroll. I just have some things to investigate, it has nothing to do with you. Hakumen sneered. Have you forgotten my position? Saying something so laughable. He was a direct subordinate of the Hokage, serving as a personal bodyguard. With Kakashi's unauthorized entry into the archives, he had every right to arrest him. You're wasting your time. What you're looking for isn't here, Hakumen added. You know what I'm investigating? Kakashi frowned. No, Hakumen replied. But the things in the archive vault are meant for people to see. The real secrets would never be written down. That statement was true, but precisely because the information Kakashi sought was secret, he needed to comb through these classified documents to find any clues. Kakashi turned off his flashlight as well, his gaze fixed firmly on the person not far ahead. He said, Hakumen, this matter is very important to me. I hope you won't try to stop me. Hakumen responded, and if I refuse? Will you fight me? Silence. Kakashi had no desire to fight him. Having spent a long time together, he admired Hakumen's character and strength. He had long regarded him as a friend. Fighting would mean openly placing himself against Hyuga Makoto and Orochimaru, a suicidal move. Hakumen continued, do you think I can stand here without Lord Makoto already suspecting you? Kakashi was suddenly shocked. Given Hakumen's personality, if he truly suspected him, he would have already reported it to Makoto. Perhaps his tailing Kakashi was under Makoto's orders. At that moment, Hakumen began walking toward him, step by step. Kakashi instinctively held his breath. Kakashi, your heart is in turmoil. Is it because you're stuck in a quagmire? Kakashi remained silent. Hakumen extended his hand toward him, revealing a white magatama resting in his palm. Kakashi, I consider you a friend. Why didn't you tell us about this sooner? Perhaps we could have helped you. Kakashi simply replied, this matter has nothing to do with you. But Hakumen said, everything in the village concerns Lord Makoto. And anything that concerns Lord Makoto concerns me. Makoto. Hyuga Makoto, Orochimaru's deputy. By all accounts, this placed him on the opposite side of Minato-sensei. Given the opposing stances, how could Kakashi possibly turn to them for help? Hakumen's white eyes fixed on him, and he said, Kakashi, do you still have a choice? Kakashi's mind was racing. The Nara clans and Mr. Shikaku's plans had been discovered by Orochimaru, and now his investigation into confidential information had been found out by Hyuga Makoto. The village was filled with spies from these two. Kakashi pondered for a long time, then slowly reached out and took the white magatama from Hakumen's palm. In that instant, he felt a sense of disorientation. It seemed that the magatama carried some special chakra that disrupted his own magnetic field, making his vision blurry and the things around him appear distorted. Hakumen said, this thing will block your perception and shield you from certain eyes and ears. It's a one-time use. Kakashi was astounded. This thing was incredibly powerful, and to block perception, block whose perception? He suddenly thought of Orochimaru, and how his conversation with Mr. Shikaku had somehow been discovered by Orochimaru. But why hide it from Orochimaru? Come with me. Hakumen turned and left the archives room without waiting. Kakashi stood still for a moment, scanning the room. Perhaps, just as Hakumen had said, what he was looking for wasn't here. The real secrets were only stored in others' minds. The two of them walked confidently down the street. Kakashi held the white magatama tightly in his palm, feeling somewhat off balance as he walked. Eventually, they arrived at the Hyuga clan compound. Kakashi sat alone in the living room, waiting. Hakumen seemed to be informing someone. After about 10 minutes, Hyuga Makoto came out wearing a sleep robe. Makoto glanced at him and said, "If you're not used to it, just throw away that magatama. In my presence, no one will know about our conversation." Kakashi placed the magatama on the table, and the uncomfortable feeling immediately vanished. Makoto then went straight to the point, saying, "What do you want to know, my weakness, or the Hokage's?" Kakashi tensed up instantly, his clenched fist sweating. Seeing that Kakashi remained silent, Makoto slowly continued, "Do you know what's most important when two armies are at war?" "Intelligence." Makoto said, "Whoever controls enough information can always gain the upper hand and easily defeat the enemy. The entire village is under the Hokage's control. Every word and action of yours can't escape his ears and eyes. And yet, you still want to oppose him. Isn't that the same as seeking death? The Hokage hasn't removed you yet because he's just playing a game with you, watching how far you can go." Orochimaru had his own spies, and Makoto had his. After discovering the hidden white Zetsu during the meeting at the Nara household, Makoto immediately implemented countermeasures. The white magatama contained seals that disturbed the surrounding natural energy, allowing the Hyuga clan members to remain hidden when gathering intelligence for Makoto. Kakashi's thoughts raced, remembering what Hakumen had said when he brought him here. "You called me here, are you able to help me?" Makoto's gaze shifted slightly. "Why would I help you?" he asked. "What can I gain from this?" "I can give you what you want, the Hokage's weaknesses, the things he's done that he wants to keep hidden, and what he's been researching all this time. But what will you give me in return, Kakashi?" These words were no longer a temptation but a form of coercion. Makoto had pushed him to the edge of an abyss, and now Kakashi had no choice but to jump. Kakashi swallowed, his throat tightening. "What do you want?" Makoto pulled out a scroll and spread it out on the table. Kakashi focused his eyes. The scroll seemed to contain a seal, engraved with intricate and mysterious patterns, with a 2 character in the center surrounded by them. "This is Sage Seal, number 2, Makoto said calmly. "You can also call it kite. A kite can soar high in the sky, but it is always attached to a string that binds it. The soaring and falling all depend on the will of the one flying the kite. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 400 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200 plus CH. Chapter 144, CH 144, Birdcage. Within the Land of Fire. In a relatively bustling small town, a commotion suddenly arose on the streets. A group of women were desperately chasing after a middle-aged man with white hair. "Catch the pervert. You bastard, how dare you peek at us while we were bathing? Stop. Everyone, help us block him." Jiraiya was running through the streets, jotting something quickly on a small notebook as he ran. "These are some great materials." Gradually, the group of women fell behind due to exhaustion, and Jiraiya took the opportunity to slip into a less crowded alley. Looking at what he had just written, he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, it's really worth all the effort." Just as he was putting his notes away, Jiraiya's expression subtly changed as he turned his head slightly towards a direction behind him, where a figure in ninja attire had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. He sighed helplessly and said, "You guys, how do you always manage to find me wherever I go? Can't I just travel and write in peace?" The newcomer was a ninja from the village. If it were an outsider, Jiraiya would have already taken action. "Lord Jiraiya, this is a letter from Lord Shikaku." "Shikaku?" Jiraiya was slightly surprised. In the past, it had only been the third Hokage who sent him messages. It was the first time Shikaku had actively reached out to him like this. He thoughtfully took the letter, opened it, and immediately his expression became serious. "I understand. You can go back now." "Yes." The contents of the letter were simple, stating directly that Orochimaru had committed treason. Orochimaru was already the Hokage now, how could he still betray the village? The content seemed absurd, but since it was from Shikaku, it had to be taken seriously. Jiraiya held a deep respect for Shikaku. He had initially thought that after Minato became Hokage, Shikaku would be Minato's right-hand man. He carefully put the letter back in his pocket. Looking up at the sky. Tsunade was nearby in the town. It would be a good opportunity to ask her to come back with him. Shikaku and his group wanted to defeat Orochimaru and reclaim the position, but the chances of success were almost zero. The only slim chance came from Makoto's assistance. It was impossible to remove Orochimaru from his position through political means, he held an overwhelming advantage. The only way to bring him down was to first eliminate the men and then slowly destroy everything he built. But to carry out a coup using force, they would need to have enough strength. Could Minato defeat Orochimaru for sure? Even Jiraiya might not be able to accomplish that. Nara Shikaku had made an extremely reckless decision, which was why Minato was feeling even more troubled after learning everything. However, Minato did not blame Shikaku. If his own stance had been firm enough, Shikaku wouldn't have made such a move. Perhaps, in Shikaku's eyes, Minato himself was deeply eager for that position. Not only did Minato need to be Hokage, but the three clans, Ino Shikacho, also needed him to take that position. Minato then went to see Kushina, and to his surprise, this time, her attitude was completely different from before. She seemed especially shy and reserved, and her eyes were filled with joy and anticipation. It was as if she was waiting for him to give her a gift. Minato thought to himself, Kushina, just give me a little more time, and I'll give you a grand wedding. Kushina froze for a moment, feeling shy when she heard the word wedding, but she was also curious about what Minato meant by a little more time. Minato, this fool, if he's going to propose, shouldn't it be more romantic and heartfelt? Why did he suddenly say it like that? Kushina lowered her head and muttered softly, who said I'm going to marry you? Minato tilted his head, puzzled, and asked, huh? You're not going to marry me? Kushina felt both helpless and angry, thinking to herself, how could Minato be so dense? Isn't this the perfect moment to propose? She shot him a glare and said, I don't know. Minato was still troubled by Orochimaru's matters, and he hadn't thought much about Kushina's feelings. His only focus was on resolving everything and then officially marrying her. Minato said a few more words to her before leaving. Kushina watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but talk to herself. Idiot, how much longer do you expect me to wait? Not long after Minato left, another visitor arrived at Kushina's house. It was a member of the Umbu. Uzumaki Kushina, the Hokage wants to see you. Kushina felt puzzled but followed the Umbu member to the Hokage's research facility. This was her first time here. As soon as she stepped inside, she felt an immediate chill, making her shiver involuntarily. The research facility was filled with things she couldn't understand. As she walked through, she eventually saw Orochimaru. Lord Hokage. Kushina, huh? Orochimaru simply glanced at her and then walked into another room. Come with me. Kushina was confused but followed behind Orochimaru. The new room was spacious, with no strange instruments in sight, only a large iron cage. The cage was shaped like a birdcage, but its size was clearly not meant for birds. Get in, Orochimaru said. Kushina froze for a moment. Lord Hokage. Orochimaru looked at her and, in a straightforward manner, repeated, you, get in. Kushina looked at the cage again and couldn't help but ask, why? Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck. Her consciousness quickly blurred, and all she could vaguely see was a pale figure holding a syringe. What is happening? Kushina woke up feeling freezing cold, the ground beneath her was extremely icy. She opened her eyes and realized she was already inside the cage. You're awake. A voice suddenly sounded in her ears, causing Kushina to jump in surprise. She turned her head and saw someone standing outside the cage, someone who looked exactly like her. Her eyes widened in shock. Who are you? The person's appearance suddenly shifted, changing from Kushina's face to a pale, eerie human figure. I am White Zetsu, the figure said. Kushina looked around and shook the cage forcefully. Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage. Stop shouting, it's Lord Orochimaru who put you in here, White Zetsu said. Why? Because Minato Namikaze wants to kill Lord Orochimaru, so Lord Orochimaru put you here, White Zetsu replied. Also, Lord Orochimaru is quite interested in the Uzumaki clan's physiology and took some of your blood for research. What? What did you say? Kushina's pupils dilated in shock. You're talking nonsense, she shouted angrily. Minato would never want to kill the Hokage. She furiously slammed the cage and shouted desperately, Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage. There must be a misunderstanding. Her voice echoed loudly, but the empty room only contained her and White Zetsu. Kushina turned to White Zetsu, demanding, let me out. White Zetsu continued speaking to himself, because Minato wants to become Hokage, he plans to kill Lord Orochimaru and take his place. Kushina angrily shouted, what nonsense are you spouting? Minato is not like that. White Zetsu calmly responded, but Nara Shikaku and Namikaze Minato did indeed plot something like this. Nara Shikaku even had Kakashi monitor Lord Hokage and Makoto from the shadows. I heard it all with my own ears. Kushina refused to believe it, you're lying. She realized that she couldn't open the iron cage with her bare hands. After some thought, she decided to use chakra. The Kyubi chakra should help her break through the confinement. But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she realized that her chakra was sealed. Not only could she not use her own chakra, but even the tailed beast's chakra was sealed. In disbelief, Kushina muttered to herself, how could this be? How could this happen? She suddenly remembered what Minato had said to her not long ago. Just give me some more time. White Zetsu continued, don't worry, I'll change into your appearance and go out in your place. No one will notice you're missing. Kushina, furious, retorted, you bastard. White Zetsu said, right now, you can only hope that Namikaze Minato kills Lord Orochimaru to save you, but you'll probably hear news of Minato's death soon. He's no match for Lord Orochimaru. None of them are. Shut up. Kushina yelled. Why should I shut up? White Zetsu asked. Kushina struggled in the iron cage for a long time, constantly pounding and shaking it, but no one responded except for White Zetsu. She felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. How had things suddenly turned out like this? Minato. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 400+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+CH. Chapter 145, CH 145, Tsunade. Hokage Residence. Orochimaru rarely comes back here, spending most of his time in the research facility. Anko would bring him meals every day, and even if she didn't, he could inject himself with a nutrient supplement. He came back today because a guest had arrived at his home. The fact that this person made him specially return was because of their uniqueness. Tsunade stood in the living room, surveying the room's layout. Don't you live here anymore? She asked. Occasionally, Orochimaru replied. He walked over to the table, took out 2 teacups, and poured tea into each. Why did you suddenly come back? He asked. Can't I come back? Tsunade casually sat down, retorting. Orochimaru said, seems like something's going on. Tsunade didn't respond to that, simply picking up her teacup and taking a sip. While traveling outside, she had suddenly run into Jiraiya, who showed her a confidential letter. Orochimaru betrayed the village. Tsunade found it absurd, and after returning to the village, she went directly to find Orochimaru. Orochimaru then said, why didn't you go find Minato with Jiraiya? Tsunade scoffed, you're fast with your information. After saying that, she fell silent for a moment, mentally sorting through the matter, her brows furrowing. She asked, what happened between you and Minato? Orochimaru held his teacup in one hand, his expression calm as he gazed out the window. Who knows, he replied. Tsunade sat there, deep in thought. Orochimaru said, Tsunade, if one day Jiraiya stands on the opposite side of me, what would you do? Tsunade's brows furrowed even more tightly. Why? Orochimaru smiled faintly, you should ask him about that. Tsunade grew impatient. Orochimaru, stop speaking in riddles. What exactly happened between you two? At this point, Tsunade was the only one in the village who could address him with such an attitude. But Orochimaru didn't offer any explanation. He simply said, different ideologies, different thoughts, different positions. Tsunade's gaze remained fixed on him, and suddenly she asked, Orochimaru, have you done anything harmful to the village? Orochimaru sneered. What, are you going to judge me now? Judge me, the Hokage. Tsunade fell silent, watching Orochimaru for a long while before suddenly standing up and leaving. Karen, who had been waiting outside the residence, quickly followed Tsunade's footsteps. Lady Tsunade. Seeing that Tsunade seemed in a bad mood, she carefully asked, Lady Tsunade, where are we going? To find the Hokage. Tsunade replied. Karen was confused. Didn't we just come from the Hokage's place? Tsunade kept walking and soon arrived at Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. Without knocking, she directly entered. She immediately saw Biwako, who was walking out of the living room holding a pile of things. The once aggressive Tsunade immediately quieted down. Hello, she greeted with a slight bow. Tsunade. Biwako said, a bit surprised. You're back. Just returned, thought I'd pay a visit to Sarutobi-sensei, Tsunade replied. Biwako nodded thoughtfully, then said, Hiruzen is in the study. With that, she went back to her own tasks. Tsunade then called out to the door, Karen, come in and help Lady Biwako with the laundry. She approached the study door, which was slightly ajar. Tsunade. A voice came from inside. Tsunade pushed the door open. Hiruzen was sitting there, puffing on a pipe, and the room was filled with the smell of tobacco. Jiraiya was just here, he said. Tsunade frowned as she looked at him. What exactly happened? Hiruzen silently pointed to a stack of documents on the desk. Do you want to see them? The documents were right there. Since Jiraiya had just been here, Tsunade was certainly not the first person he had shown them to. Tsunade walked over and casually picked up the top document. The contents immediately made her widen her eyes in shock. She stood frozen for a moment, then took the whole stack and began flipping through it, reading each page. She asked in disbelief, is this all true? Hiruzen simply replied, it was sent by Shikaku. The first shocking revelation was that the two previous attacks on the daimyo had all been orchestrated by Orochimaru in the background. Assassinating the daimyo was an unforgivable act. If this information came to light, it would essentially place Konoha directly at odds with the Land of Fire. Konoha was just a ninja village and could not sustain itself. Everything it needed was drawn from the country. Next, it was revealed that Danzo had been killed by Orochimaru. He had been personally killed by Orochimaru. Further down, there were details of human experiments involving children. Each of these actions would be unforgivable to any ordinary person. Tsunade could hardly believe it. Did Orochimaru really do all this? But now, Orochimaru was the Hokage. Hiruzen let out a long sigh. Tsunade snapped out of her shock and asked, what is Jiraiya planning to do? Hiruzen shook his head. Jiraiya didn't say anything, but before today, I had already met with Shikaku. Shikaku's stance is very clear. Tsunade said, Shikaku's stance is the same as Minato's, right? Tsunade asked again, what do you think? Tsunade took a deep breath and muttered angrily, how disgusting. She tightly gripped the stack of documents. In the end, all of this was just the result of a power struggle, and now another layer of conflict had exposed it. The disgusting things had led to more disgusting things. Konoha village had now rotted to this extent. She couldn't understand why she had come back to get involved in this mess. Let the people who deserve it die. Tsunade then left. A little over 10 minutes later, two loud explosions echoed throughout Konoha village. People turned toward the source of the noise, and to their shock, they discovered that the Hokage rock had collapsed. The four giant stone faces that once overlooked Konoha, representing the four Hokages who protected the village, now only had two left. Many shadows flew across the rooftops, and the police quickly arrived at the scene. The perpetrators hadn't left the site, but no one dared to act. The culprit was none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. She was on par with the current Hokage in fame. Everyone exchanged confused glances, not understanding why Tsunade would do such a thing. After hearing the noise in the Hokage office, Makoto also came to the scene. He looked at the Hokage rock, which once held the faces of all the Hokages. Now only the statues of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru, remained, while the places of the first and second Hokage had become deep pits. It's going to be troublesome to repair, Makoto muttered to himself. Then don't repair it, Tsunade snorted coldly. The first and second Hokage don't deserve to be compared with the current Hokage. Her words were full of sarcasm, causing Makoto to raise an eyebrow. He didn't care why Tsunade did this, he just felt sorry for the fact that her two punches had destroyed so much of the budget. Makoto waved his hand at the police ninjas present, saying, everyone, go back. He then ignored the madwoman and turned to fly back to the Hokage building. Tsunade's gaze followed his retreating figure. That guy is Orochimaru's subordinate. A disgusting guy, just like him. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 400+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+CH. Chapter 146, CH 146, Black Stockings. In the corridor of the Hokage building, two ninjas who had just finished their shifts were talking as they walked. Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking on the wooden floor echoed through the hallway, and the figure walking toward them caused both of them to simultaneously show expressions of awe. It was a tall, blonde girl with a cool expression, an alluring figure, and a bust that almost strained the white round neck blouse she wore. The buttons in the middle were clearly about to burst, while her black thigh-high stockings tightly clung to her long, shapely legs under her form-fitting skirt. She was holding a stack of documents, and without even glancing at the two ninjas, she walked past them directly. But neither of the ninjas could tear their gaze away, and they continued to watch until her graceful silhouette disappeared around the corner. Miss Samui is really beautiful. One of them couldn't help but praise. I wish I could work with her, the other said dreamily. Then why don't you talk to Lord Makoto about taking his position, his companion joked. I wish I could, haha. He replied. Samui arrived at the Hokage's office door, lightly knocking twice before pushing it open and walking inside. She saw Makoto resting on the sofa nearby, while the desk was covered with finished paperwork. The office was quiet, and it was nearly after hours. Only the ticking of the wall clock could be heard as the majority of the staff in the building had already left. Samui placed the stack of documents on the desk, then removed her jacket and walked over to the sofa. She gently placed Makoto's head on her soft lap, massaging his scalp with both hands. This was something she often did, and she had long since gotten used to taking care of him when he was tired. As soon as he rested his head on her lap, Makoto immediately felt much more at ease. He stretched out lazily, turning his body to lie closer, his face pressing against Samui's waist, and he breathed in the scent of her skin. Clean my ears, he said. Samui plucked a strand of her hair, twisted it between her fingers, leaned down, parted the hair next to his ear, and lightly blew on it. Samui gently inserted the thin strand of hair into his ear, gently caressing the fine hairs inside and slowly rotating it. At this moment, Makoto's mind was in a state of emptiness, a sensation of indescribable itchiness and comfort. His breathing was long and steady, and the sound of the wind rushing in his ears drowned out everything around him, creating a rare kind of tranquility. After a while, Samui withdrew the hair strand and then gently inserted her pinky finger into his ear, massaging it to ease the itch. Samui. Makoto muttered her name as he turned over. Your technique is getting more and more skilled. When Samui first started as his secretary, she wasn't even good at massages, her technique was quite clumsy. Samui lowered her gaze and responded, it's all thanks to Lord Makoto's teaching. You've been in Konoha for a while now, right? Yeah. Do you miss Kumogakure? Samui's movements suddenly paused. Makoto's question caught her off guard. After a moment of silence, she said, sometimes I do, but it's also pretty good here in Konoha. Lord Makoto takes good care of us. Makoto couldn't help but laugh softly. That was a rather clever response. Saying she didn't miss it would have sounded insincere. Then he suddenly said, it's been a long time since you've seen the Raikage, hasn't it? Would you like to see him again? It was another very dangerous question. Samui pressed her lips tightly together and remained silent, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, Makoto sat up, scratched his ear to stop the itch, and stretched lazily. All right, you can go back now, he said. You can go back and tell your two companions that I permit you to visit the Raikage. Samui remained sitting there in a daze, and it was only the sound of the door closing behind him that brought her back to her senses. Visit the Raikage. She had always thought that her current situation was actually quite good, being able to stay by Hyuga Makoto's side, being close to such an influential and powerful person in Konoha. Despite the sensitive nature of her identity, she believed that if things continued like this, her future wouldn't be too difficult. She had already prepared herself to say goodbye to her past as a Kumo ninja. And shouldn't Hyuga Makoto also want her to sever all ties with Kumogakure? So why, now, was he suddenly asking them to visit the Raikage? With many questions and doubts in her mind, Samui returned to her residence. Mabui was preparing dinner, and Niyujito was lying on the sofa, resting. She looked like she had just returned, probably from accompanying Sanbai Jinchuriki in their training. The lives of the three of them were very peaceful now. Mabui had also found a part-time job in the village, working as a cashier in a store. She had long since adapted to life in Konoha, doing household chores and happily cooking meals for them every day. The only one still thinking about rescuing the Raikage and returning to Kumogakure was Yujito. I'm back, Samui said, removing her shoes at the door, one hand holding the doorframe, the other rubbing her ankle wrapped in stockings. After wearing high heels all day, her ankle felt a bit sore. Welcome home, Mabui poked her head out from the kitchen and gently responded. Yujito shifted slightly to give Samui space to sit on the sofa. Any progress today? Yujito leaned back, asking lazily. What kind of progress do you want? Samui responded calmly, you ask this every day. Are you hoping that Hyuga Makoto will sleep with me? Upon hearing this, Yujito just pouted and didn't argue with her. Samui also lay down on the sofa. The space on the sofa wasn't big, so when she lay down, her legs ended up draped over Yujito's body. Yujito, helpless, said, what are you doing? It's cramped like this. Samui stayed still and said, I'm a bit tired, my feet are sore. Who told you to wear high heels? Hyuga Makoto likes them. Can you help me massage them? Samui stretched her foot, covered in stockings, in front of Yujito, but Yujito pushed it away with disdain. Seeing this, Samui sighed, sigh, I was just about to tell you some good news. Yujito immediately perked up and sat up straight, what good news? Samui glanced at her, it's about Lord Raikage. Yujito quickly asked, what happened to Lord Raikage? But Samui, unhurriedly, lifted her foot again and stretched it in front of her. My feet hurt. I'll help you massage them. This time, Yujito didn't refuse, and she immediately stretched out both hands to massage her feet. Samui found it somewhat amusing, she hadn't expected that after massaging Hyuga Makoto every day in the Hokage building, she would come home and enjoy this treatment. Should I take off the stockings? Yujito asked kindly while massaging her feet. You help me take them off, Samui lazily replied, lying there in a manner that was as seductive as it could be. Unfortunately, Yujito was a girl and didn't react to this kind of allure. She knelt on the sofa and reached her hand under Samui's skirt to feel for the edge of the stockings. You took the wrong one off, that was my underwear. Oh, sorry. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 400 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200 plus CH. Chapter 147, CH 147, Waiting. Orochimaru's laboratory. The boy floating in the large glass container had changed again since the last time Makoto saw him. His originally pale hair had now turned a bright, vibrant red, as crimson as blood. This is the result of integrating the cells of the Uzumaki clan, Orochimaru explained from the side. I found in ancient texts that the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are distant relatives. After studying it carefully recently, I discovered that the Uzumaki clan's physique bears a strong resemblance to the first Hokage's cells. Life force? Makoto asked. Life force is a very vague term, Orochimaru replied. Because of the Uzumaki clan's powerful physique, the energy contained within their bodies far exceeds that of ordinary people, and their chakra capacity is also much greater. Makoto asked, can the first Hokage's cells and the Uzumaki cells merge perfectly? Orochimaru said, I haven't tried them separately, but under the conditions of the White Zetsu body, they have merged quite well. Makoto looked thoughtfully at the boy in the glass container. Senju Hashirama, the Uzumaki clan, the Hyuga clan. Could it be that Orochimaru is really trying to create a body like that of the Otsutsuki? However, he suddenly noticed something wrong with the body. Perhaps he hadn't paid attention to it the last time. The boy didn't have the physical traits of a male. Is he a boy? Makoto couldn't help but ask. Orochimaru said, he can be either male or female. It's still in the experimental stage. In my opinion, sexual desire is a useless thing. How to eliminate it without affecting the body's functions is also something I am studying. After saying this, he glanced at Makoto with interest. Makoto, although you're young, you should also take care of your body. Having too many women will only become a burden. Makoto. Why is he suddenly bringing me into this? I only have 2 women around me. Makoto couldn't help but think to himself, then quickly changed the subject. When does Lord Hokage plan to use this body? Orochimaru replied, it's not finished yet, Makoto. Modifying others is different from modifying oneself. Once I enter this body, improving it afterward won't be an easy task. The secret technique of soul reincarnation was already almost perfected, and the laboratory now had many successful test subjects. Orochimaru called it living corpse reincarnation, Edo Tensei, derived from the spirit transformation technique. By incorporating the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques and the forbidden technique Dead Demon Consuming Seal, he continuously refined it. The process of transferring a person's soul into another physical vessel had become a simple task. The White Zetsu in the laboratory were roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category consisted of intelligent White Zetsu, which Orochimaru had created. These were the most numerous. He used them for various tasks, including assisting in experiments and research. Additionally, they served as spies hidden throughout the village. The second category was reincarnated White Zetsu, the successful results of Orochimaru's soul reincarnation experiments. All of these were kept confined by Orochimaru, who regularly examined their physical conditions. The third category was hollow White Zetsu, whose consciousness Orochimaru had completely erased. These bodies were typically used for routine experiments. When experimental subjects were on the brink of death during live tests, Orochimaru would use these White Zetsu to repair and heal their bodies. As for the boy's body, it could no longer be called a White Zetsu. Orochimaru's advancements in biotechnology were progressing at an astonishing pace, constantly surprising Makoto. The reason for his achievements surpassing those depicted in the original work was twofold. First, the full support of the village. Such logistical backing was far superior to what the small Otogekure in the land of rice fields could offer. Second, the appearance of White Zetsu had provided Orochimaru with a qualitative leap forward. Makoto asked Orochimaru, what does Lord Orochimaru plan to do with Kushina? Orochimaru asked back, are you in a hurry? No. Shouldn't you be asking me what I plan to do with Minato instead? Uzumaki Kushina was currently confined in the adjacent room, and Makoto could clearly sense her chakra. So Makoto asked, what does the Hokage plan to do with Minato? Orochimaru curled his lips into a grin. What, do you think he can still survive in this world? Makoto was not surprised and continued asking, what about his allies? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. At this point, reconciliation between Orochimaru and Minato was already impossible. Yet Orochimaru showed no intention of making a move. Orochimaru asked, Makoto, you seem to know me quite well. Makoto lowered his head and said, I wouldn't dare. Silence. After a long moment, Makoto quietly left the research lab. Orochimaru stood alone in front of the glass container, staring absent-mindedly at the boy inside. He was still waiting for the third Hokage's stance, for Jiraiya's stance, and to see whether they would side with Minato this time. If they did, that would be ideal. It would give him a justified reason to sever the last bit of attachment in his heart. When that time came, he could abandon everything from the past, enter this new body, and embark on the pursuit of ninjutsu, life, and the world itself. Lord Orochimaru. A sudden call pulled him from his thoughts. Anko came bounding in, skipping energetically. Lord Orochimaru, it's time to eat. Coming. Anko cheerfully laid out the food she had brought on the table, including several skewers of dango that were her personal favorite. Today's meal is a new recipe I tried. It tastes pretty good, please give it a try. All right. Orochimaru replied with a smile. I ran into Makoto on my way here. I had some matters to discuss with him. Anko suddenly remembered something and said to Orochimaru, let me tell you, Lord Orochimaru, that Makoto guy is actually a big pervert. Is that so? Anko spoke with conviction. When I went to find him earlier, I saw him flirting with his secretary in the office. Orochimaru remarked, Makoto is just an ordinary man. Anko muttered under her breath, he's a total creep. Makoto had once told Orochimaru that he hoped to stand by Orochimaru's side as he continued to advance into the future. But Orochimaru hadn't taken those words seriously. Makoto could never follow him forever. On the contrary, Orochimaru knew full well that one day Makoto was more likely to stand against him. Makoto was burdened with countless worldly attachments, while Orochimaru sought to abandon such things in pursuit of his ambitions. Anko. Orochimaru suddenly reached out and patted Anko's head. Anko revealed a cute, contented expression. After we eat, I'll show you something. Eh? What is it? You'll see soon enough. The path he had chosen was one of utter solitude. Even if someone could understand him and reach the same heights, that person would only be his enemy. But having an enemy was better than having none. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+ch, Naruto Birdcage 400+ch, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ch. Chapter 148, ch 148, Collapse. The dimly lit Konoha prison. The air was thick with a musty stench as they walked through. Samui, Mabui, and Yujito were Northwest strangers to this place, they had all been imprisoned here before. The three women walked slowly, passing by rows of cells filled with all kinds of prisoners. Upon seeing three beautiful and charming girls, the inmates' eyes gleamed with excitement. They rushed to the iron bars, whistling at them and spouting a barrage of degrading remarks. Hey, little sister, you're really well developed. Why don't you come in here and have some fun with me? With a body like that, you're just begging for it. Ha ha ha. These prisoners, having been locked up for years, were mentally unstable and could only indulge in lewd banter, knowing they couldn't actually do anything. Hearing these disgusting comments, Yujito was seething with rage, wanting nothing more than to slaughter the lot of them. However, all three had chakra restrictions placed on them, rendering them unable to use their powers. Due to her figure and appearance, most of the vulgar remarks were directed at Samui, filling her with disgust and discomfort. Nonetheless, she held back her emotions. They had a mission to complete. The prisoners in this section were just ordinary criminals. The three women continued further inside, reaching an area guarded by Konoha ninjas. Samui presented a letter of authorization, allowing them passage. After passing through two heavy doors, they finally arrived at a secluded room. This area was much quieter than the previous one, with no iron bars in sight. At the center stood a massive stone platform, where a figure was tightly bound. Chains wrapped around the entire body, while heavy semicircular iron restraints locked the limbs to the stone. Lord Raikage! Yujito exclaimed in shock, quickly rushing forward. Ordinary shinobi became harmless after having their chakra sealed. However, even without chakra, the fourth Raikage's physical strength remained formidable, so the security measures for him were far more stringent. In addition to sealing his chakra, his physical movements were also completely restricted. Unlike other prisoners who were filthy and disheveled, the fourth Raikage was kept clean, wearing fresh clothes. Konoha assigned personnel to care for him daily. As an S-rank prisoner, keeping him alive was in Konoha's best interest since they had no intention of killing him. The fourth Raikage slowly opened his eyes, his gaze dull and lifeless. Lord Raikage. The three girls gathered around him. Perhaps due to not speaking for a long time, the Raikage's throat convulsed for a moment before a sound finally escaped. Yujito. It's me, Lord Raikage. Yujito responded eagerly. Samui, Mabui. The Raikage murmured their names, thinking he was hallucinating. What are you doing here? We came to see you, Samui said softly. Lord Raikage, how are you now? Yujito couldn't help but ask. Have they tortured you? As she spoke, she tried to pry open the iron restraints and chains, but it was futile. The chains were thicker than her thigh, and without chakra, it was impossible for a ninja to unlock them, an utterly hopeless endeavor. The Raikage looked at each of them in turn, then tilted his head back, staring blankly at the ceiling of the cell, his expression dazed. You didn't come to rescue me. I see, you've been captured too. Yujito immediately responded, Don't worry, Lord Raikage. We'll definitely find a way to get you out of here. The Rakige's expression remained calm, indifferent to their promises of rescue. He looked at the three girls, his gaze finally settling on Yujito. Yujito. I'm here, Lord Rakige. Are you still willing to give everything for the village? Yujito answered passionately, of course. The Rakige's voice turned cold. Then kill yourself right now. The three girls were instantly stunned, and Yujito froze in disbelief. The Rakige continued, you seem to be living well here, not like captives at all. Indeed, the girls' clothing was elegant, their appearances bright and composed, completely unlike what one would expect from prisoners. This privilege, the Rakige said indifferently, comes from your status as a Jinchuriki, doesn't it? If you die now, Konoha won't be able to claim our tailed beast. Yujito stood there, motionless, as if paralyzed. During her time in Konoha, she had thought constantly about how to rescue the Rakige, the men she admired and revered with all her heart. The Rakige suddenly moved, the clanging sound of chains rubbing against each other startling the three girls. His expression gradually twisted with anger. Yujito, have you forgotten that you're a ninja of Kumogakure? Yujito, are you unwilling to sacrifice yourself for the village? Yujito's expression flickered, the words sounding eerily familiar. She had once said something similar to Samui. At that moment, Samui suddenly stepped forward, shielding Yujito behind her. Her face was cold as she stared at the Rakige. Lord Rakige, Yujito has been constantly thinking of ways to rescue you. Mabui quickly added, yes, Lord Rakige. We've been doing everything we can. The Rakige muttered under his breath, you can't do it, there's no way you can. This was the heart of Konoha, a village teeming with powerful ninja, countless experts, and even a Jinchuriki hosting the Kyubi. There was no way three young girls could pull off such a feat to rescue him. His expression grew fiercer. Yujito, as long as you live, the Nibi within you will definitely be taken by Konoha's shinobi. When that happens, you will all still meet a miserable end. Kill yourself now, for the sake of our village. Kumogakure will remember you. Kumogakure will remember them. Could there be anything more absurd than that? Kumogakure had surely already concluded that Nibi had fallen into Konoha's hands. They were merely prisoners now, branded with failure. Seeing their hesitation, the Rakige suddenly roared in fury. Yujito. Do you intend to betray the village? Yujito. Yujito did not respond, the light in her eyes had already dimmed. When she had come to see the Rakige earlier, she had been filled with excitement, constantly rehearsing her words on the way, how to explain her plan to the Rakige, how to convince him to give them just a little more time. Samui looked at the men before her, now vicious and grim-faced yet utterly wretched. Was this really the same fourth Rakige they had once admired and followed? She suddenly spoke, the one who should be ashamed is you, Lord Rakige. Her words left the other three stunned. Samui continued coldly, Lord Rakige, you're a prisoner of Konoha now. They haven't killed you yet because they plan to use you to threaten Kumogakure. Don't you care that your village might suffer because of you? The Rakige's face turned icy. So you've already betrayed Kumogakure. Samui stood her ground, unflinching. You're the one clinging to life. Are you still hoping Konoha will let you go? Or are you waiting for the village to come rescue you? The Rakige's veins bulged with rage. He thrashed wildly, but the chains held him firmly against the stone platform, producing a harsh, grating sound. Damn it. Curse you. Traitors. Yujito. Samui, looking at the now monstrous Rakige, grabbed Yujito's hand and led her away. The Rakige's furious roars echoed behind them, but the three girls kept walking, their steps growing faster and further away. The three of them walked in silence, none of them daring to speak. The scene they had just witnessed had deeply affected them. It wasn't until they exited the prison that the harsh sunlight hit their faces. Yujito suddenly stopped in her tracks. I'm sorry. Samui was momentarily taken aback as she looked at Yujito, who had her head lowered. I'm sorry, Samui. There's no need to apologize, Samui replied calmly. I'm really sorry. Back then. Yujito's shoulders trembled uncontrollably, and Samui said nothing, only reaching out to pull her into an embrace. Yujito immediately broke down in uncontrollable sobs. Samui comforted her for a while before pulling Mabui over, holding both of their hands. The three of us still have a long road ahead. We need to live, and live well, for ourselves. Yes. Mabui nodded vigorously. She had already strongly believed in this before, but after witnessing the Rakige's state, her conviction was even firmer. Yujito, however, simply wiped her tears and didn't speak. In a foreign land, imprisoned, the belief that had supported Yujito until now suddenly crumbled. Samui gripped her hand tightly, silently conveying her warmth. Originally, Makoto had allowed Samui to take a day off to visit Rakige. However, Samui went to the Hokage building in the afternoon and changed into the clothes she wore while working at home. Makoto, who was sitting on the sofa reading documents, glanced at her and casually said, "Why are you back so soon?" Samui, unusually, did not answer Makoto's question. She walked to the desk, lowered her head to look at the documents, and asked, "Is there anything you need me to do?" Makoto noticed her behavior and his expression subtly changed. He sat up slightly, patted his lap. Samui obediently walked over but didn't sit on his lap. Instead, she sat beside him and lay on his legs sideways. This position was not as seductive as sitting on his lap, but it made their relationship seem more intimate. It was the first time she had done this. Makoto didn't reject her. Leaning against the sofa, he gently stroked her cheek and hair with one hand. "Not what you imagined, is it? You already guessed it. After being locked away in that dark place for so long, it's normal for someone to go mad." Samui fell silent for a moment. "No, he didn't go mad. It's us who were crazy in the beginning." She curled up, like a little cat lying on Makoto's legs. Makoto's hand, which was gently caressing her, started to move more freely. Samui's ears slightly reddened. Her cheek was pressed against Makoto's leg as she gently rubbed it. "Lord Makoto. Can I stay by your side forever?" Makoto's hand passed through her hair, then along her neck, and down her collarbone. Samui just lightly bit her lip. To make the person on top of her more comfortable, she even moved her body up a little, pressing herself tighter into Makoto's embrace. A key suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. She gazed at it dazedly and asked, "What is this?" "It's the key to the dungeon." Samui froze for a moment, then widened her eyes, no longer focusing on the sensations coming from her skin. Makoto then took out a scroll about the size of a palm. "This is the scroll that can undo the Reikage seal." Samui felt Makoto's fingers apply a little more pressure, causing a slight sting. "Take it to Yujito. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 400 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200 plus CH. Chapter 149, CH 149, Escape. Samui wanted to attach herself to Makoto, believing that this would ensure her future stability in Konoha. During their time together, she realized that Makoto was far from an ordinary man. When it came to matters between men and women, he seemed to have no boundaries. Despite already having a pregnant beautiful wife at home, he could comfortably engage in intimate actions with other women. He had no psychological burden about it. It wasn't that he was a pervert, but he wasn't the type of person who couldn't function around women. Samui had shifted from initially wanting to control him to seeking to please him. But even so, Samui still didn't feel that his regard for her had increased. It was as though he always saw her as nothing more than a tool for his amusement. Samui was extremely confident in her body and appearance. Back in the Kimogakure, she had many admirers among her peers, and wherever she went, she felt the gaze of admiration and longing. Now, after working as Makoto's secretary for some time, a few Konoha ninjas had even confessed their feelings to her. She didn't even glance at these ordinary, lower-class men, but Makoto's attitude towards her made her feel discouraged. Samui had been waiting for the day when Makoto would completely possess her. She had long prepared for it. Perhaps things would change then, but that day had yet to come. At most, Makoto had only taken some advantage of her body. Samui didn't let any opportunity to get closer to Makoto slip away. She tried every way possible to do so, even lying on his lap and cuddling in his arms earlier. It was all deliberate on her part. But the key and scroll Makoto had shown shattered her fantasies. To him, she was always just a tool. Samui sat up, staring at the key and scroll in front of her. "Are you planning to release Reikage?" she asked. "I pity him. I'm just letting him come up for some air," Makoto said, withdrawing his hand from her collar. Samui paused for a moment before saying, "Yujito wouldn't do that. She won't release Reikage." Makoto replied, "Whether she releases him or not is her business. You just need to do your job." As night fell, at Sarutobi's residence. "Are you not planning to leave yourself any way out, Shikaku?" In the empty corridor, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nara Shikaka sat together, with only a tea tray between them. Neither had touched their tea. Hiruzen kept smoking, the white smoke swirling in front of them. "How else should I retreat, Lord Third Hokage?" Shikaku asked, his gaze fixed on Hiruzen. "To endlessly tolerate his oppression, is that your way of retreating?" Hiruzen asked again. "Minato shouldn't have agreed to this, right?" Shikaku, with an unchanged expression, responded, "Lord Third Hokage, it seems you all understand Minato quite well. Everyone had said similar things to him, Minato wouldn't have agreed to this, you're acting on your own, and so on. But at this moment, it was Minato who needed them. Yet these people only thought about going along with the flow." Shikaku asked, "If Minato doesn't take the initiative to do something, should Lord Third Hokage just turn a blind eye to it?" He had never had this attitude towards the Third Hokage before. Hiruzen did not get angry at his words. He sat in silence, deep in thought. What Orochimaru did were things that the village could not tolerate, but as long as they didn't expose it to outsiders, no one would know. Even if it were made public, it wouldn't be impossible for Orochimaru to suppress it. Trying to bring down Orochimaru through public opinion was impossible. Orochimaru was the Hokage now, and as Hokage, he held all the power. These pieces of evidence would only change their attitude toward Orochimaru, nothing more. Shikaku had come to force him to take a stance. If Orochimaru became a criminal, then, as the former Hokage, it was only natural and his duty to eliminate this threat for the village. When he had handed over the position of Hokage to Orochimaru, he had secretly made a resolution. If Orochimaru dared to do something that harmed Konoha, he would have to get rid of this disaster. Now, he was truly facing the situation, but his resolve was wavering. Had Orochimaru truly betrayed Konoha? He was just after power, wasn't he? Didn't Danzo do similar things? And wasn't he, too, repeatedly tolerated? Moreover, compared to Danzo, Orochimaru did have tangible achievements. Konoha was recovering and developing well. Orochimaru had also helped many ninjas who had been crippled by the war to heal their bodies. And if the assassination of the daimyo were to be leaked, it would push Konoha into opposition with the daimyo. Hiruzen's heart kept trying to justify Orochimaru. After realizing this, Hiruzen felt deeply ashamed. He exhaled a puff of smoke, covering his face with it. He said, "Do you know that by doing this, only Konoha will be harmed?" Shikaku felt a deep sense of disappointment. As the Hokage, he was avoiding responsibility. Was it because of their master-apprentice relationship, or was it because the current Orochimaru was too powerful? No wonder Tsunade had acted to shatter the Hokage statue rock and left the third Hokage behind. Shikaku asked, "Do you think Konoha will be safe under his control?" Silence. Hiruzen thought of an answer, but he suppressed it. He wanted to say that Konoha was still in a weakened state, unable to withstand too much disruption, and they could wait until the village had recovered enough. Even he found this reasoning absurd. By the time the village had recovered, Orochimaru's hold over Konoha might be even more entrenched. Perhaps they wouldn't even reach that point. With the current situation facing Kushina, if Minato didn't act, Orochimaru would definitely make a move first. Hiruzen knew this in his heart. Just as the two were sitting in silence, a figure suddenly appeared beside Shikaku. It was Minato, who had used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive. Hiruzen was taken aback and looked at Minato. Minato. This was the first time Minato had arrived in such a manner. Minato glanced at the two of them, then said in a deep voice, "Kushina is in trouble." A brief silence followed, and Shikaku stood up abruptly. What happened? Hiruzen's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Minato furrowed his brows and said, "Rin went to find Kushina today and found her acting very strangely, as if someone else was impersonating her. She came to me to report this. Kushina has my Flying Thunder God seal on her, and now the connection has been lost. She must have been sealed." The courtyard was unusually silent. Hiruzen remained seated, silent, his expression neither sad nor happy, and it was hard to read his feelings. He just tightly gripped the cigarette in his hand. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 400+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+CH. Chapter 150, CH 150, Two Sides. A sharp alarm suddenly rang throughout the village, shattering the peaceful night. In an instant, countless ninja figures raced across the rooftops, and pedestrians in the streets hurriedly returned to their homes in panic. Minato and Shikaku came out of Hiruzen's residence, and they couldn't help but feel uneasy as they watched the chaotic scene. Level 1 alert. What happened? Shikaku muttered. He leapt onto a rooftop and intercepted a member of the Umbu. What's going on? The prison suddenly had a riot. A large number of prisoners have escaped. Shikaku was shocked upon hearing the Umbu's response. At that moment, Hiruzen also arrived outside, his gaze serious as he watched the ninjas dashing across the buildings. The sound of the Level 1 alert generally only rang when the village was facing extreme danger, signaling an invasion. During this time, the ninja forces would guide the villagers to safe shelters, as the entire village could become a battlefield at any moment. Shikaku returned to the side of the two men, and Minato asked, "What happened?" A large number of prisoners escaped from the prison. Many dangerous individuals were held in Konoha's prison. Allowing them to escape could potentially threaten the safety of the villagers. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen seemed deep in thought. Prison riot, Level 1 alert. He thought it might be an overreaction, just a few escaped prisoners wouldn't necessarily cause such a response. At this moment, Shikaku looked at Minato, his eyes flickering with unease. Have you forgotten? Who's in the prison now? Minato was suddenly startled. Impossible. I personally sealed him. He wouldn't be able to break free on his own. Though he said that, Minato felt a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. The person in question was the Raikage, and now he was in Konoha. What could happen if they let him roam freely? Without another word, Minato began to leave, but Shikaku suddenly grabbed his arm. Shikaku's grip was firm, causing Minato some pain. Shikaku. The alarm continued to blare through the sky, and the entire village was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Minato. Shikaku's expression was calm. Kushina. Shikaku understood in his heart that this prison riot was not something the prisoners had started on their own. They didn't have the capability for such a thing, and the timing was too suspicious. Someone was helping them. Shikaku said, if the Raikage really has escaped, the Hokage will definitely step in to stop him. Minato didn't respond, as he was struggling internally. The village was in chaos, and the prisoners who had escaped from the prison could harm the villagers at any moment. But Kushina was still waiting for him to save her. How could he choose again? This situation gave Minato a sense of suffocation, as though Shikaku wasn't gripping his arm, but his throat. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly swept through, brushing against the three of them. Shikaku, however, had a look of enjoyment on his face. He turned to Hiruzen and asked, Third Hokage, what do you intend to do? Hiruzen looked deeply at the two of them, his gaze slightly heavy. He said with implied meaning, Shikaku, no matter what, the village is the most important. Shikaku sneered. Then why don't you hurry up and protect the village, stop the enemy? There was no trace of respect in his tone. Hiruzen fell silent and took 2 steps to the side. Shikaku, you've fallen. In the end, even unparalleled wisdom couldn't save you. He felt a deep sense of regret and sorrow in his heart. But he knew that the one who had fallen the furthest was himself. At this point, he had no intention of stopping Shikaku, no intention of stopping any of this. Because Shikaku's actions allowed him to avoid facing those things. Suddenly, Hiruzen vanished in a burst of speed, heading to protect the village. Now, only Minato and Shikaku remained in the area. The night was cold and desolate, with a lone crescent moon hanging in the sky. Minato's gaze looked into the distance, where under the streetlights in the darkness, chaotic figures were desperately fleeing. He heard the sounds of screams and ninja combat. Shikaku, what are you thinking? Shikaku's eyes remained fixed on Minato. He said, now is the time for the wind to rise. The wind rises. Minato calmly responded with a question, who do you think is helping us? The sparrow? The fisherman? Or is this actually a large trap, a big net, waiting for us to walk straight into it? Shikaku, when did your vision become so shallow? Shikaku, however, replied sharply, what if Orochimaru dies at the hands of the Raikage? Minato continued to question, you think Orochimaru isn't a match for the Raikage? Shikaku didn't answer, only continuing to stare at Minato without a word. The implication was clear. A criminal who had been trapped in a dark and hopeless dungeon for so long could never be a match for a Hokage at the peak of his power. But what if that criminal had an ally? The third Hokage was no longer reliable, and Jiraiya would never do such a thing. Only he, Namikaze Minato. Minato suddenly clenched his fists, his head lowered so that his expression couldn't be seen, and after a long while, he weakly released his grip. Desire for power. How ugly. When he finally sat in that position, would he end up like this? The Hokage he once admired, the village he loved so deeply. Shikaku, when did you become like this? Minato, what kind of person do you think you are? Shikaku responded, his expression slowly becoming calm. Everyone has 2 sides. When one side fails, the other side must step in to turn the tide. Minato couldn't help but ask, why do you think the old you failed? Shikaku's gaze darkened slightly as he replied, Minato, the reason I became like this is because of you. What did you say? Shikaku spoke calmly, your noble righteousness, your selflessness, you're a perfect person. I always believed that assisting someone like you would bring unprecedented prosperity and strength to Konoha, and you would become a Hokage unlike any before. But we lost, because our enemies are a bunch of filthy, conniving rats. They gnaw at our flesh in the dark, and will never stop until they've completely consumed us. How could we ever defeat such an enemy with the old versions of you and me? Shikaku continued slowly, Minato, if you don't let your other side come out, then let me be the one. You resist me so much because you know deep down that you too have had such vile thoughts, even if only for a moment. That was your other side. You're not resisting me, you're resisting yourself. But you need to understand, our opponents are exactly that kind of person. The only way we can defeat them is by using methods like these. Minato, this time, I have to win. For you, for Inoichi, for Choza, and for the families behind us. Silence. Minato didn't speak or act. He was a man deeply respected by the villagers, a man adorned with countless recognition. He didn't have another side, and he couldn't have another side. He was used to being the hero. Shikaku. The village is in the hands of the third Hokage, I'll go rescue Kushina. It should be fine, right? Don't worry, I'll do my best to evacuate and protect the villagers. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 400 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200 plus CH. Chapter 151, CH 151, Oppress. In the cold and dimly lit laboratory, Kushina was curled up in the corner of a metal cage. There were no windows, no clocks, and the only sense of time she had came from a white-skinned figure, who would occasionally come to deliver food. At this moment, her mind was full of questions. How much longer would she be trapped here? What did Orochimaru want to do with her? What was happening outside? How was Minato doing? She could only hope that Minato would soon realize she was missing and come to rescue her. This thought had been in her mind for a long time, but every time the door opened, it was always that strange white-skinned person who walked in. The door opened again. Perhaps due to the countless disappointments, Kushina didn't look at the door immediately, until a voice suddenly echoed through the room. What a poor little canary. Kushina froze for a moment, then suddenly looked up, only to see that it was Makoto standing outside the cage. Makoto looked at Kushina with a smile and said, a birdcage-like iron cage. The Hokage really has a strange sense of humor. Makoto. Makoto. Kushina quickly walked to the front of the cage, her eyes full of expectation as she looked at him. What are you doing here? Looking for something, Makoto replied. And by the way, I came to check on you. Kushina hurriedly asked, what about Minato? How is he? Minato. Makoto deliberately paused his sentence, causing Kushina's heart to tighten instantly. What happened to him? Tell me, quickly. Makoto smiled again, I don't know, I haven't seen him for several days. Kushina felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and worry in her heart, but she couldn't leave the cage. What about the Hokage? She asked again. He's gone out. Kushina's heart instantly ignited with hope. Makoto, please help me, let me out. Makoto, however, responded, this is the Hokage's imprisonment. How could I dare to let you out so easily? Kushina became desperate. Makoto was the first person she had seen other than White Zetsu since arriving here. Makoto, please, I beg you, let me out. She was deeply worried about Minato, because White Zetsu had said that Orochimaru intended to kill Minato. While Kushina was anxious, Makoto moved slowly around the birdcage, casually observing Kushina, who was trapped inside. Makoto couldn't help but reach out and touch Kushina's hand, which was gripping the iron bars tightly. Startled, Kushina quickly withdrew her hand and stepped back 2 paces inside the cage, her gaze shifting uneasily and nervously avoiding Makoto's. She wore a light-colored dress, her bright red hair cascading down her shoulders. In the cage, her fragile beauty stood out even more. She looked like an extraordinarily delicate flower, making Makoto uncontrollably want to pluck and ravage it. Makoto's gaze continued to inspect her as he stood outside the cage. What's wrong? Have you forgotten the proper attitude when asking for help? Kushina lowered her head, remaining silent as bad memories surged within her. Suddenly, Makoto spoke again, things are in chaos in the village right now. The 4th Raikage broke out of prison. The Hokage is currently protecting the village. The 4th Raikage. Kushina was taken aback upon hearing this. I remember, the seal on the 4th Raikage was personally placed by Minato-senpai, right? No, that's impossible. Minato would never do such a thing. Kushina murmured. Makoto responded, sometimes people will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. The position of Hokage has become his inner demon. Kushina glared at him, Minato is not what you say he is. No one loves Konoha more than him. He would never put the village he loves in danger. Makoto sneered but did not deny her words. Instead, he said, what if it's because of you? Kushina's breath hitched, what do you mean? Makoto said, the choice Minato-senpai faces right now isn't between the village and the Hokage position, but between the village and you. Kushina stood frozen, suddenly understanding many things. Why she was locked up here, the unspoken struggles Minato had at that time. So Minato and Orochimaru had indeed become enemies. Minato. Kushina suddenly raised her head and looked at Makoto. Makoto, you promised to help me. Makoto waved his hand, I did promise, but I've done all I can. It's just that Minato-senpai wasn't satisfied with the results. He wanted more. Kushina became even more anxious, her mind racing with thoughts. Makoto quietly observed her, admiring her furrowed brow and troubled expression. Makoto. She approached the iron bars once again, facing him, her eyes filled with silent pleading. Please, let me out. She had no other option now. Locked up here, she knew nothing of what was happening outside. All she could do was think wildly and do nothing. She wanted to see Minato. She wanted to help him. At the very least, she needed to be by his side right now. Makoto said slowly, "Do you know how big a risk you're asking me to take by letting you out?" He said it again like this. Kushina lowered her head, her eyes filled with sorrow and sadness. "Makoto, aren't we friends? You know about me and Minato. Why do this to me?" Makoto reached his hand into the cage, gently stroking Kushina's face. She didn't flinch, but her body instantly tensed. Makoto gripped her chin, forcing her to look at him, allowing him to clearly see the confusion, fear, disgust, and guilt in her eyes. "Of course, I know. Precisely because of that, you have a special kind of attraction to me. Kushina, didn't we have fun last time?" Makoto's voice was like a bewitching spell, causing a wave of fear to wash over Kushina, filling every corner of her being. His hand caressed her face with an almost affectionate touch. Kushina dared not resist, silently enduring his intrusion. The research facility was cold, but Kushina now felt a chill unlike any she had ever experienced, a coldness that pierced to her very bones. Suddenly, she reached out and grasped Makoto's hand. His palm was warm, radiating heat, unlike her own skin, which had turned icy. Her gaze became emotionless as she gripped his hand tightly, guiding it down from her face, across her neck, and past her collarbone. "Makoto, will you let me out?" In the next instant, the previously indestructible iron bars of the cage suddenly bent outward without warning. Kushina hadn't seen Makoto make any move, yet a large opening appeared before her. Makoto abruptly pulled her into his arms. "You're so cold," Makoto whispered. Kushina avoided his gaze, lips pressed together in silence as she remained in his embrace. "Let me warm you up," Makoto murmured softly. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 400+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+CH. Chapter 152, CH 152, Death. Samui and Mabui walked swiftly through the chaotic mess of Konoha's prison. All the cell doors had been broken. While a few prisoners remained in their cells even with the doors wide open, most had already vanished without a trace. They had no time to care about this and hurried straight to the deepest part of the dungeon, where they found Yujito lying unconscious on the ground. The two of them rushed over and lifted her up. "Yujito, wake up." Yujito stirred, furrowing her brows, muttering softly, "Lord Raikage. I'm not a traitor. Dad, Mom. I'm not a traitor." Samui and Mabui exchanged glances, a heavy expression appearing in both of their eyes. Both of them had families back in Kimogakure. Samui had a younger brother, and Mabui still had her mother living in the village. Samui. Mabui. Yujito woke up, opening her eyes to see the two of them. Then she suddenly sat up, gasping and clutching the back of her neck. "Where's Lord Raikage?" she asked. Samui replied, "He's causing large-scale destruction in Konoha." Yujito froze for a moment. He didn't escape from here. She had come here at great personal risk, disregarding the previous misunderstandings, to set Raikage free. All she wanted was for him to return to Kimogakure. Even if he couldn't take her with him, it would be enough if he could clear her name so that her parents could live peacefully in the village. Samui spoke slowly, "Yujito, you probably don't know yet. The fifth Raikage has already taken office. The fourth should have already been informed of this by the Konoha shinobi." Yujito asked in a daze, "Who is the fifth?" "It's Lord Killer Bee." Killer Bee wasn't really suited to be Raikage, but at this moment, Kimogakure needed someone to take charge or at least serve as a symbol to reassure the people. In that regard, Killer Bee was quite appropriate. Samui had also learned this news from Makoto. She whispered, "The fourth probably doesn't plan to leave. He wanted to die here." Previously, she had harbored disdain and resentment toward the Raikage, but now, her heart was filled with respect and sorrow. Yujito sat on the ground in a daze. After a long while, she let out a bitter laugh. "I see. Was it her fault that the Raikage had come to this?" "No, not exactly. Perhaps she had just given him an escape. But who would give her an escape?" Yujito covered her face with both hands. Bang. The door to the room was violently kicked open, startling the mother and child huddled in the corner. A man stood at the entrance, still dressed in a prisoner's uniform, wielding a kunai. His face twisted into a savage expression the moment he saw the two. "Konoha, hey. Konoha, all of you must die. All of you must die." Like a madman, he charged straight at the mother and child. The child was frozen in fear, and the mother instinctively screamed, desperately shielding her child behind her. Thud. The room suddenly fell silent. There was no kunai from the prisoner. When they opened their eyes, they saw the man lying in a pool of blood. "Are you all right?" A voice suddenly rang out. They turned to see a young man with pineapple-like hair and a scar on his face. Fortunately, he was wearing a Konoha headband. Are you Lord Shikaku? The woman asked nervously, still shaken. It's not safe at home right now. Head to the shelter, our village's ninja will escort you. Oh, okay. The woman nodded hurriedly. Shikaku added, don't worry, Minato will defeat the enemy soon. The woman lit up with joy. Lord Minato is fighting the enemy. Then everything will be fine. Lord Minato will definitely win. After sending the woman off, Shikaku stood on the deserted street and exhaled deeply. He had already rescued many people, always mentioning Minato to reassure them that Minato would defeat the enemy. In truth, handling a prison riot of this scale wasn't difficult. With all the Konoha ninja mobilized, the chaos could be quickly contained. But given the current situation, it was necessary for the villagers to feel a certain level of danger. Shikaku-senpai, all the villagers on the North Street have been evacuated, a ninja called down from the rooftop. Got it. Thank you for your hard work, Shikaku replied. As he turned to leave, he suddenly realized that someone had appeared behind him without him noticing. The presence made his heartbeat skip a beat. Lo! Lord Hokage, Shikaku's eyes widened as he stared at Orochimaru standing before him. Shikaku. Orochimaru looked at him calmly. You've worked hard. It's my duty for the village, Shikaku quickly responded, assuming Orochimaru was referring to his efforts in evacuating the villagers. At the same time, he was puzzled. Why was Orochimaru here? The commotion caused by the wreckage was significant. Shikaku had heard the sound of buildings collapsing from far away. Why hadn't Orochimaru gone to deal with wreckage? I'm not talking about that, Orochimaru said coldly. I'm talking about all the things you've done for Minato. His serpent-like pupils were filled with indifference. Unlike his usual deep and sinister gaze, this expression revealed an emotional wasteland, a complete loss of interest in something. Shikaku's pupils contracted sharply, and his mind went blank with a deafening roar. He knows everything. You've completely disappointed me, Orochimaru said slowly. I've given you so much time, and this is the outcome. Shikaku couldn't comprehend what Orochimaru was referring to. His thoughts were in complete disarray, unsure of what to do next. How should he respond to Orochimaru's words? Deny, feign weakness, and stall for time. Why had Orochimaru come to find him now? Was he planning to kill him? As that thought flashed through his mind, a sudden sharp pain exploded in his chest. A razor-sharp blade had pierced through his body. Shikaku's body stiffened as he turned his head back in disbelief. Another Orochimaru stood there, gripping the Kusanagi sword, which had pierced through his chest and sliced through his heart. Ho! Hokage! His throat quivered, but he could only utter a single word. Without wasting another word, Orochimaru pulled the sword out, indifferently watching as Shikaku collapsed to the ground. Seeing that Shikaku seemed to be on the verge of taking his last breath, Orochimaru murmured softly to himself, still not coming out, huh? Shikaku felt his consciousness growing increasingly faint. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts and memories flashed through his mind. Two figures stood out the most, one was Minato. The other was a black-robed figure shrouded in darkness. Am I dying? Minato. Why? Wasn't I supposed to assist the Chosen One? Minato, when will you become Hokage? Minato. In his final moments, Shikaku uttered only one name. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 400+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+CH. Chapter 153, CH 153, Crying Kushina. Hakumen, what's wrong? Kakashi looked at the person beside him. Hakumen was holding a glowing white Magatama necklace, his gaze tightly fixed on a villager in front of them. Thank goodness. You're here to save me, the villager said with joy all over his face. However, in the next moment, Hakumen abruptly drew the short sword from his back, raising it high and bringing it down swiftly. The villager was instantly beheaded on the spot. Hakumen, you. Kakashi was utterly shocked. Yet the beheaded villager did not bleed, instead, his body transformed into a pale-skinned creature. This is... Kakashi's eyes widened. He recalled having seen such a thing in Orochimaru's laboratory. He hadn't expected it to be capable of transforming into the appearance of a villager. Hakumen took out a scroll, performed a series of seals, and sealed the corpse away. Let's go. After finishing, he spoke to Kakashi. Meanwhile, under the Hokage rock, the shelter was already crowded, with ninja maintaining order inside. At the shelter's entrance, several members of the Umbu suddenly appeared. The person in charge immediately stepped forward to greet them. The Umbu usually carried out special tasks assigned by the Hokage, so the staff naturally did their best to cooperate. There are some escaped prisoners from the jail disguised among the villagers. We need to identify and remove them. After a brief discussion with the person in charge, the Umbu entered the shelter and began patrolling among the villagers. It didn't take long before they identified a few individuals and led them away. After being taken to an isolated area, these individuals were immediately executed by the Umbu. Without exception, all were revealed to be white Zetsu clones. When the Umbu returned again and identified another villager to take away, this time, the person fiercely resisted, shouting for help and claiming that the Umbu were trying to kill him. Clearly, it had already sensed the deaths of its companions and, knowing it was no match for these Umbu, could only try to protect itself. The surrounding villagers whispered among themselves but dared not step forward. After all, it was the Umbu handling the matter. The villager was forcibly taken away. Shortly afterward, the person in charge of the shelter explained that those taken earlier had been prisoners disguised as villagers. The crowd erupted in astonishment, followed by unanimous praise for the Umbu and the Hokage. These Umbu were all members of the Hyuga clan. They had received genuine orders to locate and eliminate all white Zetsu hidden within the village. The method for identifying white Zetsu had also been provided by Makoto. The third Hokage is nothing special. A wildly arrogant voice echoed above Konoha as a figure, glowing blue like lightning, streaked across the sky. His destructive power was immense, leaving a trail of collapsed buildings wherever he passed. He fought with reckless abandon, every move made with a desperate ferocity. Sarutobi Hiruzen, locked in combat with him, was visibly constrained. After all, they were fighting in the middle of Konoha. Hiruzen tried to lure the Raikage to an open area, but the Raikage refused to fall for it. As a result, Hiruzen found himself on the defensive, suppressed by the Raikage's onslaught. Many Konoha ninja attempted to assist, but they were mostly unable to intervene in a battle of this level. The Raikage was simply too fast, faster than their eyes could track, faster than their shuriken and jutsu could follow. Facing him directly, they couldn't last even a single exchange. Hiruzen had no choice but to order the ninja to stand down and stay away from the battlefield, taking on the Raikage alone. However, the Raikage's goal now was to cause as much damage to Konoha as possible. It wasn't just about destroying buildings, every Konoha ninja within his line of sight became a target for his attacks. Although he'd been imprisoned in Konoha's dungeon for a long time, his strength had not diminished much. Hiruzen struggled to keep up with his speed. An enemy so cunning and elusive seemed like the kind only Minato could catch. But Minato was. Hiruzen shouted in a low voice, "Raikage! Have you forgotten that we still have a group of your Kimogakure prisoners?" During the previous war, Konoha had captured a group of Kimo ninja who were not imprisoned in the Konoha jail. Therefore, they hadn't been released during this prison riot. The Raikage remained completely unfazed by the threat. Don't underestimate anyone from Kimogakure. We have no cowards who cling to life. To him, prisoners were merely bargaining chips for the enemy, death was the best liberation. The two figures dashed across rooftops, relentlessly pursuing one another. The Raikage fought while constantly moving, never allowing himself to be drawn into a prolonged confrontation. Although he held the upper hand, he knew killing a Hokage was no easy feat, especially one as renowned as the third Hokage. His sole objective now was slaughter, to kill as many Konoha ninja as possible. A squad of ninja attempted to trap him using sealing techniques. However, they underestimated his speed. Before they could even complete their hand signs, the Raikage had already closed the distance. Boom. A heavy punch sent one of them flying, crashing into and demolishing an entire house. Stay away. Don't come near here. Hiruzen shouted urgently. But there were still ninja below, working to evacuate civilians. Damn it. Hiruzen cursed under his breath, forced to go all out in pursuit. Orochimaru's laboratory. The last time Minato visited, this place was a forbidden area under the watch of the Umbu. No one was allowed to enter without the Hokage's order. But this time, when he arrived, the area was deserted. The door was wide open without anyone guarding it, and there were no signs of Umbu anywhere, which was highly unusual. Minato searched every corner of the village but could not find any trace of Kushina. Aside from here, this was the only place where Inoichi's senses could not reach. It was possible that Orochimaru was still inside, especially since the only person fighting the Raikage in the distance was the third Hokage himself. Minato didn't hesitate. Just as he was about to enter and investigate, someone suddenly walked out of the door. He paused for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "Kushina." Kushina didn't expect to see Minato at the door either and was equally shocked and happy. "Minato. You're okay." The two ran toward each other and hugged tightly. "I'm so glad you're okay, I'm so glad." Kushina said repeatedly, her eyes red. She had honestly feared that Minato might have fallen victim to Orochimaru's hands. "I'm fine, I've come to rescue you," Minato reassured her. He noticed that Kushina looked a bit disheveled, her hair was loose, and her clothes were slightly disarranged. But considering she had been captured by Orochimaru, possibly subjected to some kind of torture, Minato's heart ached, and he felt even more guilty. Kushina, are you all right? Did Orochimaru do anything to you? Minato asked softly. He noticed that Kushina stiffened in his arms. They pulled apart, but her gaze began to avoid his, and she appeared anxious and uneasy. I'm fine. Kushina grabbed her arm and lowered her head. Orochimaru didn't do anything to me. But Minato's sharp eyes noticed the red marks on her neck. What happened to your neck? Kushina immediately panicked and quickly raised her hand to cover it. Nothing, it's fine. Her attempt to cover up only made Minato's heart sink. He thought that perhaps Kushina had been threatened by Orochimaru. Kushina, tell me the truth. I'll protect you. He reached out to move her hand away from her neck, but noticed that her arm was trembling. Her voice quivered, and her eyes glistened with tears. Minato, don't look. Minato's arm froze in midair, then retracted silently as he clenched his fist. I'm sorry, Kushina. It's my fault. I didn't protect you. Kushina shook her head silently, then suddenly grabbed Minato's hand. Minato, let's leave. Orochimaru wants to kill you. Let's get out of here, leave Konoha. Let's go somewhere no one can find us. Minato, however, turned and firmly held her hand. Kushina, you don't need to be afraid. I won't let anyone hurt you again. But there was a hint of despair in Kushina's eyes, and she pleaded through her tears. Minato, please take me away. I don't want to stay here anymore. Minato fell silent, and without a word, he pulled Kushina into his embrace once more. I'm sorry, we can't leave. He still carried the expectations of many people, the weight of responsibility was too great for him to abandon everything. Minato, while comforting the crying Kushina in his arms, turned his head and noticed the red marks on her neck. These didn't seem like scars from torture, and Minato hadn't heard of any such form of punishment. He suddenly recalled when he was a child, going on a mission with Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya had gone to a red light district to gather information, and when he returned, he had similar red marks on his neck. As Minato grew older, he learned that those marks were called hikis, the result of someone deliberately sucking on the skin. His mind went blank in an instant. Why did Kushina resist him looking earlier? Could it be that Kushina had been? No, that couldn't be possible. Orochimaru shouldn't be like that. Minato felt his thoughts faltering as an unprecedented anger built up inside him. Kushina. He wanted to ask her what had happened, but swallowed his words. He feared that asking would only cause her more distress. Minato could only silently hold Kushina tighter. He calmly asked, Kushina, is Orochimaru inside? No, he's not. Then how did you escape? I managed to escape on my own while Orochimaru wasn't around. Minato didn't speak further. He could sense that Kushina had been sealed, and the seal had not yet been broken. His gaze darkened as he stared intently at the direction of the research facility beyond the door. Orochimaru. Kushina, let's leave quickly. Minato took a deep breath, released Kushina, and gave her a reassuring smile. Let's go. I'll take you to a safe place first. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 400 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200 plus CH. Chapter 154, CH 154, Fear Joy Hatred. Orochimaru had created an exceptionally powerful body, one brimming with boundless potential, to use for himself in the future. In theory, he had already touched the threshold of immortality. As long as he kept switching bodies, he could live on forever. To Makoto, such a thing was utterly taboo. Immortality was far too distant and unimaginable for him. However, if Orochimaru continued extending his life, he would remain an insurmountable mountain looming over Makoto forever. Makoto came to Orochimaru's lab this time specifically to find that body and destroy it. But when he stepped into the room, he was stunned by the sight before him. All the mechanical instruments were operating normally, and every indicator showed perfect stability. The only exception was the figure inside the circular glass container. It was no longer the young boy he had seen last time. It was Anko. Yet the chakra emanating from Anko was exactly the same as that of the boy's body from before. Makoto was dumbfounded for a long moment before finally realizing what had happened. Orochimaru had given the body he had created to Anko. But why? Where was Orochimaru himself? Makoto quickly searched the machinery for a control switch and pressed it. Makoto. Orochimaru's voice suddenly echoed throughout the room, coming from all directions, followed by an eerie, unfathomable laugh that made one's skin crawl. Makoto had already scouted the entire lab and realized that the voice was pre-recorded. Orochimaru knew he would come. Makoto, are you here to cut off my retreat? The voice reverberated around him, low and hoarse, like a thread piercing through paper, making it deeply unsettling. Makoto stood motionless in the quiet room, saying nothing at all. Orochimaru had anticipated that Makoto would make a move against him. The reason he hadn't targeted Minato was that he wanted to observe the attitudes of the third Hokage and Jiraiya. Then why hadn't he struck at Makoto? Makoto, it seems you've calculated everything perfectly. Are you trying to use this opportunity to eliminate all threats, including me? Orochimaru's voice continued. I'm not angry, because you're afraid of me. Your fear of me brings me joy. That's the reason I haven't killed you. I will ensure you live in this fear forever. The voice gradually faded, and the room returned to silence. Orochimaru's message carried a distinct sense of farewell. Swoosh. The glass container suddenly reacted. The nutrient solution inside drained rapidly, and the needles inserted into Anko's body detached on their own. Eventually, the circular container slowly opened, and Anko tumbled out. Makoto caught her in his arms just in time. Upon quickly examining her, he confirmed that Anko had normal female characteristics. Orochimaru had indeed changed the body's gender. Anko slowly regained consciousness in his arms, her eyes dazed as she looked at Makoto. Lord Orochimaru. After saying that, she closed her eyes and fainted again. Makoto held Anko close, took off his coat to cover her bare body, and left the research facility with her. The sky suddenly began to rain. Ayari sat quietly alone on the corridor's bench, gently caressing her high, rounded belly, watching the fish in the garden pond joyfully leap out of the water. There's wind, be careful not to catch a cold. Ayano came out with a thick coat and draped it over Ayari's shoulders. It's fine, I'm not cold, Ayari said. Even though it's raining, the weather has already warmed up. The village was in chaos, but the Hyuga clan had no need to seek refuge. The entire clan grounds were securely guarded by Hizashi and his men, making it extremely safe. I wonder what Makoto is doing right now, Ayari said softly. Lord Makoto must be doing something important to protect the village, Ayano said. Ayari simply lowered her gaze to her belly. The scent of spring grew stronger and stronger. After this rain, the cherry blossom tree in the yard would likely bloom. What a blessing it was for the child to be born in such a beautiful season. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza stood silently, looking down at Shikaku's lifeless body on the ground. They were Shikaku's closest companions, and seeing his death here filled their hearts with sorrow. Shikaku. Is this what you wanted? Inoichi murmured. He had tried to persuade Shikaku more than once, but Shikaku had been obsessed, stubbornly sticking to his path. The rain showed no sign of letting up, washing Shikaku's blood clean from the ground. Minato, where are you? In the distance, the sounds of battle between the third Hokage and the Raikage echoed through the air. Choza let out a furious roar, his body rapidly swelling until he became a towering giant, taller than any house. Wielding a massive iron staff, his gaze locked onto the distant third Raikage, and he charged at him with wild fury. The ground shook violently beneath his steps, but despite his rage, Choza's attempt to unleash his anger was thwarted. His massive size only made him an easy target for the Raikage. Choza. Get back. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted urgently. The Raikage was faster. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, his fist carrying immense destructive force as it slammed into Choza's chest. Boom. The giant's body toppled instantly. The Raikage, relentless in his assault, surged forward with a burst of brilliant blue lightning, aiming to utterly crush Choza. Ironclaw Thunder Axe. Bang. Just as the attack reached Choza, it was suddenly blocked. The Raikage thought it was the third Hokage, but when he saw who it was, his eyes widened in shock. The person had stopped his powerful kick with a single hand, something the Raikage had never seen before. Did you really think Konoha was a soft target? A blonde woman spoke in a low, icy voice, her eyes cold and unyielding. The Raikage leaped back, only to sense a sudden surge of energy from behind. Raiznon. Caught off guard by the sneak attack, the Raikage had no time to dodge. He spun rapidly, raising his arm to shield himself. Bang. A massive force sent the Raikage flying off the rooftop. Tsunade, Jiraiya. Hiruzen let out a long breath of relief upon seeing the newcomers. Getting more and more useless, aren't you? Letting others run wild in your own village, Tsunade scoffed, showing no mercy in her words toward Hiruzen. How did the Raikage get loose? I remember Minato had sealed him, Jiraiya asked. The two of them had not been in the village earlier but had been 10 kilometers away on Atafuka Street. Upon receiving the news, they had rushed back at full speed. Hiruzen had no explanation, simply replying, the reason is still unclear. Where's Orochimaru? Tsunade asked. And Minato? Tsunade's anger flared further. The village is in crisis, and those two are nowhere to be found. They probably have other matters to attend to, Jiraiya offered. Tsunade glanced at Hiruzen, who remained silent, and laughed bitterly in fury. So this is how the great Hokage defends Konoha. Did you toss the vows from your inauguration down a dog's throat? In the distance, the Raikage emerged from the rubble, his hair standing on end. His muscular body was brimming with explosive energy, arcs of lightning coiling around him. Ah, the legendary Sannin. It's truly an honor to face the third Hokage and two of the Sannin simultaneously today, the Raikage remarked. Tsunade's face was stern, her brows furrowed as she glared at the Raikage. She yearned to kill this man herself, but given her current condition, engaging in battle was unwise. Earlier, she had risked much by intercepting the Raikage's attack to protect Choza. If she were to bleed, she would become a liability. Jiraiya, she called out. Kill him. Jiraiya responded gravely, you don't need to tell me. The battle entered a new phase. Tsunade withdrew from the front lines, leaving Jiraiya and the third Hokage to confront the Raikage. Tsunade examined Choza's injuries. His body had returned to its normal size, but his internal organs were severely damaged, and several ribs were broken. Fortunately, his life was not in danger. Had she not blocked the Raikage's attack, he might have died. Inoichi quickly approached. Lady Tsunade, how is Choza? He'll live, Tsunade replied, somewhat irritably, as she used her healing techniques on Choza. Take him to the hospital later. I understand, Inoichi said with a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Tsunade noticed Inoichi's troubled expression and inquired. Shikaku is dead. Tsunade paused her healing, stood up, and said, take him to the hospital. I'll do that right away. Wait. She added, tell me where Orochimaru and Minato are. At this moment, Minato had just escorted Kushina back home and released the sealing technique on her. Minato, where are you going? Kushina asked hastily as she saw him preparing to leave. The village is still in crisis, it needs me now, Minato replied. Kushina clung tightly to his arm, unwilling to let go. Regardless of the village or anything else, she cared only about staying by Minato's side. Minato, don't leave me, she pleaded. Minato looked at her with a gentle smile. Don't worry, I'll be away just for a little while to help quell the rebellion in the village. I'll be back soon. Minato. He gently patted her hand, signaling her to release him, but Kushina continued to look at him with a pleading expression. Kushina. Minato sighed softly. As a Konoha ninja, I can't stand by idly. With that, he gently pried her fingers away. He solemnly promised her, after today, we'll get married, wait for me to come back. After speaking, Minato left the room without looking back. To ensure Kushina's safety, he also set up several sealing techniques around the area. After completing these preparations, he took a deep breath. Everything should come to an end. Orochimaru. Do you hate? A sudden voice echoed in his ear, as if it were his own inner thoughts speaking. You do hate, don't you? Minato sensed something was wrong and shouted sharply. Who's there? He saw his shadow on the ground suddenly writhing. From it, a figure in a black robe rose. Beneath the robe was pitch darkness, revealing nothing. Who are you? I am you, the black-robed figure said in a low voice. I am your other side. Minato sneered, stop pretending to be mysterious. He struck swiftly, instantly forming a raisnon in his hand and hurling it at the black-robed figure. The lightning-fast attack hit nothing but air, as the black-robed figure vanished by slipping into his shadow. The Hokage title was taken from you, the woman you love was taken from you, don't you hate it? The voice echoed around him, bombarding Minato's mind. Did he hate it? Did he hate it? Minato clenched his fists in silence. He leaped onto the rooftop, gazing at the distant battlefield. The Raikage, the third Hokage, and Jiraiya were locked in fierce combat. He suddenly looked downward, spotting a tall figure standing on the empty street. Their gaze met, as if they had been searching for each other. Orochimaru. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 400+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+CH. Chapter 155, CH 155, Fierce Battle. Orochimaru and Minato, in many ways, could be said to be quite similar. Neither came from a prestigious family, both were young prodigy ninjas famous in their youth, and both were considered direct successors of the previous Hokage. Whenever a talented young ninja appeared in the village, comparisons were inevitably made, and anyone who was compared to them would seem insignificant in comparison. Now, these two stood on opposing sides. Kushina's fate had erased the last bit of hesitation in Minato's heart. If he had to act, it would be to the death. The rain grew heavier, beginning to obscure vision, the dense curtain of rain making the distant surroundings appear blurry. Orochimaru, Minato's voice was deep, suppressing an unprecedented fury. Orochimaru, however, let out a light laugh. Minato, is this the attitude you should have when facing the Hokage? Minato said with a flat expression, in my heart, you are no longer the Hokage. A mocking expression appeared on Orochimaru's cold face, is that so? Do you think victory is already in your hands? With the trap that Shikaka set for you? I've already sent him ahead to hell. Minato momentarily lost focus, his expression changing drastically, what have you done to Shikaku? Orochimaru smiled faintly, Nara Shikaku was plotting rebellion. Do you think I could do nothing to him? Don't worry, you'll be meeting him soon. The sound of the rain intensified. The only sound around them was the torrential rain, which made the oppressive silence even more suffocating. Minato's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, weaving through the heavy rain, and in an instant appeared behind Orochimaru. Dense chakra gathered and spun in his palm, forming a high-density chakra sphere. Without the slightest hesitation or mercy, Minato hurled the Rasengan directly at the back of Orochimaru's head. This lightning-fast attack was something an ordinary person would never be able to react to. Yet Orochimaru stood still, motionless, allowing the strike to hit him squarely. Boom. Orochimaru was sent flying backward. The Rasengan's power was immense, and with its impact on the head, from a distance, Orochimaru's fallen form was a gruesome sight, impossible for anyone to survive. The successful strike left Minato with an uncanny feeling. Was it a substitution? His gaze was fixed on Orochimaru's body, yet it didn't disappear. The brain matter and blood appeared shockingly vivid and real. You're fast. Finally, a voice came from behind, startling Minato. He quickly turned around to see Orochimaru standing unharmed not far away. Minato leaped into the air and immediately threw several kunai, each landing in different corners of the area. These kunai were uniquely shaped, adorned with strange patterns and symbols. He was preparing to use his signature technique, the Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru couldn't hold back his laughter at the sight. Minato, don't you think it's rather foolish to use your signature technique in front of someone who knows your abilities inside out? As soon as the words left his mouth, Orochimaru performed a hand seal, and the area around him instantly turned into a muddy pit, trapping the kunai in the muck. The remaining kunai, stuck in the walls, were swallowed by snakes that seemingly appeared from nowhere. This didn't seem like ordinary Hell's Swamp or snakes. Minato immediately realized that the Flying Thunder God mark on his kunai had been severed. At this moment, Orochimaru slowly spoke. Flying Thunder God, the S-rank spacetime ninjutsu created by the second Hokage. Mastering such a technique requires extraordinary talent, but it didn't take me much time to study it. Sealing techniques, on the other hand, should be something you're quite good at, Minato. Just like how Kushina's Flying Thunder God mark had been severed earlier, Orochimaru had used a sealing technique this time. It seemed he had come prepared. Minato's expression remained unchanged as he once again pulled out a kunai from the pouch on his back. Orochimaru suddenly sighed. Minato, you haven't improved at all. Upon hearing this, Minato's brow furrowed slightly. You admire the Hokage so much, then why don't you face the Hokage yourself? Orochimaru suddenly made hand seals, and the ground in front of them rose, revealing two coffins. One was marked with the character, first, and the other with, second. Boom. The coffins opened, and two figures stepped out. When Minato saw them, he couldn't help but show an expression of shock. These were figures only seen in textbooks, recorded in the history of Konoha, the same figures whose statue stood at the Hokage Rock a few days ago. Where is this? The cold-faced, white-haired man looked around, frowning. Tobirama, it seems we've returned to the mortal realm, the black-haired man beside him said in surprise. Both of them wore the Konoha headbands, but their attire was extremely ancient, with layered armor worn only during the Warring States period, a style long outdated after so many years. Did you use impure world reincarnation to bring us back to the mortal realm? Tobirama asked, looking at Orochimaru. Orochimaru had the seal to control their movements but had no intention of using it. I am Orochimaru, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Orochimaru said slowly. I brought you both back to the present because I need your help to eliminate this rebel who is disturbing Konoha. Minato never expected to meet the deceased Hokage of Konoha. These were legendary figures, especially the first Hokage, who was known as the God of Shinobi. He had grown up hearing stories about them and had always admired them. Was this an illusion or some other form of deception? The idea of resurrecting the dead sounded too bizarre. He had no knowledge of impure world reincarnation, as it was a forbidden secret of Konoha known only to the Hokage. Tobirama looked at Minato, sensing that his chakra wasn't very strong, and then furrowed his brows and said, has Konoha's Hokage become so weak that they need the help of the dead? However, Hashirama smiled widely upon hearing this, so you're the fourth Hokage. The village has lasted until the fourth Hokage. He looked around and, seeing the statues on Hokage Rock in the distance, his smile immediately froze. Where was his statue? It seemed there was no statue of Tobirama either. One of the statues belonged to this young man, and the other one seemed to be of the monkey, perhaps. Orochimaru chuckled deeply. Don't say that, second Hokage. Didn't you create this technique for future generations to use? This person in front of you can even use your ultimate technique, the Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God. Tobirama also sensed the very familiar chakra of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was engaged in a fierce battle with another powerful chakra not far away. It seemed that Konoha was in trouble. He said coldly, since they are rebels, let's kill them first. Orochimaru, standing beside him, reminded him, don't underestimate them, second Hokage. You are not at your peak anymore. Tobirama simply glanced at him and replied indifferently, you should address me as Lord Second Hokage. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 400 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200 plus CH. Chapter 156, CH 156, Trap and Judgment. Amid the rain, two shadows moved like ghosts, their momentum like wind and thunder. Their figures intertwined, faster than the falling raindrops. Each collision sent countless droplets flying, and their chakra created a vacuum around them, pushing away the surrounding rainwater. Senju Tobirama was unable to hide his astonishment. He realized that the young man before him was moving at a speed that was no less impressive than his own. How could such a young man from the village become a rebel? What is your name? After a brief retreat, Tobirama couldn't help but ask Minato. Namikaze Minato. The chakra ball technique you used earlier, it was based on the tailed beast bomb, wasn't it? Yes. Minato also confirmed that the white-haired man before him was indeed the second Hokage. There was no one else in the world besides him who could use the Flying Thunder God technique so expertly. Lord Second Hokage, I am not a rebel, Minato couldn't help but defend himself. Tobirama remained expressionless, his gaze turning toward Hokage Rock. To be against the Hokage, how can that not be considered rebellion? With that, he suddenly formed hand seals, and the heavy rain around them abruptly stopped in midair. It quickly gathered into a rushing flow of water, shaping itself into a massive water dragon several meters in size, charging toward Minato. The water dragon moved with overwhelming speed, and with the rainstorm around them, it was impossible to confront it head-on. Minato had no choice but to dodge and flee. Watching from the side, Orochimaru glanced at Hashirama and said, aren't you going to intervene? Hashirama replied, Tobirama can handle it on his own. Orochimaru asked, aren't you worried that he might not be able to win? Hashirama burst into laughter, if he can't win, then he can't. This isn't a battle that belongs to us. Fourth Hokage, it's you who should be protecting the village, not us. His answer was very carefree, and he seemed indifferent to everything in the present world. Orochimaru was somewhat puzzled by his thought process. He asked, you don't care even if the enemy threatens Konoha? Hashirama chuckled lightly, no, this young man won't do that. Orochimaru slowly narrowed his eyes, why do you think so? Hashirama replied slowly, the moment I saw him, I could tell. There is no such thing in his eyes, and his chakra is very bright and warm. Then, he gave Orochimaru a deep look, but you, fourth Hokage, your chakra feels very uncomfortable to me. Silence. Orochimaru calmly looked toward the direction of the battle between Tobirama and Minato and slowly said, I see, it seems I miscalculated. The sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation was White Zetsu, and this was already a highly refined version of the technique. But Orochimaru faintly realized that the first Hokage wasn't someone he could easily control. Initially, he believed that his identity as a Hokage would make the two of them unconditionally help him. Perhaps it's true what they say about the God of Shinobi. Boom. A massive wave surged, rushing through the streets and flooding countless houses. Minato stood atop the turbulent water surface, evading the water dragon that kept chasing him. Meanwhile, Tobirama, within the water, moved even faster. While skillfully controlling the water dragon, he suddenly flashed behind Minato, his hand shaped like a blade, surrounded by rushing water, and struck down at Minato's neck. Swish. However, this lightning-fast strike still missed. Tobirama's water blade struck only a shadow. In the line of sight, a kunai was seen falling, as if it had been dropped carelessly. Compared to their speed, the kunai's fall was incredibly slow. As the creator of the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama was very familiar with this move. He quickly changed hand signs, and the water beneath him began spinning rapidly. A massive circular water wall shot up, surrounding him entirely. Minato, holding a Raiznon, tried to approach, but was immediately blocked by the water wall. The Raiznon struck the water wall, splashing water, but it couldn't break through. Inside the water wall, Tobirama quickly changed hand signs again. The surrounding water flowed wildly, erecting two towering walls that closed in on their position. This ninjutsu, with no room for escape, was once again countered by Minato using the Flying Thunder God to escape safely. Tobirama couldn't help but furrow his brows, thinking to himself that dealing with the Flying Thunder God, a technique he had created, was indeed troublesome. After retreating to a safe position, Minato let out a long sigh of relief. The Flying Thunder God, which he relied on, seemed ineffective in this situation. Successfully launching a surprise attack was practically impossible, as Tobirama was too familiar with both the technique's usage and timing. Just the second Hokage was already so powerful. At this rate, it seemed like losing was only a matter of time. No matter how confident Minato was, he knew he couldn't face 3 Hokage at once. His mind raced, trying to come up with a way to break the deadlock. The first and second Hokage, both deceased, had been summoned by Orochimaru using some unknown method. However, they still had independent consciousness, otherwise, the first Hokage wouldn't have been standing by without intervening. "Kid, who is your teacher? Who taught you the Flying Thunder God technique?" Tobirama asked Minato. "My master is Jiraiya, the disciple of the third Hokage," Minato replied. Upon hearing this, Tobirama showed a surprised expression. If that's the case, then this person had a direct connection to himself. He couldn't help but glance at Orochimaru in the distance, his eyes flickering with thought. The water gradually calmed down, and Tobirama stood on the water's surface, asking, "You say you're not a traitor. Why then are you opposing the Hokage?" Minato countered, asking, "Second Hokage, is what the Hokage does always right?" At that moment, Hashirama turned to Orochimaru and asked, "Fourth Hokage, can you tell me what's happening in the village right now? Who is the person fighting the monkey, the third Hokage?" Orochimaru replied, "It's the fourth Raikage. He was a prisoner from our village, kept in a high-security prison. He suddenly escaped and released all the other prisoners, sparking a riot." "Raikage," Hashirama murmured. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and in an instant, he appeared beside Orochimaru and blocked an attack coming from behind. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, but he glanced back at the attacker, his cold eyes flashing with interest. Tsunade, who hadn't expected anyone to withstand her strike, was momentarily stunned. The familiar face in front of her made her hesitate, and for a second, she thought her eyes were deceiving her. "Grandfather," she instinctively called out. Hashirama was also taken aback, looking at the mature and beautiful woman before him. "You are Tsunade." Tsunade had grown so much, it must have been at least 30 years since I died. In an instant, Hashirama calculated the time. 30 years. Tsunade furrowed her brows, looking at Orochimaru and questioning, "Orochimaru, what is this mess you're causing?" At this moment, both Tobirama and Minato also noticed the scene. Seeing Tsunade arrive, Minato couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "Tobirama, this is Tsunade," Hashirama said with great joy, waving at Tobirama. Tsunade looked at the white-haired men from a distance, puzzled. How could she forget these two? Just recently, she had destroyed their statues. The tense atmosphere, which had been so charged before, softened considerably, mainly due to the presence of the first Hokage. Once Tobirama learned that Minato was directly related to Sarutobi, his killing intent had already faded. Upon hearing the call, he instantly appeared beside them. "Tsunade has grown so much," Tobirama said, a hint of relief in his eyes as he looked at her. "Gr. Grandfather," Tsunade muttered, feeling overwhelmed. "Don't be surprised. We're all still dead, just summoned back to the living by the fourth Hokage using a special forbidden jutsu," Tobirama explained, noticing her confusion. "It's a technique I created," he added at the end. Tsunade took a moment to process this sudden information, but then something more pressing crossed her mind. She suddenly grabbed Orochimaru by the collar. "Orochimaru, do you know what danger the village is facing right now?" Orochimaru smirked, a mocking look on his face. "Of course I know. I'm currently eliminating the threat to the village." It seemed like the fourth Hokage and Tsunade were around the same age. And with Minato's mention of Jiraiya earlier, they must all be disciples of the Hokage, Hiruzen, right? Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged glances, their minds racing with thoughts. Tsunade's expression darkened. "What did you say?" Orochimaru replied, "The fourth Raikage was sealed with multiple jutsu, and only Minato can break the seal. Now that he's escaped from the prison, who else could have done it?" Tsunade was momentarily speechless. The Minato she remembered would never do such a thing, but now she realized that many people she had once thought she understood were not what she had imagined. Orochimaru was like this, the third Hokage was like this, and what about Minato? Tsunade turned to Minato. "Minato, is this true?" Minato naturally denied it. "No, I don't know how the Raikage managed to escape. At the time, I was with the third Hokage, and Shikaku." Tobirama quietly observed everything, having already realized that this whole conflict was nothing more than a power struggle. The fact that this situation had drawn him and his older brother into it made Tobirama feel a growing sense of anger. At that moment, Hashirama suddenly burst out laughing, his hearty laughter leaving everyone puzzled. He said, it seems like the younger generation has lost their way. The rain gradually lightened, with a hint of sunshine breaking through. Tsunade slowly released Orochimaru's collar. Tobirama then glanced into the distance, speaking calmly, the battle over there has ended. He was referring to the third Hokage's fight. Hashirama smiled warmly as he looked at everyone present. Since that's the case, let Tobirama and I be the mediators. Who is guilty, who is innocent? For the sake of the village, I hope you all cooperate. After saying that, he turned to ask Orochimaru for his opinion. Is that acceptable, fourth Hokage? Hashirama had already included him among those to be judged, yet he still asked for his opinion, such contradictory words. However, a subtle, enigmatic smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Of course, that's fine. But... He paused for a moment. Since it's a tribunal, the more witnesses the better, wouldn't you agree? Just the few of us here would be far too dull. Tobirama frowned slightly, sensing that something was off. If the fourth Hokage truly intended to kill Minato earlier, why hadn't he acted from the start? Could it be that he had already predicted things would develop this way and deliberately orchestrated it to reach this point? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 400+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+CH. Chapter 157, CH 157, Who is Guilty? The third Hokage and Jiraiya were utterly shocked upon seeing the Senju brothers. Hiruzen then became furious, blaming Orochimaru for disturbing the dead and playing with Forbidden Soul techniques. However, Tobirama said, don't be in such a rush to blame the fourth, Saru. Now that Konoha has fallen into such a state while you're still alive, do you bear no responsibility? He wasn't referring to the prison riot but to the internal strife and power struggles among the villagers, leading them to kill each other. Hiruzen, naturally understanding Tobirama's implication, broke into a cold sweat and acknowledged his fault in a low voice. Back then, it was the second Hokage himself who had entrusted Konoha to him. Now, seeing the disgraceful state of the village through his deceased teacher's eyes filled Hiruzen with guilt and unease. What happened to the Hokage rock? Tobirama asked again. At this, everyone's gaze instinctively shifted to Tsunade. Tsunade, feeling a bit awkward, averted her gaze and said, I smashed it. Those four stone faces together were an eyesore. Hashirama burst into laughter. It seems we didn't do a good enough job back then. Hiruzen's shame deepened upon hearing this. Tobirama frowned and scolded, you're already an adult, how can you still do such childish things? Tsunade just pursed her lips without retorting. There was no one left who could scold her like this anymore. Hashirama chuckled lightly. Enough idle talk, let's get down to business. Since the village needs us now, why don't we help clear up some doubts? Minato, witnessing the scene, suddenly felt the situation seemed to be turning more favorable. Jiraiya asked, what do you mean by clearing up doubts? Tobirama said calmly, when the descendants are killing each other, how can we stand idly by? Since the village is in chaos, let us clean it up properly. Innocent people should not bear unjust accusations and infamy, and troublemakers must not be allowed to roam free. Saru, do you have any objections? Hiruzen was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly responded, none at all. If the first and second Hokages were to take charge of the current situation, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome for them. Hashirama nodded and said, fourth Hokage, please gather the relevant people. A few minutes later, on the rooftop of the Hokage building. The Senju brothers stood there, overlooking the entire village. Hashirama sighed, Konoha has grown much larger compared to our time. He recalled when Konoha was first built, this place was nothing but a vast primeval forest. They had chosen this location because it was near the Naka River, which bordered Uchiha territory. Tobirama said, Saru has been Hokage for so long, he should have accomplished something. The village will continue to grow in the future. Hashirama asked, what do you think of the current fourth Hokage? I don't know him well enough to judge. Hashirama pondered for a moment and said, I feel like he might have questionable intentions. Tobirama countered, brother, there's no such thing as pure or impure intentions. What matters is his attitude toward the village. As he spoke, Tobirama suddenly sensed a gaze from below. When he looked back, he only saw a young man dressed in black formal wear. A member of the Hyuga clan. Hashirama said with some surprise, noticing the clan emblem on the young man's clothing. But why weren't the boy's eyes white? Hashirama chuckled lightly. It seems that most people in the village are no longer the ones we knew. Tobirama remarked, so many years have passed. Even Saru has grown old. Times have changed, Hashirama sighed again. At this moment, Tobirama suddenly said, big brother, I'll teach you how to sever the connection of the Edo Tensei technique. What do you mean? If the fourth Hokage forcibly cancels the Edo Tensei, you can still remain in this world. You're the only one who can do it. Meanwhile, after the initial shock of seeing the Senju brothers, Makoto gradually calmed down. He hadn't expected Orochimaru to pull off such a move. In the previous confrontation, the third Hokage and Jiraiya were fighting the Raikage. Tsunade, in her current state, had little combat strength, and Orochimaru could have easily focused on dealing with Minato. But why escalate the conflict to this point? With the first Hokage present, everyone else's combat strength was practically negligible. The situation ahead would no longer be a mere battle of strength, which gave Minato a chance to regain the upper hand. What exactly was Orochimaru planning? Makoto quietly gave secret instructions to the Umbu member Hyuga Kiyomi beside him, sending him off to carry out his orders. In the conference room, 10 seats were set up, 4 at the top and 6 below. Orochimaru sat directly at the far edge of the top 4 seats, followed by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and finally the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. After Makoto entered the conference room, he couldn't help but glance at Orochimaru, only to find that Orochimaru was also watching him with a faint smile on his lips. Seated in the lower row of 6 were Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Yamanaka Inoichi, Hyuga Makoto, and Uchiha Fugaku. Those present were already the highest-ranking individuals in Konoha. This gentleman is the head of the Uchiha clan, correct? Hashirama asked kindly, looking at Fugaku. Yes, Lord First Hokage. My name is Uchiha Fugaku, the current leader of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku immediately stood up, his face filled with excitement. How could he not be moved when standing before such a legendary figure? Fugaku had not been among those summoned by Orochimaru, it was Makoto who had called him. Tobirama looked at Fugaku with a calm expression. Earlier, from the rooftop, he had noticed many buildings bearing the Uchiha clan emblem near the village center. During his tenure, he had placed the Uchiha clan's territory on the outskirts of the village. Now it seemed the Uchiha had climbed back into the village's power center. Hashirama then looked at Makoto. And this young man is from the Hyuga clan. Speaking to the god of shinobi for the first time, Makoto stood up and respectfully responded, I am Hyuga Makoto, the head of the Hyuga clan. This young clan leader seemed almost absurdly young. Was it because his father had passed away early, causing the clan's leadership to fall to him? Moreover, it was strange that a Hyuga didn't possess the Byakugan. Yamanaka Inoichi also introduced himself to the Senju brothers. Afterward, Hashirama spoke, you are all the pillars of Konoha today. Gathering here is for the sake of the village's long-term peace and stability. Tobirama also spoke, as I said at the beginning, who is guilty and who is innocent will be judged here. I have already set up a sealing technique, no one can leave until everything is resolved. First matter. The fourth Raikage, as a prisoner, how did he escape from prison? Makoto's expression subtly shifted upon hearing this, and his gaze once again turned toward Orochimaru. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+CH, Naruto Birdcage 400+CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+CH. Chapter 158, CH 158, Sinister Plot. The fourth Raikage was already dead, and the remaining remnants of the rebellion no longer posed any threat. Konoha's ninja moved swiftly through the streets and alleys, carrying out post-battle cleanup operations. After sensory ninjas expanded their detection barriers and repeatedly searched the entire village, the villagers finally emerged from the shelters beneath the Hokage rock. All the rebels were either killed or captured alive. By the Hokage's order, we are here to take custody of these rebels. Several ninjas dressed in Umbu attire arrived at the location where the prisoners of war were being held. The leader displayed a token representing the authority of the Hokage to the guarding ninja. Seeing this, the guard had no objections and promptly handed over custody before leaving decisively. Apart from the rebels, only the group of Umbu remained. Do it. The leader drew a short blade from his back, his voice cold. Amid the rebels' terrified expressions, all the Umbu unsheathed their weapons. Why? We've already surrendered. No, don't kill me. Help. Somebody. At the same time, a similar scene unfolded in Konoha prison. Not all the prisoners had participated in the riot. Some, foreseeing trouble, remained obediently in their cells even when the doors were opened. 2 Umbu operatives arrived at the prison before Konoha's ninjas could retake control. Standing at the dim entrance of the prison, both held short blades in their hands, their voices indifferent. Erase all traces. Leave no one alive. Understood. Inside the Hokage Tower's conference room. The atmosphere was unusually tense, with everyone wearing different expressions. Who was the mastermind behind the prison riot? Minato couldn't help but glance at Orochimaru, seated in the upper row. He recalled what Shikaku had once told him. Behind this chaos, someone was assisting him. Minato. Tobirama suddenly called his name. The seal on the Raikage, did you place it? Yes, Minato admitted. Tobirama asked, is there anyone besides you who could break that seal? After a brief pause, Minato replied, if someone has a sufficiently high level of expertise in sealing techniques, it's possible to break it. His answer was notably reserved. All of his sealing techniques came from the Uzumaki clan, which he had learned through Kushina. His skills were unquestionably the best in the village. When the riot broke out, Minato was with me, Sarutobi said at this moment. Narashikaku was there too, we were chatting at my house. Tobirama asked, where is Narashikaku? As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy, and Minato silently clenched his fists. Narashikaku is dead, Tsunade said calmly. Did he die at the hands of the rebellious ninjas? Tobirama asked. Orochimaru suddenly spoke, no, I killed him. Everyone was shocked. Tobirama looked at Orochimaru. Why? Orochimaru replied calmly, I suspected he was the one who orchestrated this riot, so I killed him. Tobirama frowned. You suspected? You only suspected. Orochimaru coolly retorted, what, do I not have that authority? Hiruzen couldn't suppress his anger and slammed the table. Shikaku was a hero of the village, who helped Konoha through countless crises. He was a comrade who fought life and death alongside us on the battlefield. You dare kill him so easily based on mere suspicion. Among those seated below, aside from Makoto and Fugaku, everyone was filled with outrage. Third Hokage, the second Hokage said calmly, gesturing for Hiruzen to quiet down. His gaze swept across everyone present, carefully observing their changing expressions. Orochimaru remained composed despite the accusations. Sarutobi-sensei, did I ever share life and death with you? Hiruzen's expression darkened as he glared fiercely at Orochimaru. What do you mean by that? He had been unwilling to confront his former disciple directly, which was why he had repeatedly avoided the pleas of Shikaku and Minato. But Orochimaru's actions continually pushed him to the edge, bringing them dangerously close to tearing off all pretenses. Orochimaru spoke indifferently, nothing. I just suddenly felt that killing Narashikaku so quickly was far too merciful for him. Whoosh. The wind suddenly blew in from outside, bringing a cool chill into the otherwise stifling room. Outside the conference room window, the rain continued to slide down the eaves, pattering loudly against the windowsill. Hashirama couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly as he looked at the cold-hearted fourth Hokage. Bang. Minato could no longer restrain himself and suddenly jumped from his seat, rushing toward Orochimaru. However, before he could even reach halfway, he was struck by a terrifying pressure that swept over him. Boom. This pressure was nothing but pure chakra impact, but it caused his body to freeze mid-motion, unable to move. It wasn't just him, everyone in the room felt their nerves tighten in that instant. Yamanaka and Noichi almost got blown away, but fortunately, Jiraiya reacted quickly and grabbed the collar of his cloak. The conference room trembled, and dust fell from the ceiling. We're still in the middle of a meeting, I hope you can calm down for now, Hashirama said slowly, looking at Minato. I've said before, all grudges will be settled here. As the pressure lifted, everyone exhaled in relief. Makoto had sensed that the chakra field in this area had been disturbed, something only the tailed beasts could do. This man was far more powerful than a tailed beast, even Kyuubi would appear as harmless as a kitten in his presence. However, this was something he had expected. Senju Hashirama was on an entirely different level from them, and this meeting could only take place because of him. Minato's back was drenched in cold sweat, it was the first time he had encountered someone with such an overwhelming difference in power. This was Konoha's first Hokage, the god of shinobi who had pacified the chaotic world. Compared to him, they were like mere children. The group was still recovering from the shock when Hashirama suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Afterward, he said, since we're all gathered here, let's proceed with the meeting calmly. If we continue like this, we'll just be wasting everyone's time, and that would trouble me. Upon hearing this, no one dared to voice a disagreement. Minato silently returned to his seat. Hashirama then looked at Orochimaru and said, Fourth Hokage, I also hope you can be mindful of your words. After all, the third Hokage is your teacher. Teacher? Orochimaru glanced sideways at Hiruzen, a mocking smile on his face, before turning his head to meet Makoto's gaze. Makoto's eyes were not filled with anger or contempt like the others, instead, they were calm. This caused Orochimaru's heart to settle. Why had he been so eager to provoke them? Those who were meant to be his enemies would not change, so why was he in such a rush? Then let's continue, Hashirama said, his gaze sweeping across the room. Are the guards from the prison still here? Tobirama asked. Since the Konoha prison had experienced a riot, it was highly likely that the guards had fallen victim to the chaos. Jiraiya thought for a moment. Not all of the prisoners would have participated in the riot. There may still be some witnesses. Tsunade stood up and left the meeting room, instructing the Umbu on guard outside to investigate the situation and bring in either the guards or any prisoners who were present during today's riot. Futile effort, Orochimaru said, breaking the silence. Whoever planned all of this wouldn't leave any traces behind in a place like this. Makoto's eyes flickered slightly. Orochimaru was right. Looking at the current situation, his subordinates had likely taken care of everything by now. Not to mention, the person Tsunade had sent for communication was one of his own, and the entire Umbu was under his control. Everyone pondered on Orochimaru's words. If what he said was true, and the trail was cut off here, how would they continue their investigation? Minato. At that moment, Minato heard the voice of Inoichi in his mind. This was the communication technique of the Yamanaka clan, and Minato was no stranger to it. He immediately responded mentally, Inoichi. Inoichi spoke in Minato's mind, we still have Orochimaru's dirty evidence in our hands. I'll reveal it at the right time. Minato glanced quietly at the third Hokage and Jiraiya. I understand. At that moment, Hashirama suddenly glanced at Inoichi. Startled, Inoichi quickly closed the communication link. Makoto also felt a subtle chakra disturbance, but since it came from Inoichi, he wasn't surprised. Although it was Orochimaru speaking, Tobirama still needed to wait for the exact information from the Umbu before drawing any conclusions. If a truth couldn't be uncovered, it meant someone was blocking it. And the one blocking it was among those present. Tobirama's gaze shifted back and forth between the third Hokage, fourth Hokage, and Minato. Who stood to gain from this? At this moment, Orochimaru said, let's bring the witness in directly. Witness. Everyone was stunned, especially the third Hokage and Minato, who clearly stood in opposition to Orochimaru. What witness? What was he trying to prove? Orochimaru's gaze was deep and mysterious as he then called the Umbu in. Go summon, Hatake Kakashi. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 400 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200 plus CH. Chapter 159, CH 159, Master and Apprentice. Kakashi stood nervously in front of the meeting room door. He had been informed beforehand about who he would be meeting, and he understood why he had been called in. To lie in front of the past Hokages would undoubtedly betray the faith he had held all his life. But the threats Orochimaru had made that day still echoed in his mind. The door slowly opened, and inside he was greeted by Tsunade. Upon seeing the four figures seated in the upper positions, his mind immediately tightened. He stepped into the quiet room, and all eyes turned to focus on the young man. Are you Hatake Kakashi? Greetings, Lord Hokage. Kakashi bowed respectfully, lowering his head and saluting the four. Before Kakashi's arrival, the Umbu sent to investigate the prison had returned. As Orochimaru had said, they found nothing. The guarding ninjas were all dead, and all the prisoners in the prison had disappeared. The latter situation clearly indicated that someone had dealt with it. After reviewing the situation, Tobirama turned to Orochimaru and asked, Fourth Hokage, what can this witness prove? Orochimaru's gaze shifted back and forth between the third Hokage and Minato. Sarutobi-sensei, Minato, Nara Shikaku has approached you more than once. What were the matters you discussed? Both the third Hokage and Minato fell silent in response to Orochimaru's questioning. Minato was not good at lying. His identity and position had never required him to deceive others. The third Hokage, after a moment of silence, chose to deny it. Nara Shikaku often came to visit me. What exactly do you mean by discussions? The third Hokage asked. Orochimaru sneered and continued, Kakashi, do you know? Hearing his name, Kakashi's body stiffened involuntarily. He instinctively glanced at Minato, but Minato was too preoccupied, lowering his head in silence. He had never felt such fear before, not from facing an invincible enemy, but from knowing that his words and actions now carried the weight of countless lives. Kakashi, Hashirama said gently, don't be afraid. Just tell us everything you know. At this moment, Yamanaka Inoichi attempted to connect to Kakashi's mind using the clan's mind link technique, but he suddenly realized there was a barrier around Kakashi, completely blocking his chakra. After a long silence, Kakashi finally spoke. Mr. Shikaku approached me and instructed me to monitor Lord Makoto and the fourth Hokage. His words instantly caused a stir, making many present visibly tense. Mr. Shikaku told me that the current fourth Hokage is unfit for the position. He wanted me to gather incriminating evidence against Lord Fourth to use for a future coup. Mr. Shikaku also said that to bring down the fourth Hokage, the only way was to find the right moment for Minato-sensei to kill him personally. Then, once the incriminating evidence was made public, Minato-sensei could smoothly ascend as the next Hokage. The conference room fell into a dead silence. Plotting treason and conspiring to assassinate the Hokage, this was an unforgivable crime. Kakashi's testimony immediately defined the nature of the incident. Minato, seemingly unable to believe that Kakashi would say such things, looked at his student in a daze. Jiraiya, the third Hokage, and Yamanaka and Noichi all wore grim expressions. After finishing his statement, Kakashi lowered his head, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. Hashirama and Tobirama took note of the changes in everyone's expressions. A falling out between mentor and student. If you were so against him, why did you let Orochimaru become Hokage in the first place? Tsunade couldn't help but question. Her words were directed at the third Hokage. Once again, these people's actions had shattered her understanding. Had they all already decided to kill Orochimaru? Minato, is what Kakashi said true? Orochimaru asked. Nara Shikaku was guilty beyond redemption. Dying by my hand was already a mercy for him. Minato clenched his fists silently. He couldn't respond to Kakashi's words. What Kakashi said had indeed been Shikaku's thoughts. When Shikaku had shared these plans with him, Minato neither agreed nor decisively rejected them. Looking back now, if his stance had been clearer back then, perhaps Shikaku could have coordinated everything with him earlier, and maybe Shikaku wouldn't have died. On the battlefield, too, if he had followed Shikaku's advice and returned to the village immediately when Orochimaru took office, perhaps, with his influence, the outcome might have been different. If he had been more resolute when it came to Kushina's situation, perhaps she wouldn't have had to endure all that suffering. Of course, he could choose to deny Kakashi's words, putting all the blame on Shikaku. Given the current circumstances, perhaps that wouldn't be a bad decision. If he lost here, everyone around him might face a dead end. Tobirama asked, Minato, are you thinking of killing the fourth Hokage? Minato. Inoichi's voice once again echoed in his mind. You just need to deny it, and we'll handle the rest. Unexpectedly, Minato suddenly spoke in a suppressed voice, why can't I kill him? That voice, filled with hatred and killing intent, sounded completely unlike anything Minato would normally say. Everyone present was shocked. Even Kakashi couldn't help but lift his head to look at his teacher. Tobirama frowned. Do you know what you're saying? Minato questioned back, is the Hokage always right? Tobirama's expression darkened, and he was about to retort when Hashirama raised a hand to stop him. Minato stood from his seat and slowly walked toward Kakashi. Facing his teacher, Kakashi was overwhelmed with guilt, lowering his head, not daring to meet Minato's gaze. Minato placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder, speaking with his last bit of gentleness. Kakashi, you chose not to believe in me. I can understand that. You're not the only one disappointed in me. Kakashi's body trembled uncontrollably. Tobirama's eyes locked firmly on Minato. The intent to harm the Hokage is a crime worthy of death 1,000 times over. But Minato, with an indifferent expression, spoke words that made the third Hokage and the others' faces turn pale with shock. Orochimaru is no longer the Hokage in my heart. As long as I live, I will kill him. If you, second Hokage, intend to stop me just because of Orochimaru's title as the fourth Hokage, then in my eyes, you are an unworthy Hokage as well. Tobirama was both shocked and furious, abruptly slamming his hand on the table as he stood up. Brat, do you really think I can't kill you? A torrent of overwhelming chakra erupted from him, surging directly toward Minato. Boom. The chakra swept up a fierce whirlwind, causing Minato's clothes to flap wildly and his hair to dance in the air. Yet, faced with such intimidation, Minato stood firm, his expression resolute as he stared unwaveringly at Tobirama. Seeing this, Jiraiya immediately stood up, frowning as he moved to stand in front of Minato. Inoichi wanted to step forward as well to show his loyalty, as his life was already intertwined with Minato's. However, under the oppressive force of the second Hokage, he was unable to move freely. Tobirama. Hashirama suddenly placed a hand on Tobirama's arm, his voice calm. Tobirama was momentarily stunned, and the mountain-like pressure instantly dissipated. The room returned to peace, as if nothing had just happened. Hashirama's voice was steady as he spoke slowly, the Hokage isn't necessarily always right. Between the third and fourth Hokage present here, does there have to be one who is wrong? The mistakes of a Hokage aren't just their personal matter, they concern the entire village. When you made mistakes, did you ever think about how to take responsibility or make amends? Third Hokage, Hashirama suddenly called out. Hiruzen's nerves immediately tensed upon hearing his name. I want to ask you, do you agree with Minato's words? Hiruzen suddenly found himself at a loss for words, even though just moments ago, he had angrily rebuked Orochimaru. Rephrased, Hashirama's question essentially meant, do you want to kill Orochimaru? At this moment, Tobirama also asked in a deep voice, Saru, did you participate in Nara Shikaku's plot? Hiruzen remained silent, with Orochimaru sitting right beside him and Minato and Jiraiya across from him. Hey. Hiruzen gave no answer, but Orochimaru suddenly started laughing for no apparent reason. His laughter grew from low and muted to wild and unrestrained, his expression gradually twisting into something sinister. He casually wiped the corner of his eye and yawned. Hearing such questions is so dull, it's making me tired. Orochimaru looked at Hiruzen, sneering coldly. Sarutobi-sensei, are you still trying to act out this charade of deep teacher-student affection in front of me? His expression grew colder, and his voice became equally icy, as if stripped of all emotion, or perhaps driven to an extreme by some twisted feeling. Do you think you can survive today? The room fell into dead silence, as though the situation had spiraled completely out of control. Sitting silently in the corner, Fugaku felt numb inside. He had only one thought at this moment: they're all mad, completely mad. Looking at Orochimaru in his current state, Tsunade suddenly felt a wave of sorrow. Orochimaru, were you crying just now? Why are you forcing yourself to act like this? Saru. Saru. Tobirama suddenly shouted sharply, snapping the third Hokage out of his daze. Hashirama let out a long sigh, feeling he had been too naive. Things had already escalated to a life-and-death confrontation. How could relationships that had become so deeply entangled be explained or resolved with just a few words? When I founded this village, bringing together different clans to build bonds, how did it come to this? We were supposed to be as close as family, why have we turned against each other? Is it really just for that elusive power and authority? He suddenly thought of the person he had killed with his own hands, the words that person had spoken to him before their death: a village born from bonds, yet the village itself has come to take precedence over everything else. This is turning things upside down. Everyone, Hashirama spoke up. Could we all return to our seats first? Jiraiya, deep in thought, pulled Minato back to their seats. Even if a fight were inevitable, even if it came to blows, this was not the right time. Without the first Hokage's permission, any rash move would be suicidal. I think everyone needs to calm down. How about taking a break for now? The first Hokage is right. Let's all take a break, Fugaku quickly added, feeling it was time for him to help smooth things over. The group was assigned to different resting rooms, and they were allowed to move freely throughout the Hokage building. The first and second Hokage didn't care whether people colluded with each other or not. Kakashi, however, was kept by the Senju brothers' side. In the Hokage's office, Hashirama gazed thoughtfully at the photographs of himself, his brother, and Hiruzen hanging on the wall. He then wandered over to the desk, casually flipping through the files on it. Tobirama stood by the large floor-to-ceiling window, lost in the scenery outside. He had often stood there, admiring the view back in the day. But time had passed, and he was now a dead man. Hashirama walked over to him and said, "Tobirama, don't simply view these people as juniors. They may have experienced far more than we did. Hiruzen's age has actually surpassed ours. You need to treat them as equals." Tobirama's expression was calm. After a long silence, he suddenly said, "Big brother, it's just that we didn't live long enough." Hashirama was momentarily stunned and surprised. "Why would you think that?" Tobirama replied, "Is it wrong for me to think that? Returning to the living world, I realize there's so much here I find myself attached to. Death is truly painful." Meanwhile, in the conference room, Orochimaru still sat in his seat, completely motionless, his gaze calmly fixed on the window. The door to the conference room was left wide open, and the Umbu guards at the entrance had quietly left. Aside from Orochimaru, Tsunade was the only other person in the room, leaning quietly against the wall near the doorway, silently watching him. "Tsunade," Orochimaru suddenly called her name. "I can let you meet Nawaki. Do you want to see him?" Tsunade's expression faltered slightly. "Why?" Orochimaru lowered his eyelids, a glint flashed in his snake-like eyes before they returned to calm. "On second thought, it's better not to see him. Otherwise, he might grow attached to the living world, yet remain powerless to stay. That would be the greatest pain." The room fell silent again. In another resting room, only Makoto and Fugaku were present. "Are you afraid, Fugaku-senpai?" "Ah. I'm just thinking that you're far too bold, Makoto-kun." "Don't worry. Fugaku-senpai just needs to act when you're confident. I won't force you this time. It's good that you understand me, Makoto-kun. After all, I am the head of a clan." The break lasted half an hour. One by one, everyone gradually returned to the conference room. As Makoto entered the room, his gaze briefly swept over Orochimaru, who now appeared calm, no longer carrying the confident demeanor he had at the beginning. Hashirama spoke up, "Let's continue, shall we?" Everyone sat upright, though their expressions varied. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly raised his hand. "Lord First Hokage." "Kakashi, is there something else you wish to say?" "Yes." Kakashi took a deep breath. "When Narashikaku asked me to investigate the fourth Hokage, I did discover some things. May I speak about them?" Hashirama looked thoughtful. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Orochimaru. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270+ CH, Naruto Birdcage 400+ CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ch, Fairy Tale Destiny 200+ch. Chapter 160, ch 160, The Qualifications of a Hokage. Things did not develop as Tobirama and Hashirama had initially anticipated. They had intended to uncover the root cause of this turmoil, but as the investigation deepened, some hidden truths began to surface. These revelations involved far more than just a single individual. Tobirama did not mind whether someone's methods were dark or unscrupulous, as long as they did not harm the village. If it was for the village's benefit, his tolerance knew few limits. That was why, despite knowing that Orochimaru was far from a virtuous person, he still made every effort to uphold Orochimaru's authority as Hokage. Yet judging by the current trajectory, regardless of who remained after this incident concluded, neither seemed worthy of entrusting the village to in the eyes of Tobirama and Hashirama. But besides these people, who else could inherit the position? Tobirama's gaze swept over Hyuga Makoto and Uchiha Fugaku, who had largely refrained from engaging in disputes throughout the proceedings. Their presence here alone demonstrated their considerable standing in the village. However, one was from the Hyuga clan, and the other from the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the Hyuga representative seemed far too young. What about Nawaki? The thought suddenly struck him. As a direct descendant of their lineage, he was already of age by now. If Nawaki had the ability, that would naturally be ideal. While Tobirama's thoughts raced, Kakashi in the center of the room took out a scroll. According to him, this contained the evidence he had uncovered, Orochimaru's dark and unspeakable deeds. Everyone's gaze was immediately drawn toward it. Hashirama did not immediately instruct Kakashi to present the scroll but instead turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru showed neither panic nor anger. He didn't even glance at the scroll, as if it had nothing to do with him. Kakashi held the scroll with both hands and respectfully handed it to Hashirama. Hashirama, however, asked Orochimaru, "Fourth Hokage, what do you think is in this scroll?" Orochimaru sneered, "Aside from my achievements, what else could it be?" Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hashirama slowly unrolled the scroll. With just one glance, his brow furrowed deeply. He carefully read through the entire scroll before handing it over to Tobirama. "Is all of this true?" After reading the scroll, Tobirama asked Orochimaru in a stern voice. Orochimaru responded with a cold laugh, "Who are you asking?" A mere scroll, without irrefutable evidence, was hardly enough to convict someone. The contents of the scroll could easily be fabricated. Trying to make someone confess guilt with just this was utterly absurd. "You killed Danzo?" Tobirama asked. "He colluded with the enemy, committed treason, and attempted a coup. Naturally, he deserved death," Orochimaru admitted directly without denial. "You were the one who passed judgment on him. As Hokage, am I not qualified?" Orochimaru responded indifferently. Shimura Danzo was once a high-ranking figure in the village, just like the third Hokage. Both had been students of the second Hokage, a fact known to everyone present. Tobirama continued reading the scroll. Human experimentation on children, orchestrating the attack on the daimyo. Although these acts were vile and despicable, they were not enough in Tobirama's view to sentence a Hokage to death. Until he reached the final part of the scroll. During the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru had allegedly leaked information to Iwagakure in order to gain fame, resulting in heavy casualties for Konoha and the deaths of thousands of its ninjas. Shimura Danzo and Hyuga Hayashi were aware of and complicit in this act. Later, Orochimaru killed Hayashi to silence him and shifted all blame onto him. The revelations were shocking beyond belief. Tobirama stared at the scroll, lost in thought for a long time. He realized that he had underestimated Orochimaru's ruthless nature. Though Orochimaru was the Hokage, he clearly had no regard for the village's welfare. The third Hokage, unable to hold back, grabbed the scroll and glanced at it. Then, bang! He slammed the table as he stood up abruptly, his face alternating between shades of pale and furious red. Through clenched teeth, he roared, "Orochimaru! How dare you? How dare you?" He took several deep breaths, his expression filled with shock and rage. "You actually dared to commit such a heinous act against Konoha, even going so far as to leak information to the IWA ninjas." These words left everyone present in shock. Inoichi and Minato were equally stunned. The information they had did not include this revelation. Orochimaru remained unfazed. He didn't even glance at the scroll but calmly responded, "If I had truly done such a thing, would I have left written evidence for someone to find?" Hashirama's eyes flickered with contemplation. He was pondering the same question. The intelligence Kakashi brought was undeniably shocking, but its source made Hashirama suspicious. There was no way Kakashi, just a junior member of the Umbu, had uncovered this through his own investigation, right? Judging by the expressions of the third Hokage and Minato, it was clear they were hearing about this for the first time as well. Tobirama's voice turned cold. "Fourth Hokage, is what's written here true?" Faced with the barrage of questions, Orochimaru simply laughed to himself, arms crossed as strands of hair draped down. What are you laughing at? Tobirama's expression grew darker, his voice colder. Orochimaru's tone became slightly subdued, though the smirk on his lips remained. I'm laughing at how foolish you are. Such a blatant insult made Tobirama's face contort with rage, as though he was on the verge of attacking. His hand had already crushed a portion of the table before him. Orochimaru continued, Second Hokage, have you not realized that this so-called trial has been manipulated from the very beginning? After hearing Kakashi's latter statements, Orochimaru had already deduced who was behind it all. Orochimaru's repeated provocations made it nearly impossible for Tobirama to restrain himself. What do you mean? Orochimaru slowly raised his head, eyes filled with disdain. Second Hokage, to be honest, before meeting you, I still held a bit of respect for you. After all, you're the genius who created the Edo Tensei technique. The forbidden jutsu that could resurrect the dead, if it were to spread, it would surely drive the entire ninja world into madness. You sit high above, judging us for being ruthless in our pursuit of power. But haven't you done your fair share of such things? Fugaku, your Uchiha clan knows this all too well, don't you? Fugaku's expression changed instantly. He forced an awkward laugh. No, no such thing. The Uchiha clan once held a special position within the village. With their formidable strength and large numbers, they were undeniably the most prestigious clan in Konoha. But politically, they were repeatedly oppressed. Their clan district had even been relocated from the village center to its outskirts by the second Hokage. It was important to remember that Konoha had originally been built through the joint efforts of the Senju and Uchiha clans. As one of the village's founding families, the Uchiha had received such treatment despite their contributions. Yet the Hokage lineage carried forward Tobirama's ideology. It wasn't until Makoto and Orochimaru changed that status quo. Tobirama could no longer contain himself and roared, "You caused the deaths of thousands of comrades in the village." Orochimaru sneered. Do you have any concrete evidence for that? All based on a single claim from that scroll. Senju Tobirama, you're too arrogant. Are you already calculating who should succeed as Hokage after me? In the end, you simply regard Konoha as your personal property. I wonder, are you truly angry about the deaths of those thousands, or are you more enraged that what belongs to you has been defiled by someone else? Tobirama trembled with fury, his gaze now filled with murderous intent. Just as he was about to strike, Orochimaru suddenly formed a single-hand seal in front of him. In an instant, Tobirama found himself completely unable to move. It was the control technique for Edo Tensei. Although the jutsu had originated from his own hands, due to the special nature of the sacrifice, even Tobirama couldn't break free from Orochimaru's control. Orochimaru. Tobirama spat his name. Hashirama, sitting right beside them, watched everything unfold without intervening. Orochimaru's expression gradually became calm. He said, the only reason I've played along with you all until now was to see what tricks you still had up your sleeves. Orochimaru. Hiruzen suddenly spoke. Was it really you who transmitted information to Iwagakure? Oh. Sarutobi-sensei, did you never suspect me back then? Orochimaru mocked. Hiruzen fell silent. How could he not have suspected? Not only had he doubted it, but many had hinted that Orochimaru was likely the traitor. However, after Hyuga Hayashi's death, who had taken the blame, the matter was seemingly resolved. That's right, Orochimaru suddenly said coldly, uttering words that shocked everyone present. It was indeed me who willingly provided intelligence to the IWA ninja. No one had expected Orochimaru to openly admit it. By his own admission, such a one-sided claim carried no credibility. They believed it was true only because their preconceived notions about Orochimaru clouded their judgment. Tobirama's gaze radiated raw killing intent, but Orochimaru didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he continued looking at Hiruzen and said, Sarutobi-sensei, don't you want to know why I did it? Or do you already know? Why did Orochimaru do it? For fame. After that battle, Orochimaru became a savior and a strong contender for the position of Hokage. Did Orochimaru lack fame? As one of the legendary Sannin, how could he possibly be unknown? Everyone in the village treated him with the utmost respect. But back then, Hiruzen had stationed Orochimaru at the rear, while only one figure dominated the battlefield, the Yellow Flash. Hiruzen understood it all. Unspoken guilt and grief filled his heart as he looked at the men with a cold and hardened expression, whose face gradually overlapped with that of a delicate and gentle boy from his memories. This was his most beloved student. Hiruzen was momentarily dazed before collapsing weakly into his seat. Jiraiya, who had remained mostly silent, spoke in a deep voice, Orochimaru, no matter what reason you had, you should never have gambled with your comrades' lives. Orochimaru sneered, what a righteous speech. Everyone here seems so morally superior. The fate of Konoha means nothing to me. I just don't like having what belongs to me taken away. But since all of you treasure it so much, I might as well give up the position of Hokage. Everyone was shocked. Orochimaru's actions were becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Having said this much, Orochimaru seemed utterly nonchalant, as though he had finally let go of everything he wanted to abandon. But Makoto knew the truth. Orochimaru wanted to sever the bond with the third Hokage. Yet as long as he remained Hokage, that bond would remain tangled and unbreakable. Orochimaru turned his gaze to Hashirama. Allow me to ask, first Hokage, do you already have a suitable candidate in mind for the next Hokage? Hashirama fell silent, his gaze shifting toward Minato. Inoichi and the others couldn't help but grow tense. No, Hashirama finally said. Of all the people I've met, none have yet demonstrated the qualities and capabilities required of a Hokage. Minato's expression froze. The first Hokage's remark was clearly aimed at him. It would be a lie to say he wasn't disappointed. After all, the one evaluating him was the god of shinobi himself. Suddenly, Orochimaru burst into unrestrained laughter. Sarutobi-sensei, did you hear that? The person you've always favored doesn't seem to have the qualifications and abilities, Orochimaru said, still laughing as he wiped the corner of his eye. He then turned his gaze to Minato and, with a smile, said, don't be too disappointed, Minato. It's not like the first Hokage's word is absolute. Konoha now is no longer his. His tone grew lighter, as though speaking to an ordinary friend. Minato remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes swept across the entire meeting room, from the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, finally stopping on Makoto. He spoke calmly, everything Kakashi said is indeed true. First Hokage, what will you do now? Kill me. Hashirama responded just as calmly, I don't know what you've gone through to become like this. It's clear that the third Hokage once placed high hopes in you. But for me, anyone who harms Konoha cannot be forgiven. Orochimaru sneered and retorted, what about the one who orchestrated this prison riot? Hashirama's gaze darkened slightly. The same. They will not be spared. Orochimaru. A low voice came from Hiruzen. He then said, First Hokage, could I kindly ask you not to act just yet? Hashirama didn't respond. The third Hokage continued, regarding the prison riot, I swear on my life that Minato absolutely had no knowledge of it. Upon hearing this, Hashirama remained noncommittal and instead turned to Minato, asking, Minato, when did you become aware of it? The question seemed odd, the phrase, became aware, carried too much implication. Minato remained silent. Indeed, he hadn't known, but at the very moment the riot broke out, he had made the decision to leave the villagers behind. Hashirama then asked, do you realize you are the beneficiary of this? Minato still remained silent. With a neutral expression, Hashirama asked, then, do you have any objections to what I said about your qualifications? Minato slowly lowered his head. No. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact 270 plus CH, Naruto Birdcage 400 plus CH, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100 plus CH, Fairy Tail Destiny 200 plus CH. Chapter 161, CH 161, Flip the Table. After hearing what Hashirama said, both Inoichi and Jiraiya's hearts instantly sank. If Minato couldn't become Hokage, all their efforts so far would be in vain, and didn't that mean that Shikaku's death was also for nothing? But at this point, they had no power to change anything, especially since Minato had actively acknowledged Hashirama's words. If Minato couldn't become Hokage, who would be the next Hokage? If Hashirama was the one to decide, aside from everyone present, Inoichi and Jiraiya couldn't imagine anyone else in the village who would be a suitable candidate. I understand, Lord First Hokage, Hiruzen muttered slowly. The root of all this lies with me. I was the one who handed over the position of Hokage to him. I allowed Konoha to suffer such a disaster, and I brought shame to the Hokage. Can I be the one to end all this, to resolve these grudges? His voice was filled with determination, and a sense of finality, which moved Hashirama slightly. Orochimaru sneered, do you really think you can do this? Hashirama looked at Orochimaru and said, Orochimaru, isn't this what you've been seeking all along? Orochimaru realized he had been seen through, and just snorted, saying, just you alone probably wouldn't be enough. There's another person who wants to put me to death. Minato stepped forward calmly and said, you're right. Orochimaru burst out laughing, letting all his emotions spill out. He then turned his gaze to the final person, pressing, Jiraiya, don't you want to take action? Jiraiya remained silent. Now that he knew all of Orochimaru's actions, he still didn't want to act. Master, disciple, fellow disciples, and brothers, all had now come to an end. Suddenly, Orochimaru formed hand seals in front of him, and the entire meeting room started shaking. In fact, the entire Hokage building was trembling. A massive white snake suddenly burst out from the floor beneath everyone's feet. Boom. The ceiling above began to disintegrate, with beams and shattered bricks falling down. In the end, the Hokage building, which had been established for decades in Konoha, collapsed with a tremendous crash, turning into a heap of rubble and ruin. The ceiling barrier that had been set up by the second Hokage earlier was also directly shattered. The massive noise alarmed many ninjas in the vicinity, and the Umbu swiftly surrounded the area. Green vines pushed through the broken stones and bricks, and the group coughed as they got up from the dust and smoke. It was the first Hokage who had used wood release to shield them. Orochimaru. Tsunade shouted angrily from below. What are you trying to do? Orochimaru stood atop the massive snake, looking down coldly at everyone. He spoke in a chilling tone, today, someone is going to die. Tsunade, who do you hope it will be? Tsunade paused for a moment, stunned. The one who will die is you. Minato suddenly shouted, dashing towards Orochimaru in a flash. The surrounding Umbu were horrified. Did Minato just make a move against the Hokage? Despite their shock, the Umbu swiftly acted, rushing forward to protect their Hokage. However, as soon as they moved, they felt an invisible force restraining them, rendering them unable to move. All Umbu, step back, Makoto suddenly spoke. This isn't your concern. The Umbu exchanged looks and stopped. While protecting the Hokage was their duty, the one giving orders was their clan leader. Minato's attack failed to land, as the giant snake lunged at him with its massive mouth wide open, forcing Minato to retreat. If you want to kill me so badly, then come at me all at once. Orochimaru, riding the giant snake, sped toward the direction of the Hokage rock. Minato quickly followed. For people of their level, the destructive power was immense, and it was very likely that others could be caught in the crossfire. Moving the battlefield was the best option. The third Hokage's face darkened, and he also leaped into the air to follow. Jiraiya, however, hesitated in place. He knew what was about to happen, and now, as the moment approached, he found himself indecisive. Should he kill Orochimaru? As the three of them went further away, Hashirama did not make any move. He reached out and patted Tobirama on the shoulder, and the overwhelming chakra immediately broke the seal on his body. Once Tobirama regained his freedom, he immediately shouted angrily, "Big brother, you're just going to let them do whatever they want. How is this any different from what happened at the beginning?" Hashirama remained silent. At this moment, Makoto suddenly spoke, "How can it be, doing whatever they want?" Tobirama furrowed his brows and looked over, seeing that it was the young Hyuga from the clan who was speaking. Makoto slowly said, "They've all gotten the answers they wanted. They are Hokage, so why should they let others arrange their fate? For them, this is what they deserve, and it's the best outcome. The first Hokage understands this, which is why he didn't stop them." Hashirama couldn't help but glance at Makoto, then continued to remain silent. Tobirama didn't argue with Makoto. After understanding his brother's thoughts, he frowned and fell into deep contemplation. Soon, the figures of the third Hokage reached the Hokage rock, and the sounds of jutsu being cast echoed. Boom. Boom. Everyone looked over and saw that the fourth Hokage's rock face, Orochimaru's, was collapsing. Makoto looked at all of this, feeling a hint of melancholy in his heart. "Hakumen," he suddenly spoke. As soon as he spoke, a masked figure instantly appeared beside him. "Lord Makoto. Take action." "Understood." After Hakumen responded, he immediately vanished. Tobirama stared at him and asked, "What are you doing?" Makoto calmly replied, "Naturally, I'm going to protect the villagers from being caught in their battle. You Hokage, who decide the future of the village, need someone to manage the villagers." Tobirama's face darkened, clearly catching the sarcasm in Makoto's words. But this was not the time to dwell on that. The third Hokage, Minato, and Orochimaru were currently locked in a fierce battle. If they didn't intervene and allowed the fight to continue, how would they handle the winner of the three? He suddenly looked at Tsunade. "Tsunade, is Nawaki in the village?" Tsunade was momentarily stunned, her expression filled with sorrow. "Nawaki has long been dead." Tobirama's pupils contracted sharply. "What did you say?" Hashirama was confused. "Nawaki, who is that?" "He was my younger brother, and your biological grandson. He was born after your death." This left not only Tobirama but also Hashirama in shock. Tsunade continued, "Nawaki always admired you, Grandpa, and wanted to become Hokage like you. He tried desperately to prove himself, but he died on the battlefield. He was only 12 years old and still just a genin." Hashirama and Tobirama snapped out of their shock, exchanging a wordless glance. Tsunade hesitated before suddenly saying, "Nawaki was also Orochimaru's student. Orochimaru witnessed his death with his own eyes. After that, Orochimaru seemed to change into a different person." A silence fell, and the atmosphere grew heavier. Hashirama sighed deeply. Though he had never met this grandson, he felt a wave of sadness. Another person who wanted to become Hokage. Makoto found it somewhat ridiculous when he heard Tobirama mention Nawaki. The second Hokage still wanted to cling to the old ways. The times had changed. The Senju clan was no more, and Konoha was no longer anyone's personal possession. The ruins became quiet, with everyone's thoughts wandering in different directions. But soon, many figures slowly appeared around, all watching the scene and whispering to each other. These were the ordinary villagers. The earlier prison revolt had subsided, and all the rebels were executed. The villagers had come out of their shelters. However, they didn't return home. Instead, they gathered at the Hokage building. Fortunately, the Umbu still formed a perimeter, preventing them from getting too close. But the crowd continued to grow, and soon the entire street was filled with people. Is that the first Hokage? Finally, someone couldn't hold back and asked loudly. Hashirama, lost in thought, recalled that he should have instructed others, so how had the news still spread? He immediately stood and walked forward, smiling as he addressed the crowd. "Hello everyone, I am Senju Hashirama." At these words, the entire scene erupted in shock. It really is the first Hokage. Then the other one must be the second Hokage. The previous Hokage really came back to life. Let me see, let me see. The villagers instantly became excited, many pushing forward in an attempt to get a look at the legendary ninja god. Everyone, don't get too excited, don't push, be careful not to get hurt, Hashirama quickly called out to calm them down. Tobirama looked at the villagers in front of him, sensing something was off. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Lord First Hokage, is the fourth Hokage really a traitor?" The people in the ruins froze at this question. Then another voice came, "Lord First Hokage, did the prisoners in the prison and the raikage really get released by Namikaze Minato? Lord First Hokage, please answer us. Can we still trust the Hokage?" The voices from the crowd rose one after another, continuously questioning the first Hokage, seeking answers from him. Hearing these words, Inoichi in the back felt his mind go blank for a moment, with only one thought remaining. It's over. This news was definitely being spread intentionally. Tobirama also thought the same. Otherwise, why would so many villagers appear here at the same time? He thought that with his older brother present, no one would dare to stir up trouble. Who did this? Tobirama's mind raced, but he was too unfamiliar with the current state of the village. Aside from the people in the meeting, he had no idea who else was involved. But he quickly locked his gaze on Makoto from the Hyuga clan. The words that this kid just spoke. Makoto seemed to have noticed Tobirama's gaze. He calmly glanced at him, then stepped forward and came to Hashirama's side. "Please, everyone, quiet down." Makoto's voice immediately spread across the area, and when the villagers saw it was Makoto speaking, they all fell silent. Makoto's work wasn't just about sitting in an office reviewing documents. He was personally involved in the village's affairs, helping the villagers solve many problems, and had a high reputation in the village. Hashirama's expression grew somewhat numb as he watched it all unfold. "So, it's my turn after your performance." Makoto spoke loudly to the villagers, "Everyone, just listen to Lord First Hokage. He will give us an answer." All eyes turned to Hashirama. He had never felt this awkward before. These were his villagers, but he didn't recognize a single one of their faces. They spoke of admiring him. Hashirama took a deep breath and slowly began to speak, "The fourth Hokage." The words had been rolling in his throat for a long time, hesitating for a long time. His gaze flickered, and in the end, all he could say was one sentence. "He is a traitor." After these words were spoken, the villagers fell into a dead silence. What they had heard and what had been confirmed by the first Hokage were entirely different things. Just a short time ago, they had been cheering for the fourth Hokage as a savior, the one who saved the village when Konoha was in danger. The fourth Hokage was also the proud disciple of the third Hokage, a doctorate in ninjutsu, and had trained the famous 3 ninjas of Konoha. A great teacher and student, truly a wonderful story. Impossible. A voice suddenly rose from the crowd in anger. Impossible. How could the fourth Hokage be a traitor? He's the hero who saved the village. He even healed my leg. The villagers began to whisper among themselves. Makoto watched this unfold and slowly stepped forward, speaking to everyone. The saving of the village was a play he directed himself. It was he who put the village in danger. He was the one who passed information to the IWA ninja, and it was he who led the reinforcements. This revelation was shocking. In the past, even if such a thing had occurred, it would never have been made public. This meant that the image of the Hokage might completely collapse in the hearts of these villagers. This meant that the village might lose the trust of the daimyo and be isolated by the nations. This meant that Konoha would become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. But whether he spoke up or not, someone else would, or else why would these villagers come here to question him? Was there any hope left for Konoha like this? Hashirama felt a deep sadness. The ideal village he had created, how had it come to this? Makoto continued speaking, not only the fourth Hokage, but also Namikaze Minato. They both did terrible things to their fellow villagers. They fought for power, disregarding the lives of their comrades and the safety of the village. This prison revolt was secretly orchestrated by Minato. Our judgment has been passed, and both of them have admitted to their wrongdoings. Now, the third Hokage is fighting them in order to bring them to justice. The crowd was in an uproar. Compared to the aloof fourth Hokage, Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato's image and reputation were far better. Even though he was not Hokage, nearly everyone present had seen him and knew he was a kind-hearted, approachable person with a strong sense of humility. He was also a powerful ninja who had led the village to victory over enemies numerous times. Before Orochimaru took the position, many had hoped that Minato would be the fourth Hokage. How could such a person possibly do anything to harm the village? Yet now, the first Hokage stood before them, revealing the harsh reality. No matter how noble or upright someone may appear, when they turn, what is revealed is only their shame. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage 400+ch, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ch. Chapter 162, ch 162, Cleanse. The matter with Orochimaru has not yet been resolved, and someone impatiently jumps out, thinking they are the hidden observer. At the back of the crowd, Tobirama silently watches the back of Makoto. Forcing the first Hokage to acknowledge Orochimaru and Minato's crimes, the most direct result would be leaving the Hokage position vacant, and everything else would be considered secondary. Does Hyuga Makoto also want to compete for the Hokage position? Tobirama was curious to see what tricks this Hyuga Makoto would try to show him. After speaking about Minato's matter, Makoto chose not to say anything more, handing the stage back to the first Hokage. After calming the public, Hashirama spoke to dismiss them. Some people were reluctant to leave, but in the end, Makoto managed to disperse everyone. This further showed Hashirama the level of trust the people had in the young man beside him. He had not even noticed him during the earlier meeting. The Hyuga family. Hashirama slowly spoke, "It seems like everyone trusts you a lot." Makoto responded, "Minato also deeply earned the trust of the villagers before. Comparing himself to someone who has already been marked with a bad reputation is truly rare." Later, Tsunade whispered something to Tobirama, explaining Hyuga Makoto's identity and position in the village. Orochimaru's assistant, does he plan to establish his own faction? Tobirama was deep in thought. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the distant Hokage rock. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw a giant iron rod swinging through the air. The white giant serpent had disappeared, possibly dispelled by being defeated or through the end of the summoning technique. Makoto asked, "Has the first Hokage thought about how this battle will end?" With Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato, against Orochimaru. The famous third Hokage, known throughout the ninja world, and the rising star, the yellow flash, seemed to have the clear advantage. The losing side would die. The winning side would still have to face the judgment of the first Hokage. For Makoto, it no longer mattered. The commotion had only triggered his plan B. Orochimaru's ultimate goal was never really about Makoto. Makoto had initially thought that Orochimaru's sudden summoning of the Senju brothers and arranging the Tenman meeting was meant to push him out of the picture. For this, Makoto even had Hakumen prepare some contingencies planned for him. But in the end, Orochimaru's focus was entirely on the third Hokage and the others. He could have killed them all earlier, but instead, he forced the third Hokage to personally kill him. Perhaps this was the last emotional display from a lost disciple who, after being abandoned, desperately sought attention from his mentors in a twisted, pathological way. When Kakashi took out the scroll, Orochimaru absolutely knew it was him, yet despite knowing who was acting, he made no attempt to counter it and instead accepted it openly. This was essentially handing over everything he had in Konoha to Hyuga Makoto. This could definitely be considered a great favor, if it could be called a gift. What Makoto needed to do next was to wait for Orochimaru's situation to be resolved and then take over the aftermath. Konoha now lay entirely in his hands. Once the threats were eliminated, the dead Senju brothers no longer needed to be a concern. Unless Hashirama completely disregarded everything and intended to subdue him by force, but the likelihood of that was very low. He wasn't Orochimaru or Minato. His own foundation was pure. In Hashirama's eyes, he was at most a scheming individual who wasn't likable. Makoto bowed slightly and said, "As for those two criminals, I'll leave them to the first Hokage. There are still many things to take care of in the village. Forgive me for taking my leave." After Makoto left, Fugaku quietly followed suit. Tobirama moved closer to Hashirama. "Big brother." Tobirama. Konoha now is already in ruins. They were standing on the ruins of the Hokage building, and in the distance, only the third Hokage's face remained, isolated and hanging on the Hokage rock. Many buildings in the village had also suffered damage during the earlier prison riot. Tobirama spoke slowly, in that case, let's properly rebuild Konoha. Hashirama remained silent. Tobirama then asked, Big brother, do you really want to watch Konoha continue to decline like this, with someone like Hyuga Makoto leading it? Hyuga Makoto. Another real politician. This was what Hashirama thought. Someone like him, once in power, would inevitably bring about another political purge. Tsunade. Tobirama suddenly called out. Tsunade came to his side, noticing that her second grandfather's gaze was fixed on her. Though he didn't speak, the message in his eyes made Tsunade vaguely understand. She was stunned for a moment and quickly refused, I can't do it. Tobirama ignored her and instead asked Hashirama, Big brother, what do you think? Hashirama replied, this is not a child's play. Tobirama then said, there's no one else more suitable. Tsunade, seeing that Tobirama ignored her, couldn't help but say again, I told you, I can't do it. Tobirama frowned, Tsunade, there's no room for you to refuse now. Tobirama. Hashirama suddenly shouted in anger, causing everyone present to be shocked, and even Tobirama was briefly taken aback. I've told you before, everyone here is an equal individual. You can't just control them at will. The fourth Hokage was right, you're too arrogant. Tobirama's pupils slightly widened as he realized that his older brother was scolding him. Hashirama slowly said, Tobirama, do you remember the Sharingan? Intense emotions always hide the possibility of a breakdown. When reality doesn't align with one's expectations, it can cause a drastic change in a person's temperament. When the dead are brought back to the living, their obsessions from life are magnified, which is why Tobirama wanted to interfere so much with everything here. Hashirama sighed deeply and said, it seems like Edo Tensei is truly not a good jutsu. Tobirama fell silent. Why was he like this? Did he truly hate and despise his identity as a deceased person so much? The more his successors failed to meet his expectations, the stronger his dissatisfaction became. Konoha was founded by his older brother, and Tobirama had put his heart and soul into improving and managing it. It was the most cherished treasure of his life. Orochimaru and Minato had so casually trampled on it, and now Makoto also wanted to claim it for himself. How could he possibly tolerate this? Tobirama clenched his fist, only to weakly release it again. Big brother, what do you intend to do? Hashirama turned to Tsunade and said, Tsunade, no one will force you. Tsunade. Hashirama looked at the distant Hokage rock and calmly said, Tobirama, I told you before that I will not allow anyone to harm Konoha. His voice slowly grew more resolute, don't worry, I will personally cleanse all the darkness. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage 400+ ch, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch.